This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Across a busy street, Gu Weiwei stood in front of a newly renovated building, her face full of joy. She is finally going to be a landlady. Why bother looking for a job after graduating from college? How nice it is to be a landlady who eats and waits for death. Anyway, she has achieved financial freedom because she got her grandfather's inheritance early. The next moment, Gu Weiwei took out her phone and prepared to ask several tenants who had booked the room to come and see the room, but a buzzing sound appeared in her mind. Is the phone broken? Before she could check it, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of her. Several lines of text appeared on the screen. Unknown low-level planet detected. There are signs of life. There are intelligent races, suitable for launching games. Doomsday game loading, multiple disaster areas generated. Loading completed, planet data generation in progress. The moment the virtual screen appeared, there was no time for people to react, and the surrounding scene changed. Gu Weiwei felt as if she was pulled into a brand new world. The surroundings were all white, but there were all kinds of pictures of all sizes flashing rapidly, as if everything was being reorganized. After a moment, a mechanical sound appeared in her mind. Congratulations, player, you have been assigned to Doomsday Disaster, Extreme Heat, Drought Zone, Primary Field, Zone 003. This game zone has 100,000 players and 5 million NPCs. The scene is being generated, waiting for the rest of the players. Doomsday Disaster? The end of the world? Where is her building in the city? When Gu Weiwei was distracted, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Do you want to buy into the Doomsday Landlady system? Landlady? Gu Weiwei paused and answered without hesitation. Yes. As she answered, the mechanical voice continued to sound. Bind to the Doomsday Landlady system, detected that the player is being forcibly bound to the Doomsday game system, connecting. Tampering with data. Merging. Please wait. Listening to this intermittent mechanical voice, Gu Weiwei couldn't help but think. Tampering? Integration? Could it be that the level of this Doomsday Landlady system is higher than this Doomsday game? If so, can the Doomsday Landlady system protect her? Just as she was thinking this, Gu Weiwei saw that the information on the screen in front of her had changed. The scene has been generated, and the game has officially begun. Friendly reminder, the world has changed. Please work hard to survive. As the information was generated, the changing scene around her froze, and Gu Weiwei only felt a wave of heat coming. Looking up, she saw the blue sky, boundless and without a single white cloud. The sun was shining directly on her face, and her face was a little red. When she returned to her sight, the passing vehicles and pedestrians around her seemed particularly normal, without a sense of disobedience. But Gu Weiwei knew that her world had changed. Looking at her eyes again, the screen did not disappear, but the words had changed. The entire screen turned into a game-like panel. Her personal information was clearly displayed on the main screen. Player, Gu Weiwei. Task, complete the Doomsday game. Each game lasts for 1 month. Pass safely and enter the next level. Failure means death. Any player who completes all the games can restore the blue planet to normal. Points, 100 extra points can be obtained in the game. Negative points are considered a failure. Mall, open, shopping items available. Backpack, 10 slots, up to 99 per slot. Game, 1, Doomsday Disaster, Extreme Heat, Drought Zone, in progress. Countdown, 29 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes, 23 seconds. After reading it, Gu Weiwei couldn't help but frown. After the Doomsday game gamified their world, it gave them a way to recover after clearing the game. But it did not specify how many games they had to clear, and it was not specified whether any player could complete it. There are more than 7 billion people in this world. All this proves that it is very difficult to clear this game. At this moment, she already felt the deep malice of the Doomsday game. Don't tell me why you feel this way. After all, if there was no malice, they would not have gamified the entire planet without asking. Those who regarded their blue planet as a bug. Generally, the words that directly determine the fate of their planet, she still remembers it now, and the Doomsday Landlady system at least asked her. With a sigh of relief, Gu Weiwei adjusted her mood and began to head towards the direction where the crowd gathered. The Doomsday Landlady system was still nowhere to be seen, so she asked for information first. After a while, Gu Weiwei found a coffee shop to sit down, and felt the air conditioning in the shop, and the whole person felt comfortable. At this time, the sound of other people's discussions came to her ears. It's too hot today. Yes, in March this year, we said that our F city had reached the summer standard, and now it's getting hotter day by day. From March to now, it hasn't rained for 2 months, and the rivers are almost dry. There have been water and power outages these 2 days. This weather is really unbearable. That's why I came here to use the air conditioning. Anyway, I can't stay at home. Let's buy some water and store it at home. Of course. Fortunately, our country is big enough. We are dry and water scarce here, and other places have water to supply us. Otherwise, Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment after listening to this information. It has not rained in this world for 2 months. Adding to the extremely hot and arid zone displayed on the game panel, it is certain that the disaster in this world has begun. To spend a month in such a world, water and food are indispensable. Gu Weiwei subconsciously wanted to take out her mobile phone and shop online, but after searching all over her body, she couldn't find it, and then she realized that she had changed the world and her mobile phone was gone. But Gu Weiwei still took out an ID card from her body. Name, Gu Weiwei. Gender, female. Date of birth, XXX. Address, XXX. ID number, XXXX. It is obvious that except for the first 2 lines, the other information is fabricated. With no money on her, Gu Weiwei focused on the mall. She had 100 points. She clicked directly into the mall, and when the product catalog was refreshed, Gu Weiwei closed it without saying a word. 5 points for a bottle of water, 5 points for a loaf of bread. If you rely on points to exchange for supplies, you won't survive for a few days. The order is closed. There is no ice or water today. At this moment, the coffee shop employee said in a panic. Why so fast? Yes, there were so many people yesterday. Didn't you open until the evening? It's so hot. How can you live without drinks? Hey, go to other beverage shops to buy drinks. Seeing the apologetic look of the employee, the other customers, who were queuing immediately went to other shops. Gu Weiwei seemed to be thinking about something. After Happy Coffee had finished all the orders, Gu Weiwei came forward. The shop assistants were cleaning up the bar. When they saw Gu Weiwei approaching, they quickly said, Sorry, we are closed. I'm not here to buy anything. I just want to ask, even if we don't have enough water here, isn't Happy Coffee a chain coffee shop? It should be available from other places, right? Is it no longer delivering water? Gu Weiwei knew from others that other areas supplied mineral water to this place, which meant that they were connected, but it was a problem that this coffee shop suddenly ran out of water. The clerk listened, his face changed, and finally he said, We contacted the headquarters yesterday, and they would deliver water today, but we didn't expect that the call was not connected today. This kind of thing happened to more than just our family. Gu Weiwei listened and paused. They players arrived at this game area today, and this game area was also disconnected from the outside world today. Is there any connection between the two? If it is really disconnected, then from today on, this place is an isolated city. 100,000 players, 5 million NPCs, drought and water shortage, no external assistance, defending the city alone. It is easy to imagine what will happen in the next month. Just then, a customer shouted fuck. Gu Weiwei's attention was instantly drawn to it. Our city is actually disconnected from the outside world. What does disconnected mean? It means that we can't contact the outside world, can't see the outside information, can't contact the outside people, whether it's communication or reality. How is it possible? The internet is going crazy. It's actually true. What's going on? Is it an alien invasion? Is it because of the magnetic field? People at the scene took out their phones to check. Gu Weiwei was surprised that the news spread so quickly. This means that next, whether it is players or NPCs, they will probably go crazy to stock up after knowing the news. If there is no replenishment, the supplies in this city will definitely not be able to supply so many people. Especially water resources, because everyone will fight for it, and everyone will be greedy. She has already anticipated that the future environment will become worse and worse as time goes by. Can she really spend a month in this game area safely? No, after all, she is just an ordinary person. Unless she has a golden finger. Gu Weiwei thought of the Landlady system that was bound before. Is the fusion completed? When Gu Weiwei was calling for it in her heart, the mechanical sound finally appeared. Fusion completed. The Doomsday Landlady system is officially launched. Chapter 2. With this voice, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Gu Weiwei, and the player panel of the Doomsday game was pushed into the corner. Strong enough, she likes it. System? Gu Weiwei called. After a long time without a response, Gu Weiwei's eyes were fixed on the newly appeared virtual screen in front of her. A model was displayed on the screen. Gu Weiwei recognized it instantly when she saw the model. This is her building in the city. Did they bring it to the game world? Host, please follow the instructions to go to the building. The next moment, a big red arrow began to appear on the screen, guiding Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei followed it, of course. A moment later, in a nearby block, a familiar building was seen. Do you want to open the building? Yes. Please name the house. Doomsday Apartment. Doomsday Game, Doomsday Landlady System, Doomsday Apartment. Just order the Doomsday package. Following Gu Weiwei's words, a shining sign appeared on the building in front of her. Gu Weiwei sighed and went straight into the house. At a glance, she found that although the appearance was the same, the interior had changed. After all, she did not waste the space on the first floor, and also built several rooms for rent. Now those rooms are gone, leaving only the empty hall. At this time, the panel also changed from a model to a model plus data. Building, Doomsday Apartment, upgradable. Level 0. Ownership, Gu Weiwei. Description: within the scope of the building, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth, points 100. Mall, open, goods can be purchased. Facilities, 0. Tenants, 0. When she saw the immunity to damage, she instantly became alert. This means that she can continue to be a landlady who eats and waits for death. Hee, a safe house in the Doomsday game. Get it? As long as she manages this apartment well, her life will not change at all. The building has been opened. Get a novice gift pack. Novice gift pack. Apartment sign *1, front desk *1, rest area *1, public toilet *1, vending machine *1, room *10. At the same time as the gift pack appeared, the apartment map in front of Gu Weiwei had already shown the appearance of the lobby, and each object still had its initial position. Gu Weiwei thought the location was reasonable, and was too lazy to change it, so she just confirmed it. After confirming it, in the blink of an eye, the lobby of the apartment suddenly became formal. The next moment, she went directly to the front desk. She wanted to see how this apartment would be operated. The front desk was equipped with a computer, and there was also a large light screen at the back for projection. At this time, the number of rooms on the computer reached 100, but they were all locked, and only 10 were marked as unlockable. Obviously, the upper limit of this apartment is 100 rooms, which is much more than the number of rooms she originally had. There are currently 10 rooms, and there are conditions for adding more rooms in the future, and the apartment needs to be upgraded. For example, the current apartment is a level 0 apartment, so there are only 10 rooms, but if it is upgraded to a level 1 apartment, 10 more rooms can be unlocked. There are 2 conditions for upgrading to a level 1 apartment. Condition 1, entertain 10 tenants. Condition 2, 10 points. Gu Weiwei glanced, and continued to read on. Facilities 6. 1. Apartment sign, increase tenant attraction. 2. Front desk, provide tenant room information. 3. Rest area, increase tenant happiness. 4. Public toilet, convenient for tenants. 5. Vending machine, need to be stocked. 6. Room, need to be unlocked. Gu Weiwei checked the facilities, and found 3 that needed to be operated. Front desk, please specify the operator. 1. Gu Weiwei. 2. Recruitment. 3. Self-operation vending machine. Please open the mall, and put the goods on the shelves. Room. Please determine the room type and price. Gu Weiwei operated without hesitation. Compared with the first 2, Gu Weiwei chose to operate the front desk without hesitation. It has been determined to operate the front desk independently. The next is the mall. After clicking it, a wide variety of products appeared on the screen. The points used to purchase the products are the points of the Doomsday game, and the 2 are universal. Water, 1 point. Bread, 1 point. Instant noodles, 2 points. Potato chips, 2 points. Chocolate, 2 points. Basically, they are all well-packaged products. There are currently 20 product slots. After looking at her points, Gu Weiwei directly selected 3 products: water, bread, and instant noodles. 10 bottles of water, 10 points. 10 loaves of bread, 10 points. 10 packs of instant noodles, 20 points. After the purchase, the price was doubled and put on the shelf. Double profit, enough. After the shelves, Gu Weiwei saw 3 new products immediately appear on the vending machine. As long as she didn't change, the vending machine would be able to restock them automatically. Finally, the room. When choosing unlockable rooms, 5 types of rooms appear: single room, double room, quad room, 8-person room, and family room. Gu Weiwei observed that in the unlockable state, points are not required to unlock. That is, she does not need to spend extra points for the initial 10 rooms. But if you want to unlock other rooms, you need corresponding points. Gu Weiwei unlocked a single room and 9 8-person rooms without hesitation. There are 100,000 players in this game area. In addition, it was the early stage of the game, and if it was too expensive, players would definitely not be willing to spend money. As for the single room, it was prepared for her. No matter how hard it was, she couldn't suffer herself. Not to mention that this was a no-cost business. After unlocking, Gu Weiwei set the price according to the lowest price allowed by the system. Room type, single room. Unit price, 10 points. Rooms remaining, 0. Room type, 8-person room. Unit price, 32 points. Rooms remaining, 9. After the room was unlocked, the information about the vacant rooms immediately appeared on the computer at the front desk and was projected on the screen at the back. It has been detected that Doomsday apartment has the qualifications to operate. Do you want to start operating? Gu Weiwei answered affirmatively. Yes. Doomsday apartment has started operating. The current daily operating cost is 10 points, and the settlement is made after midnight every day. Do you want to spend 5 points to advertise to players? When she saw the operating cost, Gu Weiwei was surprised. This is also a points big spender. Luckily, she didn't use up all the points. However, as long as there are customers, earning 10 points every day is a relatively easy thing. For example, water. She just compared it. A bottle of water in the player mall costs 5 points. The Landlady system mall is much cheaper. As for advertising, that is a must. Players must know that only by having such an apartment can they make money. She just doesn't want to go out to solicit customers. Gu Weiwei chose yes again without hesitation. Advertisement is being placed, please wait. Compared to Gu Weiwei, who got an apartment, had a territory and a goal, most people were still shocked and panicked by the sudden change in the world. The surrounding environment is strange, the people are strange. Everything is strange. Only the content displayed on the screen in front of them officially tells them that they are not dreaming. Their world has really been gamified. They have become players, who are always on the edge of life and death. After realizing this, people with good psychological quality have quickly entered the state and started to prepare to stockpile supplies. After all, in the Doomsday world, it goes without saying that supplies are the top priority. Players in the extremely hot world stock up on water and food. Players in the extremely cold world stock up on warmth and food. Players in the zombie world look for weapons and safe zones. They are all trying to stay alive. As for those who cannot adapt to the changes in the environment, curse their parents, or are in the disadvantaged groups, they face the oppression of the game and the oppression of others. If they can't stand it, they will only face death. Because the rules have changed. The law of the jungle has become the mainstream since the advent of the Doomsday game. UCU was one of the first people to understand the new rules. Before the Doomsday game, she loved reading Doomsday novels, but she didn't expect that such a day would come in reality. At the beginning, she noticed someone walking around with a Doomsday game sign, so she hurried to join them. As a result, after everyone met and learned about the current situation of this game area, someone actually proposed to steal the NPC's things. She knew very well that when faced with a threat to survival, most people would make choices that were beneficial to themselves, and this was understandable. But what she was afraid of was that once this loophole was opened, those who attacked NPCs would attack players, who also had points in the future. So she took the opportunity to quit the team, and then quietly found a part-time job in a small restaurant nearby. If she couldn't join, she could only stay away and keep a low profile. After working hard for 3 hours, she got 60 yuan. Take out the payment code, I give you the money. The boss lady recognized UCU's workability, and said directly with a smile. Just give me cash. UCU said quickly. While the lady boss was taking the money, she continued to ask, do you need anyone for dinner? No, we have to close the store for a break. The lady boss shook her head, looked at UCU, and reminded her in a low voice, our supplier can't deliver the goods. Little girl, remember to prepare more water and food. Thank you. UCU took the money and thanked her. At this moment, she seemed to have an illusion that the NPC next to her was a real person with flesh and blood. The NPC in this game is really smart. When UCU took the money to buy water at a nearby convenience store, the price of water in the convenience store had already increased. A bottle of water now costs 10 yuan. The clerk saw UCU running straight for the water and quickly reminded her. UCU listened and took 5 bottles of water directly, and used the remaining money to buy large quantities of cheap biscuits. At this time, the clerk store had received many electronic orders and began to get busy. Looking at this scene, UCU couldn't help but feel nervous. Next, it will be more and more difficult to buy supplies. Can she really pass the game like this? If not, maybe she can only face death. UCU's mouth twitched slightly. Maybe death is a relief. Just when UCU was laughing at herself, she felt the screen flash in front of her eyes, and suddenly a new message came. Doomsday Apartment is open. Doomsday Apartment is officially open, providing food and accommodation, renting from 1 day, and promising to protect the life safety of tenants in the apartment. Location, XXX. Note, in Doomsday Apartment, the consumption currency is points. This information was like a virus invading, flashing on the screen until 30 seconds later, it disappeared, but the content above was deeply imprinted in UCU's mind. Doomsday Apartment? Is it related to the Doomsday game? Finally, her eyes fixed on the words board and lodging and safety. For these two reasons, she wanted to go and see. Then, UCU rushed over according to the address above. This scene was not only happening to UCU, but all the players within a certain range of the Doomsday Apartment received the news. After receiving the news, most of them put aside their current plans and rushed to the Doomsday Apartment. Chapter 3. Inside the Doomsday Apartment. Before the guests arrived, Gu Weiwei went directly to the single room. The single room was not much different from the hotel's double room, and it was even equipped with enough home appliances. Just when Gu Weiwei was excited to take a good bath, she found that the water and electricity used were fixed, and the excess needed to be purchased, which eliminated the possibility of waste by tenants from the route. Fortunately, because she was in a single room, the water provided was enough for her to simply wash. After a simple wash, Gu Weiwei washed her clothes and spent 1 point to buy a set of clothes in the mall for replacement. Compared with food, the prices of clothes and other supplies in the Doomsday Landlady system mall are really low. After taking a shower, Gu Weiwei lay down on the big bed in the room. The comfortable temperature and the moderately soft and hard mattress made Gu Weiwei fall asleep directly. It was not until an unknown amount of time later that a voice suddenly appeared in my mind. The advertisement has been delivered. A total of more than 700 players have received the advertisement information. Please prepare to welcome customers. Hearing this, Gu Weiwei suddenly got up from the bed. Looking at the synchronized information on the screen, Gu Weiwei quickly came to her senses. More than 700 players. Are they only sending messages to nearby players? But it's not a small number. As long as all these players come, as long as they buy a bottle of water, she could earn hundreds of points. I hope there will be more players coming. After all, being a player is equivalent to a good life of lying down, and players can also survive better through the Doomsday Apartment, which is mutually beneficial. Shortly after Gu Weiwei packed up and returned to the hall, the glass door of the Doomsday Apartment moved, and a figure pushed the door open and entered. The person who came was UCU. When she entered the Doomsday Apartment, she was a little worried. The slogan was so good, but when she saw the name was related to the Doomsday game, it was hard for her not to be wary of it. Of course, her main purpose was to explore the situation of the Doomsday Apartment and see if she could get some breakthroughs from it. Unexpectedly, after entering, she found that there was already someone inside. Hello, welcome. Gu Weiwei waved to UCU. Facing the bright smile, UCU could hardly have any ill will, and she said subconsciously, hello. After that, she coughed several times due to lack of water, and her mouth was dry and cracked. After running around for a long time in the hot environment, UCU was really tired and thirsty. She naturally drank the water she bought on the way, but she didn't dare to drink too much, just a sip. She forgot to drink it when she was looking for the location of the Doomsday Apartment. Now her throat was really tight, and she didn't dare to take water from her backpack in front of her. Gu Weiwei had already noticed her embarrassed look and asked directly, "Do you want water? Water is sold at the vending machine." Following the direction pointed by Gu Weiwei, UCU nodded and walked over, and saw the vending machine at a glance. Whether this place can have a stable supply of water is a key point. Walking to the vending machine, UCU immediately noticed that there were only 3 items on it. So few, but seeing that water only requires 2 points, UCU's eyes lit up. More than half cheaper than the Doomsday Game Mall. Conscience. UCU bought a bottle without hesitation. After taking it out, she gulped it down without hesitation. After drinking half a bottle and relieving her thirst, she put it down with reluctance. At this moment, she indulged a little. Of course, there was another important reason. She hoped that because of her purchase of this bottle of water, she could hook up with Gu Weiwei. After all, Gu Weiwei was obviously related to this Doomsday Apartment. Is there a limit on the purchase of water? UCU asked Gu Weiwei immediately. Gu Weiwei heard this and said directly, no purchase limit. As long as you have enough points, you can buy as much as you want. Will there be more goods in the later stage? The goods in Doomsday Apartment should increase slowly. Are you the owner of Doomsday Apartment? UCU continued to ask. with a thoughtful look on her face. This is the first official NPC she has met in the game. Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded. What are the rules in this Doomsday apartment? Can I stay here forever without checking in? Yu Xiu asked hurriedly. Now, she has discovered that this Doomsday homestay is a magical existence. After entering, the heat wave outside seems to have nothing to do with this place. She thinks that maybe this is a safe zone set by the Doomsday game. There are no rules for now, but non-apartment tenants can stay in the apartment for no more than 6 hours a day. Gu Weiwei said directly. This rule comes with the Doomsday Landlady system, and Gu Weiwei also expressed her understanding. After all, only in this way can we attract players to stay here and also guarantee the interests of tenants. Yu Xiu was not surprised. She thought 6 hours was quite long. At least there was a safe place to stay when the situation was critical. Is this intelligent management? Yu Xiu continued to ask. Yes, everything is intelligent. If you want to book a room, you can go to the front desk to register. Yu Xiu listened and immediately went to the front desk to take a look. The computer at the front desk faced them, showing the current available rooms and the price required for each room. Seeing that the single room cost 10 points, Yu Xiu unconsciously smacked his lips a little. This is a bit too expensive. The 100 points, they can't live for half a month without food or water. But when they saw the 8-person room, their eyes lit up instantly. 8-person room, 32 points, only 4 points per night. If a month, it may be 120 points. As long as you make good use of the 6-hour rule, you can get through a month, and you just need to work hard to prepare the water and supplies needed for a month. But this apartment is so big, but there are only 9 rooms, which can accommodate 72 people. But there are 100,000 players in the entire district. Realizing the urgency of the quota, Yu Xiu couldn't help but ask, will there be more rooms later? Yes, but there are only 100 rooms in this building, Gu Weiwei said directly. Anyway, she suggested that Yu Xiu book a room early. As the environment becomes more and more dangerous, it is not easy to book a room. Just then, there was a new movement at the door, and many people rushed in from outside. Seeing this, Yu Xiu did not hesitate to operate at the front desk and booked a bed for herself in an 8-person room. The moment the reservation was made, a room card was ejected from a machine at the front desk. Yu Xiu quickly collected it. The people who came in were all a little excited after feeling that the temperature inside was much lower than outside. It's so comfortable. It's a sharp contrast with the outside. Yes, I feel that it's getting hotter outside. Compared with when I came in the morning, it's definitely more than 10 degrees higher. This should be the safe zone of the game. I said that the game can't possibly leave us no chance to survive. I wonder if the water and food here are expensive. There are people there. As they discussed, they turned their eyes to Gu Weiwei and Yu Xiu and greeted them enthusiastically. Are you also players? Zhang Jingze in the team asked first. I am a player. Yu Xiu responded, then lowered her voice and said, she is an NPC, the owner of this apartment. NPC. After Yu Xiu said this, Gu Weiwei realized that Yu Xiu had misunderstood her. No wonder she was so respectful to her just now. A sly look flashed through her eyes. She hadn't planned to do this originally, but now it seems that pretending to be an NPC is a good choice. Anyway, she doesn't have to go out with the Doomsday apartment. Thinking about it, she said to Zhang Jingze and others who had just arrived, hello, welcome to the Doomsday apartment. About the Doomsday apartment? Can you tell us about it? Zhang Jingze asked Gu Weiwei directly. Everything about the apartment needs you to do it yourself. Gu Weiwei said directly. She was too lazy to greet. Otherwise, how much time would it take to introduce one by one? Zhang Jingze and others heard it and expressed their understanding. It seems that this is how the game is played. You need to collect information yourself. Gu Weiwei looked at their expressions and couldn't help but pause. It's terrible to imagine yourself, but she likes it. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Jingze and his party began to explore the entire apartment. After a while, they gathered together again. Unless you stay, you can only stay in the apartment if you make a purchase, and you can only stay in the apartment for 6 hours at most. If you don't make a purchase, you can only stay for 10 minutes, no more than 3 times. After checking in, you can stay in the hotel all the time. You can buy a bed now, and it only costs 4 points. There are only 3 items at present. Fortunately, the price is cheaper than the game mall, especially a bottle of water only costs 2 points. In addition, the advertisement information mentions guaranteeing the safety of tenants. It seems that there are safety rules in this area. The players on the scene were a little disappointed and a little happy as the invisible lines were revealed. The disappointed thing was that with their points, they could not stay in the apartment forever. They still needed to return to the hot game area, at least for supplies. The happy thing was that with the Doomsday apartment as a foothold, they were not helpless in the game area. After all, the Doomsday apartment was obviously a place where they could live in peace. How do you get points? The game only gives us 100 points, but we have to stay in this game zone for 1 month. There must be hidden points rewards, but it's only the first day of the game, so we don't know about it. Game points can be transferred. What if it's involuntary? There is no such rule, which means that the game allows players to plunder points from each other. The last sentence was said by a bookish boy wearing glasses in the team. He just made a guess based on the current situation. It is the first day of the game, and everyone has enough points. But if everyone continues to spend their points in order to survive, what will they do when they run out of points and face life-threatening situations? If a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Realizing this, everyone at the scene fell silent. They knew very well that such a thing was very likely to happen. After all, even they could not guarantee what choice they would make when their lives were threatened. Yusuyu, who was listening, couldn't help but feel depressed. How about we form a group activity? Zhang Jingzi said directly, at least we have more people, so some people with ulterior motives will be afraid to act rashly. They gathered at a distance from the Doomsday apartment. Before they officially entered, they had been observing and found that only players could see the Doomsday apartment, and NPCs would not notice it at all. Later, when they saw people around them staring at the Doomsday apartment, they knew that these were all players, and then more and more people gathered, and then they came to break into this place together. Until now, it can be considered fate. Zhang Jingzi believes that as long as everyone unites, with the help of Doomsday apartment, the success rate of overcoming difficulties is very high. Okay, I agree. I agree too. Most of the players agreed, only a few remained silent and left the team silently. Zhang Jingzi did not react to this. It was all voluntary. I agree too. Yusuyu also spoke quickly. She had been fighting alone before, but she felt that gathering together might not be safe for one person. Now seeing this temporary team, it seems to be safe for the time being, so she will join. She still needs to stock up more. Then, a group of people who formed a new team began to get to know each other and made a future survival plan on the spot. Gu Weiwei looked a little strange when she saw this scene. People's adaptability is really strong. As for her, in order not to be as diligent as other players, she still has to hold on to the thick thigh of the Doomsday Landlady system. After a while, the group discussed and decided to go out together to see if they could stock up more supplies outside, while it was still light outside. Although the items in the Doomsday apartment are cheap, they must be purchased with points after all. If you have the ability to obtain supplies from other places, you should save points as much as possible. As for booking a room, some people have booked it, while others have not. Zhang Jingzi booked it. He just estimated the number of places, and felt that the room was in high demand. Why choose a limited 6-hour stay, when you can stay forever? And he felt that the room in the Doomsday game safe zone might not be of much use. After Yusuyu and Zhang Jingzi left, the whole apartment was quiet for a moment. Gu Weiwei immediately looked at the control panel. Wealth, points 175. Product cost, minus 50 points. Advertising fee, minus 5 points. Purchase of goods, minus 2 points. Product income, plus 64 points. Room booking income, plus 68 points. Finally, there is income. Moreover, it seems that the apartment can be upgraded. Chapter 4. Entertain 17 tenants, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 10 points and upgrade the level 0 apartment to a level 1 apartment? Yes. Gu Weiwei replied. The Doomsday apartment has been upgraded to a level 1 apartment. 10 rooms can be unlocked, and the control range has been expanded from 1 meter to 10 meters. The room was selected as the 8-person room with the largest capacity as before, and Gu Weiwei's attention was focused on the control range. Soon, Gu Weiwei determined that the control range refers to the area outside the Doomsday apartment. Can it actually get bigger? At this moment, a thought flashed through Gu Weiwei's mind. Does this mean that the apartment is not just an apartment, but more like a site, a territory, and the surrounding land can be accommodated by the apartment as it develops? Soon, the thought was suppressed by Gu Weiwei. These are all things in the future, why bother to speculate? Just take one step at a time. She just needs to work hard to protect her own piece of land. At this time, players have been entering the Doomsday apartment one after another, and they are all here to confirm the existence of the Doomsday apartment. After confirmation, most people made the same choice as Zhang Jingzi and Yusuyu, either leaving the Doomsday apartment alone or in a group, choosing to go out to search for supplies. Return at night. Gu Weiwei watched the players coming and going in the apartment, and she stayed in the rest area, becoming a landscape in the Doomsday apartment. Looking at the dusty players, Gu Weiwei was once again glad that she had bound to the Doomsday Landlady system, otherwise she would have to go out. But as more and more players appeared, Gu Weiwei's existence also became the target of some players. This Doomsday apartment belongs to this NPC. I heard from other players that she is the first NPC with an official identity. No wonder this NPC is different from other NPCs. She doesn't have to worry about drought at all. Do you think? Can this NPC's Doomsday apartment be plundered? It can be plundered in the games I played before. If we succeed in plundering, will we be the ones who enjoy the happiness in the Doomsday apartment? It won't hurt to try anyway. As someone was saying this, many people immediately started to think about it. After all, compared to them working hard to stock up supplies in the hot weather, Gu Weiwei, the NPC, looked clean and refreshing, which made people envious and jealous. It's not that people don't have anything, but that people have something. After experiencing a big change, some people's minds have become crooked. After looking at each other for a few times, someone quietly took out a weapon and slowly approached Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei didn't notice it, but she had a cheat. Malicious presence detected within Doomsday apartment. Should we expel them? Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment when this voice suddenly popped up in her mind. When she turned around, she saw someone coming towards her with a weapon. What do you want to do? Gu Weiwei stood up and asked directly, looking around, frowning unconsciously. She was not only concerned about those who wanted to take action, but also those who chose to wait and see when they saw it nearby. It was only the first day. Was human nature so twisted? Soon, Gu Weiwei understood. Because she assumed that she was an NPC and became a member in the Doomsday game, in their eyes, she was no longer a human being. This idea intensified their greed. After thinking it through, Gu Weiwei didn't need an answer, and just silently said yes in her heart. And seeing Gu Weiwei discover, these players were ready to kill Gu Weiwei. But just as they moved, they suddenly felt that their bodies were restrained by something. The next moment, he flew out of the Doomsday apartment. This scene was seen by many players at the scene, and they looked at Gu Weiwei with different eyes. As expected of an NPC who can sit in the safe zone, he is really awesome. For a moment, many players' little thoughts disappeared instantly. After Gu Weiwei felt the change in their eyes, she continued to sit back on the sofa. A vicious incident occurred in the apartment, triggering the rule task. Please formulate the apartment rules. Listening, Gu Weiwei was surprised for a moment, and then replied in her mind, "Can you formulate it?" The owner did not respond, and the rules are being automatically generated. Rule 1. The owner has absolute ownership of the Doomsday apartment and has the right to evict all tenants. Rule 2. Players who attack the owner will be blacklisted and killed directly if necessary. Rule 3. In the Doomsday apartment, any behavior that harms the personal safety of others and damages the interests of others is prohibited, including harassment, intimidation, extortion, violence, robbery, etc. Violators will be blacklisted and deducted corresponding points. Rule 4. To be continued. Automatically generated. Gu Weiwei felt that this automatic was very soulful. Gu Weiwei was too lazy to think about it. Thinking too much would give her a headache. She only needed to know that, so far, she was the beneficiary. It was such a happy thing to be able to lie down in such a situation. The lazy have their own blessings. The ancients were not deceiving me, and Gu Weiwei, who had established a prestige, did not know that the existence of Doomsday apartment had caused an uproar outside. At this time, after Zhang Jingze and his party left Doomsday apartment, they split up to work part-time. As for Zhang Jingze, he went to the business hall and bought himself a mobile phone. Because the environment was too real, he believed that the information about the game area would most likely be concentrated on the internet. After all, the internet is a distribution center for information. As soon as he got the phone, he clicked on the short video in the phone. The app was downloaded by the salesperson, and it is definitely the most commonly used app in the game area. After scrolling through several posts, Zhang Jingze found that the remaining short video content was posted by local residents of City F. After browsing several videos in a row, I stopped at a video at a highway intersection. The owner's car was parked on the highway. In front of him was a car accident scene with a series of collisions. Further ahead was a fog that made it impossible to see the road ahead. Something mysterious happened. F City was cut off from the outside world by a mysterious force. In the comment area, many people have expressed doubts about this phenomenon, and there are all kinds of speculations. What's going on? I've always heard that our F City is disconnected from the outside world. I thought it was just a communication issue, but I didn't expect it to be real. If we can't get out, can we get in from outside? What's the reason? Can any official explain it? I'm so panicked. I felt something was wrong for a long time. The weather this year is very abnormal. It hasn't rained in our city for 2 consecutive months. There are also floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tornadoes, and all kinds of weird weather in other places. It's terrifying to think about it. Maybe they are experimenting with something. Believe in the government, believe in the country. After seeing one of the messages, Zhang Jingze paused. Other places, floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tornadoes. In the future, will those places become game areas? These are all natural disasters, so it's worth remembering. Maybe the next game area will be a similar natural disaster? After remembering this, Zhang Jingze continued to watch. Suddenly, the screen went black and it directly showed that the video had been removed. Zhang Jingze continued to flip through the videos and found that the relevant videos would be removed as soon as they appeared, leaving only some. Selling dog meat under the guise of sheep. The video still exists for the time being, but sensitive words are still not allowed in the comment area, otherwise it will be banned. Then, Zhang Jingze exited the video and began to look through the news on various online platforms. Basically, no one mentioned this matter, but Zhang Jingze still checked the previous news. Why hasn't it rained in F City for 2 months? It is because of the influence of the nearby atmospheric circulation. The temperature is rising and has not fallen back. Please pay attention to prevent heat stroke. The government issued a red high temperature warning. Water from the north to the south. A large amount of mineral water has entered F City recently to supply residents' daily needs. After searching the internet, Zhang Jingze breathed a sigh of relief. He still collected some useful information. Directly searched the temperature in the past 2 months. Zhang Jingze found out. In the first month, it increased at a rate of 0.1. In the second month, it increased at a rate of 0.2. Today is the first day of the third month. The temperature is 40 degrees. If it increases at a rate of 0.3, it will be 49 degrees, which is still within the tolerable range. However, the exact temperature will depend on the next few days. After getting this information, Zhang Jingze became even more excited. Then he directly entered the information manually to search. When Zhang Jingze chose to search for the Doomsday game, a related forum actually appeared. To enter this forum, you must answer a question. Where is the location of the Doomsday game? Zhang Jingze answered without hesitation. Blue star. After answering, he successfully entered the forum. Then he refreshed it, and found out that this forum was built by a computer tycoon after going online, targeting players of the Doomsday game. So far, there are not many players, only a few thousand, but the number is obviously increasing. Obviously, after a whole day of development, many people have resources in their hands, and naturally they can go online. At this time, a post caught Zhang Jingze's attention. Not because of anything else, but the 4 big words on the title of the post, Doomsday Apartment. He clicked in without hesitation to check it out. Doomsday Apartment, the safe zone of Doomsday game. In the morning, I received a mandatory advertisement from Doomsday game, asking me to go to a Doomsday Apartment, saying that it can guarantee absolute safety and has provided food and accommodation, so I went there. I have decided to book a bed in the Doomsday Apartment for a long time. There is water for bathing and electricity. This life is as refreshing as before the invasion of Doomsday game. After reading the main content, Zhang Jingze's heart skipped a beat. This post is apparently praising Doomsday Apartment, but in fact it is flattering. No player can resist being moved after seeing this post. Then look at the comments below. Is it true? Of course it is true. I believe there must be people who have received the advertisement. Come out and verify it. Why don't you send me the advertisement? Send me the address? Here is the address, XXX. Okay, I go right away. Hee, if there is such a good place, it will be mine soon. The last sentence seemed to tear open a hole. More and more people were clamoring to go. After reading it, Zhang Jingze hesitated. Should he go back and tell Gu Weiwei, or try to occupy Doomsday Apartment with other players? After a moment, Zhang Jingze had made a choice. He chose to believe in Doomsday Apartment. After giving the task of assembling the team to UCU, Zhang Jingze directly found Gu Weiwei with his mobile phone. Gu Weiwei couldn't help laughing when she heard what Zhang Jingze said. Free publicity advertisement. There is such a good thing? Chapter 5. Seeing that Gu Weiwei was not angry but laughing, Zhang Jingze couldn't help but wonder, is the boss mad? As if she had seen through Zhang Jingze's thoughts, Gu Weiwei did not intend to explain, but looked directly at the phone in Zhang Jingze's hand. Did you just buy this phone? Yes. After hearing this, Zhang Jingze paused, then took out a mobile phone from his pocket and handed it directly to Gu Weiwei. This is what I prepared to give to you, the boss, with the phone card installed. Gu Weiwei looked at the brand new mobile phone in front of her. With a surprised look on her face, you prepared it a long time ago. Well, it seems that you, the boss, have never used a mobile phone, so you probably didn't have time to buy one. Zhang Jingze said quickly. Gu Weiwei is the boss of this Doomsday apartment, and deserves his careful treatment. As the one being flattered, Gu Weiwei's mood is really a little complicated. But it must be said that the gift from the other party touched her heart. She is not the kind of person who takes advantage of others at will, and she directly gave Zhang Jingze 20 points. Thank you for your gift, a small thought. When Zhang Jingze saw the message, his pupils couldn't help shrinking. Although, relatively speaking, the price of a mobile phone can buy much more things than 20 points. But the meaning of points is different. At critical moments, points can save lives, especially in the later stages of the game. Originally, 100 points had to be carefully calculated, and now there is 1/5 more. This feeling is a bit refreshing. The money spent on this mobile phone is worth it. As expected, he is worthy of being an NPC in the safe zone. This hand is really too generous. Thank you. Zhang Jingze thanked him sincerely. It's a matter of reciprocity. Gu Weiwei actually felt a little distressed, but she also understood that the other party must have spent a lot of time and money to buy a mobile phone at this time. She could only compensate him, and it was also to deepen her NPC character. After all, only NPCs could be so indifferent to points. Then Zhang Jingze did not ask Gu Weiwei about her plan and turned around and left. Anyway, he believed that the NPC who could open an apartment in the game area was definitely not easy to mess with. This was a boss-level figure. Zhang Jingze searched the hall and saw the team led by Yusiyu. He was about to join them, but he saw that the team was stopped. What did you get today? Someone stood up and asked Yusiyu. Zhang Jingze took a look, and it seemed that they were the players who came to the BNB with them before. The latter were free to act. That's it. Everyone went to find a part-time job that suits the situation. They were busy until now, and came back to earn hard-earned money. Yusiyu responded conservatively, complaining about this person's lack of knowledge in his heart. Is this kind of thing something that can be said? No matter what time, wealth should not be shown off. With so many of you, you are going to find a part-time job? The man looked at Zhang Jingze in surprise. Zhang Jingze looked at the other party's reaction, and a hint of deep meaning flashed across his eyes. Yusiyu listened and understood what the other party meant. That is, he thought that so many of them might go out and do something illegal. He really thinks highly of them. But does this also mean that the players have already started to have bad intentions on just the first day? Hey, sometimes you really should not underestimate human nature. At this moment, Zhang Jingze stood up directly, his expression unchanged, and said calmly, Do you have any higher-paying jobs? Want to recommend them to us? We can hang out with you. After hearing what Zhang Jingze said, the man looked a little embarrassed, looked around and said, No, no. Then he walked away in disgrace. Looking at the other party's reaction, Zhang Jingze was a little surprised. When talking about gangsters, the other party seemed a little scared. At this time, Yusiyu said to Zhang Jingze, Someone in front wanted to deal with the boss, and then he was taught a lesson by the boss. Taught a lesson? When Zhang Jingze came back, he found Gu Weiwei and really didn't have time to find out what happened. The boss didn't even make a move. He was thrown out by a mysterious force out of thin air, and the man was also blacklisted, and he couldn't see the existence of the Doomsday apartment directly. In addition, look at the big screen. Yusiyu reminded. Following the direction Yusiyu pointed, Zhang Jingze saw the rules scrolling. Rule 1. Rule 2. Rule 3. After reading it, Zhang Jingze immediately understood Gu Weiwei's smile. That was a disdain for those who wanted to find fault. It must be. It seems that his investment was right. The apartment has such a rule, and the safety of us players can also be guaranteed. At least, we don't need to be so vigilant within the apartment. Zhang Jingze said with a happy look on his face. Yes, everyone is very well behaved now, and the rooms released in the apartment have been snapped up. Yusiyu continued. Speaking of which, she and the others came back later than Zhang Jingze, but the news she got was no less, and she was good at collecting information. Has the apartment released more rooms? Zhang Jingze said. Yes, 10 more rooms have been released. Yusiyu replied. The boss said that her apartment has a total of 100 rooms. 100 rooms, all for 8 people, can only accommodate 800 people in the end. Zhang Jingze and Yusiyu looked at each other, with a tacit understanding in their eyes. If these 100 rooms are fixed, then no one who occupies the room now will give up the room. How hard is it to find a safe place to live? Then, the two of them cast their eyes on the lobby of the apartment. There were many people coming and going in the lobby at this time, and it could even be said that it was overcrowded. The sofas, tables and chairs in the rest area were already full, and there were long queues in front of the vending machines and public toilets. In other open spaces, people seemed to use this place as a resting place, randomly found a place to sit and lie down, leaving only a passage for people to walk. It was like a camp. These people didn't get a room. However, as long as they spent money, they could stay for 6 hours, which was not bad. Fortunately, they came quickly before. After sighing, Yusiu asked Zhang Jingza directly, "Did you find any useful information on your phone?" Listening, Zhang Jingza took out his phone, clicked on the video, and let Yusiu and others watch it. The government is currently blocking the news, but there are continuous news reports. Whether the NPCs care or not, they are all stockpiling goods. They all seem to think that there will be no big problems in the end. Yusiu and others took it and looked at it. After watching it, everyone's expression was a little strange. The structure of this game area is really very real. These apps are similar to what we used before. There are also NPCs. Each of them is very smart. So, our competitors for survival in this city are these NPCs? When it comes to stockpiling, how can we compare with these NPCs? In the future, we can no longer simply regard them as NPCs, but as competitors. They will not only snatch supplies from us, but may also attack us. In fact, after the first day of the game, most players have noticed it. The game area generated by the Doomsday game is so real, it makes them feel that such a world has existed. And it is dangerous because it is real. If you look down on these NPCs, you will suffer in the end. However, it is also because they are too real. When facing them, it is really difficult to treat them as data. Let's take it one step at a time. Finally, Zhang Jingza said directly, "No one knows which direction this game area will develop in. We just need to do what we should do. If you are well prepared, you will have a higher chance of survival. Come to think of it, we haven't checked out the room we booked yet. Everyone, go to the room, take a break, take a shower, etc. We go out and find our way later." Zhang Jingza looked at the tiredness of everyone in the team and said directly, "Yeah." The group nodded, their eyes instantly filled with desire. "I heard that there is water and electricity in the room." The group went directly to the direction of the elevator. You also need a room card to take the elevator, and it is very smart. Non-tenants will be identified when entering the elevator. The reason why I know this is because someone has tried it. Therefore, after seeing Zhang Jingza and his party get on the elevator, many people in the hall had a hint of envy in their eyes. How can such a large apartment only have 20 rooms open? Someone else went upstairs. They should be the group that came to the apartment in the morning. They are so lucky. Yes, I heard that you can take a shower. Well, speaking of it, I smell a little bit all over my body. I sweated a lot outside. I really want to take a shower. A bottle of water is precious in this game area. The apartment has a bathroom. Why not make a washroom? It's okay if it's cheaper. It's good enough that you can rest here. It's hot outside now, and the temperature here is suitable. Everyone chatted out of boredom, and the topic changed as they chatted. Did you have any unexpected situations when you went out today? What accidents do you mean? I saw a player robbing an NPC, but after a while, the police came and he was arrested directly. NPCs are still in charge of this? Yes, this game area is really strange. It doesn't look like a game at all. Maybe it's to make it more difficult for us. Oh, who would have thought? I was still playing games at this time yesterday. I was eating crayfish at home. Now I'm eating bread here, and I don't even dare to throw away any crumbs. When will this game end? It's just the beginning. What sin did Blue Star commit to attract this damn thing? Shh, don't say anything. It's obviously a high-tech product. Who knows if it's intelligent? It would be bad if someone is thinking about it. Just think about it. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. In the game, every minute and every second is torture. As the conversation progressed, some people began to grow angry. Yes, they were living a good life, but suddenly encountered a huge change. How could they feel good? They can accept the game and work hard, which means they have good psychological quality. Gu Weiwei actually heard what the players were talking about. After all, she was in the rest area, very close to the lobby, so it was hard not to hear it. And she was here to see what her breadwinners needed. Many of the words were blocked by Gu Weiwei. After all, she couldn't handle the Doomsday game. She did capture something that the players urgently needed. Washroom. She remembered that there seemed to be one in the Doomsday Landlady system mall. Gu Weiwei searched it out quickly. Product, washroom. points. 50 Gu Weiwei was really shocked when she saw the price. But thinking about the number of people and players that the apartment could accommodate, she gritted her teeth and bought it. You have to sacrifice before you can gain. Give away 50 now, and you can get countless 50 in the future. After buying it, Gu Weiwei placed it directly next to the bathroom. When it was generated, many players in the hall saw that a door opened directly on the wall next to it, and there were 3 big words written on it. Washroom fuck. The apartment suddenly has a washroom. Is this an upgrade or something? Did the boss hear us? Someone noticed Gu Weiwei, who was sitting on the sofa not far from them, swiping her phone. It must be the boss. Thank you, boss. You're so nice. In an instant, countless people stood up and headed straight for the washroom. It's enough to have a place for them to wipe and maintain their little dignity, the players thought humbly. Gu Weiwei paused after hearing their thanks. She just wanted to earn more points from them. Chapter 6. The bathroom has been set up. Please set it up. The voice of the landlady system continued to sound. Gu Weiwei's attention was diverted back. The bathroom on the screen was a small model, which had already been divided into male and female bathrooms, and there were many single rooms in the bathroom. The initial equipment was actually equipped with shampoo and shower gel, of course. Hot and cold water were fixed. But these things need to be purchased with points. Just enter the price in the box at the back. As for the quantity, it is strictly controlled by the system. There is also a system recommended price at the back, 0.3 points/time, 0.1 points/gram. Gu Weiwei looked at it, and then directly filled in 2 prices. 0.1 points/time, 0.05 points/gram. For that sentence. You are so nice, she will earn less. Anyway, she wants to win by the number of people and quantity. In addition, she also directly put the close of 1 point per set from the vending machine. There will always be someone who needs it. After entering and confirming, the washroom can be used, and there is another enthusiastic exclamation in the front of the queue. After a moment, hot water is available, and it only costs 0.15 points to take a bath. Is it so little? Of course the amount used is also small. It is impossible to take a good bath, and a good bath costs at least 1 point. Forget it, it is impossible for me to take a bath with 1 point. By the way, can I take the bath water? The rules of the washroom clearly state that you cannot take water for drinking. If you take water for drinking, remember to tell me. I am waiting to see what will happen to you. Forget it, don't commit taboos easily, there is no such good place outside. By the way, there are clothes for sale in the vending machine. 1 set requires 2 points. Although it is very cheap, forget it. I will still wear the same clothes today, and buy clothes tomorrow. I can stay for 6 hours at that time, perfect. In fact, after the exchange, the things in the Doomsday apartment are expensive. It is expensive only in the early stage, when the money outside can be used. When the money is useless in the later stage, the things in the apartment are all conscience prices compared to the game mall. That's right. Because of the existence of the washroom, the player spirits, which had been low for a day, seemed to be a little different. Although they had encountered such a big change and abandoned everything in the past, they were still alive. Giving up life is not something that can be done easily. After all, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. And Gu Weiwei looked at the apartment hall that suddenly became lively, and she felt a little emotional in her heart. Humans are indeed social animals. She now has the Doomsday Landlady system, and does not need to accept the manipulation of the Doomsday game system for the time being. She does not know why, but it seems that at least this game area seems to be owned by her alone. If she is the only one guarding this Doomsday apartment, what fun is there? More people, more lively. The next moment, Gu Weiwei's eyes continued to be on the phone. Just now, she also browsed a lot of information on her phone. After reading it, based on her many years of experience in surfing, this game area is too real. Especially the previous setting background and the current situation, the connection is so perfect that people can't see any loopholes. Gu Weiwei's mind was unconsciously opened. Could this be a real world, or? This world is definitely not a newly generated game area. After all, only this way can it be explained. However, this idea was quickly suppressed by Gu Weiwei. The information obtained now is too little, and her idea is still too arbitrary. Then, she continued to collect information about this game area with her mobile phone. Then, he began to input words related to the Doomsday game. Zhang Jingze could know the news of other players, which means that there is a channel for communication between players. And the internet is definitely the best channel. Sure enough, Gu Weiwei saw the forum on it. After successfully entering the word blue star, The above information was directly printed in his eyes. What kind of crappy game is this? It's just torturing people. Help, it's only the first day, and I feel like I can't stand it anymore. I have formed a team, and am now recruiting players. Interview location, XXX. There are all kinds of posts. Obviously, there are many players who are able to go online. Yes, with 100,000 people, there will be some strong ones. It was also in these posts that Gu Weiwei saw the post that Zhang Jingzi mentioned. In the post, everyone's desire for the Doomsday apartment was very strong. Gu Weiwei did not see their respect for NPCs. Some people even revealed that they invaded an NPC's home and took everything from them. Some people also said that they took advantage of the NPC's sympathy and cheated a lot of money. Gu Weiwei unconsciously thought of what the previous player said. There were cases where players chose to commit crimes and were arrested by the police. Obviously, many players chose to use illegal means. After all, they came to this game area without money, and robbery was the fastest way to accumulate primitive capital. According to the original situation of the game area, it would not be so chaotic when the news was first known, but who let a group of players come? The order had already unknowingly laid the groundwork for imbalance. While she was thinking about it, she had unconsciously scrolled to the end of the post. Successfully arrived at the marked location. I didn't expect that there is a Doomsday apartment. Fuck, I received a welcome message from the Doomsday apartment when I was still a long way from the apartment. At least 10 meters away. This Doomsday apartment is not ordinary. The tone was full of amazement, and there was also a bit of eagerness to try. Gu Weiwei's eyes unconsciously cast towards the door. Someone is coming, at the same time, outside the door. A team of people looked at the Doomsday apartment, and there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. I thought the guy on the forum was lying, but it turned out to be true. Yeah, is this really opened by an NPC? TSK. Do you think we can snatch it from the NPC? Not now, but in a few days, when this game area is more chaotic, we may be able to do it. This group of people were talking, a little bit unscrupulous. Obviously, they were also lawless. At this time, a person sneaked up on them from the side. I'm the one who posted it. After being discovered, his hands were tied tightly, and the man quickly spoke. The poster? Then you must know the situation inside. Come on, take us in and take a look. I was blacklisted by Doomsday apartment. The man said. Blacklist? What's going on? Jiang Xiaoxiong, the leader of the team, spoke, looking at the man with a sizing look. I just did something bad in Doomsday apartment. The man said dryly, now I'm forbidden to enter. What? Is someone stopping you from entering? Jiang Xiaoxiong raised his eyebrows and asked, come with us. Let's see who can stop you. But the man wanted to say something, but was dragged away. Jiang Xiaoxiong led his men straight to the Doomsday apartment. There were other people around, also observing Jiang Xiaoxiong and his party. Who are they, so arrogant? A small team, headed by Brother Jiang, with a strong presence on the forum, mainly robbing NPCs. So they came here. He said in the forum that he wanted to rob the Doomsday apartment. One of the players couldn't help but cough lightly when he said this. The others were silent. Who gave them the guts? They dared to provoke an apartment with the word Doomsday on it. Many people directly regarded this group of people as a joke. Of course, they also wanted to see what kind of end they would have. At this time, Jiang Xiaoxiong had already led his men to approach the Doomsday apartment. But about 10 meters away, they instantly felt a different coolness from outside. Brother Jiang, it's so cool here, is the air conditioner on? This NPC's territory is really good, if we can take it down. Jiang Xiaoxiong's men said, with a bit of yearning on their faces. Just as they walked in aggressively, suddenly, one of them flew out with a scream. Jiang Xiaoxiong turned around, and saw that the person who flew out was the one who was just blacklisted. Fuck, will the Doomsday apartment still prohibit people from entering? Is he blacklisted? I heard that someone attacked an NPC today, and was blacklisted by the NPC. This NPC is probably a boss. As a safe area in the game area, it must be very powerful. Hee, I have to go in and take a look. In a short while, the players who originally wanted to watch the fun entered the Doomsday apartment one after another. They were not rejected by the Doomsday apartment. Before Jiang Xiaoxiong and his men could really start, they were immediately given a warning, and their faces changed again and again. Now they only felt the pain on their faces. After all, apart from other things, just this mysterious power was not something they could resist. Brother Jiang, one person shouted with a guilty conscience. Their confidence in dealing with ordinary NPCs was gone in an instant. To deal with NPCs with powerful powers, they, the players, were nothing but scum. Jiang Zhaoxiong also realized this, but his expression remained unchanged, but he maintained the demeanor of a boss, whispering, "We are here to seek shelter in the safe zone, and we haven't done anything wrong. So what are we afraid of? Besides, this is a good place. If we don't deal with NPCs, won't we still find opportunities to deal with players?" Jiang Zhaoxiong continued. He still hoped to get rich through robbery. After all, the money came too quickly. Right. After Jiang Zhaoxiong said this, everyone else reacted. So, under the leadership of Jiang Zhaoxiong, the group successfully entered the Doomsday apartment. As for the man who was knocked away, he got up and left after catching his breath. He should stay away from the Doomsday apartment. He can't afford to offend. After entering the Doomsday apartment, Jiang Zhaoxiong and others felt the goodness of the Doomsday apartment, so they couldn't wait to buy a bottle of water in the Doomsday apartment and planned to stay in the Doomsday apartment for 6 hours. It can stock up, be safe, and select targets, and it only costs 2 points, which is worth it. In addition, they also took a hot bath happily. Gu Weiwei has been waiting for people who are causing trouble, thinking about whether to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, but in the end, she only saw the points growing continuously. Where are the people? Chapter 7. Gu Weiwei felt a little regretful, but she was still very happy. At least the apartment was more intimidating, so her life could be more stable. Moreover, who wouldn't love to earn more points, especially since the points meant she could live a good life. Then, her eyes unconsciously wandered around the mall of the Doomsday Landlady system. Speaking of which, because she now had 2 systems, she had specially studied the things provided by the 2 system malls. After comparison, Gu Weiwei found that although there was some overlap in the products, such as food, water, and other daily necessities, the positioning of the 2 was different. The Doomsday Game System Mall has a variety of weapons, armor, etc. The Doomsday Landlady System Mall has a variety of infrastructure, various types of buildings, roads, warehouses, street lights, green belts, etc. Obviously, the Doomsday Landlady System Mall is more inclined to business. So many of the products in it are food stalls, food stores, and all kinds of things. Today, Gu Weiwei ate bread and water. These 2 were too bland, so she couldn't forget all kinds of snacks. If she couldn't eat them, she could only look at the food in the mall to satisfy her craving, and by the way, she also learned about the products in the Doomsday Landlady System Mall, so that she could use them when needed and earn points as soon as possible. After getting a general understanding, Gu Weiwei returned to the main page. Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the word upgrade. The apartment can be upgraded again. Entertain 152 tenants, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 20 points and upgrade the level 1 apartment to a level 2 apartment? Yes. The Doomsday apartment has been upgraded to a level 2 apartment. 30 rooms can be unlocked, and the control range has been expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters. Gu Weiwei looked at the 30 rooms that could be unlocked them immediately, and posted them out. As soon as they were posted out, many players in the lobby noticed it. Another room has been released. Fuck, is it so sudden? There is really no pattern in the release of rooms in the apartment. Sometimes 10 rooms, sometimes 30 rooms, and the time interval is wrong. Who said there is no pattern? Maybe it is full. Are you still worried that it will not be full? As soon as it comes out, a lot of people will rush to grab it. Oh, it's night. If you move in, won't it be a waste of points? It will be more convincing if you don't queue up. Anyway, I think the rules must be related to the tenants. Normal, it's an apartment. If there is performance, it must be related to the number of tenants. Does this mean that this place can be upgraded? It must be upgraded step by step, otherwise how can the rooms be released one by one? The players discussed one by one, of course, their mouths were moving, and they were quick to act, and after arranging their positions, they firmly occupied their positions. Anyone who wanted to cut in line was driven away by everyone. Beds are hard to come by, so cherish them. In a short while, the 30 rooms Gu Weiwei had put up were all taken up, earning 1050 points. Gu Weiwei had returned to her room. When the countdown on the page turned to the beginning of 28 days, Gu Weiwei's operating income came out. Wealth, points 1635. Commodity cost, minus 200 points. Advertising cost, minus 5 points. Operating cost, minus 50 points. Commodity purchase, minus 16 points. Commodity income, plus 324 points. Room booking income, plus 1,482 points. Gu Weiwei was really surprised to have so much income on the first day. Of course, Gu Weiwei's eyes unconsciously focused on the operating costs. In the morning, the operating cost was said to be 10 points, but the settlement turned into 50 points. It seems that the operating cost is linked to the number of rooms, and it will get higher and higher. However, judging from the current situation, Doomsday Apartment only needs to continue to maintain its advantage in the game area to have no worries about income. He roughly went through the control panel and filled up 200 portions of water, bread, and instant noodles. After all, the products in Doomsday Apartment are not competitive in the game area. If it weren't for the 6-hour stay time, I'm afraid many players would not buy them. Thinking of her abundant points, Gu Weiwei wondered if she could stock up some goods in reverse. With a little points, the supplies she could get would definitely be more and more delicious than those in the Doomsday Landlady system mall. In addition to satisfying her appetite, she just thought of another possibility. That is, there are still supplies to collect in this game area. What if the next game area cannot collect supplies? Then, can't she sell the supplies she bought at a low price from this game area to other game areas and earn points back? Let's think more. This game area is extremely hot, so there are also extremely cold disasters. So the common warm-keeping supplies in this game area are first aid supplies and another disaster. Ordinary players only have 10 grids, but she owns an entire Doomsday Apartment. Isn't it easy to stock up some supplies? The plan gradually took shape in Gu Weiwei's mind. And unknowingly, as time passed, Gu Weiwei slowly fell asleep. Unlike her peaceful sleep, countless people tossed and turned at night. The next morning, at daybreak, many players packed up and left the apartment. After all, it was cooler outside at night than during the day, and they only had 6 hours a day to use. If they didn't save some time, it would be hard to survive. At this time, these tourists who only had temporary qualifications were envious of the players who could grab a bed. Those who spent a little more points than them could enjoy the protection of the 24-hour apartment and a comfortable living environment. The bed situation of the 8-person room was still revealed. Although it is an 8-person room, the bed is about 1 meter wide, each person has a separate locker, and is also equipped with a bathroom and balcony. Such a situation would probably make people feel simple before the Doomsday game comes. But at this time, the game area can be said to be a godlike existence. But as soon as they left the apartment, many people instantly felt something was wrong. Hot, very hot. The sun didn't even rise at this moment. How could it be so hot? Isn't this hotter than yesterday at noon? I feel it too. I'm sweating. It's only 3 in the morning. Yes, it's cool now. It's so hot when it's dark. How hot will it be during the day? The scariest thing is that it's only the second day of the game. Is this game a survival game? When the last few words came out, the atmosphere on the scene was silent. Everyone has already thought of the seriousness of the situation. At this moment, many people felt that their throats seemed to be a little bit dry, and they were even more thirsty. The news of higher temperatures spread in the apartment in an instant. After hearing the news, the players went out in groups in silence. They had to find a way to stock up more supplies, otherwise, they would definitely not survive for more than a month. When it was dawn, everyone in the apartment was discussing this topic. Gu Weiwei naturally knew about it. She subconsciously opened the forum and started to read it. Today's temperature is 45 degrees, 1 degree higher than yesterday's highest temperature. It's only morning now. How can people survive? Pay attention to the player panel. There is an additional sign-in page. You can get 1 point by signing in the next day. Go sign in, recruiting players, including 2 meals, and an additional supply package. After a rough browse, Gu Weiwei has already got the information she wants. She subconsciously glanced at her player screen, and sure enough, she saw a sign-in column behind the points. After clicking, a message popped up. Congratulations to the player, you have successfully survived for a day and received 1 point. 1 point is better than nothing for Gu Weiwei, but for the player, it is a new hope. Oh my god, you can actually sign in and get 1 point for signing in. Where is it? It's behind the points. If I can get 1 point a day, I can get 30 more points in a month, so I can live in the Doomsday Apartment for a month. Yes, and it must be more than 1 point. No one will check out now. Do we still have a chance to stay in the room? I believe that no one will check out. Instead of thinking about people checking out, it is better to consider when Doomsday Apartment can develop new rooms. That's right. Now 50 rooms are not enough. All players have great trust in the safety of Doomsday Apartment. And for them, it is important to have a safe place to stay. After all, at present, supplies are relatively easy to find, but safe places to stay are hard to find. As they chatted, many people's eyes unconsciously fell on Gu Weiwei. Some people still had the courage to ask Gu Weiwei, "Boss, When can new rooms be opened? Gu Weiwei listened and said directly, maybe some rooms can be released today. After the apartment was upgraded to a level 2 apartment last night, the conditions for upgrading to a level 3 apartment were announced. Condition 1. Host 500 tenants. Condition 2 50 points. Condition 3. Buildings *2. Currently own Doomsday apartment *1. It was also this condition that made Gu Weiwei certain of one thing, that the Doomsday Landlady system hoped that she could continue to expand her scale. The future of Doomsday apartment may not just be an apartment with only 100 rooms. For this, no matter how lazy she is, she can only follow the rhythm of the Doomsday Landlady system. After all, the Doomsday Landlady system is her parents of food and clothing. She is now looking for a suitable building in the mall. Once found, she will be promoted immediately and open the room. Hearing what Gu Weiwei said, the players were instantly surprised. Must grab a room. However, thinking of the endless competitors, many players are a little worried. I wanted to ask about the specific time, but then I thought of what Gu Weiwei said, maybe, and I swallowed my words. I'm afraid that Gu Weiwei, the boss, doesn't know when to advance. Forget it, just go with the flow. Most players considered the current situation and finally didn't choose to wait in the apartment. After all, their points have been determined to be used in the Doomsday apartment to get themselves a safe place to live, so the materials they need in the next period of time can only be accumulated by themselves. The most important thing is that they realized a fact. The game area they are in now is the primary field. The primary field is already so difficult, and the intermediate and advanced levels behind are not sure how terrifying it will be, so they have to consider not only the supplies for 1 month in this primary field, but also the future. The next moment, the players dispersed and began to leave the Doomsday apartment in groups. In a blink of an eye, the entire Doomsday apartment became much quieter. Gu Weiwei relatively calmly accepted the players' rush to the life and death battlefield, and then put the matter of adding new buildings and stockpiling supplies on her agenda. Chapter 8. First, the building directly opened the Doomsday Landlady System Mall. After screening, various buildings appeared directly in front of Gu Weiwei. Of course, the prices were also very shocking. Product, apartment. Points, 1,000. Product, B&B. Points, 1,000. Product, hotel. Points, 1,000. Product, tent area. Points, 500. After searching for a while, Gu Weiwei found a relatively cheap building that was suitable for Doomsday apartments. The tent area is introduced as providing camping sites for tenants, with an initial 100 tents. The gap of 100 tenants can obviously be made up from here. As for other buildings, it is not impossible, but the location is a little insufficient. Because of the size, not only 1,000 points are needed to buy buildings, but also points are needed to buy land, and the points for buying land are more expensive than the buildings themselves. When she saw it, Gu Weiwei was already prepared in her heart. She had a hunch that in the future, in order to expand the scale, maybe, she really had to buy land for use. But now? Forget it, she'd better take it one step at a time. Originally, according to her idea, it seemed that guarding such a Doomsday apartment was enough. However, she seemed to be unable to forget the sparkling eyes of those players because of the new rooms. That was hope. So, it didn't cost her much effort. She only needed a little bit of points earned from the players to expand the scale. It seemed that it was not impossible. Moreover, with more people, it is easier for her to earn points, and with more points, she can live a more comfortable life. Do you want to spend 500 points to buy the tent area? Yes. After the purchase, a small building appeared on the screen map of the Doomsday apartment. After upgrading to a level 2 apartment, the control range is expanded by 20 meters, which is just enough for the tent area. Gu Weiwei did not place it randomly, but placed it on the left side of the Doomsday apartment. When it was placed, in addition to the building, a lawn also appeared on the ground. The lawn was a whole piece, but there were small green belts above it, which were neatly divided into small areas. After a quick count, there were exactly 100 areas, corresponding to 100 tents. Gu Weiwei adjusted the position accordingly. In this way, when entering the Doomsday apartment, you can see the tent area at first glance, and wherever you can see, there is greenery. After confirming that it was correct, Gu Weiwei directly chose to generate. After generating, Gu Weiwei finally took a step and walked out of the door of the Doomsday apartment. When I came here yesterday, I felt the heat outside. In a place like Doomsday apartment, where the temperature is well adjusted, Gu Weiwei really didn't want to go out. When I came out of the door, I saw a more dazzling light than yesterday and a sky as blue as the sea, and there seemed to be a faint heat flow in the air. It was enough to prove that the temperature outside was already very high. Finally, Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the tent area. It must be said that the new tent area has added a bit of greenery to Doomsday apartment. You know, due to the drought and lack of water, the plants on the roadside are a little wilted, which can't be compared with the lush and green plants in the tent area. This money is worth spending. After sighing, Gu Weiwei returned to the house and also ordered the tents in the tent area. 2 points/night. 100 tents can earn her 200 points in one night, and the cost will be recovered in a few days. Even if it needs operating costs, it is worth it. In fact, as the owner of the Doomsday apartment, Gu Weiwei's every move is very concerned. Some players, who were resting in the apartment and had not gone out, noticed Gu Weiwei's actions at the first time. So there were many people following her, because they also noticed the new tent area. Even before Gu Weiwei came back, they had already lined up at the front desk. Sure enough, in a flash, the big screen in the apartment lobby and the computer at the front desk showed the option of booking a room. It was possible to book a room, and the room was a tent, one for one person, 2 points per day. This price instantly made many people's eyes warm. 2 points, half of it is saved. The queue is getting longer and longer. Why can't I book? I can only choose one. That's normal. If one person can choose multiple rooms, isn't it a waste of resources? I was thinking about it. Just change to a tent and sell the original bed at a high price. Sell it? It's not too much to add a little bit of points, right? But now this plan is not possible. Check out first, then stay in a tent. You can stay for a few more days. Yes, save points. If it weren't for the future, it would be a bit of a waste to stay in an apartment so early now. Now it's good, a 2-point tent. You don't have to buy water and food in the apartment for the time being, and you can save a lot of points. In fact, most players choose the Doomsday apartment for future considerations. Otherwise, 6 hours a day is enough for many people now, and they don't even need it. Gu Weiwei also heard what these people said. Indeed, relatively speaking, if it weren't for spending money to stay for 6 hours, I'm afraid many people would not be willing to buy things in the Doomsday apartment. In fact, she estimated that the number of people coming and going in the Doomsday apartment had already exceeded 1,000, but only 500 or 600 people stayed for a long time, and the rest chose to endure. They would rather keep the points in their hands. Gu Weiwei felt that if it were her, she might choose to enjoy every day, because no one knows when an accident will happen. Retracting her thoughts, Gu Weiwei came to a sofa in the rest area. She basically rested here when she appeared in the apartment these 2 days. Therefore, even if she left, no one would occupy her position. Relatively speaking, her position is better, just forming a relatively independent space. After sitting down, Gu Weiwei's eyes continued to wander on the screen. The tent area opened the door to a new world for her. If the building is suitable, it is pure money-making. Product, restaurant. Points. 200 points. This supporting facility mentioned that the restaurant can provide thousands of foods. Gu Weiwei instantly became interested when she saw thousands of foods. Most importantly, 200 points is within her affordability. No matter what kind of environment, people can't get away from the word eating. The restaurant will definitely have a long-term effect. So buy it. Do you want to spend 200 points to buy supporting facilities restaurant? Yes. Select mode. Self-operation or host self-operation? Note, you can switch after selecting. Of course it is self-operation. Gu Weiwei has already noticed the benefits of self-operation, and the front desk is very good, with fast timeliness and no mistakes. As soon as the selection is made, the building model appears. The restaurant is really a restaurant, with tables and chairs neatly arranged, but there is an oversized vending machine on one side. But unlike the previous vending machine, this vending machine dispenses hot food. As for the location, the open space on the right side of the rest area was chosen, which was connected to the rest area. After confirming, Gu Weiwei was directly generated. After the generation, rows of neat tables and chairs, and an oversized vending machine appeared in the hall. The restaurant has appeared. Fuck, our hot food here? I wonder if it's expensive. I should still buy it with points. I can't bear it. In addition to signing in, is there any way to earn points in this game? Otherwise, even though good days are just around the corner, you dare not spend them easily. I think so too. After all, points are quite useful. It is impossible for them to only go out without earning anything. I heard that some players are experimenting to see if there are things needed for the Doomsday game in the game area that can be exchanged for points. And I don't know if this Doomsday apartment will accept anything. That's right, there is nothing in the vending machine in the Doomsday apartment. When Gu Weiwei heard the last sentence, She subconsciously twitched her lips. It's not that there's nothing in the Doomsday apartment, but she knows that even if she puts it up, these people may not necessarily buy it. But it seems that if she uses points to collect some things, these players will be very willing. Then, Gu Weiwei checked the situation of the restaurant's vending machine. Like the vending machine in the lobby, you need to select the product. The thousands of products introduced before appeared in front of Gu Weiwei, dazzling and dazzling. Fortunately, there are some categories above. This vending machine has a total of 50 product slots. After careful selection, Gu Weiwei directly selected 5 products. White porridge, 0.5 points. Steamed buns, 0.5 points. Green bean soup, 0.5 points. Dry pot cabbage set, 1 point. Braised pork set, 2 points. These 5 types are first to deal with players. As for other stews, snacks, fried goods, desserts, etc., she can choose to add them when she wants to eat. She can sell them one by one and replenish them by herself. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei doubled the price and gave a discount price of 3 points for the braised pork set meal. After setting it up, it was generated directly. The players who were looking into the restaurant's vending machine found it instantly. Sure enough, there are hot dishes. So cheap. White porridge only costs 1 point, which is more cost-effective than water. It's drinkable and filling. The same goes for steamed buns and mung bean soup. It's only 1 point. Dry pot cabbage set meal, 2 points. Braised pork set meal, 3 points. The same as in the Doomsday game mall, a conscience price. The players were all very excited. Gu Weiwei looked at it and smiled in her heart. What will excite you is still to come. Gu Weiwei continued to search in the Doomsday Landlady system mall, and finally found a suitable product in it. Product, recycling cabinet. Points, 100 points. The recycling cabinet, as its name suggests, is used to recycle second-hand goods. Put things into the recycling cabinet, and the recycling cabinet will give a price based on the residual value of the goods. Even if it is a new product, it is considered a second-hand product when placed here, and the price is very low. In other words, it is a must-have for unscrupulous businessmen. For Gu Weiwei, this is perfect. Otherwise, it would be a loss to exchange points for goods that can be seen outside at any time. Do you want to spend 100 points to buy goods and recycling cabinets? Yes. Then, it is time to select a location. Gu Weiwei directly placed it next to the automatic sales cabinet in the lobby. The recycling cabinet requires points to operate. Please recharge. Gu Weiwei entered 100 points without hesitation. After the recharge was completed, the recycling cabinet began to operate. The appearance of the recycling cabinet directly ignited the enthusiasm of the players. Chapter 9. Fuck, am I seeing things? The Doomsday apartment is actually going to recycle things? Can I exchange things for points? Great. It's actually true. I knew there would always be a way out. This damn game actually left us a way out. This time, we don't have to live off our savings. I was just saying that. I didn't expect it to be realized so soon. The players in the Doomsday apartment were all very excited. They knew very well what the existence of the recycling cabinet meant to them. Some of the players, who had originally stayed in the apartment, were a little reluctant to stay. After a while, there were fewer players staying in the apartment. The remaining ones were probably the elderly or the young, and they still needed time to adapt to the environment. At this time, after confirming that her new items were all correct, Gu Weiwei continued to lie flat in the rest area and continued to surf the internet with her mobile phone. The first thing is to enter the player forum. Although there are some mixed people here, it can at least be regarded as a distribution center for information. At least those who can get the game and go online 2 days before the game are either more thoughtful or more powerful among the players. The information of this part of people is relatively fast. At this time, the forum is indeed discussing various information. Many stores are closed today. They want to suppress the news, but they can't suppress it at all. The news of disconnection from the outside world is flying everywhere. Many people couldn't help but rob, and were caught by the police. Friendly reminder, now is not a good time to rob. In fact, you can't attack NPCs now, but you can attack players. Points are the kingly way to survive. A friend of mine was cheated by a player, and all his things and points were taken away. Don't trust players. Don't trust players. Hide your identity. Across the network, the news on the forum is a little unscrupulous. The word robbery appeared much more frequently. Some players even started to kill each other. This is only the second day of the game. It seems that the word game really magnified the evil of many people. Pursing her lips, Gu Weiwei's eyes were back on the forum. She couldn't intervene in this situation at all. She just managed her Doomsday apartment quietly. At least, under her control, she would not allow such a thing to happen. No matter how much, she couldn't control it. Then, he began to post in the name of a forum user. Doomsday Apartment launched a tent area, only 2 points a day. Doomsday Apartment added a machine, a recycling cabinet, to recycle secondhand items, which can be exchanged for points. Doomsday Apartment added a restaurant, white porridge, steamed buns, and mung bean soup only need 1 point, dry pot cabbage rice 2 points, braised pork set meal 3 points, good quality and low price. Welcome to eat. Gu Weiwei advertised without hesitation. At present, the forum has a good flow of people. After a while, people started to reply to the post. What on earth is this Doomsday Apartment? I heard it's a safe zone? It seems that safe zones all require money. I saw someone robbing yesterday. What was the result? Yes, the robbers, come out and tell us, is this Doomsday Apartment really that good? It's really good. Did you succeed in the robbery? How dare I? There is a heavyweight NPC here. It should be an official NPC, who has mysterious power in the game. Anyone who dares to act recklessly in the Doomsday Apartment will be kicked out of thin air, as if an invisible hand is throwing people out. It's really that awesome. Yeah, this is where the tenants of Doomsday Apartment come out. It's safer indeed. Are there any rooms left in Doomsday Apartment? Don't overthink it. There are no more rooms. Doomsday Apartment can only accommodate a few hundred people. There are no more rooms now. However, if you make a purchase, you can stay in there for 6 hours. Do you need points? Can money do it? It didn't work before, but it should work now. You can use money to buy some goods, and then recycle them in the recycling cabinet, convert them into points, and then spend money in Doomsday Apartment. Where is the location? I want to check it out. Look through the records. They have everything. Does anyone know what will cost more to recycle in the recycling cabinet? It just came out, so I don't know, but there should be news soon. Seeing that the feedback was not bad, Gu Weiwei exited the forum contentedly and began to search for the situation in the game area. As discussed in the forum, the news that this place was disconnected from the outside world could not be concealed at all. As soon as the news came out, it caused an uproar. Some shops were closed urgently, and the supplies in the shops were transported back to their homes. They all have fixed suppliers. The local suppliers have been confirmed and have no goods on hand, and the suppliers from other places cannot be contacted at all. The authorities cannot give them a definite answer. After all, even if a city is not a first-tier city, it is a second-tier city. It is scary enough to lose contact with other places for a day and a night without any movement. Merchants are not selling goods. Even if ordinary residents believe in the government and the country, they are panicking. Today, many people directly asked for leave from the company to stock up with their families. All shopping apps have completely crashed. Not to mention the unordered items. Even if they have placed an order, they may not be delivered. Residents have already started to panic because they can't buy anything. Gu Weiwei was watching a live broadcast of a large supermarket at this time. Large supermarkets dare not close due to government orders and can only limit purchases to citizens. But even with the purchase limit, the supermarket has been occupied by residents, and the queue is very long. If there were no armed police officers holding the scene, I'm afraid many people would rush in. The government will ensure the daily needs of residents, open shopping at fixed times and locations every day. We will contact the outside world to get rescue as soon as possible. The anchor in the live broadcast room filmed the scene and spoke official words. Obviously, he also received official instructions. Even if the anchor was holding an umbrella, sweat was pouring down. Switch the video again, and it is basically the same. It is obvious that the government is still controlling speech, but yesterday it was mainly blocked, and today it is mainly to stabilize people's hearts. What made them change their attitude? Gu Weiwei knew very well that this control was probably only temporary. While Gu Weiwei continued to explore the news, many players saw the advertisement she posted. Zhang Jingze was one of the people who saw it relatively quickly. Today, he still led the team out to make money. What he didn't expect was that after just one day, it was more difficult to make money than the day before. First, the temperature was over 40 degrees. Walking outdoors was torture every minute and every second. My whole body was soaked, and I had unconsciously drunk half a bottle of water I brought with me. Then there is the price of goods. A bottle of mineral water that cost 10 yuan yesterday has risen to more than 20 yuan today. The price of beverages is even more expensive. As for food, it is also facing a trend of rising prices across the board. Even at this price, many people still buy them out. Finally, there is work. Many shops closed directly today. Even if they did not close, They were unwilling to hire part-time employees to increase their burden, making it even harder to find a job. In this short period of time, only less than 10 of the more than 20 people yesterday found a job. Even if they found a job, the price was abnormally low. Zhang Jingze didn't find a job, and he didn't plan to find one for the time being. After all, he had stockpiled enough supplies. The reason why he led the team out was, first, to understand the situation outside, and second, to avoid being seen. Although it is very safe inside the Doomsday apartment, its rules and regulations outside the Doomsday apartment cannot restrict people's hearts. There are all kinds of people in the apartment. If he enjoys it directly, who knows if he will be targeted by someone with ulterior motives and become the target of others. In the current situation, being targeted is not a good thing. Therefore, Zhang Jingze hid in the mall to avoid the sun. There were many people like him. This mall has its own engine. In order to attract customers, it specifically stated that the air conditioner will be turned on during certain hours. Although it is not as low as usual, it is much lower than outside. Zhang Jingze was browsing his phone in such an environment. He also checked various news in the game area first, and then entered the player forum after he had some understanding of the situation. As a result, as soon as he entered the player forum, he saw many Doomsday apartments that he was familiar with. When Zhang Jingze saw the advertisement-style content, he was completely stunned. Is this true? Zhang Jingze subconsciously thought that it was a joke made by others. After all, the content here is really good. The existence of the tent area and the restaurant reduces the renting cost of players in the Doomsday apartment. The recycling cabinet gives players a new way out and an additional source of income for points. His fingers trembled a little, and he began to brush the post. When he saw someone in it confirm this matter, Zhang Jingze instantly became excited. Anyway, he was going to go back and take a look. If he could return the room and change it to a tent, he could save half the money. But before Zhang Jingze went back, he went to several places and notified them one by one. I'm not sure if this is true, but I'm willing to go back and try it. You can see for yourself. After notifying, Zhang Jingze left immediately. Of course, some people who reacted quickly followed Zhang Jingze immediately. Yusiyu was one of them. You're still working part-time, leaving temporarily. Are you willing to do it? Zhang Jingze asked, and he felt that Yusiyu was too respectful and supported him at the first time in everything he did. I think it's worth a try. Yusiyu said directly. Besides, not many people can make up such a good thing. The existence of Doomsday apartment is still known to a small number of players. With a whole city this big, 100,000 players among 5 million NPCs are really inconspicuous. Similarly, the Doomsday apartment is also inconspicuous in the entire city. I think so too. Later, more and more players followed them back, and they even met some on the road. The group returned to the Doomsday apartment with anticipation. Just by seeing the building of the Doomsday apartment, they knew that they were right to come back. Because they had seen 3 prominent words on the left side of the Doomsday apartment. Tent area. At this moment, their little hearts were beating wildly. The Doomsday apartment is really the hope for their players to survive in the future. Chapter 10. When Zhang Jingze and his party entered the apartment, they saw long queues everywhere, and the joy on their faces was even greater than theirs. The most lively place was the front desk, where there was a long queue. Zhang Jingze and his party naturally ran to the end of the queue quickly. Although they came back relatively early, they could not compare with the people who were originally in the apartment. At this time, the big screen showed that there were only a dozen tents left. But there were hundreds of people in line. The one in front was heading for the tent, and the one behind was heading for the room they had left. They came back late. Zhang Jingze and the others felt a little regretful. It's okay, the news is true anyway. Yusiyu comforted, but her eyes were wandering around the hall. They had only been away for a while, and the whole apartment had undergone such a huge change. Looking at such a lively scene, Yusiyu felt that her heart was inexplicably at peace, probably because she knew the reason why Doomsday apartment could continue to develop. Let's go see what can be exchanged for supplies. Yusiyu took the initiative to suggest. The source of points is also very important to them. Yes. Zhang Jingze nodded. So, they ran to the recycling cabinet to check the situation inside. In front of the recycling cabinet, countless people gathered. Can you tell me what can be exchanged for the code? Gold can be exchanged. Watches can be exchanged. Snacks can also be exchanged. Clothes can also be exchanged. There are also medicines, but the prices are relatively high. Basically, they can be exchanged, but the prices are different. The prices of minerals are higher, but overall, the prices are relatively low, but it is better than nothing. Yes, I am really satisfied today. I got a tent worth 2 points, and I got points in my account. I feel very happy. Yes, the temperature has doubled today, and the difficulty of life has doubled. Now there is good news, and I am full of energy. The sound reached Yusiyu and Zhang Jing's ears continuously. After confirming this, the two hurriedly left with their people. The opportunity was rare, they must not miss it. There were many people who thought like them. In the following time, except for rest time, the players rarely stayed in the apartment. Most of them were racing against time to stock up supplies, and look for items that could be exchanged for points. Everyone could guess that the situation in the game area would get worse and worse. As the tents were fully booked, the rooms that some players had left were gradually occupied by other players, and Gu Weiwei received another system notification. Entertain 592 tenants, meet the conditions. Own 1 Doomsday apartment, 1 tent area, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 50 points and upgrade the level 2 apartment to a level 3 apartment? Yes. The Doomsday apartment has been upgraded to a level 3 apartment. 50 rooms can be unlocked, and the control range has been expanded from 20 meters to 100 meters. After the upgrade, Gu Weiwei immediately looked at the conditions required for the next upgrade. The next upgrade is to upgrade the level 3 apartment to a level 1 hotel. Condition 1, 2,000 tenants. Condition 2, 100 points. Condition 3, 4 buildings. Note, one of the newly added buildings must be the main building. After reading the conditions, Gu Weiwei was very calm. After all, she guessed last time that the Doomsday Landlady system would definitely allow her to continue to expand. As for the main building, it was probably the apartment, B&B, and hotel she had seen before. Buy it later. Now, earn points first. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei unlocked all the remaining rooms directly, and still set them all as 8-person rooms. This time, there were enough newly opened rooms, and they were not occupied in a short time. After all, at present, there is a certain limit on the number of players active near the Doomsday apartment. The number of players on the player forum is also limited. If the Doomsday apartment wants to let more players know, it will take time to ferment. Time passed by little. On the 3rd day of the game, the temperature was 46 degrees, 1 degree higher than yesterday. Players and NPCs continued to stock up on supplies, and prices soared. Water and electricity were limited to 1 hour. On the 4th day of the game, the temperature was 47 degrees. NPCs rushed to buy supplies, and most players did not have enough money to buy supplies, so a small number of players began to rob. The official organization of the game area cracked down on robbery, and the police station was full of people. Water and electricity were limited to 30 minutes. A large number of people suffered from heat stroke, and the hospital was overcrowded. On the 5th day of the game, the weather was hot, 48 degrees. More and more players participated in the robbery, and some players gathered NPCs to join the team to participate in the robbery, and the police force began to be insufficient. Water and electricity were limited to 10 minutes. Hospitals could not provide medical services, pharmacies were looted, and medicines were expensive and difficult to find. On the 6th day of the game, the weather was hot, 49 degrees. The frequency of social unrest events increased, private supermarkets were constantly stolen at night, and even people broke into houses to rob. The alarm phone could no longer contact the police in time, and various industries began to stop production and work. Water and electricity were no longer supplied. The death toll surged, and many people died at home with no one to collect their bodies. On the 7th day of the game, the temperature was 50 degrees. The game area officials suggested that residents stay at home and form their own guards to resist theft and robbery. The authorities can no longer control the order of the game area. Some private teams spontaneously organized teams to deal with the bodies and clean up the supplies. On the 8th day of the game, the temperature was 51 degrees. The order of the game area was out of balance, and more people joined the crime. The number of sick people increased sharply, and an epidemic broke out. Compared to the dire situation outside, the Doomsday apartment has been relatively stable these days. It's not that there haven't been players who have experienced the dangers of society outside these days. Even on the ground, there are many who want to attack the Doomsday apartment, but they are dealt with 1 by 1, 2 by 2, and as many as they come. The powerful deterrence of force makes players dare not act rashly. No matter how powerful and domineering they are outside, they can only shrink obediently in the Doomsday apartment. At this time, the Doomsday apartment is completely new compared to the previous period. A new trading area has been added in the open space near the vending machine and the recycling cabinet. This trading area was originally used by players to trade here. Use what you have in hand to exchange for what others need in hand, and realize the exchange of resources. This area is also the most lively area in the Doomsday apartment now. Those who have the ability to set up stalls here have a team behind them to support them. Now, only some teams can move outside, and it is difficult for individuals to survive outside. In addition to the robbery incidents, there are more discomforts caused by the hot weather. If you go out alone, you may die outside accidentally. Such incidents have happened recently. The tenant of bed number 5 in room 904 has died. The bed has been cleaned and is available for rent again. After receiving the news of the tenant's death again, Guweiwei paused and sighed. Then, a bed was vacated in the lobby of Doomsday apartment. As soon as the bed was vacated, players rushed forward to grab it. At this time, it was all about speed. I got it. After grabbing it, a player said excitedly. Others watched and could only regret that they were one step late. Alas, it's getting harder and harder to grab a bed now. Doomsday apartment has added apartment number 2, with hundreds of extra beds, but it's still not enough. Yes, there are more and more players coming here. I heard that many people are on their way. Fortunately, Doomsday apartments have unlimited food and beds, otherwise, if there are too many people, they will all be competitors. That's right. Those players who rented houses early are really lucky. As long as they don't die, they can always have a room and don't have to go out to suffer. Today is the 9th day of the game. The temperature outside is 52 degrees. I feel like I'm going to be cooked when I go out. So now I stay in the daytime and go out at night. Although it's still hot at night, at least there's no direct sunlight. It's only the 9th day of the game. How are we going to survive the remaining 21 days? Especially now that the temperature is 1 degree a day, after 21 days, it will be over 70 degrees. Can we survive outside? In the end, when it comes to the 21 days, every player's heart is overshadowed. So if you can't stay in the room, find a place to stay outside in the basement. One day is one day. Yes, it's come to this point. I won't give up unless I can't survive anymore. Hey, there are many people who commit suicide. Everyone is saying that this is a beginner-level game, and it's already so difficult. What about the intermediate and advanced levels? I don't want to die. Suicide means that we have surrendered to the Doomsday game. Why should our lives be completely changed because of this imaginary existence? Yes, I don't know what my parents, my wife, and children will say in such an environment. Are they all? Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about what new products are available in the Doomsday apartment. Recently, the restaurant has launched ice drinks, which is so cool. Mung bean smoothie, mango shaved ice, fruit shaved ice. Every time I go out to search for supplies and feel like I'm living a miserable life, I'm full of anticipation when I think of having these in the apartment. Yeah, I really don't know what we would do if there was no Doomsday apartment. Players sighed one after another, and took out the Doomsday apartment to brush it. Suddenly, they felt that life was a little more hopeful. These conversations happened from time to time in the Doomsday apartment. Guweiwei also heard them all, and then turned her eyes to the panel. The 800 beds in apartment 2 have been rented out. Unlocking these 100 rooms cost her a lot of extra points, and she released them slowly. Adding the 792 beds in apartment 1 and the 500 tents in the tent area, there are already 2092 tenants, and the tenant conditions have been met. What is needed now is a new building. Guweiwei bought another apartment without hesitation. Under the same price, the apartment is the most cost-effective building. The environment of B&Bs and hotels is better than that of apartments, and the number of rooms can reach less than 100. When the rooms cannot meet the needs of players, they will naturally choose apartments. After purchasing the apartment directly occupied the remaining land area within the original control range. So it is not that Guweiwei does not want to buy more buildings, but that if she wants to build a building, it needs to be within the controllable range of the Doomsday apartment. After the placement was completed, the panel sent a new message. Entertain 2092 tenants, meet the conditions. Own 3 Doomsday apartments, 1 tent area, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 100 points and upgrade the level 3 apartment to a level 1 hotel? Yes. The Doomsday apartment has been upgraded to a level 1 hotel, 100 rooms can be unlocked, and the control range has been expanded from 100 meters to 200 meters. Upgraded again, Guweiwei unlocked the 100 rooms in apartment number 3 without hesitation. As the remaining beds were displayed in the apartment lobby, warm cheers suddenly rang out in the lobby. It was also at this time that new news appeared on Guweiwei's panel. The Doomsday apartment was upgraded to the Doomsday Hotel, and the Doomsday Landlady system could be upgraded. Would it cost 1,000 points to upgrade? Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment. The Doomsday Landlady system could be upgraded, but 1,000 points? This amount is indeed a lot, but Gu Weiwei has a hunch that the upgraded Doomsday Landlady system will definitely be more useful. So upgrade? Of course, upgrade. Chapter 11. 1,000 points have been deducted. Confirm the upgrade. The Doomsday apartment is being upgraded, please wait. With the sound, the panel directly turned into a data bar. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei went back to the room directly. It would take some time to operate, so it is better to hide away so that she will not be disturbed. As soon as she arrived, the data bar was loaded, and Gu Weiwei saw the new panel formed. Building, Doomsday Hotel, upgradable. Level 1. Owner, Gu Weiwei. Description: within the scope of the building, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth, points 36322. Mall, open, goods can be purchased. Facilities: 10, sign, front desk, rest area, toilet, vending machine, room, washroom, restaurant, tent area, recycling cabinet. Tenants: 2178. Next to the panel data is the freshly baked Doomsday Hotel map. 3 apartment buildings were arranged in a staggered manner, with the tent area surrounding apartment number 1, and the surrounding area was bare land. Especially the newly added area, which made the apartment look like an unfinished building. Let it be an unfinished building. Anyway, the Doomsday Hotel is a unique business so far, and we are not afraid that players will not come. Points, and so on should be used wisely. Just when Gu Weiwei was thinking this, the Doomsday Landlady system continued to speak. The Doomsday Hotel is detected to be slightly less beautiful. Please decorate the hotel. There will be rewards if the beauty reaches 50%. Gu Weiwei, who was about to end the panel operation, fell silent. Then his eyes wandered over the reward. Reward? For a few times, and finally decided to give it a try. He opened the mall and looked inside. After looking at it this way, Gu Weiwei noticed that the mall had also been upgraded, with more products and even one more choice. Special products. Gu Weiwei checked them out immediately. Product: heat-resistant clothing. Points: 20. Product: parasol. Points: 10. Product: heat-resistant hat. Points: 10. Product: heat-resistant potion. Points: 10. Obviously, these special products are specifically designed for extremely hot weather. This price is really not something that ordinary players can afford, and the sales may not be very good. However, Gu Weiwei still made his setting and put the top 4 special products on the shelves. These days in the apartment, she has seen it clearly. Regardless of whether you can afford it, the rich variety of products will at least increase people's pleasure and anticipation. Occasionally, you can still sell a few copies. So she will put some new products on the shelves from time to time these days. Of course, many of them are her favorites. Not only can she satisfy herself, but also the tenants. How great! After the products were put on the shelves, Gu Weiwei focused on the infrastructure. Green belts, stone roads, road signs, fences. Product: green belt. Points: 1/square meter. Product: lawn. Points: 1/square meter. Product: stone road. Points: 1/meter. Product: road sign. Points: 10. Product: fence upgradable. Points: 1,000. Gu Weiwei looked at the price and function of each product bit by bit. The cheapest ones were all chosen. As for the expensive ones, such as swimming pools, fountains, gardens, etc., forget it. Within the control range of Doomsday Hotel, lawns were laid, stone roads were laid, green belts were laid, and road signs were installed. Arranged bit by bit, Gu Weiwei found that the beautification degree on the page reached 43%, which was still a short distance away from the system requirement of 50%. And in this short period of time, the total points have exceeded 5,000. Gu Weiwei could only focus on the fence. 1,000 points are not a big deal. Do you want to spend 1,000 points to buy infrastructure fence? Yes. Infrastructure fence has been placed at the edge of the Doomsday Hotel's control range. After the placement, Gu Weiwei finally saw the number of words next to the newly added beautification degree on the page change from 43% to 51%. Finally reached. The next moment, Gu Weiwei chose to run without hesitation. After the operation was completed, the infrastructure originally displayed on the map was directly materialized in the real Doomsday Hotel. The Doomsday Hotel suddenly changed from a suspected unfinished building to a fine little hotel. I have to say, although it cost a few extra points, it seems quite nice. It was also at this time that the reward promised by the Doomsday Landlady system came. Congratulations to the host. The beautification level of the Doomsday Hotel has reached 50%, and the reward is a special building, Ice and Snow World. Building, Ice and Snow World. Introduction. Special buildings have special effects. Gu Weiwei was silent for a moment. Can't the special effects be mentioned directly? However, Gu Weiwei understood that it was probably related to the temperature. Looking at the building model again, there were all kinds of ice sculptures inside, which was really amazing. It was so beautiful. Gu Weiwei searched around on the map, and finally moved the apartment slightly, and finally put the building within the control range of the hotel. After running it again, Gu Weiwei's attention was finally able to move away from the control panel. She wanted to see with her own eyes the new changes of the Doomsday Hotel. At this time, in the lobby of the Doomsday Hotel, the players had already exploded. After all, for them, good news came one after another. First, suddenly there was an apartment number 3, with 100 rooms and 800 beds. You know, although the number of players coming to the Doomsday apartment has been increasing recently, the total number is only more than 5,000. There are already more than 2,000 people who have rooms, and more than 800 more. For the remaining players, the ratio is really greatly increased. Especially the players who have not left the Doomsday apartment, they are really excited. After all, grabbing a bed means not being forced to go outside and suffer from the high temperature, which greatly increases the probability of survival. I thought that this was a surprise, but I didn't expect that there would be more surprises. Fuck, the Doomsday apartment has become the Doomsday Hotel, and the sign outside has changed. It's normal, there are now 3 apartment buildings, and it's not appropriate to call it an apartment. And more, the tent area outside has begun to form its own area, and it looks much more orderly. The Doomsday apartment, oh no, the Doomsday Hotel can actually be upgraded, great. Yes, now it seems that her upgrade is related to the number of tenants as well as the building. Yes, there was suddenly an empty building just now, so it was upgraded to a hotel. The building seemed to appear out of thin air, so it may need to be purchased. We use points, and the Doomsday Hotel also earns points, so it should be bought with points. Now, I think it's more worthwhile to use the points in the Doomsday Hotel. Speaking of which, if the Doomsday Hotel needs people and points, then shouldn't we let more players come here? In the long run, it is obviously beneficial to us. But there is still a little competition. This competition is all out of selfishness. The rules set by the Doomsday Hotel and the way of upgrading are telling us that players must work together and help each other to overcome difficulties. Work together, help each other, and give me some points. Helping each other doesn't mean getting them for free. And don't be sarcastic, our enemy is the Doomsday game, not fellow players. If there is a win-win situation, why kill each other? If you want to kill people to get points, why don't you think about the day when your points will be robbed by others? That's right. The topic on the scene gradually became heated, and the players were really thinking about their future. Reason tells them that there is no future for having a conscience in the game zone. But emotionally, people who have lived in peacetime, how can they easily abandon their conscience? Given a choice, most people don't want to be a bad guy. Zhang Jingze and you are also among them with their small team. The two are even inciting. Speaking of which, in the past 9 days of the game, the fact they have felt outside is that the hostility in the game zone is getting worse and worse. Riots happen from time to time, not only among players, but also among the NPCs in this game zone. Everyone is working hard to survive. Sometimes they have to fight against people who want to rob them for survival, and they are covered with scars, not to mention various physical discomforts caused by the hot weather. It can be said that if it weren't for the Doomsday Hotel, they would have been half dead. Now, watching the Doomsday Hotel develop better and better, they seem to see hope, a different reality. Not only are there more buildings, but there have been great changes outside. At this time, a player who came in from outside shouted. In a moment, many players swarmed out. When they came out, they were all stunned. The entrance was a clean and beautiful green land and road, with fresh green grass and green plants. You know, with the drought for more than 2 months before, coupled with the rising temperature recently, the plants in the game area have wilted, and there is no life at all. In fact, some plants spontaneously combusted directly because of certain conditions, and the burning continued. In the past 2 days, fires have occurred frequently, and the scope is getting larger and larger, and they all burn out directly. Stop? How to stop without water? It's good enough to escape. Therefore, the green plants inside the Doomsday Hotel form a significant contrast with the outside, and the word strength is demonstrated at this moment. The Doomsday Hotel is really extraordinary. Now it looks like a hotel. It's great. It's like a paradise. It's not bad to have a paradise. Fuck, what is that? Ice world. So much ice. Ice in this weather? This must be the special ability of the Doomsday Hotel. Let's go and see. Many players gathered in front of the ice world. Ticket, 0.1 points/hour. Note, Doomsday Hotel tenants can get 1 hour of free playtime. On the spot, someone spent 0.1 points to enter the ice world. When they touched the ice sculptures, they were all shocked. Magical, it was really magical. In the Doomsday Hotel, these ice sculptures would not melt. I think it's good for players to help each other. Under conditions, it's enough to not kill each other. Help the Doomsday Hotel recruit more players. Yes, help the Doomsday Hotel become better and better. The existence of the Doomsday Hotel gave them a lot of confidence to deal with the Doomsday. The vending machine also has new products to deal with extremely hot weather. At this time, the people inside also found special products, and their tone was a little excited. After checking, many people burst into unprecedented cheers. The Doomsday Hotel is really awesome. Chapter 12. When Gu Weiwei arrived, the whole hall was bustling with activity. Especially in front of the vending machine, countless people were crowded in front of the screen, full of curiosity about the new special products. Is this the equipment in the game? Yes, it can resist heat. What is the effect? For the equipment in the current game area, it must be very good. It's just quite expensive. Compared to the effect, I think it's worth it. It must be good. It's produced by Doomsday Hotel, so it must be a fine product. I took a look at the Doomsday Game Mall. Similar goods and equipment require at least 50 points. By comparison, the Doomsday Hotel is simply a conscience price. I suspect that the two companies are working together to squeeze our points. Isn't this the usual operation of the carpet before? I think you think too much. Doomsday Game can squeeze openly. Why go around in such a detour? Could it be that if you only open one, you will not be willing to spend points at the critical moment of life and death? So, you mean that the Doomsday Game and the Doomsday Hotel are not the same thing? So far, that's what I think. What do you think? It seems there is some truth to it. In that case, will there be a Doomsday Hotel in every game area? If not, what should we do when we enter the next game area? As they chatted, the topic of discussion in the crowd suddenly changed. Zhang Jingze and Yusi were also among them. When they heard this topic, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. They almost forgot that this was just one of the countless game areas, and they would only stay here for a month. So after they cleared the game, what would they do if there was no Doomsday Hotel in the next level? Coincidentally, the sharp-eyed Yusi spotted Gu Weiwei in the lobby, and called Zhang Jingze, who was beside her, and the two approached Gu Weiwei. In fact, Gu Weiwei also heard the conversation of these players. As for the Doomsday Hotel, she thought that the players would not be able to find it until they entered the next game area, but she didn't expect that someone had already felt it keenly. In fact, she still didn't know which game area she would go to after she cleared this game area. As for the Doomsday Hotel, she personally tended to follow her, but she didn't know if she would stay in this drought area. Of course, she didn't want to think too much. She survived because of the Doomsday Hotel. She didn't have any other special skills, so why should she consider the life and death of other players? So when Zhang Jingze and Yusiyu came over, Gu Weiwei looked indifferent. What's the matter? Well, will the Doomsday Hotel stay in the drought area, or can it be seen in other game areas? Yusiyu asked directly, and her heartbeat seemed to speed up a bit while she was talking. The game area where it will appear is random. Gu Weiwei gave a direct answer. This was her speculation. The Doomsday Hotel would follow her, the player. Although she was bound to the Doomsday Landlady system, she was still a player in essence, and could not escape the Doomsday Game. As for whether this answer is right or not, if it is wrong, can she not change her words in the future? At least, don't give others too much hope, otherwise when expectations are not met, she will be blamed. When hearing the word random, Zhang Jingze and Yusiyu's faces changed, and the players around them also changed. They really didn't expect that encountering the Doomsday Hotel would actually be a kind of welfare. At this moment, the excitement of the Doomsday Hotel upgrading and the appearance of many objects that are beneficial to their survival was discounted a little. Gu Weiwei looked at their changing expressions and said nothing more. Although she was only experiencing the first game area, she knew that this game was definitely not easy to deal with. Players should not think that it would be kind. However, she was still surprised that some players distinguished the Doomsday Hotel from the Doomsday Game. Then, the news spread throughout the Doomsday Hotel. Most players quietly paid for the relatively cheap heat-resistant umbrella, and continue to go out to work. Although the outside world is in chaos and social order is in danger, in fact, collecting supplies is easier than before. In addition to food, there are many other things that can be exchanged for points in the Doomsday Hotel. Although the points for each item are not many, they add up to a lot, especially in the future. They may not be able to find a hotel, and there is no safe zone, so they have to make more original capital for themselves. After a while, the number of players in the Doomsday Hotel actually decreased a lot. Sold goods parasol. Sold goods heat-resistant hat. Gu Weiwei received a lot of sales information about special goods. Obviously, although the points for these special goods are a bit expensive, in the long run, they can go out and collect enough supplies, which is definitely not a loss. Now there are many people who, through teamwork, can get enough supplies in the recycling cabinet to live in the Doomsday Hotel for a day. Sure enough, after the 9th day of the game, the players were more adapted to the environment. Then, Gu Weiwei strolled around the entire Doomsday Hotel. It must be said that the beautified Doomsday Hotel is indeed more like a hotel. The environment has become much better. When walking on the stone road, it really feels like the world is still so beautiful. But as you walk closer to the edge, the environment becomes different. Outside the fence, there is another world. Outside the fence, because of the high temperature, it seems that you can see the air flow moving, and the ground is steaming. It's over 50 degrees. In such an environment, I'm afraid I feel extremely hot all over. If there's electricity and water, I can stay indoors. But now, with no water and no electricity, most places are like a melting pot. Gu Weiwei saw a group of players who had just gone out. After walking a few steps, beads of sweat rolled down their bodies. But the players who wore the special products of the Doomsday Hotel seemed to be different. Fuck, this product is really effective. After wearing it, I don't feel hot at all. These 15 points are well spent. Today, we must work hard to collect supplies and accumulate points. With enough points, we can live a good life. Come on, let me try. Hearing these words, Gu Weiwei unconsciously curled her lips. In any case, it is a good thing to know how to adapt to the environment and change your mindset. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei stayed in the ice and snow world directly. After all, there were ice sculptures all around, which made people feel cool just by looking at them. Gu Weiwei found a rest area made of ice sculptures and took out her phone. Although there was no water or electricity outside, the network signal was still there. Compared to the earliest time, there was a lot of wailing on the internet recently. After being unable to contact the outside world for 9 days, the NPC residents in the game area have already understood that strange changes have occurred here, and they have become an isolated city. Most of their emotions are expressed on the internet. What is going on? It feels like the world has changed overnight. I feel like I have a fever. My body temperature is over 40 degrees. I'm so thirsty. If anyone has water for sale, I'm willing to pay a high price for it. A lot of the food I stored at home has gone bad. What should I do? I have a bottle of water next to the window, and it was burned by the sun today. I'm so sad. Will the temperature get higher and higher? It's the end of the world. Don't even think about living. Die early and be reborn early. We're all going to die anyway. Let's have the last carnival. Someone come and save me. My child is only 1 year old. She just fainted from a high fever. Looking at the various words on the internet, Gu Weiwei couldn't help but purse her lips. The reactions of the NPCs in this game area are too real. Not wanting to watch this heart-piercing scene again, Gu Weiwei entered the player forum. The player forum is also lively. This broken game is too torturous. Can you really survive in the game for 1 month? I feel like I can't survive now. I have used up all the player points. What should I do? Who can come to save me? I will give you all my points. I am so hungry. I only have 11 points left. If I really buy food, I will be finished. Luckily, I have been holding back and not spending points. I have been hoarding supplies. I have been hoarding food and water for a month. Now I have found a relatively cool cave. I hope I can survive until the end. Obviously, as time goes by, the situation of players has become more and more difficult with the changes in the world, and the differences have gradually shown. Players who have been prepared will not have a bad life. What Gu Weiwei didn't expect was that the Doomsday Hotel had a strong presence on the player forum. Is the Doomsday Hotel real? I can't stand it anymore, so I'm considering going to the so-called safe zone. Will the players there rob? I went to a shelter set up by a player before, but all my points were emptied, and now I'm kicked out. Suddenly so many players are recommending the Doomsday Hotel. It feels like a pit. The Doomsday Hotel has been making its presence felt since the beginning of the game. Is it still not dead? It was Doomsday apartment before, right? It seems that today, many players are talking about Doomsday Hotel. There are only a few accounts that occasionally promote it, but I don't believe it. Today, I solemnly recommend Doomsday Hotel to everyone. There are pictures and facts. Only after reading the back, Gu Weiwei realized that the discussion about Doomsday Hotel was because of this promotional post. Gu Weiwei was very sure that this was not posted by her. She clicked in and read it directly. Here, the situation of Doomsday Hotel was introduced in detail. The beds and supporting facilities of the 8-person room with 4 points, the points and environment of the tent area, the goods sold in the vending machine, the restaurant, the recycling cabinet, the ice and snow world, the heat-resistant equipment, and the green hotel environment. Each introduction is accompanied by a photo. It looks really bluffing. But in such an environment, fewer people believe it. However, what Gu Weiwei cares about is the supportive remarks below. The Doomsday Hotel is real, and I am living in the Doomsday Hotel now. Anyway, I suggest players come to the Doomsday Hotel. This is your only way to survive. Why are you coming out now? Weren't we afraid that you would occupy the seats, and we wouldn't be able to grab the rooms before? But now, the hotel upgrade is related to the number of tenants. We hope you will come and upgrade the hotel. The Doomsday Hotel can be upgraded. I tell you that you can save your compatriots and improve our living environment. Why not do it? Gu Weiwei didn't expect that the hotel upgrade would make players speak for the Doomsday Hotel in a swarm. Previously, she was the one who promoted the Doomsday Hotel in most cases. Then, Gu Weiwei searched directly on the panel. Finally, she stopped at one of the products. Product, advertisement. Price, 5/10/20/50/10010000. This product has multiple prices. The 5 points were previously prompted by the Doomsday Landlady system. In the end, hundreds of people came. Gu Weiwei thought that this was related to the scope. Now that we have enough money, and the initial environment is stable, we can indeed expand the promotion. The promotional information on the player panel is indeed much more reliable than the information on the internet. Do you want to spend 100 points to advertise to players? Yes. Let's try 100 points first. During this time, many players held their phones and strongly condemned the false propaganda of the Doomsday Hotel. As a result, suddenly, a strong advertisement appeared on the screen. What kind of advertisement can dominate the player panel of the Doomsday game? What? Is it the Doomsday Hotel? Chapter 13. In just a short while, many posts about Doomsday Hotel appeared on the player forum. Have you received the advertisement of Doomsday Hotel? Yes, I am shocked and still haven't recovered. It is directly on the player panel of Doomsday game. Suddenly, I feel that the existence of Doomsday Hotel is real. What advertisement? It is not on my player panel. It is an advertisement with the address of Doomsday Hotel. It appeared for 30 seconds before returning to normal. Don't all players receive it? I heard in the forum before that some players went to the Doomsday Hotel because they received advertisements. I didn't believe it at the time, but now it seems to be true. It may be related to the range. The area I am in now is very close to the area where the Doomsday Hotel is located. Are those who didn't receive the information in areas such as G and F? Yes, I am in area G and didn't receive the information. Many similar posts have emerged. This Doomsday Hotel is really omnipresent. The previous message didn't work, and then they changed their tactics. It's definitely not a trick. We really received it. It's true. Fuck, the boss came out to confirm it. Is it really true? You can only believe this kind of thing if you see it with your own eyes. In fact, whether it's true or not, you can go and see it, observe more secretly. If it's true, everyone will not suffer any loss. The posts are still continuing, but one of them is called Doomsday Survival Boss. The appearance of the account still caused a lot of heated discussion, especially those players who did not receive the Doomsday Hotel advertisement. In fact, some players knew that they could survive to this day and still be relatively comfortable, and they were the first to listen to the survival post of this big guy. In the survival post, every word is precious, and the situation that will happen in the future is simulated very clearly. Now, he has stood up. The credibility of the Doomsday Hotel has indeed increased a lot. The players in front of the mobile phone have their own thoughts at this moment. Are you going? Zwajina asked her companions. They were a team formed through the player forum. They were all girls. They rented a room with the money they earned from working and stocked up a lot of supplies. But as the weather got hotter, the things stored in the backpack grid were still good, but the things stored at home were getting worse and worse. Most importantly, the temperature was getting higher and higher, and the house was no longer suitable for survival. Yesterday, everyone drank heatstroke medicine, but today the temperature was still high, making them dizzy, nauseous, and unable to eat anything. The weakest one has already fallen down. When the Doomsday Hotel appeared before, Zwajina had thought about it, but she couldn't judge its authenticity. They had been watching the screen silently, but now, the situation is different. They received an advertisement for the Doomsday Hotel. The Doomsday Hotel, which can tamper with the Doomsday game system, definitely has magical power, and those contents are very likely to be true. In this case, it has become a new way out for them. Go. Others nodded. Let's go. We take turns to support Yang Yang, Zwajina said. Okay. Fang Yang Yang, who was standing aside with a pale face, had wet eyes and kept saying, "Thank you." She knew very well that if they didn't take her with them, she would probably die in this rental house. These days, bodies were constantly being taken away from the entire residential building, which undoubtedly increased her panic. You're welcome. No matter who it is, we will not give up. Only by uniting together can we live longer. Zwajina said directly that women are weak in the Doomsday survival, so they live with their own wisdom and rely on unity to strengthen their strength. Others listened to Zwajina's words and nodded silently. No one gave up Fan Yang Yang today, and no one will give up on them in the future. Have you written down the information? I remember it. Have you packed your things? Yes, I took away everything I could take away. Then let's go. We are staying well here now. Do we really want to go to the Doomsday Hotel to take risks? Su Zhao looked at the information on his phone and said hesitantly. After all, they had stockpiled enough supplies and found a cave in a remote mountain forest. This cave was a natural hiding place. The temperature outside was very hot these days, and it was relatively bearable here. He felt that there was a high probability that he could complete the game safely, so why change places? You also saw the information just now, right? I saw it. If you saw it, you should know that the saying of the safe zone is definitely not false. Of course, you have to go and see it. Yi Yongcheng said without hesitation, our current situation is good, but it doesn't mean it will always be good. These days, I have encountered several waves of people in the woods. Although they have not entered our area for the time being, who knows if they have been targeted by others. This place may be able to be defended for a month, but what if it can't be defended? What if there are robberies in the Doomsday Hotel? Such a good place, there will be many players going there. What if a battle breaks out at that time? Su Zhao spoke subconsciously. It is mentioned in the advertisement that the tenant's safety is guaranteed. Some tenants in the Doomsday Hotel have also mentioned that the boss NPC is very powerful and has set rules. No one dares to act rashly inside. As for the danger outside, there are dangers everywhere. Just stick together. Yi Yongcheng spoke. You still need points. You're dead. What do you need points for? And didn't you say that you can exchange things for points? Su Zhao looked at Yi Yongcheng, who was swearing, and finally said, let's go and see together. If it doesn't work, if you can't, come back immediately. Yi Yongcheng said hurriedly. Then let's cover up this cave and use it as our retreat. Yes. The two of them quickly packed up and left quickly. What they didn't know was that not long after they left, a group of people were already rushing towards the cave with weapons. I didn't expect you to promote the Doomsday Hotel. You haven't been there yet. If it's fake, it won't do any good to your reputation. Li Heng looked at Lu Difei in surprise. Lu Difei glanced at Li Heng and said directly, didn't you receive the message too? I did receive it, but I couldn't believe it. They both said Doomsday, and it sounded like they were in the same group. Li Heng said indignantly. He didn't believe in the Doomsday game. After all, they were thrown into this strange environment without saying anything. It was really full of malice. If he didn't have some computer skills, built a forum, and got close to Lu Difei, with his fat house attributes, how could he survive to the 9th day of the game? In fact, according to his data, at present, the number of users on the player forum has reached more than 20,000, but the number of people who have not been online for several consecutive days has reached thousands. He once used the internet to track, but found that these players were all dead. They died quietly, unlike NPCs, who had no corpses left, as if they had never lived. This feeling was really terrible. It's different. Lu Difei said firmly, according to the difficulty set in this game, it is impossible for him to have a safe zone. Do you think the Doomsday Hotel is also bad? Li Heng suddenly became interested. No, it's good. It quietly gives players more living space. Lu Difei said directly, according to my original calculation, among 100,000 players, no more than 1,000 people can survive for 1 month, but because of the existence of the Doomsday Hotel, the number of surviving players may exceed 10,000, or even more. Li Heng frowned subconsciously. Let's go and have a look. There will be more players going there, and you can attract more players to the player forum. Lu Difei said directly to Li Heng. After hearing about the forum, Li Heng had some ideas. Okay, I go with you to take a look. You have to protect me. Li Heng said to Lu Difei quickly. Yes. Lu Difei nodded, and then began to prepare travel equipment for the two of them, trying to minimize the impact of the sun and temperature outside. Li Heng glanced at the ice basin in the room and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He agreed for another reason. Lu Difei is a survival master. At the beginning of the game, he had already made a lot of saltpeter. When there was no electricity, he made ice. If he didn't go with him, and the master left, how would he survive? Of course, the reason why he could hold on to the thigh was, first, the forum, and second, because he promised to give the other party points, 1 point per day, which is a considerable amount when accumulated together. This Doomsday Hotel must be fake. Zhang Zhongxing, the organizer of the players' shelter, looked at the players preparing to leave one by one, and the whole place was a little anxious. He spent a lot of points to build such a shelter. He spent all the points in the early stage, but later on, as more players came, he earned back the points. Now that the outside world is getting more and more difficult, he earns more and more points. This shelter has become a golden goose that lays eggs, and he is waiting to live a good life in the game. As a result, the Doomsday Hotel suddenly appeared, directly cutting his plan in half. After reading the news on the player forum, the players actually ran to such a far place to take a look, which made him anxious. Whether it's fake or not, we just go and take a look. Yes, if it's real, the points consumed there are much less than here, and the environment is better than here. Will you lower the price? If you lower the price, I stay. Some players on the scene wanted to leave, and some wanted to take the opportunity to bargain. After all, they only saw the information in the forum, and they did not receive the information. But even if it was only part of it, it was a huge blow to Zhang Zhongxing. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and say, if you leave, it will be impossible to come back later. The players were stunned when they heard Zhang Zhongxing say this. But in the end, many players still left with their luggage. They chose to leave because their points could not afford to stay in the shelter for the rest of their days. For the long-term future, they wanted to take a look. This was their last hope. In this way, countless players rushed to the Doomsday Hotel. Some of them believed, some did not, they just wanted an answer. This answer was about whether they could survive. Chapter 14. At the same time, Doomsday Hotel. The advertisement has been put on, and more than 30,000 players have received the advertisement information. Please prepare to welcome customers. 100 points, more than 30,000 players. Gu Weiwei recalled the information she saw on the player forum, and was sure of one thing. That is, the advertisement of Doomsday Hotel is related to the scope. Gu Weiwei's eyes unconsciously focused on the last level of points. Could it be that 1,000 points can notify the players in the entire game area? Do you want to give it a try? As soon as the idea came to her mind, Gu Weiwei thought of the current carrying capacity of the Doomsday Hotel, so she gave up the idea for the time being. Moreover, 30,000 players and the player forum, combined together, were enough to spread the news. Then, Gu Weiwei set her sights on the control panel. The previously unlocked rooms were occupied in a very short time. The number of tenants has now reached 2,892, which is already full. As for the number of players, it is close to 5,000. It can be said that nearly half of the players have no rooms, and this number is still accumulating. When the next wave of players arrives, I'm afraid the Doomsday Hotel will be overcrowded again. After taking a look at the current points, Gu Weiwei focused on the upgrade conditions. Condition 1. Host 4,000 tenants. Condition 2. 200 points. Condition 3. Buildings *8. This condition is still within Gu Weiwei's acceptable range. Because according to the current rate of earning points, as long as she is willing, these conditions can be achieved. The only problem she has to worry about now is how to arrange the increasing number of players. After all, these players cannot stay in the Doomsday Hotel for a long time, which means that there will be a large number of players staying outside the Doomsday Hotel, and there will definitely be some players who have used extraordinary means. She thought that sometimes human nature is opened and can no longer be controlled. She is not a very kind person, but she does not want to see evil happen in front of her. Since it is expected, it is natural to make preparations early. After making up her mind, Gu Weiwei began to operate. Do you want to spend 3,000 points to buy 3 apartments? Yes. Then, Gu Weiwei placed the 3 apartments in place, spent money to unlock them, and rented them out directly. Then she began to browse the Doomsday Landlady System Mall. After the Doomsday Landlady System Mall was upgraded, Gu Weiwei had an additional daily task, which was to browse around the mall frequently. She felt that after looking at so many products, she could arrange for them as soon as possible if she needed them in the future. No, she immediately thought of a category of goods. After searching, Gu Weiwei actually found 2 suitable goods. Goods, crime detector. Points, 2,000. The crime detector can detect the crime value of the tenant. The crime value is calculated based on the number of lives in the hands. The value can be displayed within a range twice the control range of the hotel. After reading the introduction, Gu Weiwei bought it without hesitation. This is the most expensive product she has bought so far, but she thinks it is worth it. After the purchase, Gu Weiwei used it directly. At this time, the message on the panel came. Entertain 5292 tenants, meet the conditions. Own 6 Doomsday apartments, 1 tent area, 1 ice and snow world, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 200 points and upgrade the level 1 hotel to a level 2 hotel? Yes. The Doomsday Hotel has been upgraded from a level 1 hotel to a level 2 hotel, and 200 rooms can be unlocked. At the same time, the control range has been expanded from 200 meters to 400 meters. After the range was expanded, Gu Weiwei saw that the fence model on the map expanded directly outward, and a lot of new bare land was tossed out, making the originally exquisite hotel rough again. Gu Weiwei didn't want to pay attention to it. Anyway, she had already received the previous rewards. As this thought flashed through her mind, the system sent another new notification. The beauty of the Doomsday Hotel is detected to be less than 50%. Please adjust it as soon as possible, otherwise the reward may be recovered. Gu Weiwei, It really doesn't give people any loopholes. Special buildings, it's not easy to control them. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special effect cold. The effect can last for 2 hours. Suddenly, a new message appeared on Gu Weiwei's player panel. When she saw this news, Gu Weiwei was shocked instantly. So, the effect of special buildings is realized here? This effect is really amazing. Subconsciously, Gu Weiwei glanced at the time. She stayed in this ice and snow world for almost 4 hours. 4 hours in exchange for 2 hours is relatively cost-effective. It depends on how the player chooses. Fuck, this ice and snow world can actually give people special effects? What special effects? It said that it can cool you down, and the effect can last for 2 hours. I'm going to go to the Doomsday Hotel to try it out now. How long did you stay there? I forgot, probably 4 or 5 hours. That's a long time. Let's stay a little longer too. If you calculate it by time, it's worth it. Yes. Some players also noticed this, and for a moment, the entire ice and snow world was noisy, and the news was spreading rapidly. Gu Weiwei looked at this scene, and silently returned her gaze to the panel. Green belts, roads, lawns. Little by little, these were laid on the new vacant land until the aesthetics level was restored to 50. Of course, there were still a few vacant lots. Gu Weiwei directly bought 2 more apartments, and then placed and unlocked them directly, adding 200 more rooms and 1,600 more beds. Looking at the map again, the 6 apartments were neatly arranged, and it really looked like a real estate. After setting up and running, Gu Weiwei continued to browse the mall. The crime detector that detects the player's crime value has been arranged, which can be regarded as eliminating the threat from some dangerous players. Now we need to make the environment of the Doomsday Hotel more stable from another level. The recycling cabinet has played this role, to a certain extent, promoting the circulation of points, so that players' points will not only enter, but not leave the Doomsday Hotel. However, the role of the recycling cabinet is far from enough. At present, most of the goods in the recycling cabinet are hers, but a small part is directly recycled by the Doomsday Landlady system, of course, all with her consent. In addition, she bought so many buildings and goods from the Doomsday Landlady system. She earned points from players, and the Doomsday Landlady system should also earn points from her. This means that she can also find a way to get points from the Doomsday Landlady system. If the Doomsday Landlady system is added, the Doomsday Hotel's economy may come alive. Originally, it was just Gu Weiwei's whimsical idea, but unexpectedly, Gu Weiwei still found a suitable building in it. Product, Integrated Planting and Breeding Garden, Manual Version. Points, 2,000 points. Integrated Planting and Breeding Garden can be used for planting and breeding, requires manual operation. The planting products and breeding products system can be recycled. The host and the system can be divided into 50 to 50. This is him. Even if it is not recycled, it can be planted and raised, which is extremely useful in the context of the Doomsday game. Gu Weiwei chose to buy it without hesitation. After the purchase, a large building appeared on the map again. Fortunately, the Doomsday Hotel had just been upgraded, otherwise it would be difficult to place it. Unlike what she imagined, the planting and breeding garden was not a large piece of land, but a building with layers upon layers. The building was divided into two parts. The left side was for planting, and the right side was for breeding. The most shocking thing was that each floor also simulated the environment required for planting and breeding. At this moment, Gu Weiwei deeply felt the obvious gap between the technological development level behind the Doomsday Landlady system and them. With a sigh of relief, Gu Weiwei put this thought behind her. She didn't have that much energy yet. Why bother with so much? Gu Weiwei's mind was immediately focused on this integrated planting and breeding garden. After the placement was completed, the system message came. The integrated planting and breeding garden needs employees. Please recruit as soon as possible. What about the employee's salary? Gu Weiwei asked subconsciously. Note: after recruitment, the employee's salary will be provided by the system. After seeing this message, Gu Weiwei's mouth corners twitched unconsciously. Then, without saying much, she started preparing the recruitment notice. As for the seeds and other things needed for planting and breeding, Gu Weiwei didn't even ask. If the system needed it, she let him worry about it himself. It's reasonable for both parties to invest. Gu Weiwei quickly sent out the notice. As long as this experiment is successful, she thought, there may be more opportunities in the future. While Gu Weiwei was operating, the players on the other side had just immersed themselves in the special effects of the ice and snow world, but they were shocked by the changes in the Doomsday Hotel one after another. The Doomsday Hotel seems to have been upgraded again. The scope has expanded again. There are 3 more apartments in front, and now there are 2 more. Finally, I've been waiting for it. Yes, for now, there are enough rooms. But there is still a large wave of players heading towards the Doomsday Hotel. The existence of the Doomsday Hotel is not easy to hide. It doesn't matter, as long as the Doomsday Hotel can be upgraded and can accommodate more players. It doesn't matter if there are more players. Yes, there is hope as long as there is growth. It's great to have a bed. Now you don't have to worry about dying outside without knowing it. Don't be too proud of having a bed. Recently, there are several beds vacated in the apartment in front. Those players died outside. You still need to be careful. That's right. The environment outside will obviously become worse and worse. We still need to find a suitable team to cooperate with. Hey, am I dazzled? I suddenly saw words on someone's head. Some people were chatting, and suddenly saw words appearing on a group of people's heads. They looked over, and when they got closer and saw the words on it, they were all stunned. Sin value, 8. Danger level, medium. A group of players looked at each other, looking a little dazed. Our team is looking for people to go out and collect supplies. Do you want to go? The group suddenly appeared in front of them and invited them. No thanks. The next moment, the group dispersed. The group was a little strange, and when they looked at each other, they had already discovered the different numbers and words above their heads. When they understood that the sins they committed would be displayed above their heads, they finally understood why other players had such reactions when they saw them. What was the difference between this and being stripped naked in public? Boss, this. Let's go! The captain of the small team said in a panic. The group left in a flash. The news of the sin value spread throughout the Doomsday Hotel in an instant. The open-minded players were not afraid at all, and happily threw themselves into the new changes of the Doomsday Hotel. Meanwhile, the second batch of players who received the advertisement also arrived at the Doomsday Hotel one after another at nightfall. Chapter 15. After several hours of trekking, Su Xiao and Yi Yongcheng finally arrived at the Doomsday Hotel. Originally, they were worried that they would not be able to find it, but from a distance, they saw the sign of the Doomsday Hotel and the figures of many players. As for why it was so easy to recognize the players, it was because their features were too conspicuous. Of course, what they were more concerned about were the parasols held by many players and the hats on their heads. The styles are exactly the same, and they don't think it's a coincidence. Especially those who wear hats and hold parasols, they look very relaxed. Under normal circumstances, they don't think there's anything wrong with their relaxed expressions, but who can blame the special weather now? They can walk all the way safely, and they also hold umbrellas, but their umbrellas are woven from branches and leaves. Although they can block the sun, they can't block the heat flow in the air, so they are wet all the way, and their clothes have been soaked. The most important thing was the strong discomfort caused by the high temperature. Their heads were confused, and they were not sober. If they had not had strong willpower, they would have fainted on the road. Yi Yongcheng, why do I feel like I am hallucinating? Su Zhao looked around and suddenly saw words on the tops of some people's heads, which made him even more confused. Yi Yongcheng paused after hearing this. I also. Puff. With a sound, someone beside him laughed after hearing what they said. It's not an illusion, but a sin value. The man explained after laughing, you are new here. You may not know that the Doomsday Hotel has just been upgraded. After the upgrade, there are many more things, and this sin value is one of them. The sin value represents the lives of these people. For people with sin values on their heads, stay away and don't be fooled. After saying that, the man looked at the embarrassed appearance of the two people and continued, do you see the fence in front? Hurry up and go in. After entering, the temperature returned to normal. Thank you. Su Zhao and Yi Yongcheng responded. The man didn't say much and left directly. In fact, if he hadn't seen that the two had no sin value, he wouldn't have bothered. The emergence of sin value is really a blessing for ordinary players like them. When forming a team, you can directly judge the good or bad of the gang. People without sin value can also eliminate some risks to a certain extent. As for those who fight back and kill people, there is no sin value. This was discovered only after a person asked others about the situation above his head out of fear. Therefore, although the sin value appears for a very short time, it has become the best criterion for everyone to look at others. After listening to this person's words, Su Zhao and Yi Yongcheng looked at the fence in the distance and quickened their pace. When they stepped into the fence, they felt that the temperature around them suddenly became normal, and even had a sense of coolness, and the whole person felt like they were alive. Doomsday Hotel, it's really amazing. The next moment, the two of them collapsed to the ground. Then, they gasped for air, felt their throats dry, and carefully took out a bottle of water with only the bottom left from their carry-on bag, and took a sip each. After a while, the two of them had recovered a lot. At this time, several teams that were obviously from outside arrived at the scene. They noticed that one team was made up of girls, and they noticed it because one girl was being held up by her companions. Even though the people dragging her were exhausted, they still didn't plan to give up on the girl. Against the backdrop of the game area, this scene was really touching. When they entered the fence, they had the same reaction as them. It was like a fish meeting water. But the girl they were dragging turned pale and fainted. Yang, we're here, wake up. After realizing this, the other girls quickly got up and slapped their faces nervously, but the other party didn't react at all. Su Zhao and Yi Yongcheng watched this scene and sighed in their hearts. This girl probably won't survive. After all, most people don't have any medicine for the symptoms. Even if they do, they won't take it out easily. It's better to keep it to save their lives. Seeing Fan Yangyang's breath getting weaker and weaker, Zwajina and others' eyes suddenly turned red. There is an anti-heat potion in the Doomsday Hotel, which costs 15 points. No one has used it yet, but the other special products are very effective. You can try it. At this time, a player on the side couldn't bear to see it and directly reminded. Zwajina heard it. Her eyes burst into unprecedented brilliance, and then hurriedly followed her companions and took Fan Yangyang to the main building of the Doomsday Hotel. Su Zhao and Yi Yongcheng looked at this scene and couldn't help but speak. Here, human nature doesn't seem to be abandoned. Yeah. These players came here and got help from the original players. Such a scene is unimaginable for these players, who have been hanging out outside for many days. Why did they hide in the cave? It was because they saw the madness outside. If they were not brave enough to fight and smash, they would have been dead on the street. But here, it's really different. Let's go! Yi Yongcheng said directly. For the scene they just saw, they also wanted to stay in this place. In fact, there were many players who had the same idea as them, and these players were also new. Li Heng and Lu Difei were among them. Li Heng was really shocked. Since he stepped into the territory of the Doomsday Hotel, his understanding of the game area has been constantly refreshed. Boss, you are right. These two may not be in the same group, Li Heng said in a low voice. Lu Difei looked calm and said, let's continue to watch. Yes. Li Heng nodded, full of curiosity about the Doomsday Hotel. The new players around him were the same as him, so there were many people chattering at the scene. What is there? There are ice sculptures? Ice and snow world, it feels cool just looking at it. There are so many people inside, they are so happy. While others are suffering from the heat, they are enjoying the air conditioning. And the greenery looks like it has just been watered. The Doomsday Hotel won't be so extravagant as to water the grass? That's the tent area mentioned in the forum. The environment feels pretty good. The temperature here is just right. I want to stay here forever. It's not certain that I can get a bed. If there is no bed, I can only stay here for 6 hours. What? The new players were conquered by the environment of the Doomsday Hotel in a short time, but they were shocked when they heard that they could not stay there for a long time. If they had not seen it, they would think it was fine. But they clearly saw the good of the Doomsday Hotel, but could not stay there. How could they survive? You are lucky, the Doomsday Hotel has just been upgraded, and there may be some places left. Hurry up, you may be able to grab one. Suddenly, someone reminded them friendly. As soon as this sentence was said, a group of newly arrived players rushed into the Doomsday Hotel like wild horses. A bed must be grabbed. Su Zhao and Yi Yongcheng, Li Heng and Lu Difei, the two groups of people finally grabbed a bed with their extremely fast feet. What's more coincidental is that both sides grabbed the same room, and the two sides directly exchanged names. At this time, there were bursts of exclamations from not far away. This anti-heat potion is so effective, it directly saved the person? It's described above that anything related to fever can be cured. This is a life-saving medicine in this weather. But it costs 15 points, I can't bear to give it up. It's okay, I spend most of my time in the Doomsday Hotel, so the probability of heat stroke and other fever diseases is very low. Sure enough, the products of the Doomsday Hotel must be top-notch. Yes, I really hope that the Doomsday Hotel will get better and better. Speaking of which, after the upgrade, there are so many more rooms, and I finally got one, so I don't have to calculate the time carefully. I plan to have a good rest today, and fight again tomorrow. I want to, too, but it's night now, so I'd better go out with the team to collect more supplies, so that I can exchange them for some points. Yes, there are more and more good things in the Doomsday Hotel, so save more points to make life better. These are the words the group heard when they approached. When they heard that they had to go out at night, they were thinking about the real role. When they heard that they had to collect supplies and save points, they were a little confused. These were all new words to them. Players around immediately asked, "Exchange points? How to exchange? Good stuff? What good stuff?" Li Heng and Lu Difei also stretched their ears to listen. They were familiar with the things on the forum, and they also studied the contents of the Doomsday Hotel, but they only knew a little. The recycling cabinet can recycle various materials, and then exchange them for points. The new thing is the ice and snow world at the door. Staying in it for 4 hours can get a 2-hour cooling effect. When you go out, you are not afraid of the heat at all. The sin value is also a new thing today. There are also special products such as heat-resistant potions and heat-resistant hats in the vending machine, all of which have special effects. The new players listened, and their eyes lit up. No wonder there are so many people in the ice and snow world, not for fun, but for special effects. They really didn't know before, but now they know, and they have a goal to strive for next. Li Heng and his party are no exception. After visiting the things that others just mentioned one after another, they also felt the taste of having few points. After a thorough understanding, the group went directly to their room. The clean and tidy room made the group dream back to the days before the end of the world. After a simple wash, the group came to the restaurant again. They didn't need too much, just a bowl of simple white porridge to completely soothe their stomachs and their restless hearts during this period. Li Heng felt that his tears were about to fall. Doomsday Hotel is really great. Without hesitation, Li Heng took out his mobile phone. He wanted to endorse the Doomsday Hotel. Chapter 16. Just as Li Heng was typing on his phone, a new notification suddenly appeared on the screen of the entire hotel lobby. Everyone looked over. When they saw the content clearly, everyone was stunned. Recruitment notice. Content: Doomsday Hotel building integrated planting and breeding garden needs a number of employees. We are recruiting. Those who are interested can register at the front desk. The results will be announced after recruitment. Salary: food and accommodation plus some bonuses. The Doomsday Hotel is actually recruiting. After they realized what was happening, they all rushed towards the front desk. Not to mention the bonus, they would all flock to it just for the food and accommodation. After all, if the food and accommodation were included, they would save their points, and it would be safe. They worked hard outside for a day, but they couldn't even afford a day's food and drink. Sign up! Must sign up! The hotel is actually hiring integrated planting and breeding workers. Are hotels also going to start planting and breeding? Maybe it's to save costs? Anyway, if we are selected, our game area will be cleared. Yes, don't look at the future, live in the present. The new players who came today are really lucky. Not only can they grab a position, but they are also recruiting now. Yes. While chatting, the front desk was already crowded with players. Li Heng, who had posted the information, also paid attention to it. Do you want to apply? Li Heng looked at the surging crowd and asked Lu Difei. Although he came to the Doomsday Hotel, he still planned to follow Lu Difei's steps. The Doomsday Hotel is the golden finger of all players, and Lu Difei may be his own. Lu Difei shook his head and said directly, "It is rare to encounter the Doomsday Hotel in this game area. If you enjoy the comfort, there will be no Doomsday Hotel in the next game area. I am afraid that I will not be able to adapt to the environment. I plan to continue to collect supplies outside. No matter what kind of natural disaster, supplies are king. In critical moments, they can also be exchanged for points. In general, they are not qualified to enjoy it now. The most important thing is that he believes that with the Doomsday Hotel as a backer, he will definitely get more points outside than going to work. Okay. Boss, take me with you." Li Heng listened and climbed up. Lu Difei did not refuse. He really needed help. At this time, Su Zhao and Yi Yongcheng listened to what the two said, but they interrupted directly. "Can we follow?" Yi Yongcheng said quickly, "We are physically strong and will not hold you back." Lu Difei looked up and down at the two people, and after confirming that there was no sin value above their heads, he nodded, "Okay, let's go together." There are also many new players who share the same idea as them. For example, the women's team of Zhuijina and Fan Yangyang. "Do you want to rest first?" Zhuijina looked at Fan Yangyang and said. After a rational weighing, Zhuijina still chose to take the team out to hang out for a while to adapt to the rhythm of the game. This was recognized by everyone, but Fan Yangyang's life was just hanging by a thread, and now she was going with them, so she was a little worried. "No, I go with you. I'm completely fine now. After all, I used the potion and spent 15 points. I need to go out with you to make up for it." Fan Yangyang returned the 15 points to Zhuijina right after she woke up. She was grateful for the other party's prompt decision. Compared with 15 points in life, she would naturally choose her own life. Not to mention that this Doomsday Hotel actually has a way to earn points. She will save them up bit by bit. Seeing Fan Yangyang so determined, Zhuijina didn't say anything and then discussed with her teammates. "Let's go back to our original place to search for supplies. Everyone, please pay attention and don't be left alone." Okay. The target they chose was the neighborhood where their rental house was located. After all, she was most familiar with the environment nearby and knew which businesses had closed down. Merchants with food and other supplies had basically been plundered in the past few days, but their target was not food, but those idle resources that could be exchanged for points. In this way, safety would be relatively improved. In fact, only a small number of players could resist the temptation of a stable job, and most players still submitted their resumes to the Doomsday Hotel. Regardless of whether you can be selected or not, give it a try first. This also led to Gu Weiwei, the owner of the Doomsday Hotel, receiving thousands of resumes in a very short period of time, and the number is still rising. After simply looking at a few, Gu Weiwei was overwhelmed. Subconsciously, Gu Weiwei spoke, "System, how about you select the employees?" System selecting employees. Seeing that the Doomsday Landlady system really took over the task, Gu Weiwei's mouth curled up unconsciously. During this period, she really tried it out. The Doomsday Landlady system is obviously intelligent, but it has no intention of communicating with the host. But for Gu Weiwei, this is fine. There is no need for too much communication. Just one person quietly doing the work at hand is enough. Someone is doing the work, and the Doomsday Hotel has just been upgraded. The number of tenants in the next stage will be 10,000. According to the speed of advertising and personnel arrival, it may take a few days. Gu Weiwei is not in a hurry. The next moment, he took out his mobile phone and went directly to the player forum. Yesterday's advertisement brought thousands of more players to the Doomsday Hotel today. There is a high probability that many of these players will give feedback on the forum, so she just happened to take a look. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered, Gu Weiwei noticed a pinned post. "The legend of the Doomsday Hotel is true. I have verified it for everyone, those who believe me, come." The most special thing about this post is that it was posted by the founder of the forum. The existence of the player forum can be said to have helped many players, so the founder of the forum is still highly respected on the forum. His voice will not be ignored by the players. Gu Weiwei was a little surprised when she saw it. This computer genius came to the Doomsday Hotel today? Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei clicked in to read it. After clicking in, she saw the information of the topic post directly. It introduced the situation of the Doomsday Hotel in detail, and mentioned several key points. The temperature in the Doomsday Hotel is suitable, not high. The rooms in the Doomsday Hotel can be washed. You can eat in the Doomsday Hotel, which is good and cheap. You can buy special products in the Doomsday Hotel to resist high temperatures and treat fever. There are special buildings in the Doomsday Hotel that can give people special effects to resist high temperatures. Gu Weiwei looked at it and found it very attractive. And the reactions of the players below also reflected this point. Fuck, this is not a hotel, this is a paradise for players, right? Is the Doomsday Hotel really that good? I believe the moderator, the Doomsday Hotel seems to be real. I'm already on the way. I contacted a friend before. He is also in the Doomsday Hotel. What he said is exactly the same as the moderator. Thumbs up, I really don't regret coming to the Doomsday Hotel. The moderator has also been to the Doomsday Hotel, is he one of today's batch? Can we get to know each other? I hadn't made up my mind to go, but after reading the moderator's introduction, I decided to go. So far, no one has said that they regret going to the Doomsday Hotel, and they have been active all the time. I actually believe such a fantasy. Speaking of it, it's nothing fantasy. After all, the blue star has been gained, and we have all become players. It's not strange at all if something happens in this world. Yes, at least so many people have come out to defend the Doomsday Hotel. Actually, there are many regret posts, but they regret not going earlier. Packing, leaving at night. This is XX Street, District F, anyone who wants to go, come and gather. Obviously, the moderator's power is huge. There were many posts in the previous post refuting the Doomsday Hotel, thinking it was false propaganda, but in this post, most people believed it. Gu Weiwei followed some of them, and there was no shortage of players from more distant areas. As more and more players came, the speed of information dissemination would also become faster and faster, which meant that the flow of people in the Doomsday Hotel would really be sufficient. She just had to wait quietly for the arrival of people. By the time Gu Weiwei finished browsing the forum, the Doomsday Landlady system had already sorted out the list of employees. The list of employees has been confirmed, please confirm it. After confirmation, please publish it. Gu Weiwei glanced at it, and saw several familiar figures among them. Yusiyu, Zhang Jingze. These are the first players to come to the hotel. Then, Gu Weiwei confirmed it directly. Once it was confirmed, the list began to be announced on the screen. For a while, there was another excitement. All the selected players cried with joy. We are all selected. Yusiyu said happily to Zhang Jingze. Yes. Zhang Jingze nodded happily. During this period, they had been searching for supplies day and night. Their entire team had already integrated their backpack grids and filled them up. Under such circumstances, going out is no longer a necessity for them. Being able to work in the Doomsday Hotel with free food and accommodation is their best choice. By the way, they also practice their skills well to prepare for entering the next game area. Whether it is the newcomers Li Heng, Lu Difei, Su Zhao, Yi Yongcheng, Zui Jina and Fan Yangyang, or Zhang Jingze, Yusiyu and others who came earlier, they can be said to be the epitome of different players. No matter which path they take, they are trying to adapt to the environment and survive to the end. But time will not stop because of the players' efforts, it is still passing. On the 10th day of the game, the temperature was 53 degrees. The disease was spreading, and the death toll increased sharply. On the 11th day of the game, the temperature was 54 degrees. Resources were scarce, and more people took to the streets. Murders occurred frequently due to food robbery, and corpses could be seen everywhere on the road. On the 12th day of the game, the temperature was 55 degrees. The high temperature and dry air caused fires in many places, the fire spread, the city was damaged, and people's living space was compressed. The game area is getting worse day by day, and more players are coming to the Doomsday Hotel. After all, many players' relatively safe homes were dug out bit by bit. If they don't leave, they will face plunder from others. At this time, the danger faced by players is not food and water, but the NPCs who are tortured by the high temperature. Players can be liberated after a month, and they have hope in their hearts. The NPCs don't know that they have been struggling in a difficult environment, unable to contact the outside world, unable to see the future, and with an unbalanced mentality, can they still maintain their sanity? No. Dangerous incidents in the entire game area are getting worse and worse. As players gather in the Doomsday Hotel and nearby, with a large number of people and good mental state, people in the game area have set their sights on this place. Chapter 17. On the 13th day of the game, the weather was hot, 56 degrees. In the morning, the players gathered in the Doomsday Hotel. Most of them gathered in the hotel lobby to eat breakfast. It was not because they got up early, but because they had been running around outside all night and had just returned to the hotel. Most of the people ate and drank the food and water they had stored before. If it was not necessary, no one would spend points to eat in the restaurant. Even if they did, they would order the cheapest steamed buns and white porridge. Occasionally, they would reward themselves with a set meal and delicious snacks. The temperature is rising again. It looks like there's no end in sight. At this rate, it will be over 60 degrees on the 17th day. It will be unsuitable to survive outside by then. 6 hours is not enough. I clearly felt that some of the players, who came later, were getting restless. If it weren't for the sin value that was a reminder in the Doomsday Hotel, I would really be worried that someone would kill the players who had beds to get them. The second-hand price of beds has also soared. No one is selling it this time, right? After all, if you sell it, you really can't survive outside. Yes. Without beds, many people bought heat-resistant equipment. Although it is a bit expensive, the effect is very good. After grabbing a bed, these equipment can be resold to others. Now that I think about it, it's all thanks to the Doomsday Hotel. By the way, I'm tired of eating braised beef-flavored instant noodles. Is there anyone who can exchange it for me? I trade you with fresh shrimp and fish noodles. I have old-style pickled cabbage noodles. Some people were eating, some were chatting, some were trading. A lively scene. Li Heng, Lu Difei and his party came back from outside, and they were all a little shocked when they saw this scene. Although they had been in the Doomsday Hotel for a few days, they had experienced too many things in these days. Now outside, the streets were full of corpses, not only human, but also many animals. Although there were people who cleaned up from time to time, they still couldn't take care of it. Most of the living people on the street were looking for water and food. Breaking into a house has become a common thing. Many people who previously stockpiled goods at home, if they were found, would only face the risk of their stockpiled goods being robbed. It became increasingly difficult for a single person to survive outside. With the comparison, they realized how rare such a quiet and peaceful scene was. As for Su Zhao and Yi Yongcheng, the two of them deliberately went back to the original cave to take a look, but found that their cave had long been occupied by a group of people. Just as they were secretly spying, another group of people arrived and had a fight with the existing team. The reason for their fight was just such a relatively cool cave. After they left, they all broke out in a cold sweat. If they had not left a few days ago, they would have been killed by others. With the stimulation of this incident, they dared not leave their weapons when they went out. Their emotions were extremely tense. Only at this moment, when they returned to the Doomsday Hotel and felt the comfortable temperature of the Doomsday Hotel, could they really relax a little. They really think that if there is no Doomsday Hotel, most players will go crazy. For example, some NPCs outside have already gone crazy. So, for them, the Doomsday Hotel is like the rope that ties their sanity. There are many new players who are even more shocked. When entering the Doomsday Hotel, no one was holding a weapon, only everyone lined up to enter the ice and snow world easily. There are also a few staff members wearing Doomsday Hotel uniforms, holding hose and carrying buckets, entering another building. The exterior wall of this building is full of greenery. Look at the name again, Integrated Planting and Breeding Garden. They also plant and breed here? They couldn't survive outside, so they came to the Doomsday Hotel to try their luck. Unexpectedly, they were shocked when they came here. It's a pity that they came too late. At this time, a player who had been thirsty for 2 days looked at the mineral water in the hand of a player next to him, and his eyes revealed a bit of joy. He took out his weapon without hesitation and rushed towards the man. Water, water, give me water. The knife was almost on the player's neck. The new player watched this scene with bated breath, his eyes eager to make a move. If robbery is allowed here, then they can all do it. But the next moment, the player who took action seemed to be fixed by a force, and stood there motionless. He was thrown out in an instant, and when he climbed up and wanted to come in, he was directly blocked by a barrier. A sentence was displayed on the screen. You have been blacklisted by the Doomsday Hotel. No, I want to go in, I want to go in, save me. After the player reacted, he slapped the protective shield frantically, but was still blocked outside the fence in the end. This move of killing the chicken to scare the monkey immediately made the new players tremble. Dare to move, dare not move. The old players who came before looked at this scene, and their expressions were indifferent. These days, there are players from outside who want to bring in bad habits, but in the face of the tyrannical Doomsday Hotel, they can only shrink obediently and abide by the rules of the Doomsday Hotel. Of course, as long as the rules are followed, the Doomsday Hotel is a paradise for most players. All players quickly adapted to the environment after entering. Of course, players who are responsible for human lives basically have to accept the strange eyes and vigilance of others. This made some players who used to live very freely outside, very unhappy, but they were unwilling to leave here. "Boss, this is really a good place." One of the subordinates sighed to their boss, Zhang Zhongxing. Zhang Zhongxing looked at the plants and trees in the Doomsday Hotel, snorted in his heart, but said on the surface, "Let's go, I treat you to a meal." "Thank you, boss." "Boss, you are so generous. It's really a blessing for us to follow you." Other players complimented Zhang Zhongxing enthusiastically. Zhang Zhongxing lost himself a little in their compliments. Then he spent a lot of money in the Doomsday Hotel. All the consumption was points, which instantly became a scene in the Doomsday Hotel. Many players found that many players with sin points had more points in their hands. This made them have some speculations, but no one said it out. The sin value of this boss is not very high. Lu Difei and his party were also resting, and naturally paid attention to the scene and commented directly. "I know him. He set up a shelter where you can get shelter by paying money, but after the Doomsday Hotel became famous, many of his people ran away." Li Heng said, "His ability to collect information is extraordinary. He has investigated several shelters that appeared in the game area." Zhang Zhongxing was a little ruthless in earning points, but he managed it well. How to build a shelter? Su Xiao was a little curious. There is a kind of protective shield in the Doomsday game mall that can maintain safety within a certain range. The smallest protective shield only costs 100 points, and this protective shield is upgradable. Li Heng explained. "How come I don't know about it?" Su Xiao was surprised. "You may not have browsed the mall, and even if you did, you might not be willing to spend the money. 100 points to buy a protective shield. If you are not careful, your life will be gone. It is especially difficult to run a shelter." "That's right. Also, the current heads of several shelters are not the original founders," Li Heng reminded calmly again. "It is precisely because of this that he never wanted to go even though he knew there were many shelters." Su Xiao was silent. "The outside world is too dangerous, and ordinary people like him can't handle it. It's better to stay in the Doomsday Hotel to keep safe." At this time, in front of the vending machine, there was also a team that had just entered the Doomsday Hotel and was buying special goods. After buying, they left directly. This scene happened to be noticed by Zwajina and Fan Yangyang. They were preparing to raise funds to buy a parasol. This team happened to be in front of them, so they saw the other party's situation clearly. They are so weird. They just bought some special products and left. They didn't seem to be interested in the accommodation at the Doomsday Hotel. Fan Yangyang spoke subconsciously. Zwajina also felt something was wrong when she heard it. They are players, and they know best how players react when they encounter the Doomsday Hotel. There was indeed some excitement in these people's eyes, but they held it back. They just bought some special products and left. They looked like they came here specifically to buy special products. The most important thing is that the prices of special products are not low. They really don't feel bad about spending their points, which is quite strange. Maybe they are spies sent by others. Zwajina guessed. There is nothing to be afraid of if they are spies. Doomsday Hotel is so powerful. Fan Yangyang has become a brainless fan of Doomsday Hotel after being saved by the medicine of Doomsday Hotel. Maybe you can talk to the boss, Zwajina said. Okay. Fan Yangyang nodded quickly. She also admired the owner of the Doomsday Hotel very much. She was grateful that she had brought them a stable environment. She didn't dare to disturb her on weekdays, but now that she had the opportunity, it would be nice to get close to her. Meanwhile, Gu Weiwei was eating breakfast in the restaurant. A bowl of white porridge, paired with other side dishes, was a rich meal for the crowd. Many players around looked at Gu Weiwei from time to time, with a hint of envy in their eyes. When they came to the Doomsday Hotel, they really kept their distance from Gu Weiwei. After all, the unknown is the most terrifying. But after settling down, they found that Gu Weiwei, the boss, ate and slept every day, and occasionally came to listen to gossip among them. They had nothing to be afraid of her. But after they were no longer afraid, watching Gu Weiwei eat all kinds of delicious food in front of them every day really tempted their taste buds. I don't know when they can live a life like this where they can eat whatever they want. Gu Weiwei ignored the looks from the people around her. After all, she was used to it. She felt that the wisest decision she made was to pretend to be an NPC. Only by acting as an NPC could she live the life she wanted in this Doomsday Hotel without attracting any attention. If she were a player, she would have become the target of public criticism for eating and drinking like this. In any case, she was still very happy with this situation. She liked this feeling of freedom. She thought that if it weren't for the fact that the environment in the game area was too bad, and the world was gradually getting darker, her days as a landlady in this game area would really be the life she dreamed of. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the control panel. Thousands of players arrived every day these days. Because they came to the Doomsday Hotel and spent money, she had a lot of points, which allowed her to keep adding apartments these days. Gradually, the number of tenants has reached 10,000. When the conditions are met, Gu Weiwei has already started to plan to upgrade. In fact, she was also very curious about what the Doomsday Hotel would be upgraded to after the level 3 hotel. At this moment, two people suddenly stood by Gu Weiwei's dining table. "Is there anything?" Gu Weiwei asked. Zhuo Jina looked at Gu Weiwei, who was so kind, and was stunned for a moment, then told her everything she saw. Gu Weiwei paused after hearing what Zhuo Jina said, and then said, "I know, thank you." "No, you're welcome," Zhuo Jina said dryly. Gu Weiwei was really too polite. Then the two ran away. After walking away, Fan Yangyang unconsciously said to Zhuo Jina, "The boss looks really good." "That's right, everyone says so," Zhuo Jina said directly. "Then why were you so nervous just now? After all, the boss has magical powers, and can open such a Doomsday Hotel in the game area. It's hard not to be nervous." Zhuo Jina said the truth. But now it's different. Looking at Gu Weiwei's eyes, she felt that she was a gentle person. Fan Yangyang also nodded. Then the two returned to the team. Gu Weiwei did take their words to heart. In fact, she had already noticed it. The reason was that many precious ores were collected in the recycling cabinet these days. The points for recycling these ores were very high. Of course, she didn't collect them, but the system took them away directly. And these large amounts of points were exchanged for various commodities. There were food, water, and special commodities, among which special commodities were the most. She naturally paid attention to them. She was thinking that the one who could produce this kind of, or would definitely not be a simple existence. She speculated that it was the official. If it was the official, it also proved that the existence of the Doomsday Hotel was not only known to the players, but also to the NPCs. Moreover, the official could actually bribe the players to enter the Doomsday Hotel. The original thought came to her mind again. Is the NPC really an NPC? Gu Weiwei thought, maybe she would know soon. Then, she collected her mind and focused her eyes on the control panel. Let's upgrade first. Entertain 10,092 tenants, meet the conditions. Own 12 Doomsday apartments, 1 tent area, 1 ice and snow world, 1 integrated planting and breeding garden, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 400 points and upgrade the level 2 hotel to a level 3 hotel? Yes. The Doomsday Hotel has been upgraded from a level 2 hotel to a level 3 hotel, and 400 rooms can be unlocked. At the same time, the control range has been expanded from 400 meters to 800 meters. This time, the area is many times larger than before. If it was just one community before, now it is multiple communities. Gu Weiwei felt a headache when she looked at it. Because most of it is vacant land, there is also a requirement for aesthetics. Sure enough, when Gu Weiwei thought of this, the prompt sound came. However, Gu Weiwei made a simple estimate. If all the lawns and roads were paved, the total cost might be thousands or even tens of thousands of points. Then, Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the newly refreshed data panel. Building, Doomsday Hotel, upgradable. Level 3. Owner, Gu Weiwei. Description: within the building, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth, points 84843. Mall, open, goods can be purchased. Facilities, 12, signboard, front desk, rest area, toilet, vending machine, room, washroom, restaurant, recycling cabinet, stone road, green belt, road sign. Tenants, 10,092. Building, Doomsday Apartment *12, tent area *1, ice and snow world *1, integrated planting and breeding garden *1. Gu Weiwei's eyes were directly on the upgradable column. I saw the conditions required for the next upgrade. The following conditions are required to upgrade to level 1 resort. Condition 1, host 20,000 tenants. Condition 2, 2,000 points. Condition 3, buildings *16. Condition 4, special buildings *4 resort, it's upgraded to another level. Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the special buildings. What she knew about special buildings was all the ice and snow worlds in the Doomsday Hotel, which were rewards from the Doomsday Landlady system after the beauty reached 50%. But now she needs a special building. Where can she find it? Gu Weiwei once again searched in the Doomsday Landlady system mall. After confirming that there was no option for special buildings, she retracted her gaze. Since the Doomsday Landlady system made this request, there must be a solution later, so she will consider it later. Looking at her points and the 400 rooms that can be unlocked, Gu Weiwei chose to buy 4 apartments without hesitation, and rented them out directly after placing and unlocking the rooms. But even so, the existing dozen buildings still look a little lonely. Gu Weiwei didn't want to do anything extra for the time being, just built the beauty of the Doomsday Hotel to 50% according to the system requirements. At this time, the new changes of the Doomsday Hotel have been seen clearly by the players in the hotel. The expanded area and the additional buildings. Everyone's eyes were on Gu Weiwei, who was eating. Boss, awesome. The hotel was upgraded again without any hesitation. The area has expanded 4 times. So the range of activities has become larger? Yes, this means that more players can be accommodated. At the beginning, there were only dozens of players, and now there are tens of thousands. I have really watched the Doomsday Hotel grow step by step. It will get better and better. In this way, new players will not be our competitors. Are you relieved now? Reassured, before coming to the Doomsday Hotel, I felt that I was different from before. Fortunately, I didn't go to that step and didn't completely change my mind. It's a bit hard to rely on my own efforts now, but at least I have a clear conscience. Me too, I don't know how long I can hold on, but at least I hold on for 1 day at a time. Many players at the scene listened and understood. Emo was only for a moment, and the players' attention was quickly diverted. Some went back to their rooms to rest, some went to the ice and snow world to increase the cooling effect, some went to wander around the Doomsday Hotel, and some continued to prepare to go out to get supplies. In short, everyone has gotten used to the upgrade of the Doomsday Hotel. Now the game is about to be halfway through, and there is not much time left. They need to have enough supplies before they can no longer survive in the outside world. Of course, it would be better if they can save more points. At this time, without anyone noticing, several players followed the flow of people leaving. Finally, they were met by people outside and entered a secret underground building. The meeting room of the underground building. Chief, those players brought the news out, confirming that the Doomsday Hotel has been upgraded again, and now the size is about 640,000 square meters. One of the staff members said, but no matter how the Doomsday Hotel changes inside, the size is the same from the outside. This means that the Doomsday Hotel is not essentially in the same space as them. Therefore, their previous guess was correct. The Doomsday Hotel is for players. They, the NPCs, don't even have the qualifications to see it. Before the chief Li Yuanzheng spoke, the others could not help but speak. This Doomsday Hotel must be related to this Doomsday game. And these players, it is because of their arrival that our world has become what it is. Those players are really too unscrupulous. Many players have already attacked our people when they came to this world, stealing and robbing, and they don't take us seriously at all. In my opinion, these players should be arrested one by one. Maybe if we get rid of these players, our world can return to normal. But not all players are bad. Won't these players help us? I tend to cooperate. Although we can't buy the things inside, we can use them. As long as the players go to the Doomsday Hotel to buy them, and pass them on to us. But we have to wait for the players for a full month. They just leave, and we still have to suffer. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became gloomy. In fact, many of them have not recovered yet. Their team was temporarily built after a series of hardships. When the chaos first started, they thought about maintaining order and waiting for outside rescue. But they could suppress it for 1 or 2 days. But after 6 or 7 days, the people no longer wanted to obey, and even many staff members were unwilling to take risks. In addition, some players regarded this place as a playground, formed gangs and factions, and thus kicked off the chaos. Once the cracks were torn, order could never be restored. If it weren't for Kuramoto Masaru's armed forces, I'm afraid that their grassroots team wouldn't be able to gather together. Think about it. In just a dozen days, the originally peaceful and harmonious city became devastated. Even if they knew that it was the natural disaster that caused the collapse of human nature, it would be difficult not to vent their anger on the players, who came with the natural disaster. In fact, they found the players by chance. On the first day of losing contact with the outside world, there were many cases of burglary in the entire F city. At first, they didn't think much about it. Later, after the incident, they gathered information and found that these thieves didn't steal anything but those supermarkets, and they stole water and food. How could they not be suspicious? However, they originally just suspected that they had learned the news from somewhere a long time ago, and didn't think that the game and the players had such a big brain hole. Later, we just sent people to monitor the suspected players, and finally found the Doomsday Hotel. Li Yuanzheng felt the resentment of these people, and waited until everyone finished speaking and calmed down before continuing. These players are victims like us. They were thrown into a strange place without any preparation. Their situation is more difficult than ours. We can't blame anyone but them. As for this Doomsday Hotel, its appearance has prevented many players from going astray. In addition to the rules it has set and its magical abilities, I tend to cooperate with it. Li Yuanzheng continued to speak, looking around. What do you think? Li Yuanzheng's eyes were also very oppressive to them, and many people suppressed their grief and anger. Chief, aren't you afraid that this Doomsday Hotel and Doomsday game are in the same group? I don't think they are in the same group, Li Yuanzheng said without hesitation. According to the players, they suddenly received the message and came here, and they didn't even have time to react. This Doomsday game has never taken them seriously. In addition, the increasingly sinister natural disasters are enough to prove that the Doomsday game has never taken the lives of the players seriously. How could it create a Doomsday Hotel to sell well? With his strength, it's not necessary. A person on the side analyzed it directly. It must be said that this explanation touched many people's hearts at once. They also understood this truth. However, they were really unwilling in their hearts. How could the city where they lived suddenly become a so-called game area? They didn't take the lives of the players seriously, let alone them. At least they notified the players, but what about them? They deserve to become a game area, and become the NPC that players could bully and ignore. In fact, the Doomsday Hotel may not cooperate with us. It has been serving players all the time, and we can't see it, so how can we talk about cooperation with it? Someone couldn't help but bring it up. The Doomsday Hotel has a so-called NPC boss. We took such a large amount of ore to trade 2 days ago. Maybe the other party already knew it. When Li Yuanzheng said this, his eyes deepened a little. If it's really unrelated, we can cooperate. The equipment in the Doomsday Hotel is indeed special. Perhaps only those magical things can help us get through this difficult time. At least for a month, then we will know whether the world we live in is real or virtual. When the last sentence was said, there was another silence in the conference room. Because of this tragic reality, they themselves couldn't help but doubt it. Chapter 18. After making up their minds, Li Yuanzheng and others issued orders to a team. In fact, the work of communicating with the players was done by the people in this team. After all, Li Yuanzheng and his team had a lot of work to do. After the disorder outside, they naturally could not control it, but it was impossible for them to completely abandon the people. It was just that they were unwilling to rescue those who took advantage of the chaos to do whatever they wanted. So the team under them took the opportunity to consider personnel while cleaning up the bodies outside. Under such circumstances, some people were gradually recruited into this small base. And after joining, there will be another consideration, that is, the assignment of work. Now the base is distributed according to work, and only by working hard can you get salary. Although life is hard, at least it can be endured, so this base is running smoothly. The word official was completely erased. After all, in such a context, typing the word official is easy to become the target of moral kidnapping and attack by others. But some smart people should be able to see it. At least, Zhang Weiming and his group saw it. After all, in the current environment, there are no good people who would not pay any price to clean up the bodies on the streets. So, after realizing that the other party might have an official background, Zhang Weiming did not hesitate to take his brothers to join this large organization. He felt that relying on the official, it was very likely that they would survive to the end. As long as they survived a month, they would be able to pass the level. But they didn't expect that they would know about the existence of the Doomsday Hotel from the official. NPCs in the game area can't see the Doomsday Hotel. How could the official know? 2 Pagea, a subordinate of Zhang Weiming, muttered in a low voice, and they made us exchange so many points from the Doomsday Hotel and bought so many heat-resistant equipment. They really don't look like the NPCs we know. They are just like real people. It is because these NPCs are too real that after their team was formed, they really never robbed NPCs, because many of them were orphans and widows, and they looked too pitiful, so how could they do it? Fortunately, they had a good eye and got on the NPC official's thigh. Although it was hard, it was more stable. They are official, maybe they are key NPCs. Another person Dewey has said quickly. That's right. Tupagia nodded, and then said, but speaking of it, the Doomsday Hotel is really good. As long as you have enough points, you can live there. Apart from anything else, it's like there is air conditioning inside, which is like ice and fire compared to the outside, not to mention the hot food inside. Life there must be very good. Do you want to go? Dewey asked directly. Of course, but as long as life is not difficult, it is better to stay here. The salary is settled in points. Tupagia said with a chuckle, and then took Dewey's shoulder. What about you? I haven't seen you spend your points, So you have accumulated a lot, right? Dewey paused and said calmly, not much, mainly use this game area as little as possible, maybe the next game area will be easier. That's right, but don't forget to stock up on supplies. Tupegia reminded him. Yes, Dewey said simply. Just then, the door of the residence was knocked. Hearing the sound, the group stopped discussing. Dewey breathed a sigh of relief. The person who came was the team sent by Li Yuanzheng. The captain was Ke Fonglan. Captain Ke. Zhang Weiming quickly stood up and greeted him. They were originally accepted into the team by Ke Fonglan, and then they worked with her, and the subsequent tasks were also assigned by her. We have checked the equipment of Doomsday Hotel, and it is very useful. We hope to have deeper cooperation with Doomsday Hotel. Ke Fonglan said directly, we want to send you as representatives to meet with the owner of Doomsday Hotel, hoping that she can agree to supply us regularly. Zhang Weiming listened and was stunned for a moment. Although he realized that the reason for asking them to redeem points, and buy equipment, was for long-term cooperation with Doomsday Hotel, he did not expect things to happen so quickly. Then, after pondering the meaning of Ke Fonglan's words, he continued to ask, do you want the boss to meet you? Ke Fonglan nodded and said, after all, we need a lot of things, and it is more convenient to talk face to face, and we can also know what kind of things the Doomsday Hotel needs in exchange. Zhang Weiming listened and nodded immediately. I try to ask. Thinking that they had entered the Doomsday Hotel several times, the boss had walked around the hotel, so it shouldn't be difficult. If it works, we won't treat you unfairly. Ke Fonglan added meaningfully. Zhang Weiming's eyes lit up instantly. I won't treat you unfairly. You're welcome. Zhang Weiming said hurriedly. If his tone was not so happy, it might be more convincing. So let's go now. Ke Fonglan continued. Let's go now. Zhang Weiming said without hesitation. Even if it's hot outside, they can get a lot of points if they stay up. Immediately, the group packed up and went out. As soon as they came out of the underground building and stepped onto the road, they already felt their feet burning. It was close to noon, the sun was at its highest, and the temperature was at least 56 degrees. The air felt scorching, and the skin suddenly felt hot and painful, and it felt like smoke was coming out of the body. At this time, Ke Fonglan handed them a few parasols. Looking at the Doomsday Hotel above, Zhang Weiming's pupil shrank unconsciously. This parasol cost 15 points to buy. Are we just going to give them the equipment? The equipment is bought for people to use. The boss has distributed it to all our action teams. You are also a member of the action team. Let's share it, Ke Fonglan said with a smile, while opening an umbrella. Thank you. Zhang Weiming was not polite. He opened it and used it. As soon as he opened it, he felt the heat on his head disappear instantly. I have a deeper understanding of the effect of the equipment produced by the Doomsday Hotel. This effect is awesome. Researchers have studied that this umbrella body is made of a special material that is windproof, cold-resistant, and heat-resistant. Ke Fonglan reminded him, as if she had thought of something. Zhang Weiming was startled and said subconsciously, so if it is extremely cold, this parasol can also be used. If that's the case, you have to buy one. It can be used in the game area behind. After all, if there is extremely hot weather, there may be extremely cold weather. The other players listened and were a little excited. When I go to the Doomsday Hotel later, I will quickly stock up. With this thought, the group of people seemed to walk towards the Doomsday Hotel with lighter steps. At the same time, the Doomsday Hotel. It was lunchtime, which was the busiest time in the Doomsday Hotel. They gathered in groups of 3 or 2, planning their trips in the afternoon and evening. Of course, there were also some players who did not grab a bed, and they also took advantage of the meal time to have a good rest in the Doomsday Hotel and relax. In fact, players without beds can definitely be seen at a glance in the Doomsday Hotel. Not because of anything else, but because of their red and flaky faces. The burning sensation of the sun is not so easy to subside. Even if you take protective measures, as long as you expose a little skin, it will definitely be as black as charcoal. In this kind of weather, it is so hot that many people find it difficult to wear layers of clothes. This leads to mottled marks on the faces and bodies of some people, and different skin colors. It's too hot. I feel like I'm going to faint if I stay outside for a minute. It's okay, there's no way to get a bed. Actually, I see the Doomsday Hotel is quite large now. Why not build more? We just built 4 buildings this morning, with 3,200 beds. But there are tens of thousands of people waiting. They're gone in a rush. There are too many people coming. In just this morning, thousands of people entered the Doomsday Hotel. Why are there so many people? I think I saw it on a player forum. What? Player forum? Is there such a thing? How come I don't know about it? It was built by a player. I heard that the game was built on the first day. If you search for Doomsday games on your phone, you can find it. Fuck, what did I miss? In most cases, people won't buy mobile phones if they have money. But there are so many mobile phones out there now, I can pick one up. It's too late. There's a power outage outside. Mobile phones can't be used. Is it possible to use some data? It would be great if there is. Even if it is a single-player game, it can kill time. At this moment, in a fixed trading area in the Doomsday Hotel, someone spread a piece of cloth on an empty space and said, "Mobile phone sale. A mobile phone only needs 2 points. 2 points. Guaranteed to be connected to the network. The quantity is limited. Pre-order as soon as possible." At this moment, countless players swarmed in. In the early days, many people would have to consider buying a mobile phone with 2 points. But now the situation is different. The game is almost halfway through, and the materials that should be collected have been collected. The psychological pressure is much less. In addition, the environment outside is becoming more and more difficult. Most people have planned to stay in the Doomsday Hotel for a while. At this time, you need something entertaining to kill time. A mobile phone is very suitable, especially if it can be used. In addition, the player forum mentioned by someone just now hit the hearts of these players in an instant. Player forums can also collect information from the outside world. So is it still necessary to consider it? No, one word, buy. Don't rush, come one by one. The person selling the mobile phone is not someone else, but Li Heng. The people who spread the forum news are Lu Difei, Su Zhao, and Yi Yongcheng, who can be said to be divided into groups and cooperate. As for the mobile phone, it was an idea that Li Heng came up with when they went out to collect supplies today and came across a mobile phone store. After returning, didn't this mean that he had found a suitable opportunity to sell the mobile phones? In a short while, Li Heng sold out all the mobile phones. He also connected each mobile phone to the satellite password he had deciphered. And this scene was seen by Gu Weiwei in the crowd. This business mind is really good. It was also at this time that Gu Weiwei was certain of one thing, that is, the player who built the forum was likely one of the 4 people. After all, when there was no power outage outside, the moderator of the player forum had already opened the purchase of satellite passwords, and she also spent 0.5 points to buy one. Now that it has been upgraded, it is even sold in a bundle, but it must be said that what they said made the information less closed to a certain extent, and let more players know about the existence of the Doomsday Hotel. Gu Weiwei retracted her gaze after a thought, and if she needed it at that time, she would find them again. As for now, she should build a few more buildings. When she upgraded and built in the morning, she did not expect the number of players to grow so fast again. More than 3,000 beds were swept away in just a few hours, and many people were left without beds. Since there is a need, she can only build it. And it is a big deal, especially if the land area is sufficient. The sooner it is built, the sooner it will make money. Do you want to spend 8,000 points to buy buildings and apartments *8? Yes. With Gu Weiwei's answer, 8 buildings appeared directly on the map. But Gu Weiwei knew that this was not the big deal. Unlocking rooms without rewards requires unlocking with your own points, which is a big expense. She now only hopes that players can get more wool from the Doomsday Landlady system and spend it on the Doomsday Hotel, so that she can make money back, which is sustainable development. As she was talking, Gu Weiwei released 800 rooms and 6,400 beds in one breath. At this moment, Zhang Weiming and his team had just arrived outside the Doomsday Hotel when they saw several buildings suddenly appear in front of them. They were all stunned. Confronting and his team could not see the Doomsday Hotel. They saw them stop and were surprised for a moment. Then they asked sharply, "What happened?" The Doomsday Hotel has several more apartments and can accommodate thousands of players. Zhang Weiming said directly, his tone full of amazement. Confronting listened, a complex look flashed across her eyes. At this moment, she envied these players. At least, they have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Don't be jealous, don't be jealous. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. He exhaled lightly and suppressed the discomfort. Confronting continued, "It's a pity that we can't see it, otherwise we really want to see this spectacular scene." Zhang Weiming realized that his words were a little inappropriate. Then he said, "We go in first, you guys find a place to hide." "Yes." Confronting nodded. At this time, Dewey has said, "I wait outside too. I can see the scene inside and help Captain Ko later." Zhang Weiming listened and nodded, "Okay." Then Confronting and his party found a building to stand on, and watched Zhang Weiming disappear in front of them. In addition, People were coming in and out of that area from time to time. No wonder they never treated us as real people. At this time, one of Confronting's men spoke up. Confronting was silent, and even they were a little confused. But they could be sure of one thing. No matter whether the world they were in was real or not, they had their own emotions, their own lives, and their own thoughts. So they were real. They hoped that this world could exist for a long time. At this moment, Zhang Weiming and his party had already entered the Doomsday Hotel. After entering apartment number 1, after searching the scene, he spotted Gu Weiwei and walked towards her. "Boss, I have a business to discuss with you." Gu Weiwei was suddenly approached and was stunned for a moment. After reacting, she looked at Zhang Weiming and his party, and an idea emerged in her mind. Is it the official NPC? Sure enough, the next moment, Zhang Weiming lowered his voice. "It's someone outside who wants to discuss business with the boss." Gu Weiwei listened and felt that the dust had settled. "What do you want to talk about?" Gu Weiwei asked directly. "They want equipment and supplies." Zhang Weiming said directly, "They want to talk to you in person." As he spoke, Zhang Weiming was actually very curious. Would the NPC boss of the Doomsday Hotel, who serves players exclusively, talk business with NPCs outside? Gu Weiwei listened, and was indeed willing to agree. But a trace of concern arose in her heart. The NPC outside could not see the Doomsday Hotel. If she wanted to talk in person, it seemed that she had to go out. But she was not willing to go out and put herself at risk. How to solve this? At this moment, a new notification suddenly appeared on the control panel of the Doomsday Landlady system. Trigger a new customer group, reward special building #trading hall, please check it. This is really timely. Chapter 19. After Gu Weiwei confirmed that the problem could be solved, she said to Zhang Weiming, "Okay." Zhang Weiming did not expect the other party to agree so readily. He was shocked for a moment, and then he could not suppress his ecstasy. His points are coming. "Where are we going to meet? How are we going to meet?" Zhang Weiming asked immediately. Gu Weiwei listened and said calmly, "Wait." As she said that, she started to operate in front of Zhang Weiming. After Gu Weiwei confirmed the notification, a small building appeared on the page. Building, Trading Hall. Introduction. A building used for trading. Note, the owner can invite non-tenants after that. Gu Weiwei searched for a while, and placed such a building near the gate. After placing it, looking at the remaining empty space, Gu Weiwei felt that filling up the blanks bit by bit seemed to give her a sense of accomplishment. After all, at this moment, she felt a sense of satisfaction that this was the kingdom she had built. After the operation was completed and running, Gu Weiwei saw a small icon hanging next to the building of the trading hall. When she clicked it, it was an invitation letter. Gu Weiwei directly proposed, and then a stack of invitations appeared in her hand. "For those who want to meet me, with this invitation, you can enter the Doomsday Hotel. If it is not enough, you can ask me for as much as you want at any time." Gu Weiwei spoke in a relaxed tone. The characteristics of the trading hall are destined to require popularity. Since she can collect taxes from it, the more people come, the better. As for whether it is a player or an NPC, she doesn't care at all. Of course, after confirming that the world where the NPC is the real world, she is also willing to extend some olive branches to them. Her personal power was limited and she couldn't help them, but she felt that it was enough to give them a direction to work towards. She believed that people from different world backgrounds had the courage to fight against fate. In the Doomsday game, they were bugs, but bugs had a characteristic. Bugs can't be killed. At this moment, a player rushed in from outside excitedly. There are 8 more apartment buildings outside, and a public building called the Trading Hall. At this moment, the players around looked at Gu Weiwei with even more admiration. The boss is awesome. With just a few gestures, he created such a magical building. The boss's power is even greater than they imagined. Did he fail to use it before? Gu Weiwei noticed the gazes of the people around her and felt helpless. "We have built so many buildings before. Why are we still so surprised?" Maybe it's because the trading hall is different from other buildings. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei looked calm. Anyway, she looked like a big boss. Gu Weiwei felt that she was getting better and better at pretending to be an NPC. Zhang Weiming came back to his senses and took the invitation and said quickly, "Okay, I won't bother you anymore." After that, Zhang Weiming took his people away. He had to quickly deliver the invitation to Confronting and the others. On the way out, they were not as hurried as when they came in, and their steps became lighter. At this time, outside the door, Confronting and his group looked fixedly in the direction of the Doomsday Hotel, and they were a little nervous. After all, she knew that this trip would most likely fail. Every minute and every second was torture for them. and their eager looks caught the attention of the players entering and leaving the Doomsday Hotel. Are you staying outside because there are no beds? The hotel just added more than 6,000 beds. You may be able to get a seat if you go in now. Zwejina was preparing to go out with Fang Yangyang and others. She looked at Confronting and her group and gave them a friendly reminder. After all, Confronting and the others were holding equipment, and they didn't look like people without points. After being asked, Confronting was stunned for a moment. The other party thought he was a player? Yes, except for the game panel that he could see, the players seemed to be no different from them. In fact, if it wasn't the first time for these players to play the game, they would have regarded them as NPCs and discussed the Doomsday game and the players recklessly. They would not have discovered this group of aliens. I'm afraid they won't be able to find out. I believe that as time goes by, this group of players will become more and more vigilant. By then, can we still learn the truth from the players about the existence of NPCs like them? Perhaps because of the other party's good intentions, Confronting smiled calmly. We are not players. Ah? Zwejina and her group were stunned in place for a moment. If they are not players, then they are NPCs? But how can NPCs realize that they are players? Zwejina had subconsciously sensed something was wrong. Are we about to trigger a mission? Someone muttered subconsciously. Listening, Confronting pursed her lips. Just then, Zhang Weiming and his party came out of the Doomsday Hotel and ran straight to Confronting excitedly. Captain Ke. After Zhang Weiming approached, he said to Confronting, Captain Ke, the boss agreed. Hearing the word agree, Confronting's pupil shrank unconsciously. Agree? Really agree? At this time, Zhang Weiming glanced at Zwejina and others beside him. After Zwejina and her group reacted, they turned around and left. But they kept this in mind. Then, Zhang Weiming handed the invitation letter in his hand to Confronting. This is the invitation letter for the new building transaction hall of the Doomsday Hotel. With this invitation letter, you can enter and exit the Doomsday Hotel freely. There was a stack of invitation letters in his hand, which seemed light, but to Confronting, they were as valuable as gold. This is their hope. The boss said that if it's not enough, we can ask her for more. Zhang Weiming continued, reassuring Confronting and the others to the greatest extent. What did you tell her? Confronting didn't expect that there would be such a surprise. She felt like a pie in the sky. I didn't say anything. I think the boss may have known you would come a long time ago. Zhang Weiming directly expressed his feelings, because everything was so logical. He thought that as a special NPC, it was normal for the boss to have some special skills. But Zhang Weiming didn't know how much of a shock his words had on Confronting. At this moment, she couldn't wait to meet Gu Weiwei. At least see if she could get the truth of their game area from Gu Weiwei and the others. Even if they didn't know, it would be good for them to reveal some content. Immediately, Confronting couldn't wait to go back. She wanted to take these invitations back and let the chief come to negotiate with the owner of the Doomsday Hotel in person. Of course, even if Confronting was anxious, she didn't forget Zhang Weiming. After thinking for a while, Confronting continued to say to Zhang Weiming, we will come back after we go back. Why don't you play in the Doomsday Hotel first? Zhang Weiming listened and nodded, okay. As for the reward that Confronting promised before, he believed that the other party would not break his promise. Zhang Weiming and his party were still very happy. After all, the Doomsday Hotel was much more comfortable than the outside. Then, Zhang Weiming and his party walked happily to the Doomsday Hotel. But after entering, he suddenly remembered something, as if he had forgotten Duiha. But it's okay, he should know why he came in later. And Confronting immediately returned to the base with the invitation letter. In the meeting room, Li Yuanzhang was dealing with a sudden trouble. Someone intends to enter the armory? Who is it? Li Yuanzhang's eyes darkened. Due to the geographical location of F City, an armory was arranged in a deep mountain nearby, and the most important key was in his hands. He didn't expect that someone would have such an idea so soon. And the person who could have such an idea was at least one of his own people at the beginning. What is he going to do now? He is wielding weapons and bullying people in F City? I don't know, but the other party should have formed a large force now, and maybe he wants to do something big. The person who reported the situation mocked. After F City lost its order, many forces emerged. Although some forces took in people, they also did a lot of evil things. They remembered them one by one, waiting for the situation to stabilize, and then cleaned them one by one. Otherwise, how could they clean up if they couldn't even take care of it? Send more people to watch over it. Let those people know that there are official people guarding it, and if they dare to move, we won't be polite. Li Yuanzhang said decisively. They also transported weapons out, which was his confidence in managing this base. Yes. Just when Li Yuan was about to continue to deal with the next thing, there was a knock on the door of the office, and it was still rhythmic and enthusiastic. Li Yuanjing's mind moved slightly. Normally, no one would disturb them at this time unless there was an emergency. Could it be that there was news from the Doomsday Hotel? When he thought of this, Li Yuanjing's heart was unconsciously panicked. Come in. After the door opened, Confronting really came in from outside. Chief, Confronting said, the joy on her face could not be suppressed. It's done. Li Yuanjing stood up from his seat at once, subconsciously patted the table, and said in surprise, Great. Then he learned what happened from Confronting and got the invitation. After getting it, Li Yuanjing tightened his grip on the invitation. After a moment, he said with some excitement, Let's go and take a look. Finally, they were going to see the true face of the Doomsday Hotel. And could they get the answer they wanted from the boss? In just a moment, Li Yuanjing and his party were outside the Doomsday Hotel. In fact, they still couldn't see the Doomsday Hotel, and they were a little confused when they stood outside. Until they opened the invitation in their hands. Just after they opened it, suddenly, a huge building complex appeared in front of them. It was about the size of a small town. And above the building in the middle, there were 4 big words. Doomsday Hotel. This scene was really amazing, and once again refreshed the worldview of Li Yuanjing and his party. Knowing and seeing with your own eyes, the latter is naturally more shocking. After a long while, Li Yuanjing exhaled lightly and walked in. As soon as they entered, the group felt a sense of coolness. For them, it was simply a world of ice and fire. It was so comfortable here. Seeing is believing. Magical, so magical. Chapter 20. Yuanjing and his party were immediately shown off, and some of them were even stunned. Because the shock was too great. Not only the temperature, but also the environment was amazing. Which place could maintain such lush greenery after more than 2 months of drought and more than 10 days of high temperature exposure? They only thought about going out with the leader to do the mission, but they didn't expect to experience such shocking things one after another. At this time, there were many players in the hotel, active in different places, especially the newly appeared building of the trading hall, and players swarmed in. Occasionally, players would smile knowingly when they saw their appearance. They looked like they had never seen the world before. Another group of new players. Are you stunned? The Doomsday Hotel is a stark contrast to the outside world. I was shocked when I came here before. Every time I see it upgrade, I am shocked. I don't know what it will look like in the end. It will definitely get better and better. I hope I can have the opportunity to come again in the future. Amid the teasing of the surrounding players, Li Yuanjing and his party quickly came back to their senses. But their hearts were still beating wildly. At this moment, they truly understood what the Doomsday Hotel meant. This is a paradise. It's just that this paradise doesn't belong to them. Thinking of this, several people couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Zhang Weiming and his party also came out of the crowd, waved enthusiastically to them, and then walked quickly to them. Shall I give you a brief introduction? Yeah. Li Yuanjing nodded. Although they collected a lot of information, according to these players, the Doomsday Hotel changes rapidly, and the information needs to be updated. Seeing that the other party agreed, Zhang Weiming instantly became energetic and hurriedly introduced it. That is the ice and snow world. The buildings are all carved out of ice. This building has a special effect. Staying in it for 4 hours can get a 2-hour cooling effect. That is an integrated planting and breeding garden. In fact, it is a farmland and a playground. The Doomsday Hotel has hired many players to work in it. The plantation is cultivated and planted, and the breeding garden directly raises poultry. I heard that there are chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, and sheep. That's the trading hall. The invitation letter in your hand comes from here. This is a newly built building. When I told my boss that I wanted to cooperate with you, my boss immediately built this building. You didn't know that soon after she finished speaking, someone said that there was a new building outside. The rest are apartments. An apartment has 100 rooms, each with 8 beds. It is fully equipped with furniture, electrical appliances, etc., and hot water is also supplied. There is also a washroom inside. You can wash in it even if you are a tenant. Hearing the word wash, many people's hearts skipped a beat. Speaking of which, everyone here hasn't showered for a few days, and their bodies are already smelly. If it were in the past, they would definitely not be able to bear it. But now, there is no such condition, so they can only bear it, and everyone is the same, so they just bear it because they are used to it. And when they heard that they could wash here, they felt a little more yearning in their hearts. But most of them still suppressed this idea. They came here to work, not to enjoy. When Li Yuanzheng and his party learned about the Doomsday Hotel through Zhang Weiming's story, Gu Weiwei had also received the information. A customer has entered the Doomsday Hotel through an invitation letter. Please receive him. In addition to the system notification, there was an extra row of red dots on the map. This special treatment made Gu Weiwei careless. Before, she thought that the Doomsday Landlady system was expanding new business, but now, she thinks that things are not that simple. Over and over again, could it be a coincidence? No, the Doomsday Landlady system seems to also want to help NPCs. Thinking, Gu Weiwei ran straight to the location of the small red dot. When Gu Weiwei arrived, they were also approaching apartment number 1, and the two sides collided head-on. When seeing Gu Weiwei, Zhang Weiming said to Li Yuanzheng in a somewhat excited voice, "That's the owner of the Doomsday Hotel." At this moment, Li Yuanzheng and his group's eyes fell on Gu Weiwei, with a serious look on their faces. Gu Weiwei looked at them, and said directly, "I am Gu Weiwei, the owner of the Doomsday Hotel. Let's go to the trading hall first." Gu Weiwei is the focus of players' attention wherever she goes. In this moment, many players are looking at this side. Li Yuanzheng and his party also noticed this scene, and followed Gu Weiwei obediently. At this time, the trading hall was crowded with people, and everyone was seriously studying the function of the new building. It turns out that it is used to guarantee transactions. There is no need for face-to-face transactions. You only need to put your own goods up, or put up the goods you want, and others can buy or sell according to the information, and the cost is only 1% tax, which is basically negligible. Isn't this new feature great? Yes, it's great. But what can we sell? Never mind. It doesn't matter if you try it. That's right. Out of curiosity, many people put up their own products, some bartered for goods, and some exchanged for points. In a very short time, thousands of products appeared on the screen of the trading hall. The products were diverse. It was obvious that different players had their own collections. This really broadened Li Yuanzheng's horizons. Especially since many people didn't even need to take out the physical objects, they could just operate on the panel, and the transaction was done. They also realized that they didn't have the backpack slots that players had. Li Yuanzheng was a little absent-minded. After seeing Gu Weiwei, he thought that the materials were not the most important thing, but talking to her was. As if she saw his thoughts, Gu Weiwei took Li Yuanzheng alone into the small reception room on the side. The reception room is a supporting facility of the trading hall, which is prepared for trading private items. Once you enter, you can isolate yourself from the outside world. What do you want to talk to me about? Gu Weiwei said directly as soon as she entered. Seeing Gu Weiwei's directness, Li Yuanzheng also became direct. I want to know, after the player's 1-month period is over, can our world return to normal? In Li Yuanzheng's view, even if the Doomsday Hotel and the Doomsday game are not in the same group, the two must be related. The reason why he dared to ask this was just to take a gamble, betting that the Doomsday Hotel that could provide shelter for players was a good one. In fact, he had analyzed it many times in his mind, and finally chose to trust his own judgment. Gu Weiwei listened and was stunned for a moment. The other party's question was really direct. Moreover, why did she feel that she had been seen through by the other party? If the other party didn't say it, she wouldn't ask anything. She sighed and answered the other party's question, I'm sorry, I don't know either. She had never thought that the game area they experienced was a real existence. But what does it matter if she knows? She is a player. Even if she has the Doomsday Landlady system, she is still a player who knows nothing about the Doomsday game. Looking at Gu Weiwei's eyes, Li Yuanzheng understood that what she said was true. Will the Doomsday Hotel stay here? I don't know either. It is highly unlikely. Gu Weiwei replied. Li Yuanzheng listened, and the light in his eyes dimmed a lot. Although he had guessed it, it really couldn't happen. For them, it was a big loss. Players will change game zones after playing for a month, and the formation of a game zone requires time. Gu Weiwei turned to her own analysis. It is impossible for the game to leave players without any living space as soon as they enter the game zone. She thought about it. When they first entered the game, some information features were still very obvious, and some players tried their best to stock up on goods, medicine, heat-resistant items, etc. If it weren't for the Doomsday Hotel, many players should have been able to think of ways to survive. For example, Zhang Weiming and others, following Li Yuanzheng and his group, will be able to survive to the end without any accidents. After all, the other party represents official power, and always has some trump cards. So what you mean is that the game area is likely to return to normal? Li Yuanzheng repeated. In fact, he had thought about it, but he didn't dare to believe it. Now with Gu Weiwei's words, he is more confident. Whether it will come a second time or not, at least there is a chance for them to breathe. Make more preparations, and the results will be very different. Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded. The world where the players are located, at least when they are pulled into the game area, they are reminded that the entire world is gamified. If so many people become players, how many game areas are needed? This is also what Gu Weiwei herself just analyzed in depth. Since this world has been selected, it is impossible for there to be only one game area in F City. Of course, it is also possible that she is lucky, and she is overthinking. Li Yuanzhang listened, his face changed, and then he said, before losing contact with the outside world, I received news that many areas were experiencing various disasters, but they were properly regulated and no one thought much about it. After all, their world is vast and rich in resources. If some cities are hit by disasters, other cities can also provide rescue. But now looking back, the situation is really bad. Gu Weiwei listened and sighed in her heart. If the guess is true, it can only be said that these small worlds of theirs are just toys in the hands of the people behind the scenes. Can they resist? No way. They can only follow the other party's footsteps to seek a glimmer of hope. Li Yuanzhang's mental state is visibly weak. But it returned to normal in a moment, and then looked at Gu Weiwei steadily. There is still a chance. Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment. What chance? Your Doomsday Hotel. Li Yuanzhang said, at least, there are equipment that can resist natural disasters. With the development of time, it will become stronger and stronger. Manage it well, no matter where we go. At least when we work hard, we know that there is such a place, such a hope. Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, no. She just wanted to rely on the Doomsday Hotel to make her life more normal. She didn't have the strength to resist the Doomsday game. Li Yuanzhang listened and said directly, I didn't think about it before, but I can think about it in the future. And you don't have to resist, just unite your strength. Gu Weiwei, He really thinks too highly of her. When Gu Weiwei wanted to say something to refute, Li Yuanzhang stopped talking and changed the subject directly. I hope to buy more special products from the Doomsday Hotel, with more varieties. As long as there is, we will take it. Do you have it? He had also figured out that the Doomsday Hotel would not stay in their F City. In that case, they should stock up more goods. Whether it is for future use or research, they will not lose out. He believed that the country would support him. Gu Weiwei paused, then said, yes. She just had never considered before that NPC would also need it. Then please prepare more. We will exchange the supplies for points as soon as possible. Li Yuanzhang said, stood up, and stretched out his hand to Gu Weiwei. Happy cooperation. Gu Weiwei, happy cooperation. As the old saying goes, fighting against the sky is endless fun. Fighting against the earth is endless fun. Fighting against people is endless fun. She saw the shadow of people in Li Yuanzhang. People have already engraved resistance into their bones. Never give up until the last moment. Chapter 21. After the agreement, Gu Weiwei directly opened the Doomsday Landlady System Mall. In the column of special products, the number of items increased a lot more than before. Gu Weiwei started to select directly. Wind-resistant equipment, cold-resistant equipment, heat-insulating equipment. Gu Weiwei looked at these equipment that can adapt to various natural disasters, and directly put them on the shelves, and then defaulted to replenishing the stock. After the replenishment, Gu Weiwei said to Li Yuanzhang, I have put different types of equipment on the shelves. If you want to buy them, just go to the lobby to buy them. As long as you have an invitation letter, you can buy things from the Doomsday Hotel. Li Yuanzhang watched Gu Weiwei operate a few times, and then she had all kinds of equipment, and he had more confidence in her. But he grasped a key point. As long as you have an invitation letter, you can enter and exit freely. After a moment of silence, Li Yuanzhang said to Gu Weiwei, do you have an invitation letter for the trading hall? No. Gu Weiwei replied. After the voice fell, Li Yuanzhang looked at Gu Weiwei solemnly. Ms. Gu, I would like to ask you for another favor? What? Gu Weiwei asked, and had to ask her if she could do it first. I hope you can send invitations to our people, so that they have the opportunity to change their fate through their own efforts. Li Yuanzhang said, his eyes full of longing. They are incompetent, and can't take care of so many people. But if there is a chance to save it, he definitely hopes they can have a chance. Gu Weiwei listened and paused. In fact, after knowing that this game area is real, she had such thoughts. After all, this can be considered a market of millions of people. She can get a lot of points through these people. The more points she has, the better she can run the Doomsday Hotel. Because, the more points are needed, the more points are needed. Not to mention other things, the daily operating cost has reached more than 2,000 points, and this cost will continue to increase as the scale of the Doomsday Hotel expands. In this case, she can only feel at ease if she hoards enough points. The points in the hands of the players are limited, most of which go into her and the Doomsday Landlady system's pockets, and hers also have to go into the Doomsday Landlady system's pocket. If she wants to hoard points, she can only hope to pry more from the Doomsday Landlady system. But she is worried about management issues. Players have never regarded this game area as real. If a large number of natives pour in, this point can no longer be concealed. The most important thing is that the gap in numbers between players and natives, once there is a conflict, the situation. I'm afraid it will be out of control. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei spoke, the Doomsday Hotel is not suitable for issuing invitations to a large number of people, but the Doomsday Hotel should be willing to collect important resources. It will be more convenient for you to act as a middleman. In addition, players can buy something called a protective shield, which can be used as a small shelter. As long as you can earn enough points, you can save enough residents. As I said, Gu Weiwei was unwilling to take such risks, and was unwilling to bear such a heavy responsibility. Let's leave this matter to Li Yuanzheng and his team. When Li Yuanzheng heard about the protective shield, his eyes lit up. If there is such a protective shield, they can indeed come forward with official power to save the people. So, their current task is still to exchange enough points. Thank you, thank you. Li Yuanzheng immediately felt much more relaxed. This is because he saw hope for the future. You're welcome. Each of us takes what we need, and it's just a win-win situation. Gu Weiwei said directly. If I have the spare energy, I will give. The Wanderer. A little help. Li Yuanzheng listened to this and chuckled, then said, Miss Gu, if you continue like this, maybe you can make it to the end. Gu Weiwei, At this time, in the Doomsday Hotel, many players who pay attention to the vending machine from time to time, when many new equipment comes out, they immediately pay attention to it. The Doomsday Hotel has a lot of special products. All the containers are filled up. There were only 4 items before, but now there are so many. Is this a hint? The next game area? Extreme cold, tornado, etc. If it's not the next game area, it will be the game area I will encounter in the future. If I had a lot of points, I would buy one of each. At least the probability of survival in the future would be much higher. This is the first time I feel that the points on hand are so few. There is still time. I can earn more. I don't know how high the temperature of the equipment in the Doomsday Hotel can reach. If it can reach a higher temperature, we still have more than 10 days to make money. I have decided that I will spend all my points in the Doomsday Hotel on the last day of the game. Me too. I am really afraid that if I miss this opportunity, I will miss it. The players talked one after another, full of curiosity about the new equipment. Because they know very well that in some game areas, if there is corresponding equipment, the probability of survival will really rise steadily. However, the sound of their discussion made Zwejina a little absent-minded. What's wrong? Fang Yangyang noticed Zwejina's strangeness and asked with concern. I'm thinking about the group of people we met outside the Doomsday Hotel before. Zwejina said directly. Aren't they just NPCs? Fang Yangyang replied. Will ordinary NPCs know that we are players? Zwejina said. They should be like the boss, not ordinary NPCs. Didn't you see that they all entered the Doomsday Hotel with the boss's consent? Fang Yangyang speculated reasonably. Zwejina listened, suppressed a little bit of something wrong in her heart, and then said, So, the new changes in the Doomsday Hotel are related to these NPCs? I think so too. It's like triggering some tasks. I should be able to get a lot of points, right? Fang Yangyang said. Her expression was envious of Zhang Weiming and his group. When Fang Yangyang said this, her eyes also fell on Zhang Weiming and his group not far away. Obviously, it's not just them who think of this. Zhang Weiming, who brought Li Yuanzheng and his group into the Doomsday Hotel, has already been surrounded by other players. It can only be said that it is difficult to have private secrets in the Doomsday Hotel under the public eye. No, we just thought they were official staff, so we followed them. There are indeed many NPCs there, but not all of them are accepted. The environment is certainly not as good as here. If it weren't for earning points, we would definitely live in the Doomsday Hotel. They can come in because of the invitation letter from the trading hall. The invitation letter was given by the boss. I don't have it. They do want to talk about business. Maybe it's about these equipment. The NPCs outside, apart from some advantages, are in the same situation as us, and have no preparation for the Doomsday disaster. Zhang Weiming and his team explained little by little in response to the curiosity of other players. After that, they also asked the players about the situation in the Doomsday Hotel in a roundabout way, especially the small things they didn't know. It can be said that this is an information exchange. Brother, do you need a mobile phone? After the two sides had almost finished communicating, Li Heng seized the opportunity and started chatting with Zhang Weiming and the others. Mobile phone? Can it be used? Zhang Weiming was indeed interested in mobile phones. Yes, it uses the satellite network. Li Heng said, as long as the satellite can be used, the network can be used. Since the satellite network can be used, can information from other areas be viewed? Zhang Weiming asked subconsciously. After all, in the official base, he heard those people mention the topic of contacting the outside world every day, and subconsciously regarded this place as a complete world. That can't be possible, because it's the Doomsday game. Everything in this game area is normal, except for contacting the outside world. Li Heng said he had also thought about this topic. In the end, it was just because the Doomsday game was too powerful. Zhang Weiming was not disappointed, and directly bought a mobile phone from Li Heng, and added each other's contact information. After the transaction, Li Heng returned to his team. According to Zhang Weiming, the NPCs in the outside world are obviously also trying to fight against the Doomsday, and after knowing the existence of the Doomsday Hotel, they want to increase the survival rate of NPCs through cooperation with the Doomsday Hotel. Li Heng said, "This world is very real, everything is very logical." Su Zhao sighed again. Now it's like an additional opportunity to communicate with the natives. Yi Yongcheng said, "We can see if there is any room for operation here to earn points from NPCs. Yes, as long as there are enough points, we can prepare more equipment, and even if we don't encounter the Doomsday Hotel in the next game area, our chances of survival will increase." Li Heng also spoke up. Why do they still go out every day? Isn't it to collect mobile phones outside? Fortunately, in the outside world now, mobile phones are not the target of others' collection, so they can make a fortune from it. However, due to the importance of points to players, not all players are willing to choose to buy mobile phones for temporary entertainment. Now, they may be able to do business with NPCs. After speaking, Li Heng looked at Lu Difei, who was thinking, "Boss, what do you think?" Lu Difei is the invisible leader of their team. After all, he is very capable. Outside, he always leads the way, and when he meets someone who wants to rob on the road, he always takes the lead to solve the problem. Lu Difei listened, came back to his senses, and nodded, "Okay." He was just thinking about a problem. This game area composed of NPCs is too real. This has always been the case, but now it seems more and more likely. If this game area is real, then the NPCs in this game area are much more miserable than them. Thinking about it, Lu Difei laughed at himself in his heart. For incompetent players, it is not certain who is more miserable than who. All I can say is that they are all miserable. Besides, why think so much? Whether it is true or not, all these players can do is to take care of themselves. Thinking about it, Lu Difei said one more sentence. In addition to the mobile phone business, we can do one more thing. What? Use special items to exchange for water resources, and then use special items to exchange for points. As long as the points exchanged are higher than the value of the materials, it will be profitable. We are facing a market of millions. 5 million people died, only more than 1 million people were left, which is also a $1 million market. Listening to Lu Difei's words, Li Heng and the other two immediately became interested. In fact, after learning the information from Gu Weiming, Li Heng and his team were not the only team with such plans. Countless players have already set their sights on the NPC market. Chapter 22. On the 14th day of the game, the weather was hot, 57 degrees. The 4th floor of the basement of Red Star Mall. Red Star Mall is the largest mall in District D, and also the most prosperous one, so the underground garage has several floors. The underground mall that people used to think had too many twists and turns has now become a life-saving straw for nearby residents. In a remote corner, a little boy took the slightly moldy bread he had just received and put it into his mother's mouth. "Mom, eat it, you will be fine after you finish it." The weak woman smiled gently at the little boy with a pale face. "Xiao Yao, feed your mother, okay?" She knew that she couldn't die, because if she died, her son would not be able to survive. So no matter how uncomfortable it was, she had to endure it. "Okay." Zhou Yao quickly opened the bread, carefully tore off some inedible parts, and stuffed the bread into his mother's mouth. Yuan Bu ate with a bit of sadness on her face. Now the supplies here are collected from supermarkets and shops in the mall, gathered together, and some food and drinks are distributed at regular times and locations. Of course, it's not free food and drink. You have to contribute to the collection of supplies. The more supplies you collect, the better you can enjoy. Because the leaders manage properly, the dispatch of supplies is fair. However, there are more and more people now, and it is getting harder and harder to go out to search for supplies. Some people even go out and never come back. Those who can't come back, it can be guessed that they probably died outside. Wanbiyu never thought that in just a dozen days, her world would change so drastically. If she hadn't had a child to look after, she would have died. After eating about half of it, Wanbiyu said to her son Zhou Yao, "You eat the rest, Mom is full." Wanbiyu stopped eating when Zhou Yao continued to feed her. Seeing this, Zhou Yao finished the rest of the bread, then took out a small cup from his pocket and began to feed Wanbiyu water. It was just a sip of water. Just when the mother and son had filled their stomachs a little, a man came towards them. After notifying 2 or 3 families, they came to their place. "Wanbiyu, it's your turn to go out and search for supplies today. Can you do it?" It was originally a notification, but after looking at Wanbiyu's face, the tone was a little hesitant. "I can do it," Wanbiyu said impatiently. "If they don't go out, the food they can get will become less and less. Then I will help you register." The visitor sighed and said directly, "Everyone's situation is very difficult now. There are so many poor people. Can they help them all? Can't help. Taking care of yourself and your family is the only thought left for most people now. Mom, I'm with you." Zhou Yao looked at his mother with some fear. He was afraid that his mother would never come back after she went out. He had many companions, and some of their family members would never come back after they went out. He knew that they died outside. Wanbiyu looked at Zhou Yao's slightly red eyes, and her eyes were a little dry, but she still firmly denied his words. "Be good, wait here for your mother to come back." "Mom, will you come back?" "Yes," Wanbiyu said firmly, "but if I can't come back?" "You must be obedient and work hard to survive." "Yes," Wanbiyu replied lightly. No matter what, she hoped that Zhou Yao could try to survive. Maybe one day, he would be saved. After a while, the team that went out to search for supplies gathered and finally arrived at the ground from the only exit. The other doors had been sealed long ago, and people were stationed there. There is even a special team patrolling the underground floor to prevent other forces from invading. After all, there are frequent cases of home robberies nowadays. Many people come here, in addition to the weather, because their homes have been robbed. Those who don't have stockpiles can only steal and rob in order to survive. They gather into large and small teams, and directly target commercial houses with single doors and single households. They commit crimes on the move, and each family cleans up the snow in front of their own door, so they are sure to rob. Wanbiyu's family was among those who were robbed. She was a hoarder, and always kept some food at home. On the first day, she saw the news of the disconnection. She bought a lot of water and supplies. With these hoarded goods, she could have lived a peaceful life with her son, and only had to consider the gradually rising temperature. But she didn't expect that one night, someone would come to her door while she was sleeping. For their lives, she could only give up the supplies in her home. Thinking back, Wanbiyu felt a strong heat wave coming, which made her feel a little breathless. "It's too hot," but seeing the team that had already set off, Wanbiyu took an umbrella and hurriedly followed. While walking on the road, they all felt that the ground was a little hot. Although she didn't know how many degrees the temperature was now, she could feel that the temperature outside was really getting higher day by day. The place they were going to now was a large community next to the mall. There were a lot of houses in this community, which meant that there were a lot of supplies that could be found here. Of course, they mainly searched for houses with no one in them. After all, in extremely hot weather, most high-rise buildings are no longer suitable for living, because the higher they are, the hotter they are, and without water and electricity, they are no longer suitable for survival. If they stay there for a long time, they may die at home in the end. Their target is the high-rise buildings in the community. Because they are close to the community, the distance between the two sides is relatively close. But the distance of only a few dozen meters is also extremely difficult for Wanbiyu. With a dry throat and the surrounding heat, Wanbiyu felt like she was in a sea of fire. Sweat poured down her face, and her vision was a little blurry. She was holding on with only her willpower. There are people over there too. Their team looks really good. That person is wearing a hat and doesn't need an umbrella. Hurry up and don't run into a team like that. Wanbiyu heard a lot of discussion, and then saw the people in front of her speeding up. She also wanted to catch up, but just as she speeded up, her body, which was already at the end of its strength, could no longer hold on. Her head felt dizzy, her eyes went dark, and Wanbiyu fell directly. When she felt her body hit the ground heavily, the pain made her more sober. She clearly realized that she might die. At this moment, the only thing she couldn't let go of was her son. What should she do with her child? How should she survive in such an environment? she was unwilling to die. A tear slowly slid down from the corner of her eye. Someone fainted over here, but he's not dead yet. Who of you has water? Hurry up and bring the parasol over to cover her. Water? Is there anyone willing to save her in such a helpless environment? Just as Wanbiyu was thinking this, she suddenly felt the heat on her body disappear. And soon, a bottle of water was pointed at her mouth. The instinct for survival made Wanbiyu swallow subconsciously. Then, someone stuffed a pill into her, and then she felt that she was moved to the side. During the process of moving, she no longer felt the heat. Is this an illusion? A dream before death? I don't know how long it took. Maybe because the drug took effect, Wanbiyu's consciousness became clearer and clearer. When she opened her eyes, she saw a person holding an umbrella next to her. Seeing her wake up, he spoke directly. You woke up. How are you? Someone really saved her. Wanbiyu sat up with difficulty, mumbling, Thank you, thank you. She survived, as did her son and mother. No need to thank me. I just happened to meet you. Are you a resident nearby? Are the people with you your companions? They saw you fainted and left without looking back. The people who came were Li Hong and his group. There was a large computer city here, so they came to take a look, but they didn't expect to see the scene. Along the way, they saw a lot of dead people on the road. For those, they didn't think of rescuing them. But Wanbiyu was different. At least they saw her fall down with their own eyes, and she was still breathing. It was really hard for them to watch a life pass away in front of them. Anyway, saving people is just a matter of convenience for them. Because they know they can't save me. Wanbiyu whispered. In the current situation, there is no time to care about others. Li Hong listened and was silent for a while. The NPC's actions were too real, and they looked so pitiful. Then, Li Hong spoke, I do have some water and food here, but I need you to bring some things in exchange. What? Wanbiyu asked anxiously. Water. It is what they lack the most so far. It is hard to find, let alone exchange. If they can exchange materials for water, many people would be willing to do so. Many things can be exchanged, such as ores, metals, etc. The more precious the things are, the more valuable they are. Li Hong said. These are the things with relatively high prices in the recycling cabinet. How about gold? Wanbiyu said anxiously, and while speaking, she took off a gold bracelet from her hand and placed it in front of Li Hong. Li Hong looked at the gold bracelet and nodded. With this weight, I can only give you a bottle of water. Do you want it? Yes. Wanbiyu nodded without hesitation. Gold is useless if it cannot be spent. It is really great to be able to exchange it for water now. Then Li Hong took a bottle of water from his bag and handed it to Wanbiyu. Originally, Li Hong could take it directly from the backpack grid, but who told him to know when he was browsing the forum before that a player took out something out of thin air in front of an NPC, and was finally targeted by the NPC, forcing the other party to hand over his space or something. This game area is very real, and the logic of NPCs is online. In such a situation, in order to avoid trouble, it is natural to be cautious. Wanbiyu took the water, and put it in her bag very preciously. Just this bottle of water, her trip today is really worth it. When she looked at Li Hong and his party, her eyes became different. Such precious water was given to anyone. These people must have more water in their hands, envy. Looking at the other party's precious look, Li Hong said directly, Today, we will collect things here all day, you can tell your companions. Wanbiyu was shocked when she heard this. There is such a good thing? The next moment, Wanbiyu stood up without hesitation, took out the water, and drank it frantically. After relieving her thirst for days, she took her umbrella and rushed into the mall next to her without hesitation. There were several gold shops and gold counters there. She wanted to save more for herself before others reacted, which would be the capital for her future life. At this moment, Wanbiyu's fatigue seemed to disappear. She only knew that she had hoped to live with her son. Seeing Wanbiyu's hurried look, Li Hong was stunned. I haven't finished yet. She went to hoard gold. Su Hai, who was standing by, said, It's better to put a lot of water than to wait for someone to notify you. Someone will take the initiative to come forward. It's not clear whether this initiative is well-intentioned or malicious. But they were armed and could suppress it. In the end, they could only be well-intentioned. That's right. Li Hong nodded. Then he looked around and found that there was no one. He directly put a bunch of boxes of mineral water where they were, and in addition, there were some fully packaged food. Well, we can wait and see. Chapter 23. After a while, Wanbiyu had already taken a lot of gold and staggered back to where Li Hong and the others were. When she saw the large amount of water and food, a trace of desire flashed across her eyes. How much can you exchange for so much gold? Wanbiyu asked in a low voice. Li Heng handed the things in his hand to Lu Difei and others, asking them to calculate. Looking at this scene, Wanbiyu unconsciously smiled, and then said carefully, "Can the exchanged materials be stored with you? I come to get it regularly every day. If I don't come one day, I will give it to my child regularly." Wanbiyu knew how stupid it was to give her trust to a stranger, but she really had no choice. These people saved her without hesitation, and they still had so many supplies on hand, so it was highly likely that they would not covet even a little bit of her. Li Heng was a little surprised at first, but after hearing the last sentence, he understood her thoughts and said directly, "Okay. Thank you, thank you." Wanbiyu thanked him again. "But we may not be here every day," Li Heng said, "but I will tell you when we change places." "Will the place you change to be far away?" Wanbiyu couldn't help but ask. If it was too far, she might not be able to walk there. "I don't know, but it's usually in crowded places," Li Heng said directly, then looked at Wanbiyu's worried look and said directly, "You just got a lot of gold. Maybe you can buy some equipment." "What?" Li Heng immediately pointed to the parasol in Su Zhao's hand. "This is the equipment, which can block 99% of the heat. Standing under the umbrella, the temperature is most suitable for human survival." Wanbiyu realized at this time that it was not an illusion that she felt not so hot all over her body just now, but because of this umbrella. "What kind of umbrella is this? It is so powerful. It should be very expensive, right? I'm afraid I can't afford it," Wanbiyu said subconsciously. At this time, Su Zhao finished estimating the gold. All the gold added together can be exchanged for about 30 points. Sukai said at the entrance. This price was a little lower than what the recycling cabinet gave them, but it was definitely a good price. Wanbiyu was confused when she heard 30 points. 2 points can be exchanged for a bottle of water, Li Heng said directly, and buying this umbrella only requires 16 points. If you buy this umbrella, it will be easier for you to survive in this weather. It is much more cost-effective than just buying water. Wanbiyu listened, looked at Li Heng, gritted her teeth, and said, "I'd buy it." The next moment, Li Heng handed her the parasol and continued, "In addition to the parasol, I also have a mobile phone. You only need 2 points to buy it, and go online. You can see the information on the internet. Do you want it?" "Yes," Wanbiyu said. "Anyway, there is still a lot of gold in the store. She can still make money. What she buys now is an advanced investment." At this moment, Wanbiyu has already felt the extraordinary effect of the parasol. There is a bit of surprise in her eyes, and then she is a little worried and said, "Are there many umbrellas? Such a precious thing, if the quantity is small, how can she keep it in the future?" "A lot, very much. As long as you can accumulate enough points, you can have as many as you want," Li Heng said. Wanbiyu listened, and her eyes bloomed with unprecedented brilliance. If only a few people were rescued, then the few rescued people would be the target of public criticism, but if everyone was involved, it would definitely be their luck. "I will help tell others." At this moment, Wanbiyu used her brain without hesitation. She didn't know where these people came from, or where they got these good things. She only knew that they were saved for the time being. As long as people have hope of survival, will they still be selfish and reckless? Trouble. Li Heng smiled. Then, Wanbiyu took an umbrella and water into the community next to her and chased her companions. It is safest to persuade your companions and let them persuade others. Looking at Wanbiyu's leaving figure, Li Heng looked at Lu Difei and others. Business will come soon. I wonder what other people's gains will be. Su Zhao saw that there was no one around, so he put a bag of gold into his backpack and asked curiously. The reason why he asked this was because when they went out in the morning, they saw batches of various ores, metals, and other materials being exchanged in front of the recycling cabinet. According to their simple estimation, the points that these things can be exchanged for must have reached tens of thousands. At that time, countless players' eyes were really staring. Of course, those points were exchanged for various equipment and water supplies on site. Seeing such a large number of water supplies purchased from the Doomsday Hotel, I don't know how many players were tempted. Many people even came forward to recommend it. After all, players have more or less stockpiled some supplies. It is worth it for players to exchange these supplies for points. But who is willing to exchange points for supplies on weekdays? As a result, this team of NPCs directly rejected the benefits offered to them and cooperated with the Doomsday Hotel wholeheartedly, which made many people feel regretful. Just when many players were disappointed, they suddenly received a task. That is to help transport these materials to a fixed location and give points as a reward. When the task came out, the players rushed to grab it. At this moment, they should be working behind the official NPC. The official NPC used its strong capital to tell the players that if they followed him, they would have meat to eat. What Li Heng and others cared about was that the official NPCs, such a big move meant that they were going to start to end the chaotic situation outside. Isn't this a good opportunity for them to fish in troubled waters? They believe that the official NPC will be more supportive of their behavior. After all, the NPCs run this game area as a real world, so they certainly don't want their world to be destroyed. This also makes many players realize that it is not impossible for players to cooperate with NPCs. If the cooperation is appropriate, the probability of survival in the game area will be greatly improved. So after the official NPC's big move, many teams followed suit and moved. It won't be bad. After all, people want to live. Those equipment and supplies are the capital for their survival. Lu Difei responded. While the group was chatting, many rabbits cast their eyes towards them. There is a lot of water there. They just put it there openly. What do they want to do? It must be a trap. They are holding weapons in their hands. I'm so thirsty. I want to drink water. Let's go and take a look. With so much water, they should be more worried about us than us who have nothing. This sentence convinced everyone on the scene, and then they moved out of the dark one by one and began to approach the location where Li Heng and his team were. As soon as they appeared, they were instantly noticed by Li Heng and his team. Li Heng subconsciously waved at them, and then shouted loudly, "Long-term gold exchange water, long-term gold exchange water, come quickly if you need it." Gold. They want gold. What use can gold have at this time? If it's true, there's plenty of gold in the mall. Let's go find gold first. I happen to have a gold chain. I want to take a look first. While speaking, the man walked firmly in the direction of Li Heng. After a while, quite a few people really gathered in front of Li Heng's stall. After arriving in front of them, these people subconsciously rushed towards the mineral water on the side. Seeing so much water in front of them, many people couldn't help themselves. But soon, a sharp weapon blocked their necks, forcing them to stop. Not only gold, but also metals and other things can be exchanged for water. Since they can be exchanged, why bother to rob? If you dare to rob, we will not spare your life. As he said this, Lu Difei poked the knife in his hand lightly on a wall nearby, and half of the blade went directly into it. It was obvious that either this knife was a magic weapon, or this person was very strong. No matter which one it is, they can't afford to offend. Reasoning back, they subconsciously asked, "Can it really be exchanged?" Of course, we exchanged a lot of things before. Li Heng immediately smiled and said, "And we are collecting for a long time. Sooner or later it will take more than 10 days, and the people we collect are not just us. You should be able to meet people like us in other places. It is a large gang. Yes, a team with so much water can't be a simple team." I dared not move even more. The next moment, a group of people rushed towards the direction of the mall. There must be a lot of gold there. At this moment, many people subconsciously ignored the high temperature and physical discomfort, and a new willpower was supporting them. So, when Wanbiyu persuaded her companions to come, many people were already scrambling to exchange various supplies, and after the exchange, they began to overeat without hesitation. During this period of time, most people controlled their appetites and did not dare to eat and drink too much, for fear of exhausting their supplies. After all, it is difficult to find supplies outside now. But now, with a source of income, they can finally eat and drink to their heart's content. After all, eating and drinking well will give them the energy to exchange for more supplies. It's actually true. Gold for water, gold for water. Great. Woo, 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 finally there's hope. Let's go find gold. Also, someone has to go and notify them. Who's going? No one at the scene was thinking of finding a competitor for themselves. At least it had to be later. I'm willing to go, but I need someone to go with me, otherwise I'm afraid that everyone won't believe me. Wanbiyu said without hesitation. Now that there are new changes outside, it shouldn't change in a short time. She has already stockpiled some, so she doesn't have to fight for it now. It's a good opportunity to go back and spread the news. Not only can I sell it to the survivors, but I can also go back to see my son and comfort him. I go with you. The person who spoke also had many family members in the basement. Seeing this, the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. You can go and notify everyone on our behalf. Trouble. Seeing this, Wanbiyu held up an umbrella and walked briskly towards the underground garage with another companion. Seeing Wanbiyu's relaxed look under the umbrella, many people looked at Li Heng's stall with a hint of longing. They also want to buy this treasure. When Wanbiyu returned, she took her water and told the people in charge of the underground garage about the exchange. How is it possible? He Xianming, one of the responsible persons, said in disbelief. This is too fake. It's true. There are so many people exchanging things outside now. Ruanbu emphasized, you will know if you go and see for yourself. I don't need to lie to you. You may have been bribed. There are so many people here. Let's go out and see together, and we will know whether it is true or not. Ruanbu said firmly. There are so many people. If you want to harm them, you must have more people. But no matter which force, they would not let so many people walk around outside. He Xianming had an idea. After a discussion, the responsible personnel announced the whole thing to all the survivors. When they heard that gold could be exchanged for water, these survivors agreed without hesitation. Anyway, they would not die if they tried. Then, a large group of people came to the ground in a grand manner. When they saw many people actually exchange gold for water and drank it on the spot, this part of the people was shocked. In addition, they also saw some people holding umbrellas and dancing happily in the hot sun. It can actually insulate heat? Oh my god, it's really not hot anymore. This umbrella is really awesome. What kind of material is this? The new umbrella can prevent heat. It can also be exchanged with points. Many people immediately pinch their flesh. It hurts. The next moment, a group of people rushed directly into the mall. Gold, gold, they want to find gold. For a moment, this area became lively. In fact, such excitement was not only happening here, but also in other areas. Especially Kuri Yuanzheng and his team, they once again put up the official name and started the rescue operation with their current base as the center. The entire game area seemed to come alive under the stimulation of a large amount of new supplies. Chapter 24. For the people in the game area, they felt as if their lives had been reversed overnight. The day before, they were suffering from hunger and extremely difficult conditions, hovering between life and death. The day after, supplies and special equipment emerged like mushrooms after rain, giving them new hope. In particular, the appearance of the official gave them a shot of adrenaline. Even if the temperature rose by 1 degree, it could not stop their enthusiasm for exploring the surrounding area. Compared with the previous dejection, now the whole person has a bit more vitality. This mall has not been cleaned up yet. These gold jewelry are all ours. Yes, we are lucky. Pack them quickly and exchange them. There are still a lot of metals here. Wait until we collect all the gold and come back next time. At this time, a group of people were frantically sweeping gold on the first floor of the mall. Before, they only saw food and drinks, but now, as long as there is something on the list that can be exchanged for so-called points, they want them all. Because this is linked to their future good life. The gold now is the most cost-effective item they can get. But they will not let go of other things. After all, gold has become the goal pursued by countless people, and it will become more and more difficult to find gold. They naturally learn to focus on other things. After all, there is an old saying that a little bit of accumulation makes a lot. While they were frantically sweeping gold, a group of people looked at them with confusion. What are these NPCs doing? What can gold do now? Does it have any special function? Not sure. Should we go ask? What if they have bad intentions and want to rob us? Yes, this team of people are players, and they are all relatively cowardly. At the beginning, they found a supermarket to work, and later they worked for free. There happened to be a shopping mall near this supermarket. After the world was in chaos, they secretly accumulated some water and easy-to-preserve food, and then hid them together in a newly opened shopping mall. The mall is so big that even if someone comes, they can't find them. Most of the time, they hide in the mall, and only go out to check the situation outside occasionally. But every time they go out to check the situation, they are not very happy. They were robbed by the natives several times. If they didn't have backpack grids, they would have been robbed empty. Of course, they also encountered players, and when they met them, they pretended to be NPCs. This back and forth allowed them to survive to this day. They haven't gone out these days, but they have reached their limit. Sometimes it's not the food and drink, but the boring environment that makes people upset, especially when the temperature rises every day. Not only do they stink, but they are also very sticky. So, today they are going to go out for some fresh air. What happened? Before they could go out, they had already met this group of NPCs. As for why they were identified as NPCs, it was because they had clearly filled a whole bag, but they were still carrying it. It doesn't matter. Don't we look penniless now? Wei Huanwen couldn't help but said, at least we should understand what they are doing with the gold. I always feel that there must be changes outside that we don't know about. He has always believed in his sixth sense. It can be said that his keen intuition has played a big role in their survival until now. Hearing Wei Huanwen say this, the others looked at each other in bewilderment. In fact, they basically followed Wei Huanwen's steps. Now that Wei Huanwen said this, they did consider his words. We listen to you. After the discussion, after this team of NPCs moved a lot of iron racks from a store, Wei Huanwen appeared in their field of vision with his men. Brother, what are you doing? Wei Huanwen called out enthusiastically. The group was startled, and the next moment, they directly blocked the gold counter. We came here first, these are ours. As they spoke, they took out their weapons one by one, some long and some short, and it was obvious that they had cooperated with each other on weekdays. With weapons in hand, this is the normal operation for survival outside. Seeing this, Wei Huanwen hurriedly said, we don't plan to rob you of gold, we just want to know, now, that the outside world is so chaotic, what use can these gold be? Hearing Wei Huanwen say this, one of them was still alert, and then said, how long have you been in the mall? Many days. No wonder, now outside, the military has come out to maintain order. They also provide water, food and other supplies to the people. The most precious are several special items, among which parasols can block ultraviolet rays, and you can't feel the heat under the umbrella. Of course, they are not free, and need to be exchanged with gold and other things. Wei Huanwen and his group were completely confused when they heard this. They hadn't been out for a few days, but had the outside world changed so much? What happened to this game area? They thought it would get harder and harder, but now the official NPCs have come out, which obviously means that the difficulty has dropped. I've told you everything I should tell you. Go and see for yourself, don't disturb us. The group still looked at them vigilantly. Only when Wei Huanwen and his group left, they might be able to feel truly at ease. Okay, let's go. Seeing this, Wei Huanwen didn't want to challenge them anymore and slowly backed away. When they reached the empty shop, the group was silent. After a while, someone asked, could it be true? Go and see, maybe there are some great changes outside. Wei Huanwen said. At this time, one person raised his hand and said, I seem to have heard someone say that there is a place that only players can enter, called the Doomsday Hotel. Many players have gone there. I always thought it was a lie, but now, maybe there really is such a place. I seem to have heard people talking about it, but the situation was special at the time, so I didn't dare to ask. Let's go and take a look. Wei Huanwen said seriously. Yes. Because of this episode, they don't seem to be so afraid of the outside world now. They never think that being timid is a shortcoming. At least, they have lived longer than many people, at the same time, in the Doomsday Hotel. Special products sold parasols. Special products sold heat-resistant clothing. Special products sold heat-resistant medicine. Gu Weiwei really felt that her products were selling like crazy. Although she had thought about it, the final result was still beyond her expectations. But the most important point is that the survival rate of NPCs and players has greatly increased. Specifically, the number of players in the Doomsday Hotel has skyrocketed again. It has directly reached the 30,000 mark, and there is an obvious trend of continued growth. Obviously, the appearance of official NPCs and the player stalls in various areas are affecting the players outside. They have emerged from the corners one by one. In this situation, there is only one thing Gu Weiwei can do. Build, build, build. In addition, the supporting facilities of each apartment have been supplemented. Now, in addition to the original front desk, rest area, toilet, and vending machine, each apartment has a washroom, restaurant, recycling cabinet, etc. This allows the apartment to take on the increasing recycling business, and also disperses the players relatively in the Doomsday Hotel. As for the apartments, they have gradually increased from the original 24 to the current 30. As of today, it has to be rebuilt. Do you want to spend 8,000 points to buy 8 buildings and apartments? Yes. Do you want to add a washroom, a restaurant, and a recycling cabinet? Yes. Gu Weiwei is already familiar with the whole process. After a while, another 8 buildings appeared within the scope of the Doomsday Hotel, neatly arranged with other apartments. Obviously, the Doomsday Hotel has already met the 3 conditions for upgrading to a resort, but the special buildings still make Gu Weiwei confused. Fortunately, the capacity of the Doomsday Hotel can still accommodate the players who are coming now. The new 8 apartments instantly excited the players who arrived in the past 2 days. They rushed to the front desk of the new apartments to grab beds. The NPCs in the Doomsday Hotel were shocked again when they saw the new buildings, and then they envied the players. In fact, in order to appease the residents, Li Yuanzheng had discussed with Gu Weiwei early in the morning that the invitation letter to the trading hall could only be controlled by the official. At present, only the official staff can enter the Doomsday Hotel. Therefore, Most people feel envious, but not unbalanced. Each of them has been taught, and they know very well that these so-called players are victims of the Doomsday just like them. Moreover, because of the Doomsday Hotel, they don't need to continue to sink in the reality of hell, and they dare not think too much. Silently envious, they began to continue to cooperate with some players, converting the redeemed points into equipment and supplies, and then left the Doomsday Hotel and ran to the official supply point. Of course, there was a very special team today. They exchanged a batch of sun hats, and there were quite a few of them. Gu Weiwei received the message that they were buying one by one, and the number was too frequent, so Gu Weiwei went straight to their apartment. "What are you buying so many sun hats for?" Gu Weiwei asked. This surprised Confronting. "Hello, boss." Confronting subconsciously saluted Gu Weiwei while speaking, and it was obvious that he regarded Gu Weiwei as his superior. After realizing Gu Weiwei's problem, Confronting continued, "The chief is going to crack down on the evil forces." "Evil forces?" Gu Weiwei reacted. She had heard from players before that many powerful people relied on their special initial conditions to concentrate a large amount of water, food and weapons, and became local tyrants in different areas, squeezing the NPCs. Many players also suffered losses at their hands. If in the future, to restore order here, this part is the first choice to crack down on. Unexpectedly, Li Yuanzheng would take action now. Indeed, the sooner the action is taken, the more convenient it will be, and more NPCs will survive. "How many do you need?" "I will set it directly," Gu Weiwei said directly. "We need more than 9,800, Confronting said. They dispatched an army of 10,000 people. They had no shortage of weapons. All they had to do was give these people heat-resistant hats, so that they could move freely. "Yes." Gu Weiwei nodded and set it up casually. Confronting immediately asked different players to buy it. After the purchase, the hat went directly into their backpack grid, and it did not attract the attention of others. Gu Weiwei was already used to this scene. She knew that the official NPC hired a group of players, gave them points as wages, and asked them to act as porters. The players envied this kind of work. After Confronting made the purchase, he left immediately. Gu Weiwei, the boss, looked at the tens of thousands of extra points on her control panel, and the corners of her mouth rose again. With the help of the Doomsday Hotel, the official NPC slowly restored the order of the game area. Not only did the players live well, they also earned a lot of points, creating capital for entering the next game area. And she, who made a lot of money one after another, also had a little confidence. It's great that the official NPC appeared. In the future, if there is a reliable one, it may not be impossible to cooperate. This is really a win-win situation. While Gu Weiwei was silently planning, another group of players entered the Doomsday Hotel with excitement. Wei Huanwen's team was among them. After inquiring about the situation of the Doomsday Hotel, he joined the big team to earn points without hesitation. Chapter 25. On the 16th day of the game, the weather was hot, 58 degrees. Recycling stalls were set up everywhere in the game area, and hidden players and NPCs kept emerging. The Doomsday Hotel continued to add a corresponding number of apartments. On the 17th day of the game, the weather was hot, 59 degrees. Official NPCs in the game area set up shelters in various places to accommodate NPC residents. At the same time, the army was dispatched to start clearing the evil forces in the game area. Countless small forces that committed evil were cleared, and the main culprits and criminals were shot, and heavy punishments were implemented in troubled times. On the 18th day of the game, the temperature was 60 degrees. The order of the game area was initially determined, and players and NPCs continued to search for materials that could be exchanged for points. On the 19th day of the game, the temperature was 61 degrees. The order of the game area was initially determined, and players and NPCs continued to search for materials that could be exchanged for points. On the 20th day of the game, the temperature was 71 degrees. Because the temperature changed from 0.1 degrees to 1 degree on the 10th day last time, on the 20th day, countless players focused on today's temperature. When the results came out, everyone gasped. The temperature increased by 10 degrees every day, and by the 30th day, it was over 100 degrees. At 60 degrees, you can still hold on, but if you go to Baidu, there is only one result, death. At this time, in the Doomsday Hotel, the scene was silent for several seconds, and then a heated discussion broke out. Fuck, then by the 30th day, it will be 170 degrees. Are you kidding me? This game never thought of letting us live, right? This is just the beginner level. 170 degrees. It's probably not suitable for survival outside. If you step on your shoes, they will melt. It seems that I can only stay in the Doomsday Hotel for the next few days. Staying outside is definitely asking for trouble. It's too difficult. Fortunately, I saved a lot of points recently. Fortunately, it only costs 40 points to stay for one night. I'm not worried about this game area anymore. I'm worried about other game areas. The difficulty is only increasing compared to this one. I wonder if we will report the death rate of each game area after the first game. I think so. Speaking of which, how many people have entered the game area? What about our relatives and friends? I don't want to think about these things. I just want to live. Only by living can I know the day. So we still can't relax. It's 71 degrees today. I can do it. I can do it too. Save more. Buy some other equipment for the next game area. Yeah, maybe we won't encounter the Doomsday Hotel in the next game area. Let's go! As they discussed, even though they knew the temperature outside was 70 degrees, the players still went out as planned. After a while, in the lobby of each apartment, players went out to earn points wearing complete equipment. Speaking of which, the food and mineral water outside are becoming less and less. Under the high temperature, even food with a relatively long shelf life has already spoiled. Most people were just chewing on the old money they had collected before. Their goal was to exchange points for something. Gu Weiwei also saw the situation in the Doomsday Hotel. In fact, she was also shocked by the temperature increase. Because of the official NPC's insertion, the players in the Doomsday Hotel have been pouring in like crazy in the past few days. The number has also increased from 30,000 a few days ago to more than 40,000 now. Gu Weiwei thought that most of the remaining 50,000 players were most likely dead outside. Because according to the speed at which the official NPCs are cleaning and opening shelters, players basically have no space to hide. Even if there are, the number is very small. Because, when the official NPCs knew that the mobile phone was available, they had already connected to the satellite network, announced the satellite network password in various areas, and published many notices on the internet. Extremely hot weather survival guide. Shelter assembly points in various areas. List of materials needed for shelters. The official will provide assistance to people in need. After such a notice, NPCs will definitely seek help from the country one by one. You know, after the order is out of balance, players have a certain advantage over NPCs, and their chances of survival are also higher. Knowing that the outside world is relatively safe, how could they not come out to get information? Therefore, with the effective control of the Doomsday Hotel and official NPCs, the mortality rate is over 50%. What if there is no Doomsday Hotel? It will definitely be a total annihilation. Therefore, Gu Weiwei was panicking. She felt that perhaps the conditions given to the players by the Doomsday game were impossible to complete. Under such circumstances, her Doomsday Hotel becomes more important. But she doubts whether she can really take on such a responsibility. Boss, the first batch of vegetables is ripe. Just as Gu Weiwei was thinking, Yusiyu came to her excitedly. Gu Weiwei's thoughts were pulled back, and she was surprised, so fast. The soil in the integrated planting and breeding garden seems to be better, which will shorten the time for vegetable planting. Yusiyu replied. Let's go and have a look. Gu Weiwei nodded, and then followed Yusiyu into the integrated planting and breeding garden. Soon, Gu Weiwei saw a whole field of Chinese cabbage. It was fresh and juicy. It looked like the joy of a good harvest. The vegetables have been detected to be ripe. Do you want to sell them? At this time, Gu Weiwei's control panel sent a notification. In addition to the sale information, the price of Chinese cabbage was also attached. Product, Chinese cabbage. Selling price, 2 points/head. After seeing the price, Gu Weiwei was really surprised. She originally thought that she could achieve self-sufficiency after planting. Now it seems that this is a goose that lays golden eggs. What else to keep? Sell it. Just when Gu Weiwei was sure to sell it, a whole piece of Chinese cabbage disappeared. This scene shocked Yusiyu. You have worked hard to take care of the vegetables. This is your bonus. As Gu Weiwei said this, she directly allocated 100 points to Yusiyu. Yusiyu was shocked to receive these 100 points. In fact, after being recruited by the Doomsday Hotel, she regretted it a little when she knew that she could get a lot of points by forming a team to set up stalls and work as an intermediary or by searching for supplies. But even if she regretted it, she never thought of quitting the job because she was afraid of offending her boss. The only thing that comforted her was that she had all the food and drinks covered, which saved a lot of points and allowed her to live a relatively comfortable life. But she didn't expect that Gu Weiwei would be so generous and give 100 points for one reward. Thank you. Yusiyu was a little flattered. Keep raising it, and I give you a bonus when you're done, Gu Weiwei said. She just got tens of thousands of points from the Doomsday Landlady system in one go, so these 100 points were nothing. Although she didn't participate, she just knew that it was not easy to grow these vegetables well. Catching insects, supplementing nutrition, pulling weeds. Even if it is indoors, the planting situation is no different from real farming. You know, some employees planted a batch of seeds that died. I will take good care of it. I will start the next round of planting immediately. You see, you didn't expect that this track has such a good prospect. Go, work hard. Gu Weiwei felt much better because of the 10,000 pure points. She felt that she didn't need to worry about trivial matters. At least so far, the Doomsday Hotel is moving in a better direction. She just needs to manage the Doomsday Hotel well, so that it can continue to operate and accommodate players. While everything in the Doomsday Hotel was running smoothly, the official NPC side faced a new round of challenges due to the temperature. Chief, the temperature outside is no longer suitable for going out. Confronting reported, worriedly, without the equipment of the Doomsday Hotel, it feels like the temperature will burn people when they go out. The road surface is not suitable for walking. The soles of ordinary shoes melt immediately. Originally, they thought that with the assistance of the Doomsday Hotel and so many survivors, their lives would become better and better. But now the changing temperature has dealt them a heavy blow. Can so many of them really survive? Li Yuanzheng's heart sank unconsciously. After a long time, he said, exchange the remaining points for supplies, at the same time, rent equipment to residents. But the amount of equipment we have. These equipment are for those who can't survive. The rest of the people just need to try to survive 10 days. What if the high temperature still exists after 10 days? Confronting couldn't help asking. Then, let's face death calmly together. No one can survive. Li Yuanzheng said. 10 days later, the Doomsday Hotel left, and the players left. If it hadn't ended yet, they would have been left to fend for themselves. There was only one outcome in the end. No one survived. Confronting's eyes were red as she listened. Compared to dying without knowing anything before, it's already good to know the details now, and to have made the effort we can. Li Yuanzheng comforted. Have you arranged for someone to record the incident? Yes. Confronting nodded. Record it. When we can contact the outside world one day, even if we are all gone, we can let the outside world know what happened in our city and warn others. Li Yuanzheng sighed. This is his last words. Of course, if possible, he hopes that the survivors can personally show the crisis to the outside world. The end of the world has quietly arrived. The irresistible alien force, all of humanity, needs to rise up to resist. Then, Confronting immediately gave the order. People in the shelters were in a panic. The temperature change outside was something everyone could feel. They really felt an unprecedented despair. They originally thought that with official help, there would be hope for survival. But now, they were about to fall into a new round of despair. Even when they heard about equipment rental, they were not interested. 10 days. Can it really be over in 10 days? Trust the official. If they say it's 10 days, it must be 10 days. Can we still go out now? Without those special heat-resistant equipment, we can't go out at all. Why don't we produce more heat-resistant equipment? Where did these heat-resistant equipment come from? They can actually withstand the extremely hot weather outside, right? You think too much. If our officials really have such capabilities, why would they use the people of a city for experiments? And did you notice that there is a group of people who are obviously different from us? I know that those people seem to have space. I have seen them take things out of thin air. They also call us NPCs. They say this is a game area. The beginner level is already so difficult. What will happen in the future? It's better to die. So I am more inclined to believe that it is an alien force that turned our area into a game area for those players to survive. Then is it all because of these players? Hey, they are victims just like us. Didn't you hear? They still have to continue playing the game. Moreover, these equipment and so on all came from their hands. Because of them, we can control the situation and keep so many people alive. How many people are alive now? I heard that there are no more than 2 million. In RF City, there seem to be more than 5 million people. More than 3 million dead? So many. In addition to some who committed crimes, some died of starvation, some died of thirst, some died of illness, some were killed by others, and some committed suicide. Such data is not surprising. Forget it. Don't think about it. Let's just think about trying to survive these 10 days. I can still make it through the 10 days. I saved a lot of points in the past 2 days and exchanged them for supplies. Me too. I can make it through if I save a little. I don't have to go out. I can't do that. I sign up and save some more points while the points aren't too high in the next 2 days. I want to save some too. The residents in the shelter chatted and turned into exploration players. In the end, they returned their attention. As I said before, everyone is a victim in the Doomsday. They can't deal with them, so they just have to try their best to survive the 10 days. If they can't stop after 10 days, they can't survive. At that time, death may be a relief. In this way, both players and NPCs are eager to spend the remaining 10 days. Chapter 26. In the next few days, the temperature rose by 10 degrees every day. In the first 2 days, I was able to move around outside, but later, even with heat-resistant equipment, I couldn't move outside. Because of the direct sunlight, the surface temperature was far higher than the air temperature. Trees, plastics, wood, etc. exposed outdoors had already caught fire and burned out due to the high temperature, with fireworks everywhere. The road surface and buildings were cracked, and the temperature was too high to walk or touch. In this situation, even if they go out, they can't collect the supplies they want. Therefore, when the temperature exceeds 100 degrees, most people stay indoors. At this time, in the Doomsday Hotel, many players are looking at the scene outside in front of the fence. Compared with the vitality inside the hotel, the outside is already a scene of desolation, forming a sharp contrast. Looking at the hot steam coming out of the ground outside, everyone who is watching subconsciously takes a breath of cold air. It's really hard to imagine how we would live if we were still outside. Even if we were alive, it would be very painful. It's already over 100 degrees outside, and it's still a continuous high temperature. It's too difficult. How are the NPCs? There are protective shields. Although the temperature is not as suitable as the Doomsday Hotel, it should still be able to support it. The protective shields are just too expensive. Otherwise, it would be great to have one in every game area. This is all urging players to work hard to accumulate points. But it's not that easy to accumulate points. Unless you use special means. Forget it. A murderer will be killed. If you have such thoughts, you may get into trouble one day. What if you don't have such thoughts, but someone else steals your points? So you still have to improve your skills. If someone comes to steal your points, you can kill them back. That's absolutely natural. Yes, yes, yes. How can I improve my skills? I was just an ordinary person before. No matter what, it's about strengthening your physical strength. Yes, a good blacksmith must have a strong body. So, when Gu Weiwei popped into the Doomsday Hotel today, she saw a group of players running around the Doomsday Hotel. In addition to running, there were people shooting at targets, carrying dumbbells, doing pull-ups, etc., really all kinds of things. Gu Weiwei, standing in the crowd, couldn't help but sigh in her heart after knowing what these players were doing. These players are really good at adjusting their mentality. Indeed, the stronger the personal ability, the greater the living space in the future. Just like Lu Difei and his group, she thought, even without the Doomsday Hotel, they can still work hard to survive to the end, but they just don't live as freely as they do now. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei opened the Doomsday Landlady System Mall. After searching for a while, she saw some buildings that were very suitable for the current situation of the Doomsday Hotel. Product, training room. Price, 5,000 points. Product, gym. Price, 1,000 points. Product, swimming pool. Price, 1,000 points. Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the first one. Although it is a bit expensive, if it is for players to train, they should be willing to do it. Do you want to spend 5,000 points to buy the building training room? Yes. Soon, a large building appeared on the control panel. Please add the corresponding training room. Gu Weiwei glanced at it and paused. She thought that 5,000 points was the limit, but she didn't expect it was just the beginning. It was a loss. However, it would definitely not be a loss in the long run if it improved strength. After all, she had a strong sense of urgency when she saw the miserable situation outside, not to mention the players inside. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei checked the training room. Product, battle training room. Price, 500 points. Product, cold weapon training room. Price, 1,000 points. Product, hot weapon training room. Price, 1,000 points. Gu Weiwei directly added these 3 training rooms. After adding them, the account was directly deducted another 2,500 points. After Gu Weiwei was matched, she found that the training room was configurable. After thinking for a while, Gu Weiwei still gave each tenant 30 minutes of training time once a day. If they wanted to overtime, they had to pay points. After the setting was completed, Gu Weiwei ran it immediately and placed the building next to the ice and snow world. After the operation was completed, a brand new building appeared in the Doomsday Hotel. Many players only felt a flash before their eyes, and there was another building in the hotel. Are there more new buildings? Let me see what they are. Fuck, it's a training camp. The boss is so nice, it really meets our needs now. I don't know if it's expensive. Go in and take a look. I went in and came out. Tenants have 30 minutes of free time every day. There are 3 types of training rooms. You can choose any one. If you had time, you get 1 point for every 30 minutes. This price is too conscious. Boss, I really love you. Boss, can you add another swimming pool? I'm a landlubber, and I'm afraid of encountering a water world. I'd be finished if I do. Take advantage of these few days to train, and add a skill to myself. I'm also a landlubber, I didn't even think of it. Boss, please. Please, please. It just so happened that many players noticed that Gu Weiwei was at the scene, and they were throwing good words to Gu Weiwei without caring about their lives. In fact, they could feel Gu Weiwei's kindness. After all, the Doomsday Hotel is irreplaceable from any perspective. Even if the price is high, players can only pay for their lives, and they may do things that go against their conscience in order to survive. But the Doomsday Hotel is not like that. When everyone can survive with hard work, everyone will not do anything risky if they have hope. Not to mention, they will cooperate with NPCs later to stabilize the outside environment, and provide them with the necessary buildings when they need them. Therefore, a large group of players looked at Gu Weiwei with a smile. Gu Weiwei paused when she thought of the building she saw. I really owe them. Okay. Gu Weiwei responded. Boss, you are really kind. Boss, I love you. Boss, we are so lucky to meet you. Seeing Gu Weiwei agreed, the players became excited, and then they started to flatter her like crazy. Gu Weiwei listened and bought the swimming pool and the gym together. It is detected that the host has purchased a training room, a swimming pool, and a gym. The building types can overlap to form a special building activity center. Do you want to spend 1,000 points to generate it? After generation, similar buildings can be included in the scope of the activity center. Gu Weiwei really didn't expect that a moment of kindness would actually combine to generate a special building. She answered without hesitation. Yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special building activity center. Including this activity center, Gu Weiwei now has 3 special buildings. There was only 1 building left to meet the upgrade requirement for the 4 special buildings. This also reminded her that the special buildings in the future might be obtained through combination. While Gu Weiwei was thinking, the players looked at the newly combined activity center and burst into warm cheers. Boss, thank you. At this moment, all the players looked at Gu Weiwei and spoke sincerely. Then, a group of people quickly rushed into the activity center. They had only one thought. Don't let down such good conditions. Work hard to become stronger. In the following time, although they can't go out anymore, the players have a new goal. Players need to spend a fixed time in the activity center every day. Many players have overtime, and those who don't have overtime will also exercise and improve themselves in the Doomsday Hotel. In this way, time passed quickly and finally came to the last day. On the 30th day of the game, the weather was hot, 171 degrees. When night fell, the players in the Doomsday Hotel were quiet. There are only a few hours left. After the last hour, they will be able to clear the first game area. During this time, the players gathered together to exchange information. Have you bought all the equipment? Yes, I have bought all the equipment from the Doomsday Hotel. And supplies. Sort the supplies directly. Choose the same products and don't take up too many grids. I have too many types of supplies. Do you want to change them? Okay, exchange. In addition to exchanging information, players are also exchanging items. Their heartbeats, as time goes by, are getting faster and faster. Gu Weiwei is also waiting. Because, after 12 o'clock, we will know what form the Doomsday Hotel will follow her. Soon, the time entered the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the Doomsday game sent a message to many players. Gu Weiwei saw the system information of the Doomsday game immediately. Congratulations, host, you have cleared Doomsday Natural Disaster, Extreme Heat, Drought Zone, Primary Field, Zone 003 and obtained 100 points. There are 100,000 players in this game zone, and there are 46,353 players left. The remaining players will share the points of the dead players and obtain 115 points. You have been assigned to Doomsday Natural Disaster, Extreme Cold, Ice and Snow Zone, Primary Field, Zone 112. There are 100,000 players and 2 million NPCs in this game zone. The scene is being generated, waiting for the remaining players. After the release, Gu Weiwei felt the environment around her change again. Scene generated, Second game officially begins. As the notification came, the surrounding scene froze, and Gu Weiwei found herself in the Doomsday Hotel. Looking around, Gu Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. Doomsday Hotel, follow her to the new game area. She was the only one left in the hotel. It seems that the game area for each player is randomly assigned, and players will not enter the same game area. Looking at the control panel of the Doomsday Landlady system, all the buildings have not changed at all. This situation is similar to what she imagined. I just don't know what the original game area is like in the game area. During the countdown, Li Yuanzheng and others stared at the computer. Finally, at the end, information from the outside world poured in crazily. Li Yuanzheng's eyes turned red instantly. Finally, he can contact the outside world. I don't know what the situation is like outside. He only hopes that the only city F where he is hit by the disaster. Li Yuanzheng contacted his superiors immediately. After contacting, they explained their experiences. The game area is not just F City. Your game is over and new cities are being pulled in. This sentence instantly made Li Yuanzheng's heart sink. Then, he took out his mobile phone and began to search for online information, and saw all kinds of panic news. X City fell. F City fell. What happened to our world? The end of the world is coming. X City, F City, and Z City reappeared. What happened to them? Several large and small cities lost contact again. Chief, Kefang'an couldn't help but call Li Yuanzheng. Li Yuanzheng's tone was heavy. The end of the game area is not the real end. Our world still has more challenges to face. Chapter 27. Gu Weiwei only briefly paid attention to the game area, and focused more on the present. Player, Gu Weiwei. Task, complete the Doomsday game. Each game lasts for 1 month. Pass safely, and enter the next level. Failure means death. Any player who completes all the games can restore Blue Planet to normal. Points, 212-6735, extra points can be obtained in the game. Negative points are considered as a failure. Mall, open, shopping items available. Backpack, 10 slots, up to 99 per slot. Game, 1, Doomsday Disaster Extremely Hot Arid Zone, Primary Field, Zone 003. Game, 2, Doomsday Disaster Extremely Cold Ice and Snow Zone, Primary Field, Zone 112. Countdown, 29 days 23 hours 57 minutes 11 seconds. Building, Doomsday Hotel, upgradable. Level, Level 3. Owner, Gu Weiwei. Description, within the building, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth, points 212-6735. Mall, open, goods available for purchase. Facilities, 12, signboard, front desk, rest area, toilet, vending machine, room, washroom, restaurant, recycling cabinet, stone road, green belt, road sign. Tenants 0. Buildings, special buildings *3, ice and snow world, trading hall, activity center, Doomsday apartment *58, tent area *1, integrated planting and breeding garden *1. After reading the control panel, Gu Weiwei let out a long sigh. At the beginning, the points were only a few 100,000, but on the last day, the players' points were continuously transferred to the Doomsday Hotel, and the Doomsday Hotel only had points in, and no points out, so it accumulated about 1.8 million points. 100,000 players, there were 10 million points at the beginning of the game. She intercepted more than 2 million points, some of which were obtained by the Doomsday Hotel, and the rest were in the hands of the surviving players. Then, her eyes were fixed on several notifications from the Doomsday Hotel. The points of the dead players will be distributed to the surviving players in the end, which seems to mean that the fewer the surviving players, the more points they will get. It is a clear reminder to players that they can kill each other. You know, in the extreme heat arid zone primary field zone 003 where she was before, more than 40,000 players survived, and each player got more than 100 points. If more players died, the surviving players could get hundreds, thousands, or even more. Will there be players who wantonly kill players in the game area in order to get enough points? Obviously, this possibility is very high. She once again felt the deep malice of the Doomsday game. But even if she noticed it, what could she do? Human nature has always been unpredictable. After sighing, Gu Weiwei returned her attention to the control panel of the Doomsday Landlady system. There are currently 0 tenants. She was a little uncomfortable with seeing more than 40,000 people. A new game area is a new beginning. How many players in the first game area have entered this extreme cold ice and snow area, primary field, area 112 like her? Regardless of whether they are there or not, I hope they can be successful in the new game area. Gu Weiwei withdrew her thoughts and directly opened the Doomsday Landlady System Mall. Product, Advertising. Price, 5/10/20/50/1001000. Gu Weiwei chose 1,000 points without hesitation. I hope these 1,000 points can be notified to all players. Do you want to spend 1,000 points to advertise to the players? Yes. After confirming, Gu Weiwei came out of the apartment in her building and went directly outside. Standing behind the fence, looking outside, I saw snowflakes falling outside, and there was already a thick layer of snow on the road. It was obvious that this game area had been snowing for a long time. It was late at night now. I don't know if this game area is the same world as the previous one. In fact, Gu Weiwei judged based on the existing information that there are countless game areas, and the background of the previous game area is similar to Blue Star, which is not enough at all. She suspected that there were more than 2 planets pulled into this game by the Doomsday game. Therefore, the probability of encountering it again is very small. However, regardless of whether she encountered it or not, Gu Weiwei felt that it was still very necessary to contact the official of the game area. Early prevention and control can greatly improve the survival rate of both players and NPCs. The high survival rate of both will earn more points for the Doomsday Hotel. However, she can't buy a mobile phone for a while. Wait until tomorrow to go out and buy it. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei began to add the goods to the vending machine and the restaurant little by little. After adding, Gu Weiwei went back to her room to rest. Whether there are players or not, the Doomsday Hotel can operate independently. At the same time, Gu Weiwei's Doomsday Hotel advertisement was also released to the players in the game area at lightning speed. As Gu Weiwei thought, 1,000 points really included the entire game area. When the players saw the advertisement for the first time, they were stunned for a moment, and subconsciously thought it was a hotel created by the Doomsday game. When they saw that the consumption currency was points, almost everyone immediately gave up the idea of going to the Doomsday Hotel. Players who survived the first game knew that points were crucial. In addition, the first 10 days of the game were obviously the lowest difficulty period. They had to collect as many supplies as possible during these 10 days. In addition, they tried to use as few points as possible. With this awareness, they temporarily ignored the advertisement. It was just that the advertisement pointed out that Doomsday Hotel. The address has been deeply engraved in their minds. Of course, there are also a small number of people who are close to it and plan to take a look first. Whether they can stay there or not, at least they have a bottom line in their hearts. And the players who have seen the advertisement for a long time are very happy. Doomsday Hotel. There is actually a Doomsday Hotel here. Without hesitation, they put on their cold-resistant equipment and headed straight for the Doomsday Hotel. This time, they will continue to rely on the Doomsday Hotel and try their best to survive to the end. Go early to occupy the tent area, 2 points a day, only 60 points a month, 130 points for surviving 10 days, plus the existing points. This is simply a very cost-effective deal. Old tenants, one by one, went straight to the Doomsday Hotel. After a while, the players arrived at the Doomsday Hotel one after another. In the middle of the night, the Doomsday Hotel sign, which was shining brightly, was like a beacon, blinding the players' eyes. Of course, not only the sign, but also the exterior walls of the Doomsday Hotel, the fences, and the street lights on both sides of the road were all lit. At first glance, it looks like a town with bright lights. Some players, who saw the Doomsday Hotel for the first time, were shocked. What a big deal. Is this the official hotel of the Doomsday game? It looks really grand. Why is there no hotel in the previous game area? Is it a bonus copy? It's snowing heavily outside, but the grass inside is green, as if the snow can't get in at all. After entering, it's not cold at all. Is it a safe zone? Impossible. The Doomsday game wants to kill us, so why would it prepare a safe zone for us? Are they here to cheat us out of our points? The first-time players looked at this magnificent hotel and couldn't help but discuss it. The old tenants listened to the shocked and suspicious expressions of the new players, and then looked at the familiar Doomsday Hotel in front of them, and suddenly realized something. It turns out that not all game areas have Doomsday Hotels. It's just that they were lucky and encountered it for the second time. The Doomsday Hotel is considered a safe zone, but it is definitely not provided by the Doomsday game. Immediately, a player defended the Doomsday Hotel. Every point you spend in the Doomsday Hotel will be worth it. For a moment, the players who encountered the Doomsday Hotel for the first time immediately shifted their attention to the player who spoke. Do you know the Doomsday Hotel? Well, we encountered the Doomsday Hotel in the first game area. It was originally a Doomsday apartment. Later, As the number of players increased, it was upgraded step by step to this level. Do you know why the Doomsday Hotel looks like a small town? Because it accommodated more than 46,000 players in the previous game area. When this person said this, his expression was vaguely proud. More than 46,000 players? We only have more than 10,000 survivors. We have more than 7,000. We are just over 2,000. The players who encountered it for the first time were shocked. The number of more than 40,000 was really too shocking. The success rate is close to half. Compared with the number of other game areas, it is really too obvious. It's incredible, but the old tenants were also shocked when they heard the survival rates in other game areas. The lowest survival rate was only 2%, although I thought it might be very low. I really didn't expect it to be so low. At this moment, I really felt fortunate. Fortunately, they encountered the Doomsday Hotel in their first game area. Even more fortunately, they still had the Doomsday Hotel in their second game area. The players who encountered the Doomsday Hotel for the first time looked at their surprised expressions, and instantly became curious about the Doomsday Hotel. Can you tell us about the Doomsday Hotel? In exchange, we can proactively tell you about the natural disasters in our game area and how to clear them. Maybe you will encounter them in the future and have experience. Someone immediately suggested. Okay. Then, the old tenant started talking directly. The first person I want to talk about is the owner of the Doomsday Hotel. She is really kind and beautiful. I love her so much. Our first game area was the extremely hot and arid area. The Ice and Snow World is a special building. Staying in it for 4 hours will have a cooling effect for 2 hours. Next to the Ice and Snow World is the Activity Center, which was built by the Doomsday Hotel owner for the players in the later stages. It has a training room, a swimming pool, and an identity room. The training room is combat, hot weapon and cold weapon training rooms. There is a half-hour free training world every day, with overtime points, and the points consumed by the other two are very low. The integrated planting and breeding garden opposite the Ice and Snow World is used for planting and breeding, and it is the only building that recruits people. Next to the integrated planting and breeding garden is the trading hall, where you can offer rewards, buy goods, and barter. The owner also has an invitation letter to invite NPCs to enter. The other buildings are basically apartments, each with 100 rooms, 8 beds in each room, and only 4 points for a bed. The tent area. If you check in, you can stay in the Doomsday Hotel for 24 hours. Otherwise, you can stay in the Doomsday Hotel for 6 hours. As these players crowded around to introduce. The players who encountered the Doomsday Hotel for the first time were all stunned. After reacting, they were only envious and jealous of these players. Woohoo, comparing yourself to others is so annoying. It's easy to imagine how lucky the players who encountered Doomsday Hotel in the first game were, but it seems not too late. They also encountered it in this game area. Under the crazy recommendation of the old tenant players, the players who encountered Doomsday Hotel for the first time ran to the front desk of the apartment without hesitation. They wanted to book a room to experience it first. So, when Gu Weiwei was immersed in her dream, the beds in Doomsday Hotel were occupied. +1 +1 +1 +1, it continued to grow. Chapter 28. On the first day of the game, the weather was cold, the temperature was -20 degrees. When Gu Weiwei woke up, she saw a notification from the Doomsday Landlady system. The advertisement has been delivered, and a total of 100,000 players have received the advertisement information. Please prepare to welcome customers. 1,000 points, it really can notify all players. Then, in the future, these 1,000 points will be equivalent to fixed expenses. Then, looking at the panel data, Gu Weiwei suddenly noticed that more than 100 players had entered the Doomsday Hotel from yesterday to this morning, and became tenants of the Doomsday Hotel. But compared to the capacity of the Doomsday Hotel, it is still very small. Wealth, points 211,9979. Advertising fee, -1,000 points. Room booking income, +444 points. Operation cost, -6,200 points. After all, according to the current scale of the Doomsday Hotel, the operation cost is as high as 6,200 points. Only when more than 1,500 players rent it every day can this operation cost be offset. However, thinking of the peak data of the previous world, Gu Weiwei is not worried. She is more concerned about the situation in this world. Then she stood up and headed straight for the restaurant. When Gu Weiwei arrived, she saw that some people were already eating breakfast in the restaurant. A small gas stove with a small iron pot on it was cooking instant noodles, emitting bursts of fragrance. Obviously, it was more cost-effective to cook for yourself. They cooked in the restaurant. Seeing this scene, Gu Weiwei smiled knowingly. In the later stage of the first game area, many players did this. Blue Star players, as always, are frugal and thrifty. Gu Weiwei walked to the restaurant's ordering counter without hesitation and ordered a bowl of braised beef noodles for 3 points. The braised beef was particularly solid, with pieces neatly piled on top. Just as Gu Weiwei was about to start eating, a player at the side couldn't help but speak up. "Didn't you stock up on some supplies? It's a waste to eat in this hotel. It's almost as much as a day's accommodation fee. At worst, you can go out to eat." The player who spoke was chewing a bun. This is what he bought at a pastry shop yesterday. He bought a month's supply of various steamed buns and steamed buns, which were cheap and filling. When he looked at Gu Weiwei, his eyes were full of regret. Gu Weiwei listened, paused, and said directly, "Thank you, I want to eat." Lu Xianfu was speechless for a while, but he looked at Gu Weiwei with a little more caution. "Eat if you want to. How many points do you need to be able to withstand such consumption?" "Ah, and after the first game, the players who can save more points are undoubtedly ruthless." "Sorry, I talked too much." LV Xianfu apologized quickly. "It's okay, you mean well, I know," Gu Weiwei responded. Just then, another player arrived at the scene, and one of them got excited when he saw Gu Weiwei. "Boss, finally I see you again." "Again?" Gu Weiwei looked at this person instantly. The face was not familiar, but seeing the other party's excitement, Gu Weiwei understood that this should be the first player in the game area who encountered the Doomsday Hotel. Gu Weiwei nodded and continued to eat her breakfast. This time, this player and other new players promoted Gu Weiwei's great achievements. Among them, Gu Weiwei built a new building with just a few gestures. It can be said that the entire Doomsday Hotel was added by Gu Weiwei bit by bit. The eyes of the players, who were educated, were also full of admiration when they looked at Gu Weiwei. As for Lu Xianfu, who had just persuaded Gu Weiwei, he was silent. It turned out that he was not a player, but an NPC. No wonder she was so generous. He was the one who was being nosy. LV Xianfu looked at Gu Weiwei with envy. When would he be able to buy things without caring about his points? After breakfast, Gu Weiwei was ready to go out. Of course, she still equipped herself with cold-resistant clothing, cold-resistant hats, cold-resistant shoes, protective shields, pistols, etc., to ensure her safety in all aspects. Due to the heavy snow, there were not many people on the road, but there were vehicles coming and going, and there were also forklifts working from time to clear the snow on the road. So far, everything is peaceful. Gu Weiwei knows that this situation is temporary, and when the disaster really starts, everything will be gone. After walking for a while, Gu Weiwei finally saw the street. The street is still lively at this moment, and there are still many people shopping. Gu Weiwei searched for a long time before finding a gold shop inside. "Is there anything you need?" the clerk asked enthusiastically. "I want to sell some gold jewelry," Gu Weiwei said as she took out a lot of gold from her pocket. In the first world, when the recycling cabinet collected gold and other metals, Gu Weiwei also put a lot of them in her backpack. After all, no matter which game area, gold is definitely hard currency. Compared to the first game area, the players in the second game area will definitely not have such a miserable start. "No problem." The clerk listened and immediately looked at the jewelry of Gu Weiwei. "Do you have an invoice?" "No, they were all bought before." The clerk listened, said a number, and said directly, "Then I will recycle it for you according to today's recycling price." "Is there any problem?" "Yes." Then, when the clerk calculated the weight of gold, Gu Weiwei looked at her and asked, "Are there many people selling gold today?" "I don't know about other places, but you are the first one here," the clerk said. Gu Weiwei didn't say anything more. After the clerk calculated, he asked directly, "A total of 53,780 yuan, transferred to your bank card?" "I lost my phone and haven't had time to buy a new one yet." "Can you give me cash directly?" "For cash, I only need 53,000. Gu Weiwei asked quickly. The clerk listened and said quickly, "Then wait a minute." If she asked her friend to withdraw cash, she could earn this little extra money. A moment later, the clerk's friend hurriedly sent 53,000 over. Gu Weiwei counted the money on the spot and prepared to leave. Looking at the clerk, who looked a little excited, Gu Weiwei reminded him friendly, "It has been snowing recently, and there is a high possibility of a snowstorm. If possible, store more supplies at home to consider the possibility of power outages. In this world, if there is snow, there will be no shortage of water, but after the power outage, there is no heating, and ordinary people will probably have a very hard time." The clerk and her friend looked at Gu Weiwei's leaving figure, with a little surprise on their faces. "We have snow every year here, and this year the temperature is just a little lower than in previous years. Will there really be a snowstorm? The clerk spoke subconsciously. I feel that this young lady is very serious, not joking. Let's stock up more. The clerk's friend said subconsciously, and don't you think? The beginning of this lady selling gold is a bit like the beginning of a Doomsday novel? Your imagination is too big, the clerk said helplessly. At this time, another person came into the store. After entering, this person said anxiously, I want to sell gold, and I want cash. Several people came one after another, and the clerk and his friend looked at each other in surprise. There are people selling gold on weekdays, but they are definitely not as frequent as today. The most important point is, they all want cash. Let's make some preparations early. Yes, yes, yes. As they chatted, they immediately contacted their families, saying that there was an insider message that there would be a very serious snowstorm this year. They lived in a new era, and even if they encountered a snowstorm, the country's support was very quick. Even if they had never been troubled by it, the elders in their family had experienced it. In fact, they could not imagine what kind of situation would cause their city to suffer a serious snowstorm. But sometimes you believe it exists, not believe it does not exist. Anyway, you have to stock up in winter, just stock up more this year. Gu Weiwei, who left, took the cash and went directly to the mobile phone store. She bought the latest mobile phone and a phone card. As soon as she got the phone, Gu Weiwei started to surf the internet. As soon as she got the phone, Gu Weiwei started to search for Doomsday games. Unfortunately, this time, unlike the first world, there was a Li Heng who was good at computer technology, and there was no special player for him. Thinking about the key role played by the previous player for him, Gu Weiwei directly created a post bar about the Doomsday game. Gu Weiwei chose to open this post bar to everyone. Hopefully, NPCs can also find some information from here. However, there are obviously a lot of Doomsday posts on the internet, but most of them are mainly jokes. Compared to the first game area where everyone was keenly aware of the loss of contact with the outside world on the first day, there is obviously some dullness here. This dullness is that there has been frequent heavy snow in recent days, the power has been cut off several times, and the same is true for the internet. As for the goods, due to the special reason of snowy weather, H City has stored a lot of resources, so ordinary people can't detect anything unusual. Most importantly, Gu Weiwei discovered that this H City is different from the previous world. Although there are the same cities, they are not in the same world. Maybe this world has just been pulled into the Doomsday game. As for why it can be felt, it is because if it is really the same world, it is impossible that there is no news at all. F City is also a provincial capital. It has lost contact with the outside world for a month. How could such a big news be hidden? This is the conclusion that Gu Weiwei came to after reading the previous news. In addition to creating a forum, Gu Weiwei also applied for many online platforms, and posted a lot of information on them. It has been snowing continuously recently, which may cause a snowstorm. There is a big problem with the network, and H City has become an isolated city. H City is about to experience extremely cold weather, with the lowest temperature reaching more than 100 degrees below zero. In the next month, H City may not be suitable for survival. Gu Weiwei posted all kinds of bad situations on the internet, and then used the remaining money to buy various electronic products and media audio, and then prepared to return to the Doomsday Hotel. At this time, the Doomsday Hotel welcomed waves of players. They all stayed overnight, and came to take a look when they came out to buy supplies today. As a result, the players were shocked at this glance. This Doomsday Hotel is so luxurious. Is it prepared for players? Why wasn't it in the previous game area? Fuck, brother, there are words on your head. Sin value, 20, sin value, 18, sin value, 32. What does the sin value mean? It's definitely not a good thing anyway. I know the one with a sin value of 32. In the last game zone, he formed a team, and said they were going to complete the game together. But when I followed him, people kept dying in the team. Later my friend and I found out that he was the one who did it, so we ran away. The sin value is the number of lives that have been stained on our hands. Anyway, stay away from them. Hey, this sin value must be fake. I haven't done anything bad. Brother, do you think we should believe you or the Doomsday Hotel? I was forced to kill people. You should find someone who was forced to do so. At first, players were shocked by the environment of the Doomsday Hotel. Now, it is a pleasant surprise for them to be able to peek into the essence of other players through the Doomsday Hotel. Especially after experiencing a game, they can understand how dark human nature is in desperate situations. At this moment, many players have already assumed that they will walk around the Doomsday Hotel when they form a team in the future. Of course, The most important thing is that everything in the Doomsday Hotel, whether it is a safe living environment or the equipment that can be provided to players, is enough to attract players to stay. So, when Gu Weiwei returned to the Doomsday Hotel, she found that the number of players in the Doomsday Hotel had increased a lot, and some people were constantly calling for people. In one morning, the number of tenants increased from more than 100 to more than 1,000. Looking at the current situation, Gu Weiwei, who bought a mobile phone and electronic products, was ready to continue lying in the Doomsday Hotel. Anyway, she did what she should do. And during this period of time, the information released by Gu Weiwei was immediately noticed by the relevant departments of H City. Chapter 29. The news on the internet all comes from different accounts. Their identities are members of our country, but their growth files cannot be found. If you don't check them carefully, you can't find them at all. They are like people who were forced into our city. He Wencheng, one of the staff members, reported the situation with a cautious look. After all, the scenes that happened were really incredible. If it weren't for the large number of rumors about the end of the world, and they really lost contact with the outside world, they would never investigate these people. If you don't investigate these people, you won't find anything unusual. Has their world been invaded? Are these people related to the invasion? Can we track their whereabouts? H City's top leader Yan Qiujuan asked He Wencheng, frowning slightly. The incident happened too suddenly, and they blocked the news at the first time. But such news can't be hidden for long. After all, it's an information society now. It's okay to fool for a while, but it's hard to fool for a few days. Yes, we have already asked someone to track them down, and there will be news soon. He Wencheng replied, and then as if he remembered something, he added, there is an account that has posted news, and even if it pops up again later, it cannot be tracked. Forget about one. Yan Qiujuan said, and then ordered, follow these people first. See if you can get some additional news. Okay. He Wencheng replied, and said one more thing, what about the news that is disconnected from the outside world? Officially announce that our city H has been disconnected from the internet due to a sudden snowstorm. Currently, the only network available is the LAN in city H. In addition, several entrances and exits are under martial law, and the public is asked to stock up on winter goods. Yan Qiujuan said, let them prepare for the bad weather today. Fortunately, in winter, people in city H have the habit of stockpiling goods, so the daily volume of goods in and out is particularly large, so even if they stock up in large quantities, it should not cause too much unrest. Next, it depends on how many days the disconnection with the outside world will last, and whether the temperature will continue to drop. She is now worried about how many people in their city will survive if the temperature really drops to 100 degrees. Yan Qiujuan has a hunch that the way out for their entire city lies in those who post doomsday prophecies on the internet. Yes, He Wencheng replied. In the following time, the people sent out by the authorities directly tracked down the person who posted the news and secretly monitored him, using various special instruments. With the efforts of these people, news came back continuously. The news came back, once again refreshed the worldview of Yan Qiujuan and He Wencheng. These people claim to be players. They came from a parallel world similar to our current world. They were brought here by the Doomsday game. This Doomsday game allows them to survive natural disasters in the game area. They call our H City the ice and snow area. They have something similar to a storage space on them. They all went to the gold shop to sell a lot of gold, and after exchanging money, they began to stock up on supplies. The supplies were relatively simple, and I suspected that the size of the storage space was limited and had an upper limit. They came from different game areas, including foggy areas, volcanic areas, earthquake areas, drought areas, etc. These areas also have so-called various size divisions. According to the numbers, no matter which game area, the better the back, the higher the difficulty, and only 1 in 10 players survives, and the survival rate is very low. And they don't have any rest. After the first game zone ends, they immediately come to the second game zone. Each game zone lasts for 1 month. Even if players can buy equipment through the Doomsday Game Mall, the equipment prices are relatively high. If they want to survive, their own equipment alone is not enough. They also need to plunder points from others. Currently, there are only 100,000 players in a game zone, and after the game ends, the surviving players can share the remaining points of the dead players. All game zones are miserable. It can be said to be a purgatory on Earth. The only relatively good one is probably the Drought Zone 003. I heard that there is a special safe zone there, called the Doomsday Hotel. Because of its existence, more than 40,000 people survived, and they also bought cold-resistant equipment in this Doomsday Hotel at a very reasonable price. I am sure that players in other game zones have not encountered the Doomsday Hotel, only those in the Drought Zone 003 have. Every time he read a piece of news, Yin Qiujuan's heart sank unconsciously. Because, for them, it was really not good news. Obviously, the players, like them, were ants that could be manipulated at will in the hands of this Doomsday game. The players also had advantages over them, with storage space and equipment. But even such players were only 1 in 10 in the game area, not to mention ordinary people like them who were dragged into the Doomsday game at some point. Does this mean that the lowest temperature in our H city will eventually reach more than 100 degrees below zero? He Wencheng murmured to himself, how can we survive in this case? The temperature will not gradually drop, but will directly drop from the current temperature to below zero in more than a month. They don't even have time to prepare. By then, let alone 1 in 10 will survive. I'm afraid the whole army will be wiped out. Yin Qiujuan also felt the panic in He Wencheng's tone, and her heart was beating wildly, because she was frightened. Before, looking at the news, she had already predicted that this crisis was 80% to 90%, and now it has reached 100%, which is enough to make people panic. But she knew that panicking was useless. Yin Qiujuan took a long breath and then said, we have to plan for the worst and try to blend into the players to see if they have any special items that can resist this extreme cold. Yeah. Conduct a large-scale census of the population and find out as many players as possible. We need them. They are our last hope. Yin Qiujuan continued. If it is only 1 day, with a temperature of minus 100 degrees, they can concentrate all the forces of H City, and there is a great possibility that they can survive it. But this is a long war, and they cannot survive it with their abilities alone. It is even possible that these people, in the eyes of players, they are NPCs, and are their tools to survive the game. They can only save themselves, and try to increase their chips. The official action was quickly carried out, as the order was issued. Doomsday Hotel. Because of the forced advertising, the number of players in the Doomsday Hotel is constantly increasing. But there are not many people in the Doomsday Hotel at this moment. Most players are still out and about, trying to collect enough supplies in the shortest time. After all, everyone has participated in a game, and has experience. The earlier you collect supplies, the better. Later on, the game becomes more difficult. Although it is more difficult to keep supplies in the later stages, they still have to save them. Of course, now that they have encountered the Doomsday Hotel, and have seen the magic of the Doomsday Hotel with their own eyes, the players are more interested in saving supplies. First, there is a place where they can rest safely, and even store supplies. Second, the extra supplies they collected have new uses in the Doomsday Hotel, which can accumulate points and give them more capital to survive. Therefore, the Doomsday Hotel was full of people coming and going all day. Basically, most of them came to observe the Doomsday Hotel, and buy some cold-resistant equipment in the Doomsday Hotel. After all, the cold-resistant equipment in the Doomsday Hotel is really great. Cheap and easy to use. At this time, a long line formed in front of the automatic sales counter, and while queuing, they couldn't help chatting. As a southerner, it's really hard to endure such cold weather outside. Yeah, I just want to stay in bed. I stayed in the hotel last night. When I went out this morning, those people looked at me as if I was crazy. At present, the heating is still on outside, so I'd better stay outside. When the heating is gone, I stay in the Doomsday Hotel. Come to think of it, if there was a Doomsday Hotel in our place in the last world, maybe. Well, be self-sufficient. It's a good experience. I can buy more equipment before it ends, and the game area in the future is guaranteed. That's right. By the way, have the NPCs in this game area noticed that they are disconnected from the outside world? There is no news on the internet at the moment, but it will be soon. Fuck, those of you with mobile phones can check the news on the internet. The official notification said that there is a problem with the external wireless equipment. For a short period of time, you can only use the network in this area, and can only hear information in this area. It feels like the official knows something. Are they going to increase the difficulty for us? It's not that the difficulty has increased, but that someone made a doomsday prophecy that caught the attention of the Game Zone officials. In fact, it's good that the Game Zone officials know about it, because the probability of survival has increased. You're overthinking it. The more people there are, the more chaotic it is. In our last Game Zone, everyone went crazy and killed each other for a place in the shelter. Those NPCs were also particularly cruel when they killed people, and to a certain extent, they were squeezing our place. Why do those people post random news online? In troubled times, the saints should be killed first. It shouldn't have anything to do with whether or not I'm a saint. I cooperated with the official in my last Game Zone, And then I got the official protection, entered the official special base, and finally survived to the end. So those who posted the news just want to cooperate with the official? It should be. I think this Doomsday Hotel is more reliable than the official one. That's right, darkness has no place to hide. Gu Weiwei heard everything the players were discussing, word for word. While Gu Weiwei was listening, she was also checking the information on the internet. After seeing that the official had taken measures, Gu Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, the official of this game area was also a listener and had taken action quickly. Such an official is comfortable to cooperate with. Just when Gu Weiwei was thinking about whether to take the next step, she received a special private message on one of her public platforms. Chapter 30. In fact, after Gu Weiwei released the information about the Doomsday Theory, she received a lot of private messages in the background. Many people scolded her for sensationalism, and some asked questions out of curiosity. She read almost all of them. She gave a unified answer to those who asked what to do. But this one is really special, because this information comes from the official website of H City. I saw your information on the internet, and I am very interested. Can I ask you some questions? Gu Weiwei also found that after she released it, many people followed her words on the internet. Not surprisingly, they were all players. With so many people reminding them, and the reality of disconnection, it is normal for them to believe and take action. Yes. Gu Weiwei gave a response immediately. On the other side, after seeing Gu Weiwei agree, Xiao Liang, one of the staff members, became excited. This one who was at a loss finally came to his senses. He quickly asked all the questions given by his superiors. Will the temperature drop to more than 100 degrees? In the extremely hot and arid zone, the temperature increases by 0.1 degrees in the first 10 days, 1 degree per day in the middle 10 days, and 10 degrees per day in the last 10 days. We can learn from its development model. Will you be willing to help NPCs? Some people are willing, some are not. Are you willing to buy equipment for us, if we are willing to pay the corresponding compensation? Yes. How can I contact you? I am at the Doomsday Hotel. Gu Weiwei said 6 words directly on this side. If the official knew about the Doomsday Hotel, they would be very excited to hear this news. If the official did not know about the Doomsday Hotel, they would definitely ask about the situation of the Doomsday Hotel. On the other side, Xiao Liang was immediately excited when he saw the 4 words Doomsday Hotel. He had received an order from his superiors, that is, any news related to the Doomsday Hotel, no matter how big or small, must be reported. Xiao Liang reported it immediately. A moment later, He Wencheng and Yan Qiujuan came directly to this office. In fact, they were very excited at this time. Because just now, new news came that a Doomsday Hotel appeared in their city H. Some players received strong advertisements from the Doomsday Hotel. After knowing this, they tried to find the location of the Doomsday Hotel and find ways to cooperate with it. At present, the incident is still ongoing, but there is a new breakthrough here. It is best that there are players willing to talk to them. Ask her if we can go to the Doomsday Hotel to find her. Yan Qiujuan asked anxiously. Zhao Liang asked immediately after hearing this. Then, everyone looked closely at the big screen, afraid of missing a word. Yes. When seeing these 2 words, Yan Qiujuan's eyes flashed with joy, continued to ask, how can we go? Then, an address was directly sent on the page. Come here. After the conversation, Yan Qiujuan said directly, I will personally lead the team to this Doomsday Hotel. I go with you. He Wencheng said subconsciously. He was actually very curious about what the Doomsday Hotel was like. Just as they were preparing intensively, other taskers who had mixed in with the players sent back a new message. They mixed in with the players and found the Doomsday Hotel, but they couldn't see the Doomsday Hotel. He Wencheng's tone was a little heavy when he said this. This seemed to mean that even if they found the Doomsday Hotel, they couldn't enter it, so how could they cooperate? Yan Qiujuan was somewhat calm. Since this player asked us to come over, she is sincere in cooperating. She knows we are not players, and I want to see how she will cooperate with us. Yan Qiujuan said directly. She was the first one to release the news, the one whose whereabouts are the most difficult to figure out, and the first one willing to extend an olive branch to us. I think she has been waiting for us to find her. Perhaps she is a player who knows the truth of this world, so she is willing to help us NPCs. Yan Qiujuan analyzed Gu Weiwei's behavior and gave his own guess. He Wencheng felt relieved after listening to it. Speaking of which, since there is a month, the fact that the players and the Doomsday Hotel appeared in front of them so quickly is already a good start. A moment later, Yan Qiujuan, He Wencheng and others, escorted by a group of bodyguards, began to head to the Doomsday Hotel. In order not to attract attention, the bodyguards were all dressed in plain clothes. But even so, when they arrived near the Doomsday Hotel, they still became the focus of many players. These people are not simple at first glance. Those guys are tall and strong, and they must be very skilled. They are obviously bodyguards. Do you think they are hired by some players? Can players hire bodyguards? Yes, in the last game, I saw a player hired a group of bodyguards, hoping that they would protect him to survive in the game area. What happened in the end? It was the end of the world. Those bodyguards emptied the player, but fortunately, he was still alive. At least when the game countdown started, I saw that he was still alive. So, it's not bad to meet a reliable bodyguard? Yes, the NPC's reaction to the end of the world is real, and they all want to live, so we can take advantage of their thoughts. The players not far away were discussing how to hire bodyguards to pass the game area. Yin Qiujuan and He Wencheng were indeed shocked by the scene in front of them. In their opinion, it was just a group of players going in and out of an ordinary building. But according to the frequency of players entering and exiting, this ordinary building is more like a decoy. It's really magical. Even if you are mentally prepared, you can't help but be surprised when facing a miracle. After coming to his senses, Yin Qiujuan said to Zhao Liang, "Tell the other party that we arrived, but we can't see the Doomsday Hotel, but only an ordinary building." "Yeah." Zhao Liang nodded quickly, and then continued to send a private message online. On the other side, Gu Weiwei received the message, picked up some invitations, and walked out the door. Gu Weiwei saw Yin Qiujuan and his group the first time she came out. The main reason was that this group of people was too conspicuous, and they were really a little out of tune with other players. As the owner of the Doomsday Hotel, Gu Weiwei's every move was very eye-catching. Many players followed her gaze. Gu Weiwei had long been accustomed to other people's gazes, and walked directly in front of Yin Qiujuan and said, "Hello, I'm Gu Weiwei." "Ms. Gu, hello." Yin Qiujuan also said politely, but his eyes were slightly excited. They actually came to see them, so the cooperation between the two sides might not be a problem. The only problem now is how to earn points to exchange for those special equipment. Gu Weiwei didn't say much, but directly handed the invitation letter in her hand to Yin Qiujuan. "With this invitation letter, you can see the Doomsday Hotel and go in." Yin Qiujuan listened, paused, and said in shock, "Really?" Then, Yin Qiujuan took the invitation letter, and then he saw the true face of the Doomsday Hotel, as if a cloud of fog had been dispelled. The Doomsday Hotel is not a hotel, but a community? Yin Qiujuan was surprised, and carefully sent the invitation letter to He Wencheng and others around him. He Wencheng and his party immediately witnessed this scene in person, and they were all a little stunned. However, they were also well trained, and soon found their thoughts, and began to look at the environment of the Doomsday Hotel. With just a few glances, they had already glimpsed a huge existence. Yin Qiujuan asked a question that Gu Weiwei had felt familiar with before. "Can our citizens come in and out freely?" Yin Qiujuan asked subconsciously. She thought that if this Doomsday Hotel could allow everyone to come in and out freely, the probability of survival would be greatly improved. Gu Weiwei shook her head. The current Doomsday Hotel cannot accommodate so many citizens. If we let them know rashly, it will only cause them to be dissatisfied with the Doomsday Hotel and the players. It is better for you to take the lead as the middleman, not only to conceal the existence of the Doomsday Hotel, but also to unify management and maintain order. She thought that compared to the Doomsday Hotel and her, the government was more trustworthy and more capable of controlling them. Yin Qiujuan was not disappointed at all when she heard what Gu Weiwei said, but her eyes brightened a little. Because she understood what Gu Weiwei meant, that is, they could get equipment from the Doomsday Hotel to satisfy all the people in H City, as long as they were capable enough. "How do we exchange points?" Yin Qiujuan asked, which also showed that they were not really ignorant of the Doomsday Hotel. Gu Weiwei was not surprised and said directly, "Precious metals, ores, and other resource-based items are all fine, even fresh vegetables are fine." In the previous game area, many vegetables in the integrated planting and breeding garden were sold to the Doomsday Landlady system, and the price of each batch was very expensive. She felt that the Doomsday Landlady system seemed to have a unique preference for fresh things. So she speculated that there might be someone or a force behind the Doomsday Landlady system who was controlling it. As for the other party's purpose, she was unwilling to delve into it. Because the Doomsday Landlady system was superior to them, if she really wanted to do something to the players would not be able to resist at all. Under this premise, she was worried about whether the other party had malicious intentions. At least so far, She and some players have enjoyed the benefits brought by the Doomsday Landlady system. Okay, we will send someone to deliver it. Is it convenient? Yan Qiujuan continued to ask. Now time represents life. They need to seize the time and keep as many people alive as possible. It's quite convenient. Gu Weiwei nodded. If not, I will post tasks for you in the Doomsday Hotel. You can hire players to carry the goods for you. It will definitely save time and effort. You only need to pay some points and supplies. After roughly understanding the situation, Gu Weiwei knew that H City was a city with sufficient supplies. Many citizens basically prepared food for several months during the winter, so they didn't have to worry about supplies. So, if the official and the players cooperate well, the efficiency will definitely be greatly improved. As for why they were willing to act as an intermediary, it was because in the last game zone, when some players helped the official, they secretly took away a lot of things. Even if they were discovered later, the official had no other way. Even if Gu Weiwei put the person on the blacklist, the other party relied on a large number of points, which was enough to live a relatively stable life in the extremely hot weather outside. It can only be said that because the profit was large enough, those players were willing to give it a try. Later, the official began to cooperate through the Doomsday Hotel. In every transaction, all the materials and points were clear. It was impossible to run away with the money. The Doomsday Landlady system would recover it. Therefore, Gu Weiwei was willing to cooperate with the authorities in the name of Doomsday Hotel and endorse the authorities. At this moment, Yan Qiujuan finally understood the unsophisticated identity of Gu Weiwei. Have such great power? Gu Weiwei listened and said calmly, I am the owner of Doomsday Hotel. Yan Qiujuan, He Wencheng and others were shocked. They inadvertently chose a fake thigh? Chapter 31. Yan Qiujuan and the others really hadn't thought that the player they knew was actually the owner of the Doomsday Hotel, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. What is your purpose? Yan Qiujuan asked after a light sigh. After all, owning such a large Doomsday Hotel is still the existence that players rely on for survival, and there is no need to pay attention to them at all. But the NPC who did so many things on the internet to remind them of these game areas is now helping them again. It's really hard not to doubt when you are happy. When asking, Yan Qiujuan felt that his emotions were restrained. The operation of Doomsday Hotel is based on points. You use resources to exchange for points, and I can profit from it. You hire players, and players earn points and spend them in Doomsday Hotel. For me, it is a good thing for Doomsday Hotel, Gu Weiwei said frankly. In her opinion, giving ordinary people in this world more living space is also one of the reasons. Otherwise, like in the previous world, millions of people died in vain without any preparation, which is too unfair. Of course, there is no need to explain this to them. Because if you say it, it will only arouse suspicion. There are not many people in this world who believe that others are purely kind-hearted. Listening to Gu Weiwei's words, Yan Qiujuan felt much more at ease. Indeed, only if this matter is good for Gu Weiwei will Gu Weiwei's help make them feel more at ease. In fact, think about it. Even if Gu Weiwei really has some purpose, it seems that they can only bite the hook for the bait she threw. Because they have no other options. Can you give us a list? We will gather everything here right away. Yan Qiujuan continued. They lack everything in H City, but they really have no shortage of ore and metal resources. If they can exchange enough equipment, they will be useful in the future, whether they can return to normal or not. However, there will be a future. Thinking about it, Yan Qiujuan continued, the equipment may not be enough for everyone. Is there a shelter that can accommodate the people? Yan Qiujuan thought that Gu Weiwei had no intention of letting ordinary people know about the existence of the Doomsday Hotel. In this case, it is reasonable to speculate that there should be a shelter that can protect the people. Otherwise, at -100 degrees, I am afraid no one will survive. Yes, you can buy a protective shield from the players. 100 points will give you a size of 1,000 square meters. The more points you have, the larger the protective shield you can buy. If you want to protect everyone, I am afraid you will need a lot of points. Can this protective shield be recycled? Yan Qiujuan asked anxiously. The shield is supported by energy. When the energy is used up, the shield will lose its effect. Players can use points to continue to maintain the operation of the shield. As for what happens after the game is completed and the players leave, I don't know, Gu Weiwei replied. In the first game area, the shields are in the hands of some key figures. She really doesn't know what happened after these players left the game area. If possible, she hopes that the shields can continue to stay and let them use them. At least, if the world really becomes a playground for the Doomsday game, they still have a chance to resist. Enough, Yan Qiujuan said hurriedly. Gu Weiwei meant that as long as the points were enough, they could supply more than a month. At least, they could save the lives of so many people. As the saying goes, if you keep the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. As long as you survive, you can have the next step, right? Afterwards, the two sides communicated the details of the cooperation, and even considered the possibility of network disconnection due to extreme weather in the future. Satellite network, ahead of time on the stage of history. Satellite can still be used. We will use satellite network to communicate later, and satellite phone, we will also prepare it for you. Yan Qiujuan continued. Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded. After everything was discussed, Yan Qiujuan took the initiative to say, Miss Gu, you don't have to accompany us, we can just look around by ourselves. Gu Weiwei listened and nodded. In addition to their desire to act on their own, another reason is probably that they want to discuss the next plan. After a while, when Gu Weiwei left, the group really started to discuss. Do we need to announce the disaster to the public? He Wucheng said, now that we know the existence of the shield, then building a shelter is definitely the most important thing next. The probability of bypassing the public is too small. In addition, there is also the mobilization of supplies and so on. There are too many things to do. Yes, we have to announce it. Yan Qiujuan said, but after the shelter is built. Once we get the data, we can determine how many shelters to build and how many people each shelter should accommodate. It is best to build shelters centered on communities and universities to accommodate as many people as possible. Yan Qiujuan said, also, try to be closer to the Doomsday Hotel. Yes. He Wucheng nodded. Afterwards, one policy after another was freshly released in this extremely short period of time. Yan Qiujuan had no intention of discussing with other leaders. After all, this is a special period, so it is natural to deal with it specially. After the negotiation, the group focused their attention on the Doomsday Hotel, and then took the invitation letter, and slowly stepped into the Doomsday Hotel, and also stepped into a new world. As for Gu Weiwei, when she thought this was just a simple transaction, after she returned to the Doomsday Hotel, the Doomsday Landlady system actually sent a new notification. Trigger a new customer base, stimulate the vast market, reward special buildings and hot springs, please check the host. When Gu Weiwei saw this news, she was really shocked. In fact, she has been thinking about special buildings. The 3 special buildings before made her realize that there are 3 sources of special buildings. 1. System rewards. 2. Triggering tasks. 3. Fusion. The first and second ones are too unpredictable. She has thought that if the number of subsequent tenants far exceeds the current scale, she will consider taking the third path and purchasing buildings of the same type for fusion. However, she did not expect that the rewards for special buildings would be delivered to her door so quickly. Gu Weiwei suddenly felt that the Doomsday Landlady system was happy to see her helping the NPCs in the game area. If so, there will be one more reason to help the NPCs in the game area in the future. Subconsciously, Gu Weiwei looked at the control panel to see if the upgrade conditions were met. After all, in this game area, there are not 20,000 tenants. Entertain 47,849 tenants, meet the conditions. Own Doomsday Apartments *58, tent area *1, integrated planting and breeding garden *1, meet the conditions. Own special buildings *4, meet the conditions. Deduct 2,000 points to upgrade the level 3 hotel to a level 1 resort? It works. It seems that the number of tenants depends on the cumulative amount, not the current amount. Also, the number of tenants required for future upgrades will only increase, and it will be easy to exceed 100,000. If it is based on the current amount, the Doomsday Hotel may never need to be upgraded. Oh, it should not be called the Doomsday Hotel now it should be the Doomsday Resort. With Gu Weiwei's response, the Doomsday Hotel was officially upgraded to the Doomsday Resort. The Doomsday Hotel has been upgraded from a level 3 hotel to a level 1 resort, unlocking 800 rooms. At the same time, the control range has been expanded from 800 to 1,600 meters. At this moment, the range of the Doomsday Resort has doubled many times. The original building seemed much smaller in front of the new area. I have to spend points again. The next moment, Gu Weiwei resigned herself to playing the new Doomsday Resort, making its beauty reach 50% first. After the road was paved, Gu Weiwei found a problem. The area of the Doomsday Resort has now become several times larger. It used to take a lot of time to walk, and now it seems to be the same. Then, she opened the Doomsday Landlady System Mall, and found a suitable building from it. Product, bus station. Points, 2,000 points. Product, bus. Points, 500 points. I had noticed this building before, and I was planning to use it in the future when the Doomsday Resort became larger. But now that I have come to the new game area, it is immediately useful. Buy. After buying, Gu Weiwei directly planned the bus route, set up the bus station in the appropriate area and placed it. As for the price of each bus ride, Gu Weiwei set it at 0.1 points. This price is a long-term strategy, with small profits but quick turnover. Thinking that there would be some new products after each promotion, Gu Weiwei immediately started browsing the new buildings after running the bus station. Sure enough, she saw several new products that interested her. Product, parking lot. Price, 2,000 points. Product, Doomsday car. Price, 100 points. Product, Doomsday bus. Price, 500 points. Product, energy block. Price, 1 point/block. This is another means of transportation. Especially the Doomsday bus, which is made of special materials. It can withstand the bad weather outside. It is amphibious and can run all the time as long as there are energy blocks. This is a good thing. Buy. Gu Weiwei bought it again with a big stroke of her pen, and then sold it after adding 20% to the price. In addition to selling, it can also be rented. The rental price will be relatively cheaper, calculated according to time. In addition, the bus needs a driver, and the integrated planting and breeding garden needs employees, so just recruit directly. As Gu Weiwei manipulated the entire Doomsday Resort, earth-shaking changes took place at lightning speed. These changes deeply shocked the new tenants and Yan Qiujuan and his party. The Doomsday Hotel has become the Doomsday Resort. Is this an upgrade? So this place can be upgraded? Haven't you heard of it before? It was originally a Doomsday apartment, and slowly became a Doomsday Hotel. It's really shocking. The previous Doomsday Hotel was shocking enough, and the current Doomsday Resort is even more amazing. If I could, I really want to live there forever. Everyone wants to, but everyone knows it's impossible. The Doomsday Resort is currently only available in one of the game areas. I just hope we are lucky enough to find it in the next game area. Fuck, there are cars and buses, which can be used in bad weather. Wow, this is the first time I feel that I have too few points in my pocket. Go out and find a way to get special resources. Exchange for points. By the way, the bus is operating in the Doomsday Resort. Do we need a driver? I am an experienced driver? Go check in the apartment lobby. They are indeed hiring. Go and take a look. If you are suitable, go and apply. Yes, accept the Doomsday Resort's recruitment. At least this world will be stable. It is so difficult to have a stable life in the game area. It is our luck to encounter the Doomsday Resort. With more equipment, even if we cannot have a stable life in other game areas, we can greatly increase our chances of survival. For a moment, many players were discussing enthusiastically. Yan Qiujuan and others were even more shocked, because they saw with their own eyes the fence of the Doomsday Resort expanding outwards, and buildings rising from the ground. For the first time, they felt what a magical power was. It truly opened the door to their new world. And listening to the players' words, they also realized something. They and the players were all victims of the Doomsday game. They were all trying hard to survive. Chapter 32. On the second day of the game, the weather was cold, with a temperature at minus 20.1 degrees. The Doomsday Resort officially cooperated with the official, acting as an intermediary to connect players with the official, providing players with a variety of positions, and both parties were happy to cooperate. On the third day of the game, the weather was cold, with a temperature at minus 20.2 degrees. The official mobilized a large amount of mineral resources, and exchanged a large number of points from the Doomsday Resort. At the same time, a large gathering place near the Doomsday Resort in H City began to build a shelter suitable for a large number of people to live in. On the fourth day of the game, the weather was cold, with a temperature at minus 20.2 degrees Celsius. The various major actions taken by the authorities made a large number of people wait and see, and they felt that this year's snowstorm seemed to be more important than in previous years. More and more people found that they could not contact the outside world, and they began to doubt the official behavior. Many people who wanted to leave H City on the internet began to make a fuss. On the fifth day of the game, the weather was cold, with a temperature at minus 20.3 degrees Celsius. Today is a special day for many residents of H City. When they woke up in the morning, many residents had not had time to go to work before they heard the alarm that resounded through the sky. As the alarm sounded, a notification appeared on everyone's mobile phone, inviting all residents of H City to check the morning news at 7 o'clock. At that time, TV stations and online live broadcasts would be carried out simultaneously. In the end, it was emphasized that this was a news about life and death, Is it going to be a war? Is that an air raid alarm? Is it too late for us to escape? Chumini, the waitress who had entertained Gu Weiwei before, couldn't help but follow her friend Landlady and said, "In the past few days, I have met many people exchanging gold every day. It seems that they have also sensed some changes in society. Their stores have stopped accepting gold. On the internet, some people are even discussing that H City has been blocked. After all, H City should be the peak tourist season these days, but the number of tourists is very small. Most importantly, many guests who booked rooms on the hotel network did not come. 1 or 2 days can be said to be affected by bad weather, but it has been 3 days. Without a single customer coming, how can these hotel owners not panic?" Naturally, there was a commotion on the internet. Another wave of people who were stirring up trouble were those who wanted to leave H City, because all the exits from H City had been blocked by the authorities. As a result, the whole thing became a commotion. Many people also tried to contact their friends outside H City, but they found that they could not get in touch at all. Combined with the various Doomsday news that suddenly appeared on the internet a few days ago, people felt that a storm was coming. The content of the online chat was bloody, and the most speculated thing was that there would be a war. As a large industrial city, their H City was directly blocked. "Let's check the news first, and then confirm," Nanli Jia said subconsciously, and had already turned on the TV in the living room. At this moment, the time was almost 7 o'clock, and the news broadcast page had appeared on the TV. Obviously, some special means had been used to force most citizens to watch the news broadcast on TV. As the countdown ended, Yan Wenjun appeared on the TV. The residents of H City knew very well that this was the female mayor of their H City. After serving as the mayor of their H City, she brought earth-shaking changes to their lives. They really respected her. It's just that Yan Wenjun usually gives them the impression of being dignified, elegant, gentle and amiable. But today, she seems very different from usual. Yan Wenjun's expression at this time is very serious, and people can't help but feel nervous. Our city H is currently experiencing a real extreme cold disaster. In the next month, the temperature will gradually drop, and it will reach minus 100 degrees in the last 10 days. I hope that citizens can cooperate with the authorities and wait in an orderly manner to enter the shelter. The shelter uses special materials and can adjust the temperature. We will announce the location of the shelter next. Please settle nearby. The government has been working hard. There are a few points to note. 1. Prepare personal or family survival supplies for 1 month. 2. I hope we can unite as one and get through the difficulties. Thank you. A concise and clear sentence was said just like that. All the viewers in front of the TV and mobile phones were really stunned. They understood every word, but when they were combined together, they just felt that the world had become mysterious. What? Why is their world about to end? Is it really not April Fool's Day? Chumini subconsciously looked at Nanli Jia. Is the world going to end? It's actually true. Nanli Jia's mind immediately popped up Gu Weiwei's figure. Do you remember that day when that young lady sold gold and asked us to stock up more supplies? Of course I remember. If it weren't for her, how could we have stockpiled so many supplies? Chumini replied. I didn't expect it to be true, Nanli Jia said. Both of them were a little confused at this time. They were completely confused. Then, the TV began to play the location of the shelter in a loop. The two of them turned their attention back to the shelter, and found strangely, that one of the shelters was very close to them. It was a new, fully decorated building that had not yet been delivered. If they walked there, it would only take 10 minutes. Taking a car would be even faster. Let's go and register first, and then we come back to move our things and learn about the shelter, Nanli Jia said with finality. And contact our parents, and we be together then. Chumini followed. Yes. Then they both contacted their parents and agreed to meet at a nearby shelter. Countless people have rushed to the shelter as urgently as Chumini and Nanli Jia. Everyone is in agreement on cherishing life. Of course, the internet has exploded in a short while. 2 days ago, I saw that the external network was disconnected due to the special weather, and I felt strange. Yes, after all, who would only disconnect the external network? It's more than 100 degrees below zero. You will be frozen to death if you go out, right? Is the shelter really reliable? Of course it is reliable. If it is not reliable, how could they let us go and announce such a big thing to us? It's definitely impossible to hide it. The internet has been talking about the disconnection from the outside world these past 2 days. It's been a big deal. Now everything in the shelter has been built, which can only prove one thing, that is, the government has known the inside story for a long time and just kept it from us. Can't the shelter be built in a short period of time? I don't know how much effort the government has put in for this. Can it be that it's all someone else's fault? If you have the ability, stay at home and don't go to the shelter. I suggest that the government strictly check personal IP addresses. Those who swear on the internet will be directly blacklisted. That's good. After all, our H city has more than 2 million permanent residents, and the shelter may not be able to accommodate them. A war of words broke out on the internet. It has to be said that netizens are always tough at all times. But even though they are tough on the internet, it didn't affect them packing up and heading to the shelter. And there is a special group of people who are confused about the current situation. In this game area, how did the officials suddenly know about the extreme cold disaster, and there is a shelter? Can this shelter withstand the extreme cold of more than 100 degrees below zero? Zhang Xianping, one of the players, looked at the information on the internet and said in confusion, "This situation is different from the situation they encountered in the last game area. Isn't this good? If these NPCs can save themselves, they won't compete with us for resources in the later stage?" Another player, Xiang Jiaqing, said, "Hurry up and pack your bags and go to the shelter. This game area is really strange. We encountered a Doomsday hotel before, and now the NPCs are building a shelter." Zhang Xianping couldn't help but grumble. "Anyway, the situation is good for us. Let's just enjoy it." Xiang Jiaqing said, "It's just right for us to take a break in this game area, so that we can have the energy to deal with the next game area later." The last game area was too tragic, and he still has psychological trauma now. It's just right to relieve it, otherwise he is afraid that he will become abnormal in the constant game. That's right. Zhang Xianping nodded. If they can get through the difficulties without using their own points, then in this game area, they can save 130 points, which is very advantageous in the next game area. Then, they packed their bags and headed for the shelter. At the same time, shelter number 2. Since the location of the shelter was announced, countless residents have flocked to it, and government workers have immediately taken a serious approach. In fact, let alone ordinary residents, these workers only learned about the existence of the shelter last night, and directly accepted the deployment from above and rushed to the shelter overnight. When they arrived at the shelter, they were quickly trained to understand the operation of the entire shelter, so that they could treat the people well. Of course, in addition to these staff members, there are many soldiers and police officers in the shelter, all armed with real guns and live ammunition. As the old saying goes, heavy punishments are used in troubled times. They plan to implement militarized management from the beginning. Xie Qiali is one of the staff members, responsible for the registration and allocation of personnel. When she heard about the new position last night, she was completely confused. After learning about the situation later, she naturally brought her family here as soon as possible. Fortunately, their family was also allocated a room. For this room, they also plan to work hard, earn points, and live a good life in the shelter. If you know the operating rules of the shelter, you will know that although it is willing to unconditionally accommodate all residents in the early stage, if you want to live well here, you still have to work hard to cooperate with the shelter. "Hello, we are here to register." While Xie Qiali was thinking, Chu Mingyi and Nan Lijia had arrived first and asked directly, "Is it a family or an individual? Is there any difference?" Individuals are allocated beds, and families are allocated whole houses, but at least 2 families must live together. Chu Mingyi and Nan Lijia immediately understood what the other party meant. Families also need to squeeze in, but the better thing is that they can squeeze in with their families. "We have 2 families, 9 people, assign us together." Nan Lijia spoke first. "Your ID cards and your family's ID numbers." After that, after the 2 handed over their ID cards and their family's ID numbers, Xie Qiali quickly registered. After the registration was completed, she handed one of the keys to the 2. "You live in 108, this is the key to your house, and after you arrive to register, I will tell them the room directly." "What about our meals?" "Each house is equipped with a gas tank, so you can cook your own meals, or you can eat in the shelter cafeteria. However, you need to pay a certain amount of supplies to eat in the cafeteria, and you have to pay for each meal." Xie Qiali introduced and took out a booklet from the side. "This is the shelter rules, you can learn about it." "Thank you." Chu Mingyi and the others did not expect the procedure to be so simple. Then they took the key and prepared to go to the door. It was also at this time that they passed by the public screen in the hall. Various recruitment notices were playing on it, and the salary was settled in points. It was also at this time that they noticed that the currency of the shelter had become points, and these points could be exchanged for some equipment from the shelter. Cold-resistant clothing, cold-resistant hats, cold-resistant boots. Looking at the introduction of these things, Chu Mingyi and Nan Lijia both looked a little dazed. "When I just came in, I wanted to say that the temperature here might be dozens of degrees higher than outside. I originally thought that the heating was on, but I didn't see any radiators, and the place we walked through before was open air, and the snow couldn't float in. Chumini opened her mouth and murmured, now there are high-tech products. When did our world change so fast? The end of the world has come, and the appearance of some cold-resistant magical objects is nothing. Landlady said calmly, anyway, you only need to know one thing. Our government has not given up on us, and is now fighting natural disasters with us. Isn't that enough? Yes. They are just ordinary people. Why think so much? How wonderful it is to live safely under the protection of the government. Chumini and Landlady quickly packed up and headed for their new home. At this moment, Zhang Xianping and Xiang Jiaqing, 2 players, had also arrived at shelter number 2. As soon as they saw the shelter, they were sure. This is a protective shield, there is no mistake. Zhang Xianping said with certainty. Because he was able to survive in the previous game area because he lived in the protective shield, he knew the upgraded protective shield best. I recognized it too. Xiang Jiaqing said in disbelief. For such a large shelter, the protective shield must be so big. How many points will it cost? It must be a lot of points, especially since there are not just one such shelter, but dozens of them. Zhang Xianping couldn't help but smack his lips when he thought about the size of the protective shield required for this shelter, and the points required. There must be a player who cooperated with the official NPC. But even if he cooperated with the official NPC, the player must have enough points. The player's points are just a drop in the bucket in front of such a large protective shield. It seems so. The two were silent, feeling that there was a story they didn't understand. Could it be related to the Doomsday Hotel? Zhang Xianping suddenly thought. Xiang Jiaqing was surprised. After all, the biggest difference between this game area and the previous one is that the Doomsday Hotel that has never been heard of appears at the beginning of the game, and this hotel can also invade the player's panel. It must be a remarkable existence. The more Zhang Xianping analyzed, the more absolutely right he was. Xiang Jiaqing was also convinced. Let's register first. After registering, go to the Doomsday Hotel to have a look. Zhang Xianping said. Yes. Then, they also followed the procedure and found that the currency currently used by the shelter was points, and also found inexpensive and good quality cold-resistant equipment. The two felt extremely fortunate about this. It seemed that in this game area, they could not only save the original points, but also earn more points. After finding their own beds, they looked at the people coming and going around them, watched them quarreling over trivial matters, and watched the fireworks of the world everywhere in the shelter. They really felt something. This game area is completely different from the game area they experienced last time. This game area is really good. They want to go to the Doomsday Hotel to see if this game area has changed because of it. There are many players who think like Zhang Xianping and Xiang Jiaqing. Waves of players stimulated by the current situation began to go to the Doomsday Hotel. Chapter 33. Doomsday Resort. Waves of players arrived at the Doomsday Resort. When seeing the 5 big words, many players were a little slow to react. Of course, what shocked them the most was the scale of the Doomsday Resort. This size is comparable to a large town. The most important thing is that it is snowy outside, but green inside, becoming an extremely eye-catching green in the vast snowy world. Isn't it the Doomsday Hotel? Is it upgraded now? It can be upgraded. How? It's the number of tenants, right? A place like this should be able to accommodate all the players. Of course it can, but living there would cost a lot of points, right? It's enough to see it for yourself, and then we live in the official shelter. Hey, what are all those people doing over there? Some of them are afraid that if they enter the surveillance range of the Doomsday Resort, their sin value will be revealed. The sin value should be the data that exists after killing someone. Then I killed someone to protect myself before. There's nothing on your head. Someone has verified that killing people for no reason may increase the sin value. But how does the Doomsday Resort know? That's a good question. I don't know either. Listening to the discussions in their ears, Zhang Xianping and Xiang Jiaqing gradually came back to their senses. After confirming with their eyes, they knew that the other party was not a ruthless person, so they felt more at ease to cooperate with them. The two followed the flow of players into the Doomsday Resort. As soon as they entered, they saw a bus stop, where a bus was waiting, and a message was posted on the window. 0.1 point/time. Then, they looked at the route map again, and they could actually go around the entire resort, which means that as long as they didn't get off the bus, they could return to the starting point. The next moment, Zhang Xianping and Xiang Jiaqing got on the bus without hesitation. The Doomsday Resort was really too magical, and the two of them were just curious, so they just took a walk around to get a general understanding of the scale of the Doomsday Resort. There were many players who thought the same as them, so a bus was quickly filled up. Those who didn't have time to get on this bus had to wait for the next one or walk. The bus started moving quickly, and as soon as it started, it introduced the situation of Doomsday Resort to everyone. Currently, the resort has a total of 58 apartments, each with 100 rooms. Currently, they are all 8-person rooms. You can book a seat according to the number of beds, and each seat is worth 4 points. There is one tent area, with a total of 500 seats, and each seat is worth 2 points. In addition, there are several other buildings, including an integrated planting and breeding garden, where you can plant and breed normally, an ice and snow world, which can provide a cooling effect, an activity center, which has a training room, a swimming pool, and a fitness center for physical exercise, and a trading center, which is guaranteed by Doomsday Resort to ensure trading. Now after the promotion, there is another new building, the hot spring. Like the ice and snow world, after soaking in the hot spring, you can get a constant temperature effect, that is, when you are outside, even if you don't have equipment, you won't feel cold. The driver is also a player, and his expression was full of emotion when he spoke. Under his description, a brand new world unfolded to the players, and of course, they were also watching. Especially the special building, Hot Spring, which is now being introduced. A huge hot spring mountain stands behind the supporting buildings, and there is a faint mist floating above the mountain, which is obviously a special natural hot spring. In this cold ice and snow area, hot springs are really tempting for them. How many points do I need to soak in the hot spring? How long does it take to see the effect? Zhang Xianping asked curiously. 1 point for half an hour. Half an hour can have a constant temperature effect for 1 hour, up to 2 hours. The driver replied. That is to say, soaking for 1 hour for 2 points can have a constant temperature effect for 2 hours. This is really too cost-effective. The prices in the Doomsday Resort seem to be a little bit conscientious. Some players couldn't help but say. They were all people who had spent the first game area. In the first game area, they had bought things from the Doomsday Game Mall to save their lives, and the memory of being ripped off was too deep. In the Doomsday Game Mall, equipment with such effects requires at least 20 points. Unless it is necessary, who can use it so luxuriously? But in this Doomsday Resort, it seems that it can be used every day. The player's favorability towards the Doomsday Resort is rising. After a while, after walking around, the two continue to take the car to the apartment gathering area. This is the most central location of the entire resort, and it can now be said to be a veritable residential area. At this time, there are already many players gathered, most of whom are queuing in front of the automatic receiving machine and recycling cabinet to buy things and exchange points. It can be said that points and equipment are the foundation of players' survival. Both of them can be obtained in the Doomsday Resort, so they will definitely rush in without hesitation. In addition to purchasing and exchanging, there are many players squatting in front of the big screen in the hall to watch. Zhang Xianping and Xiang Jiaqing also joined this team. On the big screen, a lot of information is being released. Recruiting a number of planting and breeding personnel, including food and accommodation, basic salary 50 points plus bonus. Recruiting drivers, including food and accommodation, basic salary 50 points plus bonus. Recruiting a number of players, need a high vacancy rate of space slots, salary negotiable. Recruiting a number of players, cooperate with official NPCs, obey deployment, salary negotiable. Recruiting a number of players. After browsing this information, Zhang Xianping and Xiang Jiaqing determined that the shelter outside would be built so quickly, which was really related to this Doomsday Resort. I've never heard of such a good place before. If you encounter this Doomsday Resort in the first game area, many people will probably survive. When did the Doomsday Resort appear? It appeared with the Doomsday game. Some people encountered it in the first game before, and the survival rate was over 50%. Fuck, it's really high. Does that mean that the Doomsday Resort appears randomly? Yes, so cherish this game. Well, cherish it and save more capital for yourself. The official NPC in this game area is very powerful. The survival rate will definitely be greatly improved. Hee, so do you want to sign up? Sign up. It can improve our survival rate and earn points. How great. Although I know that being pulled into the Doomsday game will not allow me to live a peaceful life, but now I have a few days, so I will naturally enjoy every day. That's right. People always learn to survive slowly in adversity. Zhang Xianping and Xiang Jiaqing listened to the words of these players, and their mentality unconsciously relaxed. Yes, why can't we enjoy it when we can? Should we register? Xiang Jiaqing asked Zhang Xianping. Well, register. Zhang Xianping nodded. Doing things is also a kind of learning skills. Maybe, in the next game area, there is no Doomsday Resort, and we can find another way to survive. Yes. Xiang Jiaqing nodded. Then the two of them rushed into the crowd without hesitation. Players emerged from hidden corners one after another. They all knew one thing, that the current game area was obviously very stable. With strong official control, they could live a relatively stable life, without having to consider the ugliness of willfulness, so they were naturally willing to come out. Of course, many players still carefully chose to blend into the shelter, and play the role of NPCs. Of course, players with high sin values account for a large part of them. The sin value display device of Doomsday Resort makes them nowhere to hide. Although they don't think there is anything wrong with killing people in order to survive, this kind of public execution still makes them feel uncomfortable. They just have to suffer the cold eyes of others when they go to buy equipment. It is impossible for them to survive for a long time. If it were other game areas, they might have to live in Doomsday Resort in order to survive. But now, with the option of shelter, of course they would choose shelter. The only bad thing is that the order has not been lost yet. There are cameras everywhere, and there are real patrols by soldiers and armed police. It is basically impossible for them to do business without capital. Therefore, they are relatively safe, only collecting supplies within the scope allowed by the authorities, and exchanging supplies with the authorities. But even so, the number of players willing to accept official employment has exceeded tens of thousands in a short period of time. With the assistance of so many players, the construction of the entire game area is in full swing. More and more residents registered to stay in the shelter. A steady stream of supplies were imported from the Doomsday Resort to various shelters, and at the same time, countless rare resources entered the Doomsday Resort. Everything was developing in an orderly manner. At the same time, time was passing day by day. On the 6th day of the game, the weather was cold, the temperature was minus 20.4 degrees. On the 7th day of the game, the weather was cold, the temperature was minus 20.5 degrees. On the 10th day of the game, the weather was cold, the temperature was minus 21.7 degrees. On the 11th day of the game, the temperature was minus 22.8 degrees. These days, the officials have been observing the weather, trying to find the law of weather changes. However, the weather every day was as expected, falling according to the law, but the reason was not found at all. On the 10th day, it began to enter a daily rhythm. At this moment, Yan Qiujuan, who was in shelter number 1, had no illusions. They could only continue to prepare for this unprovoked disaster as before. After the 20th day, the temperature dropped by 10 degrees every day. What a terrible set of data! There is no pattern, no conditions for composition. A staff member in the meteorological team said, with disbelief in his expression. Originally, the weather was unpredictable, and no one could figure it out. But now, it is carried out according to a fixed pattern, which makes people feel panic. Because it is like a program set by someone. Their entire city is under the control of the other party. Isn't this a terrifying thing to think about? With our current technology, it's normal that we can't detect it. Yan Qiujuan comforted, just continued to record the data. Yan Qiujuan had already prepared himself mentally, so he wouldn't be too disappointed. But the experts in the group made some suggestions. The staff continued. What do you mean? Yan Qiujuan asked immediately. The experts want to try to use meteorological weapons to see if they can have a certain effect on the temperature. Then try. Whatever you need, just tell me. If it can be allocated, I will allocate it. Yan Qiujuan said without hesitation. Yes. Then, Yan Qiujuan went to several research groups. They are all old experts in various industries in their city H. Their main purpose now is to study the various protective shields, equipment, vehicles, energy blocks, etc. purchased from the Doomsday Resort. Although they have enough points at present, they are all exchanged for scarce resources. What if the Doomsday Resort is gone in the future and their world has to face the same situation? We can only work hard on research in this short period of time to lay a solid foundation for subsequent research. They in country C never accept their fate. After visiting a circle, Yan Qiujuan left the research center and started to take a car to the Doomsday Resort. The law of temperature change has been determined as Boss Gu said, and she is now going to discuss the next cooperation plan with the other party. Chapter 34. When Yan Qiujuan arrived at the Doomsday Resort, he saw that it was also bustling with activity. Vehicles kept driving out of the Doomsday Resort. The vehicles were used to collect supplies in non-refuge areas. After building the refuge and accommodating residents, many industrial and residential areas have become non-refuge areas. Yan Qiujuan directly opened these areas to everyone. As long as you are willing, You can search for some supplies to exchange for points, equipment, etc. Even she, this time, was planning to exchange some equipment and vehicles to take back. The power of the people is also huge, and many of the equipment and vehicles are exchanged for some people in the shelter. She is happy to see this happen. After all, the exchange of private equipment can relieve some of the pressure on the government. In addition, the more private equipment and special vehicles there are, the better for the future. After the car entered the Doomsday Resort, it went straight from winter to spring. Although I already knew the magic of the Doomsday Resort being like spring all year round, I was deeply shocked every time I saw the scene change when I entered and exited. After a while, after the car stopped at the parking lot near apartment 1, Yen Xiaojuan went directly into apartment 1, and then saw Gu Weiwei waiting for her in the lounge area. After all, they had already contacted before coming. "Ms. Gu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," Yen Xiaojuan said politely to Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei's identity meant that Yen Xiaojuan needed to treat her with caution. "It doesn't matter. I don't have anything to do anyway," Gu Weiwei said calmly. Compared with the previous world, where everything had to start over, this world, with the control of the official NPC, she was more relaxed. Although there were fewer things to do, the points earned were no less than the previous world. It was because the officials here were really hardcore, and the resources were even more abundant. Yen Xiaojuan looked at Gu Weiwei's attitude, and the corners of her mouth curled unconsciously. She was really grateful to Gu Weiwei for the way things had developed to this point. Thinking about it, Yen Xiaojuan took out a document and handed it to Gu Weiwei. "This is the equipment and vehicles we need now. In addition, there are resources we need to exchange this time. As usual, exchange first, then buy?" Gu Weiwei nodded, "Okay." Seeing this, the players who followed Yen Xiaojuan immediately prepared to operate in front of the recycling cabinet. But at this moment, Gu Weiwei suddenly received a message. When looking at the message, Gu Weiwei raised her eyebrows. Frequent transactions trigger new achievements. Reward buildings * warehouses. Note: warehouses can export and import materials in batches, and directly settle points. It seems that the resources of this world really satisfy the existence behind the Doomsday Landlady system. In order to speed up the exchange efficiency, they are willing to give her buildings. Anyway, it's free, so she just accepts it. Gu Weiwei immediately arranged the warehouse in the trading hall, and then said to Yen Xiaojuan, "I just built a new building. You don't need to operate in front of the recycling cabinet again and again. Just go to the warehouse to import it. The same goes for the purchase equipment and vehicles." Yen Xiaojuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded after reacting, "Okay. It seems that Doomsday Resort will add new buildings again. It's really magical, creating things out of thin air." Afterwards, the players brought by Yen Xiaojuan were taken by other staff to find a warehouse. In just a moment, Gu Weiwei received the number of points for this exchange. The points for this exchange are more than 200,000. The equipment and vehicles you need together will cost 200,000. Gu Weiwei operated the control panel and raised the remaining points of the other party. Yen Xiaojuan listened and said without hesitation, "Exchange the remaining points for cold-resistant equipment." Gu Weiwei nodded. After purchasing and operating, the equipment, vehicles, etc. were directly entered into the player's backpack grid. "The operation is completed," Gu Weiwei replied. Yen Xiaojuan listened and was stunned. This is really convenient. Before, it took a long time to go back and forth. Now, it only takes a few minutes to get it done. Gu Weiwei also realized this, and then said to Yen Xiaojuan, "Since we finished so quickly today, why don't we go to the hot spring together?" Although she had not met Yen Xiaojuan many times, she knew that he was a very responsible person. Looking at the dark circles under his eyes, she knew that he probably had no time to rest properly in recent days. If there are still some things to discuss, why not find a better place to discuss? "Okay." Yen Xiaojuan was stunned for a moment, but still responded with a "okay." Making friends with Gu Weiwei is also an important task for her. In the hot spring hall, there are a lot of players coming and going, and they all come for the hot spring. In addition to its special effects, hot springs can also relieve fatigue. From the moment it appeared, it became the favorite of players. Especially on snowy days, it is an ultimate enjoyment. The hot springs are divided into public areas and private baths. There are dozens of pools of various sizes in the public area, and only 10 private baths. The one with the highest position was Gu Weiwei's exclusive one. After all, the points he earned every day were enough, so Gu Weiwei naturally didn't need the money for the private bath, so she pocketed it for a long time. After changing clothes and entering the spring water, Yen Xiaojuan felt that his whole body was warmed up. The enjoyment was only for a moment, and Yen Xiaojuan's thoughts returned to the business. The meteorological department has confirmed that the weather changes outside are indeed like a fixed program now. Yin Qiujuan said, after the 20th day, the residents in the shelter will rarely be able to go out. You have made so many preparations, you will definitely be able to survive another 10 days. Are you sure that this disaster will end in a month? Yin Qiujuan sought Gu Weiwei's confirmation. This one will end, but I don't know if there will be a second one. Gu Weiwei was silent for a moment, but responded. The same thing, she didn't understand. The second one? Continuously receiving players? Yin Qiujuan's eyes deepened as he asked. The Doomsday game has always encouraged killing each other. With its nature, it will not let go easily after being selected as a game area. It may return to normal for a few days, but it may soon be created as a new game area. Gu Weiwei said. This conclusion was based on her experience of playing 2 games. The players in their world have no time to rest. After the first game is over, they can seamlessly connect to the second game. Then, the game area is likely to be like this. Listening to Gu Weiwei's words, Yin Qiujuan was silent, and spoke after a while. I just hope that the other party can give us 1 day. As long as there is 1 day, we can inform our country, so that other cities in our country can have time to prepare. After all, not all game areas can be as lucky as us and encounter your Doomsday resort for the first time. Gu Weiwei listened to Yin Qiujuan's humble tone and didn't know what to say for a moment. She was powerless. Just when Gu Weiwei wanted to say something to comfort the other party, Yin Qiujuan had already calmed down and continued. We want to use meteorological weapons to fight against the extreme cold disaster in the game area. Do you have corresponding products to sell? From Gu Weiwei's attitude, Yin Qiujuan has seen facts. In the case that they can't change, all they can do is adapt. Gu Weiwei didn't expect the other party to change the topic so quickly, and then directly open the Doomsday Landlady system mall to look at it. After browsing for a while, Gu Weiwei actually found several similar products. Product, Clear Sky. Price, 10,000 points. Product, Heavy Rain. Price, 10,000 points. Product, Misty Clouds. Price, 10,000 points. Using this product, you can get the corresponding weather for the day. This product is a decoration of the Doomsday Resort, and can be used to decorate the climate in the Doomsday Resort. Gu Weiwei explained the functions, prices, and other things of several products. These products can be used in any weather, and one of them should have the invisible function of changing the climate. You can try to study it. Apart from this, she really had no other choice. Buy all? Yin Qiujuan's eyes lit up a little. It's better to buy and study it than to have nothing. Even if you don't figure it out, it may come in handy later. If it becomes a game zone, because their city happens to have such conditions. What if it changes? Maybe, there will be a day of vacancy for their world. This vacancy can save countless people. Yin Qiujuan told Gu Weiwei about his idea, hoping to get her approval. You can try. Gu Weiwei could only say so. Yin Qiujuan nodded. Mayor Yin, can you tell me about your country and your world? Gu Weiwei asked. Why? I want to collect some information to see how many worlds the Doomsday game has brought into play this world, and I can also see if it is possible to encounter cities in your country again in the future. Gu Weiwei said directly. At least in the 2 worlds she has been through so far, even in such a bad environment, she has never thought of giving up the struggle. Okay. Yin Qiujuan responded without hesitation, and then told Gu Weiwei about the outside world bit by bit. In this way, Yin Qiujuan spent more than an hour chatting, and then left the Doomsday Resort. When leaving the Doomsday Resort, Yin Qiujuan felt that he was surrounded by a ball of warmth. Then his eyes became more determined. Life never stops, struggle never stops. She believed that their world would not always be a toy in the hands of others. At this moment, Gu Weiwei recalled a change in Yin Qiujuan's mood, and her admiration for her increased a little more. She was thinking, what else can she do besides running the Doomsday Resort? For a moment, Gu Weiwei suppressed this thought. Now she seemed to have no qualifications, and no ability to intervene. But she knew very well that with the development of the Doomsday Resort, the existence of the Doomsday Resort would become stronger and stronger. Maybe one day, she would have the ability. She can take things as they come, but she can't give up resistance. Then, Gu Weiwei's eyes fell on the upgrade conditions on the control panel. Condition 1, host 40,000 tenants. Condition 2, 4,000 points. Condition 3, buildings * 32. Condition 4, special buildings * 8 enough tenants, enough points, enough buildings. Now only special buildings are left. While this game area is free, combine more special buildings? Chapter 35. After making a plan, Gu Weiwei began to think about what kind of buildings to integrate. Or in other words, what kind of buildings can meet the needs of players. Her eyes searched in the Doomsday Landlady System Mall. After several upgrades, the buildings in the Doomsday Landlady System Mall are richer than before. Not only are there more types of business buildings, but there are also more other functional buildings, which made Gu Weiwei a little dazzled. However, after careful selection, Gu Weiwei really saw something that interested her. Product, pharmacy. Price, 5,000 points. Product, clinic. Price, 5,000 points. Product, physical examination center. Price, 5,000 points. After Gu Weiwei selected these 3 buildings, she chose to buy them directly. She was just wondering if they would be combined into special buildings, like the previous activity center after the purchase. This could be considered a kind of experiment. It was detected that the host purchased a pharmacy, clinic, and physical examination center. The building types can overlap to form a special building hospital. Will it cost 1,000 points to generate it? After generation, similar buildings can be included in the scope of the activity center. Yes. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building hospital. Gu Weiwei looked a little excited when she saw the newly added special buildings. It actually works, although it costs some points. She got the special building she wanted. After that, Gu Weiwei added a few more special buildings in the same way. Tailor shop, recycle and manufacture various equipment. Blacksmith shop, recycle and manufacture weapons. Library, recycle and query information. In fact, when these special buildings appeared, Gu Weiwei looked a little surprised. It seems that with these special buildings, the Doomsday Resort is more like a village. Gu Weiwei suddenly felt that she seemed to be doing infrastructure. Infrastructure is infrastructure. The Doomsday Resort just gets better and better. Then, Gu Weiwei directly placed the hospital, tailor shop, blacksmith shop, and library in the empty space. At this moment, the upgrade conditions have been met. After checking the current number of tenants, Gu Weiwei did not choose to upgrade, but continued to operate the building. As soon as it started, buildings gradually appeared in the Doomsday Resort. The passing players noticed it immediately. More new buildings. Is the Doomsday Resort going to be upgraded again? What kind of buildings are they? Hospital, tailor shop, blacksmith shop, and library, these buildings. They don't look like hotel resort buildings, but more like territories. Isn't this the boss's territory? I'm suddenly curious about the boss's identity. Is she a human or an alien? Does she know the planner of the Doomsday game? Why did she choose to help the players? Why think so much? We just need to know that we should try our best to survive and have more capital. Go and see the specific functions of these buildings. After returning, the hospital recycles various Chinese herbs and sells potions. The tailor shop recycles various materials and sells equipment. The blacksmith shop recycles various metals and sells weapons. And the library recycles various books and sells books. Wouldn't that give us more ways to earn points? Yes, especially the blacksmith shop, where you can buy weapons at prices much cheaper than in the Doomsday game. That's great. Yes. In this way, we can buy a complete set of cold-resistant equipment and then go out to collect supplies. It is still worthwhile. Not only can we earn points, but also weapons, equipment, potions, etc. Yes. Then what are we talking about? Let's go! Affected by the new special building, waves of players began to go out enthusiastically, and no matter how bad the weather was, it couldn't stop them. With more players going out, the chances of encountering residents in the shelter are much higher than before. At this time, inside the shelter, the residents of the shelter are used to hibernating, so even if the environment outside is bad, they can still survive in the reduced shelter space. Even so, many residents will still follow the official team of the shelter to search for supplies. After all, the environment outside is visibly bad, and it will become more and more difficult. With no idea about the future, they just hope to have more capital to deal with it. In addition, there are many special equipments that can be exchanged in the official website. Some family members with weaker health also want cold-resistant equipment. In this moment, a team that went out came back. After coming back, they gathered in front of a grill. The protective cover can adjust the temperature, but the energy of adjustment is limited, and it can only be kept at the level that the human body can adapt to. Therefore, protection is also essential in the shelter. The grill is one of them. It not only warms the body, but also makes the mood less depressed. How did you get today? One of them asked his daughter. The daughter, Chumingyi, spoke up, not bad, but I met more people than usual, and they were all wearing cold-resistant gear, wrapped from head to toe, and looked very professional. I don't know if they are residents of other shelters, but the shelters are quite far apart, so why would they come all the way to our shelter? Aren't they people from our shelter? No, if they were from our shelter, they would definitely be recognized. Shumengi shook her head. In fact, there are rumors that in addition to the shelter, there is another super large shelter outside, where the temperature is like spring. How is that possible? Someone subconsciously retorted. It was also revealed by some staff that the equipment, cars, and other things in our shelter all came from that place. Where is that place? Can we go? I heard that an invitation letter is needed. Anyway, not everyone can go. That's too fake. The mayor is still in our shelter. Who else could be more powerful than her? Listening to their argument, Shumengi was stunned. She thought it was possible. She still couldn't forget the first day of the disaster. Those people who seemed to have known in advance and sold gold looked different from ordinary people. In addition, some people in their shelter were fully equipped. She felt that there was a special place with a group of special people. These special people were also in their shelter. Just as she was thinking this, a new notification suddenly appeared on the big screen in the hall. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Recycle Chinese medicinal materials, cloth, metal. Points can be exchanged for potions, cold-resistant equipment, weapons. The shelter has new things again. Is it another new thing made by those experts? Now we don't have to worry about food and drink, but we are short of potions, cold-resistant equipment, etc. We still can't lie down. Let's go out and collect supplies. Shumengi looked at it. Her eyes flickered. She was sure that those people outside today were crazy for these things. And indeed, the changes in the Doomsday Resort were heard by Yan Qiujuan at the first time. Yan Qiujuan naturally spread the news to all the shelters. Time passed day by day, which represented the countdown to the disaster, but also meant that the time to leave the Doomsday Resort was getting shorter day by day. She couldn't bear to watch the residents lie down, so she could only use new things to attract them to go out as much as possible, to win more points for the shelter, which could be exchanged for usable equipment and potions. As the news spread, many players who lived in the shelter inevitably knew about it. It should be that there are new things in the Doomsday Resort. Yes, that's why I met so many players outside today. Now it seems that there is a little disadvantage in the shelter, and the news is delayed. Why don't we go to the Doomsday Resort? The temperature there is more suitable than here, and there is a place to train. There are also hot springs for entertainment. It is much better than here. It's just 4 points. It can be earned back in a few minutes. Then our team will move to the Doomsday Resort? Let's go! Similar discussions slowly spread among the player groups, and more players chose to return to the Doomsday Resort. Under such circumstances, the number of players in the Doomsday Resort began to rise. Therefore, although Gu Weiwei spent a lot of money to build a special building, she earned back the points in a very short time and directly increased the number of tenants. This was a pleasant surprise for Gu Weiwei. The following time passed little by little with everyone's efforts. On the 12th day of the game, the temperature was minus 23.8 degrees. On the 13th day of the game, the temperature was minus 24.8 degrees. On the 20th day of the game, the temperature was extremely cold, minus 40.8 degrees. On the 21st day of the game, the weather was extremely cold, with a temperature of minus 50.8 degrees. The weather has changed again. Since entering the extremely cold weather, people can no longer survive in the outside world without equipment. Even with equipment, it is very difficult to search for supplies outside, because the outside world has accumulated thick snow. The passages to the outside of the shelter must be cleaned every day, otherwise it is easy to be buried. It is also because as time goes by, the snow becomes thicker, and more residents of the shelter understand one thing. The outer perimeter of the shelter where they were was actually an invisible protective shield, because they could see that there was thick snow on their heads, but it didn't fall at all. For them, it was a wonder. They also realized that their official government might have obtained alien black technology. Of course, what they were more concerned about was when such a disaster would end. Although no one was hurt, the psychological pressure was unprecedented. Especially after the 20th day, when the temperature was confirmed to drop by 10 degrees, they became more and more panicked. It is said that this disaster will last for a month. Will it really end after a month? The official has not given a definite answer. What if the disaster is not over after a few days? Yes, what should we do? Every day, the shelter is filled with such low pressure. Some shelters with poor management even had several conflicts, which were finally suppressed by force. And leaders such as Yan Qiujuan also felt unprecedented pressure. Until a new message came out from the research base. Mayor, The weather weapon was successful. The staff member who reported that day hurriedly followed Yin Qiujuan to report the situation. Successful? Yin Qiujuan's expression was also a little excited. Yes, after we launched the weather weapon, the temperature was under control to a certain extent. The temperature has dropped by 5 degrees today, the staff member said confidently. Suppress this news temporarily. When the latest data comes out tomorrow, announce the data to all shelters and release the video. Yin Qiujuan suppressed his joy and chose to be cautious. He was still worried about the existence of the person who set their city as a game zone. If the other party still set the temperature tomorrow to minus 60 degrees, then their 5 degrees today would be useless. Yes. The staff also remembered the existence of the control behind the scenes and nodded. After knowing this, every minute and every second was torture. Finally, the second day arrived. On the 22nd day of the game, the weather was extremely cold, with the temperature at minus 55.8 degrees. Success, really success. After the temperature of the day was released, those who knew the inside story were only happy. And the residents also keenly noticed the difference. It only dropped by 5 degrees today? Could it be that the rules we inferred before were wrong? What is going on? While the residents were puzzled, the authorities released the same video on the screens in the hall of the shelter. The video shows a group of people releasing weather weapons in an open space. It is visible to the naked eye that after the weather weapons were launched, the snow in that area stopped and the range became larger and larger. At the end of the video, there is a touching sentence. We have been working hard. Believe in us, we will definitely get through the difficulties. When watching, many residents' eyes were red. Yes, from the beginning of the disaster to now, their government has been leading them through the difficulties. Everyone knew that if there were no shelters, the number of people who would survive in the entire city of H would be very small. The government had supported them, and was still working hard to overcome the disaster, so how could they fall behind? From this moment on, many people's mentality changed. As long as the majority of people kept a stable mentality, even if a small number of people wanted to make trouble, they would not be able to stir up any waves in the end. An invisible crisis was just revealed. For Yin Qiujuan and the others, this was just the beginning. We have achieved such results because of the information in the library of Doomsday Resort. One of the experts said, the books and information in it cover all over the world, and the level of technology is far beyond the current level. I suggest that we exchange more books. Yes, our team has a new idea. Although the game area is limited to a city, it is not limited to satellites in the sky. At that time, as long as we launch a meteorological satellite into space and establish a similar weather station in the sky, as long as a city in our country has a meteorological disaster, the game area weather station can use this meteorological satellite to control it. Even if it cannot be avoided, the damage value can be reduced. However, this is a long-term project. Yin Qiujuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Just tell me what information you need. Even if it's a long-term project, as long as you can achieve it, you will be the savior of all mankind. We will work hard, the expert said. The success of the meteorological team also greatly stimulated other teams. An endless stream of people went from the shelter to the Doomsday Resort and bought countless information from the library inside. And their movements naturally could not escape the eyes of the players. These NPCs are so smart, they can even make weather weapons in this environment. In fact, I feel that these NPCs are real. It's a game for us, but it's reality for them. Why do you think so? Because the people around me are very real, their reactions are very real. It's hard to think they are a bunch of data. Do you really think they are a bunch of data? In fact, think about it. Our world is pulled into the Doomsday game, and other worlds are also pulled into it. It's not impossible to become its playground. You mean parallel world? Yes, that would explain everything. I felt that too, but sometimes I don't want to think too much about it, because once I find out, when I enter a new game area, I can't just attack them with a clear conscience and fight for my own survival space. In fact, now it's no longer like the first game. That's right, I won't treat them as data when I meet them in the future. So, seeing that they changed the game through their efforts, I really think they are great. I heard that they bought a lot of information from the Doomsday Resort. The Doomsday Resort is really amazing. By the way, there are only a few days left. Are you going to the Doomsday Resort? It's time to go. Get everything you need ready. You may not encounter the Doomsday Resort in the next world. Well, it's time to go. See if you should also prepare some information with you. Maybe you can turn it in when you go to the next game area. Yes. After the players discussed, the topic was diverted again, and many people went to the Doomsday Resort with their bags. With the arrival of this group of players, The Doomsday Resort was in urgent need of housing. Why are you here? Weren't you in the shelter before? Did something happen in the shelter? Yes, it happened, but it's a good thing. What good thing? The shelter has developed a weather weapon that can control the temperature. No wonder the temperature only dropped by 5 degrees today. I thought there was a bug in the game. I didn't expect that the official NPC outside had caused a big trouble. It's too awesome. It seems that it is also because the City of H is special. There is a super awesome university here, which gathers a group of super awesome experts. In addition to meteorological weapons, they also study many things, and have made progress. It can't be those old people who spend every day in the library during this period. It should be them. They are the treasures of this world. The background of this world is similar to ours. But we have been assigned to different game areas. So far, we have seen men and women, but rarely children and the elderly. I don't know how they are doing. Maybe they have been assigned to a relatively less dangerous game area. Otherwise, how can they compete with the young and middle-aged with their old age and youngness? Let's hope. Believe it, even if we are assigned to different game areas, everyone is working hard. As long as we work hard to pass the game, we will meet again one day. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, there are no rooms left. Will we be unable to stay at the Doomsday Resort? Don't worry. If the rooms are full, wait a while, and new apartments will be opened. Speaking of which, now there are only apartments, are there better room types? Just be content with a bed. Apartments are the most cost-effective and space-saving. That's right. Gu Weiwei heard the players' discussion, and some players even turned their attention to her, just waiting for her to add new buildings. Gu Weiwei noticed it, and immediately operated the control panel. The last time the number of players surged, the number finally settled at more than 60,000. Gu Weiwei still did not choose to upgrade, but built 20 new apartments, unlocked the 800 rooms given by the last upgrade for free, and spent points to unlock 1,600 rooms, adding 16,000 beds, which barely met the players' accommodation needs. This time, when it was time to build a new one, Gu Weiwei considered upgrading. At least after upgrading, she would be given a free unlocked room. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei chose to upgrade. Entertain 61,983 tenants, meet the conditions. Own 78 Doomsday apartments, 1 tent area, 1 integrated planting and breeding garden, 1 warehouse, meet the conditions. Own 8 special buildings, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 4,000 points and upgrade the level 1 resort to a level 2 resort? Yes. The Doomsday Hotel has been upgraded from a level 1 resort to a level 2 resort, unlocking 1,600 rooms. At the same time, the control range has been expanded from 1,600 to 3,200 meters. After the area was expanded, Gu Weiwei began to build new buildings. 16 apartments, 1,600 rooms, and 12,800 beds. After the apartments were added, the new players saw it and hurriedly registered to check in. Looking at the thriving Doomsday Resort, Gu Weiwei smiled and began to build the Doomsday Resort better. It can only be said that in this world, because of the reliable partners, Gu Weiwei felt unprecedented comfort. Especially when she heard that they had changed the inherent temperature trend of the game area through their own efforts. She felt that the Doomsday game was not irresistible. And if there is a first and a second, there will be a third and a fourth. If 1 year doesn't work, then 2 years. If 2 years don't work, then 10 years. If 1 generation doesn't work, then 2 generations. Her thoughts returned to reality, and as she watched the newly added beds being continuously occupied, she had a hunch that the survival rate of players in this game area might reach more than 90%. On the 23rd day of the game, the weather was extremely cold, with a temperature of minus 60.8 degrees. On the 24th day of the game, the weather was extremely cold, with a temperature of minus 65.8 degrees. On the 25th day of the game, the weather was extremely cold, with a temperature of minus 69.8 degrees. On the 30th day of the game, the weather was extremely cold, with a temperature of minus 84.8 degrees. 5 degrees is just the beginning in this game area. In the remaining 7 days, the daily temperature drop is getting smaller and smaller. For the residents and players in the game area, this is a victory in the struggle. Not only meteorology, but also other research areas have made significant progress. Although there are no results yet, as long as they are given enough time, it is only a matter of time before they invent similar equipment. For residents of the game area, today is just the beginning. For players, today is the last day of the game. Players have basically moved into the Doomsday Resort, and have successfully increased the number of tenants in the Doomsday Resort to more than 90,000. Likewise, countless players gathered. Many players are still confused about this game. It's the last day. This game is really easy. It can be said that I won without doing anything. I hope the next game area will be just as smooth. I hope I can meet the Doomsday Resort in the next game area. Me too, making a wish. In addition to making wishes, remember to buy all the new potions and new equipment that came out today. I bought them all. Now we just have to wait for the game to end. Oh, I really don't want to leave Doomsday Resort. I don't want to leave either. The player sighed and waited. Gu Weiwei had a final call with Yan Qiujuan, and then sold a lot of information in the library to him at a relatively cheap price. Knowledge is eternal. Thank you, we will remember you. I will remember you too. Gu Weiwei also promised. Neither of them said anything about reuniting. If possible, it would be better not to meet again. After the call ended, the countdown came soon. As the countdown ended, Gu Weiwei received the information of the Doomsday game, and the surrounding scene changed. Congratulations to the host, you have cleared the Doomsday Disaster, Extreme Cold, Ice and Snow Zone, Primary Field, Zone 122, and obtained 100 points. There are 100,000 players in this game area, and there are 99,532 players left. The remaining players share the points of the dead players, and get 0.5 points. You have been assigned to enter the Doomsday Disaster, Meteorite, Virus Zone, Primary Field, Zone 056. There are 100,000 players, and 5 million NPCs in this game area. The scene is being generated, waiting for the remaining players. The scene has been generated, and the third game has officially begun when the scene was frozen, and looking at the familiar Doomsday Resort, Gu Weiwei pursed her lips. There was still no rest time between the second and third games. At this time, in the game area, when the countdown ended, Yan Qiujuan was waiting to reconnect with the outside world. But for a long time, their world still did not change at all, and was still under blockade. Mayor. Other people in the office noticed this scene, and their mood sank unconsciously. No time at all? Then how can they send news about the game area to the outside world, let them prepare in advance? How to let them pay attention to the special existence of the Doomsday Resort in this world, and if they encounter it, they can ask it for help. How? Still unable to contact the outside world, making their situation even more difficult. After a while, Yan Qiujuan sighed and spoke. Release the news to the public, and inform them of the current situation. Calm their hearts, and tell them that our food reserves are sufficient, and that soilless cultivation has already taken shape. Announce our vegetable base to them. Let the Rocket Expert Group concentrate all resources. We will directly launch a satellite into space, and send our information to the outside countries, through the satellite, to issue early warnings. Send a search and rescue team to rescue the players who landed in our city H. The messages were sent out calmly, strangely calming the hearts of everyone on the scene. Yes, although there was no expected escape from the Doomsday game, they had expected this worst-case scenario as early as the first day and had been preparing for it. They were not fighting an unprepared war. Chapter 36. Player, Gu Weiwei. Mission, complete the Doomsday game. Each game lasts for 1 month. Pass safely and enter the next level. Failure means death. Any player who completes all the games can restore the blue planet to normal. Points, 585, 7485, extra points can be obtained in the game. Negative points are considered a failure. Mall, open, shopping items available. Backpack, 10 slots, up to 99 per slot. Game, 1, Doomsday Disaster, Extremely Hot, Drought Zone, Primary Field, Zone 003. Game, 2, Doomsday Disaster, Extremely Cold, Snow and Ice Zone, Primary Field, Zone 112. Game, 3, Doomsday Disaster, Meteorite, Virus Zone, Primary Field, 056 Area. Countdown, 29 days 23 hours 59 minutes 01 seconds. Building, Doomsday Resort, upgradable. Level, Level 2. Owner, Gu Weiwei. Description, within the building, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth, points 585, 7485. Mall, open, goods can be purchased. Facilities, 12, signboard, front desk, rest area, toilet, vending machine, room, washroom, restaurant, recycling cabinet, stone road, green belt, road sign. Tenants 0. Building, special buildings *8, ice and snow world, trading hall, activity center, hot spring, tailor shop, blacksmith shop, hospital, library, Doomsday apartment *125, tent area, integrated planting and breeding garden, bus station, parking lot, warehouse. Gu Weiwei looked at the refreshed control panel and felt a little better. After experiencing 2 worlds, she now has a lot more capital. I think, if it weren't for the subsequent delivery of the official relatively complete library materials of the second game area, she could at least get hundreds of thousands more points. But speaking of it, hoarding points is a disease, and the more serious this disease is, the better. Anyway, she feels more secure with more backstage points. Then, Gu Weiwei took out a computer. The computer was prepared for her by Yan Qiujuan. Since it is a parallel world, the level of technology should be similar, and even the operating principles of many things are the same, so these electronic products were prepared for her, and she was taught how to use them. After fiddling around on the computer for a while, Gu Weiwei connected to the satellite network of this world. After the connection, Gu Weiwei immediately went online to search for news. As soon as the word meteorite was typed, many news appeared on the internet. Today, you can see the spectacle of meteorite landing. The meteorite shower that happens once in a century, live online, please watch. The meteorite fall incident has never stopped. Faced with the unknown risks that may occur at any time, what can humans do? Clicking on one of the live broadcast posts, you can see directly that under the dark night sky, meteors are streaking across. The live broadcast room was filled with exclamations from netizens. It's so beautiful. I'm here too. This is the first time I've seen a meteor shower clearly after hearing about it so many times. Where did all these meteorites end up? It lasted so long today. So many meteorites fell. Make a wish, get rich. God of wealth, please bless me. I won 5 million. Most people were immersed in the beauty of the meteor shower and didn't think much about it. A small number of people thought it was strange, but they didn't think it was dangerous. After being in a safe environment for too long, no one felt that danger was approaching. Gu Weiwei looked at the meteors and sighed in her heart. The meteorites have fallen, and the virus they carry has probably begun to spread, and it is impossible to stop it. Taking advantage of the late night, when the internet was still hot, Gu Weiwei followed suit and began to post various news on the internet. Meteorites are about to land with viruses. The end of the world is coming, and meteorites are just a precursor. The death omen behind the meteor shower. A guide to stocking up for the end of the world. After posting, Gu Weiwei deliberately waited for a long time. In the end, there were only a few scattered replies. Blogger, you are really brave. Haha, when will it explode? Tell me the exact time, and I will come back to see when the time comes. If the meteorite has a virus, we would have been poisoned to death long ago. The meteor shower is so gorgeous and beautiful. Blogger, your words really affect my mood. Gu Weiwei looked at these responses, and her mouth twitched unconsciously. Sure enough, no one would believe it. Ignoring it, Gu Weiwei talked about some details by herself. When instructing the stockpiling of supplies, she prepared 2 months' worth of supplies, and named not only food, but also necessary household tools. After her professional operation, some netizens changed their tone. The blogger sharing is quite professional. Why prepare 2 months' worth? Since it is an extraterrestrial virus, it is not so easy to solve. Is 2 months' worth enough? Suddenly I remembered the last epidemic, which lasted for 2 or 3 years. So do you think it is still possible to prepare? This blogger is very professional, so it's okay to prepare some. It won't cost much if you calculate it. Seeing the change in everyone's attitude, Gu Weiwei began to cast a wide net. She repeated the famous public platforms in this world with emphasis. In the end, someone warned her. Blogger, spreading false information and forwarding more than 500 times is a crime. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei calmly replied, I'm not afraid. I'm telling the truth. Before the facts are proven, you can find me first. Anyway, she is in the Doomsday resort, not going anywhere, and no one can find her. After posting this pretentiously profound speech, Gu Weiwei withdrew from the internet. Her eyes returned to the control panel. Product, plays an ad. Price, 5/10/20/50/10010001000. Gu Weiwei was stunned when she saw the product price refreshed and an ad worth 10,000 points added. The ad was upgraded? What would the ad worth 10,000 points look like? With enough points on hand, Gu Weiwei chose the ad worth 10,000 points without hesitation. After the purchase and delivery, Gu Weiwei went back to her room to sleep. While Gu Weiwei was sleeping, her online comments became more and more intense. After all, Gu Weiwei was so sure of what she said that people couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. Immediately, many people began to take screenshots of what Gu Weiwei said. Of course, some people who were interested in her reported it directly. The internet police actually came over and contacted the platform backend to delete it, but in the end it showed that it could not be deleted. Therefore such confusing. The message has been left on the platform. Netizens watched the message being left, and they unconsciously wondered whether this matter was true or not. If it was not true, why didn't they delete it, and then subconsciously forwarded it? At this time, in an internet cafe, when a player was searching for the situation in this game area, he accidentally saw the post posted by Gu Weiwei. Meteorite virus? The moment he saw the post, the player was sure of one thing. The person who posted it must be a player. This player is really kind. It's better to collect supplies as early as possible. Muttering, the player continued to search for the information he wanted on the internet, so that he would have a target to take action against. As a result, when he was concentrating on surfing the internet, he suddenly felt an advertisement appear on the virtual screen in front of him. Doomsday Resort is open for rent. Doomsday Resort provides food and accommodation to many players, starting from 1 day, and promises to protect the lives of tenants in the resort. It has already operated 2 game areas, and has rich experience. Location, XXX. Note, in Doomsday Resort, the consumption currency is points. Doomsday Resort? What is this place? They have operated 2 game areas. After being pulled into the Doomsday game, they have only experienced 2 game areas. This Doomsday Resort appeared together with the Doomsday game? What's special? Just when he was thinking about this. When the words were read, a whole real scene suddenly appeared on the virtual screen. The scene of the entire Doomsday Resort was surrounded by 360 degrees, and several special buildings were specially pointed out for emphasis. The ice and snow world has a cooling effect. The trading hall is the trading center between players. The activity center allows you to exercise, swim, and train. The hot spring has a constant temperature effect. The tailor shop allows you to buy equipment. The blacksmith shop allows you to buy weapons. The hospital allows you to buy potions. The library allows you to read books. When buildings with the functions required by the player appear in front of the player swallows unconsciously. In addition, as mentioned later, materials can be recycled to exchange for points. This is a killer. The most important point is that this game area is a virus area, and no one knows what kind of virus it is. It is important to find a safe area. He has booked this Doomsday Resort. After the player quickly recorded the information on the internet, he quickly returned the card and left, aiming directly at the Doomsday Resort. This player is just one of them. Other players who also received the graphic and video ads also went out without hesitation. It must be said that this advertisement really grasped their psychology thoroughly. Of course, there are also some players who go to the Doomsday Resort with some strange thoughts. The advertisement of the Doomsday Resort will definitely attract many players. These players used to make a living by robbing, and they know very well that players will only become more and more vigilant against other players. In the first game area, they easily deceived many players. In the second game area, it takes a lot more energy and time to deceive players. Now it is the third game area. Players who can go through 2 games and survive are not simple people. It is too difficult to deceive them. But if many players go to Doomsday Resort, they only need to wait nearby, and they will definitely know many players. There are too many opportunities to attack. As for some players, who used to be old tenants of Doomsday Resort, they almost cried when they saw the advertisement. The first type is those who stayed in Doomsday Resort in the first game area. After enjoying it, they suffered a beating from society in the second game. For Doomsday Resort, they only miss it deeply. The second type is the one who has been in the Doomsday Resort in the second game area. He won the second game in the Doomsday Resort without any effort. Now he encounters the Doomsday Resort again in the third game. He has no choice but to go to the Doomsday Resort. The third type is the one who has spent both the first and second game areas in the Doomsday Resort. He secretly sighed at his European physique and went there without hesitation. So, various players, with different thoughts in mind, headed for the Doomsday Resort. They will start a new story in the Doomsday Resort. Chapter 37. At this time, Doomsday Resort. Waves of players gathered at the gate. They looked at such a huge Doomsday Resort with a dazed look on their faces. Is this Doomsday Resort too big? Yes, this scale is like a small city. Is it expensive here? Not expensive, very cost-effective. How do you know? Hey, I am a regular customer here. I have encountered it in 3 consecutive game areas. My luck is so good. Was it this big before? No, it was just 1 apartment at first, and it has grown to this size after 2 game zones. How many people can it accommodate now? The last game zone accommodated nearly 100,000 players. 100,000, What is the survival rate in your game zone? More than 99%, but only a few hundred people died, and we only got 0.5 points when we settled the accounts. Fuck. The death rate in my last game zone was 90%. The comparison is too tragic. As long as you have 120 points, plus a month's worth of supplies, you can definitely survive to the end. Of course, if you want more, you can go out to collect the supplies needed for the Doomsday Resort, exchange points for potions, equipment, and weapons. Anyway, it's our luck to encounter the Doomsday Resort. Listening to the words of the last player, most of the players at the scene were silent. Because their first two game areas were too tragic, they are still scared when they think about it now. Hearing such a good treatment, they subconsciously feel that there is a trap. Some people looked at this player, wondering if the other party had teamed up with Doomsday Resort to cheat them. This player, Ochichi, looked at the suspicious eyes of others and said calmly, "I have said everything I should say. I will go in first." After that, he stepped into the Doomsday Resort without hesitation. Others looked at her from behind, with a little bit of consideration on their faces. I stayed in the first game area here, but it was not so big at that time. It was really safe. I went in. I encountered it in the last game zone. I also encountered it in the first game zone. Because of it, I have the capital to survive in the second game zone. Believe in it, it won't let you down. By the way, you should all be able to notice the sin value on other people's heads. This is also one of the functions of the Doomsday Resort. If this place is unreliable, why would it deliberately show the sin value? Several other players followed without hesitation. In fact, no one thinks that other players think too much. In the game area without the Doomsday Resort, it is common for players to cheat and kill each other. Many players did not even die under natural disasters, but died at the hands of players. In such a situation, the stronger the vigilance, the longer you can live. Keeping a certain vigilance against the unknown is the real way to deal with things. And they believe that facts will prove everything. As long as they have experienced the life of the Doomsday Resort, they will understand that it is the luck of the players to encounter the Doomsday Resort. Some players followed them in without hesitation. They didn't care whether the Doomsday Resort was real or not. They only knew that the people who said these words had much less sin points than other players on the scene. For this reason, they were more trustworthy. Anyway, there were so many players now. After entering, they couldn't trap so many players. If it was true, they would make a profit. More and more players entered the Doomsday Resort one after another. The number of people who stayed at the scene was decreasing. Most of them were there with special intentions. I originally thought that there were many players here, and I could wait for a while, but I didn't expect that this place would show any sin value. Those people were quite far away from us. The speaker was Sueda, a player with a sin value of 100. The sin values of the players around him were only high, not low. Their team was temporarily put together. After all, they were all evil people. They had some resonance to a certain extent, and they gathered together with similar interests, intending to continue to do robbery. Knowing that Doomsday Resort is a gathering place for players, they planned to do something big. Unexpectedly, as soon as they showed up, they became the object of avoidance by others. It was really a pity. It doesn't matter. As long as you know where Doomsday Resort is, it's not easy to find players. Another player, Tang Wei-wen, said with a smile. He survived to the end of the first and second game areas, so he implemented the idea of passing the level by evil. Most importantly, he experienced the beauty of taking shortcuts to pass the level, so how could he be willing to pass the level down to Earth? Should we go in and learn about the Doomsday Resort? Will those equipment and weapons affect our actions? Sueda looked at the Doomsday Resort, his eyes eager to try. This Doomsday Resort is magical. How magical can it be? Okay, Tang Wei-wen said. Then, the group also prepared to enter the Doomsday Resort. Unexpectedly, when the group was about to step into the gate, they were directly blocked by a barrier. At this moment, a sentence appeared on the virtual screen in front of them. If the sin value reaches 100, you will be added to the Doomsday Resort blacklist and prohibited from entering the Doomsday Resort. Please leave the Doomsday Resort as soon as possible, otherwise the Doomsday Resort will use tough measures. This sentence made Sueda, Tang Wei-wen, and his party's faces freeze in place. There were still some players at the scene. When they saw them being blocked outside, their eyes flickered. The Doomsday Resort is really curbing the evil people. Who cares? Let's go! Sueda felt a little embarrassed and snorted at his companions. The next moment, the group of people left the place. What they didn't know was that in this special game area, the existence of the Doomsday Resort was really rare. This story was soon spread among the players. And most of the players, after entering the Doomsday resort, chose to stay there. After experiencing 2 game areas, the players who survived had a certain amount of capital. It only takes 4 points to stay in a safe place, wash up, and have a big soft bed. What else do you need to think about, especially since many of them haven't had a good night's sleep for a long time? Many players just went to the Doomsday resort and had a good sleep. While countless people were sleeping, some members of the expert group tracked some meteorites through the trajectory of the meteorites and began to use special means to transport them back to the laboratory. Someone said on the internet before that these meteorites have viruses. I don't know if it's true. It's just sensational news. They haven't been tested yet. How can they know that they are poisonous? After verification, we can find the person who spread the rumor. Even if there is a problem, we are wearing protective clothing. Double insurance. That's right. The 2 working group members chatted and gradually felt relieved. Then, they started to complain about the temporary overtime. But the 2 people didn't think that even if they were wearing protective clothing, the protective clothing had already been stained with the smell of meteorites. On the way back, they had already spread the virus unknowingly. Not to mention, the meteorites they picked up were only some of the meteorites, and there were countless meteorites scattered in various places in City A. The next morning, when the sanitation workers got up to clean up the garbage, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The entire road was covered with the corpses of various birds, and there were bloodstains everywhere. And next to some of the bird corpses, there were some stray cats and dogs gnawing on the corpses. Many sanitation workers felt a little nauseous and began to drive away these stray cats and dogs. But these stray cats and dogs barked fiercely, and some even wanted to rush and bite people. But in the face of absolute strength, many stray cats and dogs were still driven away. The sanitation workers, who started cleaning the streets, still vaguely sensed something was wrong. When the sun came out, the residents of City A got up one after another, and were also frightened. Many people had dead birds in their homes, and some windows had blood stains. Those who had cats and dogs at home were all barking anxiously, and it was useless to comfort them. When they walked out of the house, they even saw all kinds of snakes, rats, insects, and ants running around in the community, as well as dead birds falling on the ground. Looking at today's morning news, such things happened throughout City A. As soon as such news came out, yesterday's virus instantly came to the minds of many netizens. Yesterday someone just said that the meteorite had a virus, and today a large number of birds died. I feel like there is something fishy. My cats and dogs at home are particularly abnormal today. They usually cling to me cutely, but today they have been barking at me and look very uneasy. Do meteorites really have viruses? Will this virus affect the human body? Have you noticed that today's videos seem to only show videos from within our City A, and no videos from other places can be seen? Forget about video calls. I can't contact anyone from other places. I want to go to the airport to pick up a client today. I want to confirm the time with the client, but the phone is unavailable. I can't contact my long-distance girlfriend either. Our City A has suddenly become an isolated city. Is it because of the meteorite? I suddenly thought of a movie I watched before, Under the Dome. We are not going to encounter such a thing. But Under the Dome is just trapped inside. What we are facing now is a group of animals that are no longer right. Animals are sensitive to danger. Something must have happened in our City A. On the internet, netizens discussed and panicked visibly. After all, such things are happening around everyone. You don't need to look at the internet, there are examples everywhere. Everything is showing a strong sense of disobedience. So many people subconsciously at the official. But in fact, the official is also confused. After seeing the rumors on the internet, they sent a team yesterday to collect meteorites everywhere, and sealed them with special means. But now, not only did the birds die, but their entire City A was also cut off from the outside world. Finally, they could only let the experts continue to study the meteorite to see if it was the cause of the meteorite. If the meteorite was destroyed, could the magnetic field of their City A return to normal? At the same time, they spoke calmly on the internet to appease the public. But what happened in reality had already caused countless residents to panic. It made them believe more and more that there must be a virus spreading in the meteorite. Now it only affects animals. Who knows if it will affect them later? However, those who are relatively calm and think nothing will happen still go to work. Some people who are more anxious don't go to work directly. Some pack their bags and try to escape, and some rush to stock up on food, water, and other supplies. The crowd of people who stock up supplies is the largest. The pharmacies that sell gas masks, oxygen cylinders, etc. have long been sold out. The prices of other similar products have risen wildly in an instant, but even so, they are still in short supply. In the whole City A, everywhere on the streets, Everyone was scrambling for supplies in supermarkets and rice and grain stores. For some players, it was even more confusing. In their opinion, the first day of the game area is generally a safe period. They can stock up on supplies on the first day, then find a suitable place to hide, wait for the disaster to happen, and then start buying for free. But on the first day, residents began to panic and stock up on supplies. This rhythm is wrong. I couldn't help but curse the player who leaked the news to the NPC in advance. But there was no other way. The players could only follow the flow of residents and start to stock up supplies. Another part, thinking of the Doomsday Resort advertisement they saw yesterday, packed up their bags and went to the Doomsday Resort first. After all, they were sure that the virus was real. But no one could predict when this virus would start to affect the human body and what it would develop into. With a place to stay, they should be on the safe side. So, when Gu Weiwei woke up in the morning, she saw a steady stream of players and netizens who were frantically at ING her. After she understood the situation, Gu Weiwei was a little stunned. Because she had never thought that the virus caused by the meteorite disaster would break out so quickly. She became curious unconsciously. How did this virus spread? Why did the first ones affected birds? Chapter 38. The first thing Gu Weiwei thought of was the air. After all, air is the main way for viruses to spread. But if birds are affected, why are people who were also exposed to the air not affected for the time being? Either the virus has a latent period, or the problematic air is still on the surface. Gu Weiwei has a little idea after thinking this far. Which one it is depends on how it develops later. Anyway, in just a few days, we should be able to detect clues. After all, the game will leave some opportunities for players to survive, even if sometimes only 1 out of 10 survives. I really don't know what kind of Shura field will be in the intermediate and advanced fields in the future. Gu Weiwei's eyes returned to the control panel. The number of tenants has increased from 0 last night to 2,000 today, and the number is still rising. What Gu Weiwei cares about is the number of players who have been actively blacklisted by the Doomsday Landlady system, which has reached more than 200 people. This means that the sin value of these 200 people has reached more than 100. The sin value of more than 100 means that at least more than 100 innocent lives have been killed. Even though Gu Weiwei understands that players who have experienced the 2 game zones have experienced life and death, it is normal to attack other players in order to survive. But rationally, it is still difficult to accept it. Gu Weiwei has never been a person who makes herself uncomfortable, thanks to the blacklist setting of the Doomsday Landlady system. In fact, being blacklisted not only means that you cannot enter the Doomsday Resort, but also that all the goods in the Doomsday Resort cannot be used. I don't know how many such players there are in this world. No matter how many there are, since the decision has been made, there is no need to regret it. Gu Weiwei calmly closed the blacklist. Then she began to draft a recruitment notice. Planting staff, breeding staff, drivers. This has become a fixed position in the Doomsday Resort. Although the points are low, it is stable. As for other buildings, they are all assisted by the Doomsday Landlady system, so Gu Weiwei will not worry about them for the time being. Finally, Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the open space one after another. For the sake of aesthetics, most of the open space was covered with grass by Gu Weiwei. But Gu Weiwei felt that in the short term, the Doomsday Resort only needed to accommodate 100,000 players. In this case, it seemed a bit wasteful to leave these empty spaces, especially when vegetables were so valuable. So Gu Weiwei felt that it was time to make use of these empty spaces. Without hesitation, she searched for suitable products in the mall. Commodity, farmland. Price, 10,000 points/acre. Gu Weiwei was really shocked when she saw the price of farmland. Compared with other buildings, her price was ridiculously high. Just thinking about the price that vegetables could be sold for in the Doomsday Landlady system, she felt that this price was within her acceptable range. Then, Gu Weiwei bought 10 acres of land without hesitation. After buying it, she placed it behind the residential area and continued to hang a notice to recruit farmers. After doing all this, Gu Weiwei ran it directly, and then focused on the network platform. Can the research on the meteorite now confirm that it has a virus attached? If so, will the official contact her as the first spokesperson? At this time, everything Gu Weiwei did was presented in the lobby of each apartment. In apartment number 1, there are quite a few players gathered in this apartment. Most of them are eating breakfast in the restaurant and browsing their phones. Many players realized through the morning news that it was dangerous outside. At least the virus affected birds and animals on the first day. Under such circumstances, many players who had entered the Doomsday Resort chose to wait and see. After going through 3 game areas, most players saved some points. At least there were still points before they understood the situation. In other game areas, it would be impossible for them to buy safety with 4 points. Since this world had this opportunity, they naturally used it without hesitation. Of course, another reason why they are willing to spend money is because the Doomsday Resort is really worth it. Not only is the environment comfortable, but there are also various buildings that are suitable for players. What makes players feel most satisfied is the training room in the activity center. There is nothing wrong with staying in a safe place. What players are most worried about is that if they stay in a comfortable environment for too long, they will lose their fighting spirit. However, the existence of the training room allows them to improve their strength. Although it costs a little points, that little point can be ignored in the face of improving their skills. In addition to the training room, the hospital, blacksmith shop, referee shop and other buildings can provide them with potions, weapons and equipment. It can be said that the Doomsday Resort is not only a place for them to rest, but also a place to arm themselves. In this case, how can the players not love it? They love it to death. This also means that they are in the mood to use their mobile phones to check the situation outside in the Doomsday Resort. The virus crisis in this game area has been revealed so quickly, and now it's a mess outside. It can only be said that a certain player was too kind and disclosed the virus information. In fact, it would be good if the virus information was disclosed earlier, and the NPCs intervened earlier, which would also be good for our survival. Why do you say that? The overall environment of the game area is good, and the survival rate of players is high. Therefore, when the survival rate of NPCs is high, the survival rate of players is also high. This is what I have concluded after playing 2 games. Thinking about it, it seems to be true. So the player who announced it early may have had the same experience. Since we know that the virus was brought by those meteorites, perhaps the authorities will study it seriously, and there may be a solution by then. But speaking of it, the virus zone sounds scary, but I am not afraid of it at all. Me too. This Doomsday Resort gives us confidence. Why didn't we encounter the Doomsday Resort earlier? We should ask why the Doomsday Resort is not open in all game areas. The players were watching the news and chatting, looking indescribably happy. It was also at this time that a notice from Doomsday Resort flashed on the screen in the lobby, directly attracting the attention of many players. Recruitment notice: Doomsday Resort is still hiring. Planting, breeding, driver, I can do it. Hey, are you talking about farming now? Where are the fields? It must be that Doomsday Resort has reclaimed farmland. I go and sign up. Aren't you waiting to search for supplies and exchange them for points later? I think this game area is a little weird, and it's not safe to go out. Now I have the opportunity to stay here and earn points. I'm so lucky. Yeah, let's wait and see what effect the virus outside will have on the human body. Fortunately, we came early, and there are not many players competing for it. Why don't other players come? Well, under normal circumstances, they should be waiting and watching. We should be alert, as there will be more and more players in the future. As they said this, many players filled out their resumes and rushed to the front desk to submit them. They all hoped that they would be selected. After all, the Doomsday Resort is really a place where you don't want to leave once you come. Compared to the stability in the Doomsday Resort, the situation outside is still a bit serious. After all, the entire city is now out of contact with the outside world, and the situation is obviously not normal. It is unknown how long the situation will last. Many people want to stock up more supplies. After all, if there are fewer, they will feel uneasy. A large number of people hoarded supplies, and the existing supplies in City A were stretched. City A is an economically developed city, and every inch of land is worth a lot of money. In the past, no one would be willing to use the land for planting and production, which led to the heavy reliance on external supplies for supplies in City A. Now that they have lost contact with the outside world, many supermarkets and convenience stores have noticed that something is wrong, and they are no longer willing to sell to the outside world. Basically, the stores were sold out and closed directly. As a result, some families who were slow to act did not have time to buy supplies, and some families felt that they did not buy enough. In short, everyone inevitably felt a sense of panic deep in their hearts. Originally, this was only the first day, and even if there was panic, there would not be a loss of order. However, the situation was that the authorities sent drones to break through the defense line through the air, but these drones fell down halfway shortly after taking off, and then some people realized it. This matter cannot be solved in a short time. In such a situation, some people took weapons and directly broke into some closed supermarkets or businesses. By the time the police department reacted, these people had already retreated in an orderly manner. Just when they wanted to mobilize surveillance to investigate the situation, Firstly, the on-site surveillance was directly destroyed, and secondly, there were multiple incidents, and in different places, and they had to go out again before they were dealt with, so they couldn't take care of it at all. The news was passed up layer by layer, but facing the current situation, the top leaders of City A had no solution at all. They could only let the expert group focus on studying the meteorite to see if they could solve the problem of losing contact with the outside world. They all knew that if this matter was not resolved, the chaos in City A would only increase. In the end, more and more people would join this team. Many supermarket managers insisted that their products were sold out and could not accept government allocation. One of the staff members said helplessly to the leader, if they said they didn't have it, could they still say they must have it? Sherwingen, the top leader of City A, listened to this and said after a while, in this case, contact them and ask them to sell us a batch of supplies in bulk to ensure the living security of the current staff. In fact, many government workers have asked for leave today. After all, in the face of survival, work can be temporarily put aside. The more insiders, the more they understand the severity of the situation. Yes. The staff listened, and their attitude became positive. She is an on-the-job staff, and now she is also worried about the materials. Then, Sherwingen began to prepare for the press conference. At least, it is necessary to stabilize the public's emotions on the surface. Before that, Sherwingen also went to the Meteorite Research Laboratory. In the Meteorite Research Laboratory, a team is studying meteorites. The research subjects are mice. One is normal, and the other is staying with the meteorite. It is visible to the naked eye that the mouse becomes restless after just a moment together. In a moment, it has lost its breath. Does the meteorite really have a virus? Yes, this virus is extremely destructive, and will quickly destroy living organisms and cause the body to rot. But the paradox is that while rotting, it has extremely strong vitality. Virus expert Chen Zi reported the situation. Since she came back last night, she has been conducting experiments intensively and collecting data continuously, and only then did she come to such a conclusion. Is there a way to contain it? Sherwingen asked anxiously. Chen Zi shook her head. The composition of this virus is completely different from the existing viruses we have. It takes time to analyze it. The only way now is to find all the meteorites that landed in City A as soon as possible. It may take some time for this virus to affect the human body. At least, it has an incubation period. How long is the incubation period? At least 10 days. After 10 days, if you are affected, you should have a reaction. Chen Zi replied. Yes. Sherwingen nodded, and then said to Chen Zi, you continue your research and try to develop a drug that can contain the disease as soon as possible. But it has not been clinically tested. Special period, special measures? Sherwingen said without hesitation. In fact, he still had a concern, that is, when the meteorite landed, it would not only land in City A. He knew some inside information. This time, the meteorite had been discovered by various countries before it landed. Because of its large size, before it entered the Earth, various countries had already processed the meteorite several times, which turned the meteorite into small fragments. Therefore, the scattered range became more and more uncontrollable. Who would have thought that these meteorites actually carried alien viruses? Everything that City A is experiencing now should also be experienced by the outside world. Therefore, City A may not be able to rely on external rescue. Only self-help. Chapter 39. After the research team confirmed that the meteorite did carry the virus, Sherwingen had already returned to his office. He turned on his computer and looked at the earliest news on the internet predicting that the meteorite had a virus. He wondered if this person posted such a message by accident, or if he really knew the inside story. If he knew the inside story, where did the message come from? Looking at the other party's information again, the internet police could not find it. The only thing they could find was that the other party used a satellite network, which meant that the other party had certain hacking skills, and the skills were not low. In this situation, it is difficult to track the other party. The only way is to have a dialogue on an equal footing. However, whether it is true or not, he is willing to give it a try. Sherwingen directly used his own account to start sending private messages to the other party. His account is enough to prove his identity. Can I ask where you got the news about the meteorite virus? Although Sherwingen wanted to get information from the other party, he was also trying to prevent the other party from just being mysterious. If so, some of his remarks might become tools in the hands of the other party, so it is better to be careful. Gu Weiwei was browsing her private messages because there were too many of them. Especially when the virus prophecy seemed to come true, many people were asking her what to do next. She didn't answer any of these because she had already sorted out what she should say on the platform. Those who are interested just need to follow the above for the time being. Just when she finished cleaning up one batch, another batch came in. And in this batch, she saw a conspicuous big V number. She was immediately shocked. Here it comes. Looking at the other party's question, Gu Weiwei thought for a moment and got straight to the point. Because I am not from this world, I was forced to be pulled into this world. For us, this is a game, and the name of this game area is Doomsday Disaster Meteorite Virus Area. In fact, Gu Weiwei has collected all the information about this world. After comparing it with the previous two worlds, she found that this is another new world. She couldn't help but want to ask how many worlds the Doomsday game has harmed. Therefore, with a limited stay in each world, there is no need to go around in circles, and the truth can only be exposed directly. At least they understand that the enemy they are facing is not only natural disasters, but also the Doomsday game that turns their world into a game zone. It is even possible that such natural disasters are all controlled by the Doomsday game, otherwise how to explain the disaster coming so coincidentally? In any case, Gu Weiwei has already determined in her heart that the Doomsday game is malicious. Gu Weiwei's direct words instantly stunned Shi Wenjin on the other end of the computer. He knew every word, and the meaning of the combination, but he didn't understand the content. Every point was so incredible. After a moment, when Shi Wenjin came to his senses, his brain had already begun to analyze it on its own. If this disaster was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster, it could explain why there was a barrier that isolated their city A from the world. What about other cities in our world? Maybe some were selected as game areas, maybe not. How many of you are there? 100,000. What special skills do you have? Where are you now? We are just ordinary players. The background of our world is similar to this one. So far, we have been wandering in various game areas. Countless players have also stayed in the game areas, and can never return home. When Gu Weiwei said this, her emotions were sincere. In the Doomsday Resort, she entertained players who wanted to reunite with their parents and children, players who wanted to eat barbecue with their brothers again, players who wanted to go to school again, and players who wanted to. They just wanted to live an ordinary life. But a game that suddenly changed everyone's life, and made them wander between life and death. Who would have no resentment in their heart? Most people buried it deep in their hearts. Because the power was too weak. The simple words revealed the protagonist's grief and anger, but Shi Wenjin understood it. Because his heart was also filled with grief and anger at this moment. Where are you now? Shi Wenjin asked. 100,000 people, in a city of more than 5 million people, is like a drop of water in the sea, and they will not pay attention to it at all. In fact, he now speculated whether there would be players among the crowd that attacked the supermarket. Although they were both victims, he understood that they had just been intervened, but these players had not just experienced it. Human nature has always been changeable. In a harsh environment, some people can keep their original intentions, while others will sink into sin. Gu Weiwei looked at this sentence, paused, and then said, the players are naturally scattered everywhere, but in this game area, we encountered a special place, the Doomsday Resort. This place can only be seen by players. According to players who have encountered the Doomsday Resort before, where the Doomsday Resort exists, the survival rate of players will be greatly improved, and there may be ways to deal with disasters in it. Can we enter? Shi Wenjin asked. In fact, he guessed that the players must have something more special than the natives. Since this place can be praised by players, it must have something special. Not to mention, the other party also mentioned that there are ways to deal with disasters, which must be something they saw in the Doomsday Resort. I heard from some players that the Doomsday Resort had cooperated with the official in some previous game areas. They saw some natives entering, as if they had received an invitation from the Doomsday Resort. Really? Can you help me get an invitation? I'm willing to pay you. Shi Wenjin asked anxiously. I try, Gu Weiwei said. Not every world and every leader will believe in the Doomsday Resort without hesitation. It's better to guide the official recognition of the Doomsday Resort as an outsider. As long as there are good things in the Doomsday Resort, there is no need to worry that they won't come to the door. Sure enough, after getting Gu Weiwei's answer, Shi Wenjin began to ask some detailed questions again. Gu Weiwei naturally answered without reservation. A special world slowly unfolded in front of Shi Wenjin. As the conversation deepened, Shi Wenjin's eyes became brighter and brighter. As long as this Doomsday Resort is not malicious, they will be saved. He originally thought it was just a resort because it had a big world of ice and snow, hot springs, and an activity center. He didn't expect that there were hospitals, blacksmith shops, tailor shops, and potions, weapons, and equipment. Is this Doomsday Resort really a resort? Isn't it a territory? Shi Wenjin said subconsciously. After all, as long as the other party is equipped with some weapons, it can be a fortress suitable for both offense and defense. Gu Weiwei in front of the computer was silent for a while. In fact, she didn't know why her resort had unconsciously become like this. However, it would be good if those buildings could be put to use. Moreover, the Doomsday Landlady system provided these buildings, which proved that such buildings were available. I don't know. Anyway, it's called Doomsday Resort. Maybe it will become Doomsday Resort Town or Doomsday Resort City in the future? Gu Weiwei reasonably speculated on the upgrade direction of Doomsday Resort in the future. However, when speculating, she thought of a problem. That is, the number of players in each game area is 100,000, and the tenant requirement for her next upgrade to level 3 Doomsday Resort is 80,000. If it is a town, it will take at least 100,000. If it is still oriented towards the game area, the number of players in one game area seems to be insufficient. Then, will the Doomsday Landlady system allow the Doomsday Resort to face more than 2 game areas? When she thought of this possibility, Gu Weiwei's heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. That's good. Saving more players in the future will be a good thing for your world, Shi Wenjin said. Sometimes, people have to learn to find joy in suffering. The Doomsday Resort may be a little joy for players in their game life. And where is the future of their world? Gu Weiwei listened and was silent for a while. At first, she just regarded the Doomsday Resort as her capital for survival in the Doomsday game, and just wanted to live a good life. But as she went through one game area after another, she found that it seemed difficult for her to stay out of it. Because her Doomsday Resort has become a rest area where players can take a breath. Even if the number of players she encounters is limited, perhaps her reputation will slowly spread. Is her idea still the same as the original one? Yes, it is still the same. On this basis, there is one more. That is to give players and NPCs some small help within her ability. Anyway, she is doing this now. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei became more calm. Yes, we are very grateful for the emergence of Doomsday Resort, Gu Weiwei replied. I suddenly feel that it is our luck to encounter Doomsday Resort. Shi Wenjin said that it might be good to see a Doomsday Resort that players are so grateful for. Now, he just hopes that this magical Doomsday Resort can really help them. Seeing the sincerity in Shi Wenjin's tone, Gu Weiwei paused. She felt that she was also very fortunate to have met a reliable leader. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while before ending the call. As soon as it ended, Shi Wenjin immediately organized a meeting. Gu Weiwei was also thinking about how to send the invitation letter to Shi Wenjin. At the same time, she also began to choose the equipment suitable for this game zone in the Doomsday Landlady System Mall. Product, Protective Mask. Price, 50 points. When this price came out, Gu Weiwei was shocked. This price can be said to be shockingly high. Compared with other prices, it is not a little bit higher. Players may be able to afford it, but it is difficult for NPCs to buy and popularize it. Then, Gu Weiwei noticed the following note. Note, protective masks are medical supplies and can be produced in hospitals, which can reduce costs. Material, silicone, plastic, metal. Does the hospital have this function? Buy or produce? Of course it is produced. It seems that her Doomsday Resort is developing in a more and more strange direction. Then, Gu Weiwei began to search for raw materials in the warehouse. It was strange to find that the materials needed for protective masks were all in the warehouse. It seems that it is necessary to purchase some materials. Then, Gu Weiwei directly operated on the panel, added a new production workshop in the hospital building, purchased machines, imported materials, and started production. In a moment, the special product protective mask was officially sold on the vending machine. Chapter 40. In fact, there are often people guarding the vending machines. After all, new players will want to know what products are there, and whether they want to buy some. Therefore, as soon as a new special product appears in the vending machine, it will be discovered immediately. New product, protective mask, 20 points. It's so expensive. Although it's a little expensive, it can filter the air, so I think it's worth buying. Yes, the heat-resistant suit I bought in the first game area came in handy in the volcano area later. In the future, as long as there is a disaster related to air, this protective mask will definitely come in handy. There are also protective masks in the Doomsday Game Mall, 100 points. 1/5 of the price. The Doomsday Resort is really conscientious. Buy! In fact, if conditions permit, when you leave this game area, take more equipment with you and resell it in other game areas, you can make more money. But you have to have the ability to protect it, otherwise you will be a wedding dress for others. That's right. If you buy a protective mask, will you go outside? Of course. Let's see if we can get some materials needed for the Doomsday Resort and earn more points. No matter how many points you have, I won't mind. While the players were chatting, they quickly bought the protective masks. Again, they all knew the value of the special products of the Doomsday Resort. If they bought 20 points, they would sell them at a price no less than 20 points when they needed them in the future. This was a sure win. And they would enjoy it first if they bought it first. Players actively bought the masks, and the first batch was sold out in a short time. Why are they out of stock? Is it limited edition? The products of Doomsday Resort are almost never limited edition. In production? In stock. Could it be that this mask is made in Doomsday Resort? It's true. It's written on the packaging. Made in Doomsday Resort Special Building Hospital. Can Doomsday Resort make things? I always feel that the development of Doomsday Resort is particularly unique. Haha, it's great to be able to produce independently. Build a few more factories in the future. If you need employees, I'm willing to go. When Gu Weiwei came to the lobby, she heard the teasing words of the players. In fact, she didn't care whether it was strange or not. She only knew that it was good if it could be used. Afterwards, thinking of the invitation letter to Shi Wenjin, Gu Weiwei directly posted a task in the lobby. Temporary task, deliver invitations. Reward, 20 points. As soon as the task was posted, it was immediately grabbed by someone. The next moment, someone was already in front of Gu Weiwei. Boss, hello, I'm Ochichi. Ochichi's eyes curved when she spoke to Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei still had a little impression of Ochichi, because this was the other party's third time to the Doomsday Resort. As the name suggests, the luck is really great. Gu Weiwei then handed the invitation letter she had prepared in advance to Ochichi from her backpack grid and gave him the address. Okay, I promise to complete the task. Ochichi agreed without hesitation. Looking at the petite Ochichi in front of her, Gu Weiwei thought for a moment and directly gave Ochichi the protective shield she had bought for protection. I lend you the protective shield first, and return it to me after you're done. Thank you, boss. Ochichi noticed Gu Weiwei's kindness and smiled. The boss is a kind person. After that, after Ochichi bought the protective mask, he went out without hesitation. In fact, there are quite a few players going out at this time, and they all wear the protective masks freshly made by Doomsday Resort. With the protective masks, the players are indeed more assured when going out. At this time, Shi Wenjin, who had just finished the emergency encryption meeting, was already waiting in his office, and he was a little uneasy. Because the player got the delivery address from him, and the invitation letter will be delivered soon. With this invitation letter, he can see different worlds under the same sky. In fact, several people who knew the inside story were also a little nervous and anxious. What Shi Wenjin said was really challenging their three views. What made them nervous was that they had to face an unknown existence. What made them anxious was what if they were deceived? Yes, they were curious and afraid. While they were waiting, Ochichi took a small car of a team to the government building. After stating her identity, she was taken to an office, and a staff member followed closely behind carrying her box, looking at Ochichi with a look of scrutiny. He was very curious about where this girl who wrapped her face tightly came from. Is she an important witness? Before entering the office, Ochichi took a look at the mayor's office. In this game area, Doomsday Resort will cooperate with the official again. It's good to cooperate with the official. The players' lives will be better. Everyone thinks she is lucky because she encountered Doomsday Resort 3 times. But no one knows what she encountered in the first game area before she encountered Doomsday Resort. Inhumane massacre, treating people as tools that can be used at will. So she desperately escaped. She originally thought that the Doomsday Resort was just another hell on earth in the name of a safe zone, but after entering, she found that it was a real paradise. In the second and third game areas, she was lucky enough to encounter the Doomsday Resort, but this only made her cherish her luck more, and work hard to get points, equipment, and skills, so that she could live well when she didn't encounter the Doomsday Resort. She didn't want to die, she wanted to live well, she wanted to see her grandma again one day. She had just graduated and started working, just able to support her grandma and let her live a good life, but she encountered this damn game. She didn't know where her grandma was now, whether she was also experiencing the game. She could only hold the wish that her grandma was still alive, hoping to meet her again in a certain game area one day. This was the hope she had been trying to live. In fact, she would rather give her luck to her grandma. She believed that if her grandma encountered the Doomsday Resort, she would also survive. The Doomsday Resort has allowed many weak players to survive. The more hardships you experience, the more you will cherish the comfort in the Doomsday Resort. Hello. When he saw Ochichi, Shi Wenjin was very cautious, although he was also surprised when he saw the other party's protective mask. I accepted the Doomsday Resort mission. Ochichi explained quickly. It's okay, if it's convenient, can we chat? Sherwinjin knew this himself, but he felt that as long as they were players, they were worth his serious attention. Okay. Oh, Chi-Chi did not refuse. She regarded this as a task. In addition, this may also be a skill for survival in the game zone in the future. The more you can learn, the better. In the following chat, Sherwinjin integrated the information he knew and asked Oh Chi-Chi inconspicuously. Oh Chi-Chi thought Sherwinjin knew all these things, so she didn't hesitate to talk about it and told him everything she could. She even told him about her past experiences. In the previous game area, most of the players survived. Those who didn't survive, perhaps because they wanted to die, or because they did something bad and were not accepted by the Doomsday Resort. However, the total number was very small, unlike other game areas where only 1 in 10 survived. As for the inn, people other than the players, they also basically survived. The government built many shelters, and they were all obedient. Of course, it was impossible to have no casualties. Some people were unwilling to leave their homes and stubbornly stayed. Some people died unexpectedly while collecting supplies outside. Oh Chi-Chi kept talking, and also wanted to prove the reliability of Doomsday Resort on another level. Sherwinjin naturally discovered Oh Chi-Chi's little thoughts. It can only be said that Oh Chi-Chi really thought too much. They can't wait to cherish this opportunity to meet a Doomsday Resort that can help them. Looking at the protective mask on Oh Chi-Chi's face, Sherwinjin spoke. Is the protective mask on your face a new product? Yes, Doomsday Resort produced it by itself, and it's on sale today. It only costs 20 points. Oh Chi-Chi said, 20 points is really a very, very conscientious price. Can I hire you to work for our official? Sherwinjin continued. He learned from Oh Chi-Chi that the official of the previous game zone hired players to work, and he thought it was a good way. If 100,000 players can be utilized, he believes that this game zone can also spend this extraordinary month in peace and stability like the previous game zone. Of course. Oh Chi-Chi agreed without hesitation. Sure enough, getting the boss's task today was a very lucky start and brought her good luck. After establishing a cooperative relationship, Sherwinjin and his team learned more details from Oh Chi-Chi. Afterwards, a plan on how to cooperate with Doomsday Resort was slowly formed under the discussion of Sherwinjin and his team. And this plan will definitely need to be revised in the end. But before that, they need to go to Doomsday Resort to take a look. Just as Sherwinjin and his party were preparing to go to the Doomsday Resort, they learned a piece of heavy news. Some people who were bitten by cats, dogs, and other animals began to have fever symptoms, and the high fever continued. Originally, this part of people was only a few, but the family members who took care of them also developed fever symptoms in a very short time and soon fell into a coma. Moreover, in the coma, various small red spots appeared on the body, and these small red spots would become larger and larger as time passed. The doctors and nurses who were in charge of entertaining them immediately confirmed one thing. This was a fever that could be transmitted through the air, and the speed of transmission was very fast. After confirming that it was transmitted from person to person, they reported it immediately, and blocked the entire ward of the hospital, prepared isolation measures, and waited for notification. After receiving the news, Sherwinjin and others were shocked instantly. Because this speed was indeed beyond their imagination. You know, it was less than a day. It broke out at this time, let alone control it, they didn't even know the situation. Are we still going to the Doomsday Resort? The assistant beside him asked Sherwinjin. Yes, let's go buy a batch of protective masks first. Sherwinjin thought for a moment, and said without hesitation. Before this infectious disease has really affected the entire city, he wants to try to contain the danger through the Doomsday Resort. Otherwise, it will cause a large number of casualties, and even if it is remedied later, it will be irreversible. When Sherwinjin went to the Doomsday Resort, he had someone temporarily block the news. But in this era of information development, news of infectious diseases has spread on the internet at lightning speed. Pictures speak louder than words. After all, the matter of the meteorite virus has not been clarified yet, and now there are actual cases. How can they not panic? The internet has exploded at this moment. Chapter 41. Virus is coming. Symptoms are already there. High fever plus rash plus coma. Alien meteorite virus. Have you been infected? The virus is transmitted from person to person. Beware of the animals around you. People bitten are prone to serious illness. Are you sure the illness just now is related to the meteorite virus? It feels like the news is coming one after another. It's overwhelming. It's like someone is guiding me. It's confirmed that it's today's news. The hospital where my husband works has been closed. I heard that there are still many people who have been infected outside. Be careful, the virus can be transmitted through the air. And you can be infected by just a face-to-face contact. How did they get infected? Some people were bitten by stray cats and dogs, some were bitten by insects, and some had such symptoms for no reason. Try to stay at home and don't go out. This is an official order. This virus is so powerful. What should we do? City A is still an isolated city and cannot contact the outside world. Will our entire city become a dead city by then? Even if we can contact the outside world, we have an infectious disease here. Can we still go out? Wait, since we know the virus comes from a meteorite, maybe we can find a solution. But the waiting time is really painful. The psychological pressure is huge. Fortunately, there are enough goods stored at home. Now it's not a problem of food and drink at all. As various news gathered, people were really getting more and more panicked. But it seemed that all they could do was to watch the internet to see if there was any latest information. And the comments on the internet were also seen by Sherwingen, who was heading to the Doomsday Resort. Although going to the Doomsday Resort was the most important thing, he also needed to understand the latest developments. While understanding, various orders were issued. It was recommended that the public improve personal protection. Require the research team to deepen the research on the meteorite virus. Establish an isolation area. Seeing Sherwingen so busy, Ochichi, who was following him, also understood silently. In fact, she felt that the disaster in this world seemed very difficult, and so far, there was no solution. What would happen if these players were infected with the meteorite virus? If you can survive for a month, and then switch to the next game area, will the virus follow? Ochichi's thoughts kept wandering. Unconsciously, she had arrived outside the Doomsday Resort. We're here, Ochichi said. In her sight, the huge and beautiful Doomsday Resort was right in front of her, but in the eyes of Sherwingen and others, it was just an ordinary house. However, Sherwingen and others knew that non-players could not see the existence of the Doomsday Resort, so they calmly took out the invitation letter given by Ochichi. After receiving the invitation, the Doomsday Resort suddenly appeared in front of them, as if by magic. At this moment, they were no longer calm. Originally, they thought it was just a hotel, but they didn't expect it to be a small city. They could even see the hustle and bustle of traffic inside. The most important point is that this scene was too fantastic. It really brought them into a whole new world. Sherwingen was the calmest person here. After all, he had learned about the general situation of the Doomsday Resort from the kind player before. Of course, it was only relative. Such a magical picture appeared in front of people who have been receiving scientific education, and the impact was naturally very strong. Of course, before preparing to enter, Sherwingen wanted to meet and chat with a player in person online, but in the end, he only got one answer. I am just an ordinary player, you don't have to look for me, you just need to communicate the details of the cooperation with the Doomsday Resort. The boss is a good person, and she will be willing to cooperate. I hope everything goes well for you. Sherwingen looked at this answer and sighed. If the other party is unwilling to come forward, he can't do anything about it. Think about it, the other party is a player, and he has revealed all the players' cards before the game officially starts. That will definitely anger everyone, so it's normal that he doesn't dare to come forward. Then, Sherwingen and his party, led by Ochichi, entered the Doomsday Resort. After entering the resort, they waited for a while, and the bus came. The group got on the bus directly. When they got on the bus, they looked at the vehicle. Apart from other things, this car looks a bit more technological than their buses. The whole car model is very simple, and the lines are smooth. Therefore, they found that this vehicle is much lighter than their real one. At least there are no parts such as engines that need to occupy a large space. Looking at their looks, Ochichi said, this bus has the same model of large buses, which can be purchased. In the previous game area, she witnessed the government's super strong purchasing power. The government of this game zone might be able to do it. Such buses are open to everyone. Of course, there are almost no players who can afford them. Ochichi replied. Most players are still barely able to use their points to protect themselves, so where do they get so many points to buy these things? Some people do buy small cars, which are used by the team. As for how to distribute them in the end, it is also the team's business. Anyway, the team that can afford the small cars is definitely the best among the players. Yeah. Sherwingen nodded. Then Ochichi enthusiastically introduced some buildings he encountered on the road. These buildings are obviously more exquisite than the same type of buildings in reality. They are the most beautiful scenery when placed on both sides of the road. The resort is well deserved. The speed of the bus is not slow. After a while, the bus stopped at the station not far from the apartment gathering place. Several people got off the bus directly, but when they got off the bus, some players got on the bus with hose and other farm tools in their hands. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. The Doomsday Resort has opened up 10 acres of farmland in the back, and they should be going there to cultivate it. Oh, Chi-Chi explained. Sherwinjin actually noticed that the players who chose to farm were relatively older and had some vicissitudes of life, just like simple migrant workers. At this moment, Sherwinjin clearly realized one thing. These players, before being pulled into the game, were mostly just ordinary people. Not everyone has the wisdom to deal with unfamiliar games and horrific disasters. Many of them even died without knowing what happened, leaving no trace, because everyone else was just trying to survive. At this moment, Sherwinjin finally understood why the players spread the news in advance. Not only did he want those who were regarded as NPCs to live, but he also wanted them to understand that players were never the perpetrators of their world, but they were also victims. They had to fight and choose the right enemy. There were so many thoughts in his mind, but they were temporarily suppressed by Sherwinjin. It was useless to realize this. For the Doomsday game, they were just ants. They couldn't even find the other party, so how could they fight against each other? If there was anything that faded, it was probably that the fear of the players was reduced. Afterwards, Sherwinjin entered apartment number 1 under the guidance of Chi-Chi, and then accurately found Gu Weiwei in the rest area. In fact, everyone had already assumed that the rest area of apartment number 1 was Gu Weiwei's exclusive area. After all, most of the time, Gu Weiwei is here, and there are plenty of rest areas in other places, so they don't need to fight for it. That's the owner of the Doomsday Resort. Chi-Chi said. At this time, Gu Weiwei had already seen a few people and nodded to them. It was obvious that she was not surprised at their arrival. Sherwinjin and the others were not surprised either. After all, he was the owner of the magical Doomsday Resort, and it was normal for him to know that they were coming. After taking a deep breath, Sherwinjin led his men towards Gu Weiwei, while Chi-Chi stayed where he was. But soon, a player came to Chi-Chi. You have accepted a good task. Do you know who served as a bridge to connect the boss with the official NPC? Did the official NPC say who he wanted to meet? While teasing, he was also trying to find out the news. Chi-Chi said calmly, I don't know, I just accepted a task quickly, and I was lucky to have a follow-up. Others didn't think that the person who posted the news would be Chi-Chi. He didn't ask any more questions, but said, what kind of treatment do the official NPCs give you? In fact, many players have also seen the benefits of being employed, at least the safety is much higher. Yes, if everyone can live a stable life, who would be willing to fight and kill all the time? Just treat it as a transition, and it also happens to relieve the tension in the first 2 game areas. The 3 game areas are running non-stop, and even the strongest body can't stand it. Not to mention the huge psychological pressure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many players scrambling to do the jobs offered by Doomsday Resort. Chi-Chi briefly explained. The players listened and thought this job was good. Not only can they earn points, but they can also try to understand NPCs. After going through 3 game areas, most players have seen the reality of these NPCs. Because of the reality, many of them are considering one thing, that is, to learn NPCs in other game areas in the future and better integrate into the NPC group, which will reduce some troubles. In addition, you can also learn some special survival skills. At this moment, some players have already quietly thought about the bridge work after the cooperation between Doomsday Resort and the official NPC. During this period of time, Gu Weiwei's conversation with Sherwinjin was also smooth. Because of her experience in the previous game area, Gu Weiwei directly took out a business-like attitude and was willing to let Doomsday Resort act as an intermediary to guarantee the transaction. The purchase and exchange of other products depends purely on the official's own strength. Sherwinjin approved of Gu Weiwei's attitude and even thought it was good. Therefore, after a while, the 2 sides directly worked out the details of the cooperation. However, there was one thing that Sherwinjin still spoke awkwardly. It takes a certain amount of time to mobilize resources, but now the infectious epidemic has broken out outside. Can you give us a batch of protective masks first? We need to distribute them to some people to ensure the overall order is stable when the disaster comes. In a word, it means to buy on credit. Gu Weiwei listened and paused. She had just read the news on the internet. Indeed, the virus broke out too quickly, which surprised her. You know, the previous disasters would not become serious until at least 10 days later. This game area must be abnormal, and we don't know what will happen next. If the authorities can control the game area as soon as possible, it will definitely be good for the overall situation. Gu Weiwei knew very well that this game area was completely different from the previous 2 game areas, which had rules to follow. Everyone could only slowly explore and find a solution. In this situation, it's okay to give some convenience. She didn't think the official NPC would have the courage to cheat her. Okay. Gu Weiwei agreed. Thank you. Shi Wenjin said excitedly. Soon, Shi Wenjin took the points he loaned and began to make large purchases in the Doomsday resort, and also hired a group of players to transport supplies. And this batch of supplies had just been transferred out and distributed to the staff overnight, but just one night later, the epidemic broke out again. Chapter 42. The reason is that after the corresponding symptoms of the virus were exposed on the internet, many people keenly realized that they seem to have been infected. After all, the weather is very hot now, and it is normal to feel confused. I didn't expect that when I took the thermometer, I had a fever. I checked my body and found a rash. After posting it on the internet, it was found that a large number of people were infected without knowing it, and if one person was infected, the people in their family would definitely be infected. The common point of these people is that they have been to the scene of the meteorite shower to chase meteorites or stayed near the landing site of meteorites. After they were infected, they unknowingly infected the people around them. One person spreads the virus to 10 people, and 10 people spread the virus to 100 people. Therefore, after discovering that so many people have been infected, they are panicking. What should I do? I have been infected. My wife has been infected, and I am afraid she will be infected soon. My son has a fever of 38 degrees, and I am afraid to send him to the hospital. I have had a cold for several days, and have a slight fever. Is it the common flu, or is it this meteorite virus? Have the authorities developed a way to suppress it? The authorities should be taking action. My husband was called back from his vacation yesterday, and some protective masks were issued to start isolation treatment. Protective masks, I seem to have seen them before, and I was wondering why those people were so well protected. Sure enough, it's different when you have privileges. Have they given up on ordinary people like us? Their protective masks seem to be of the same style, and they must be mass-produced. Maybe they knew about the meteorite virus a long time ago. Yes, the meteorite just landed yesterday, and someone said it had a virus. They must have known the news a long time ago. I suspect that our city's loss of contact with the outside world is a conspiracy. The public opinion on the internet has turned into conspiracy theories, and the public is furious. Looking at various short videos, it seems that the entire City A is about to be destroyed. The officials are not surprised at all when watching these videos. After all, many things are easily magnified when they are stirred up on the internet. In the complex environment we are facing now, it is normal for netizens to vent their emotions through the internet. There is nothing difficult about this disaster. Just hold a press conference. Shi Wenjin instructed his assistant. Do we need to notify the media to come to the scene? The assistant asked subconsciously. No, just borrow their platform. In special times, we should avoid gathering of people. Shi Wenjin said. Yes. The assistant nodded. During the preparation time, Shi Wenjin had already begun to consider what he would say later. What Doomsday games, what players, what Doomsday resorts, these things are not suitable to appear in front of the public, at least not now. But we can't not reveal anything. That would only increase the panic of the residents. While Shi Wenjin was thinking, the official news of the press conference had been released. Countless netizens had already entered the live broadcast room of a certain video software. I hope it's not a trick to fool us. Why haven't you explained the loss of contact with the outside world yet? I don't know if you will explain it today. Will you explain it yourself, or let netizens ask questions? Waiting. The hospital is overcrowded now, and the medical capacity is obviously insufficient. How to solve it? What should I do if I go to the hospital and get infected? Before it officially started, various questions popped up in the live broadcast room. Shi Wenjin also watched it early. It was just right to understand the netizens' thoughts. After a while, it was 10 o'clock, and Shi Wenjin appeared in the live broadcast room. It's not that I don't want TV stations and other platforms, but relatively speaking, the procedures are much more troublesome. The live broadcast room of video software can reduce many unnecessary procedures and avoid contact between people. In a separate office, Shi Wenjin took off his protective mask and appeared in the live broadcast room. Hello everyone, I am Shi Wenjin, the mayor of City A. Today, I am here to announce something to everyone. Our City A is facing challenges because of a disaster. The meteorite has caused some trouble to the magnetic field of our city, causing us to lose contact with the outside world. However, according to expert research, we will be able to restore contact with the outside world in 1 month. In addition, there is another problem brought by the meteorite, the virus. The meteorite does carry an unknown virus. We have sealed the meteorite on the first day, and there may be some left, but we have sent a team to search outside. If the whereabouts of the meteorite are found, please notify the authorities, and we will send professionals to deal with it. We have not yet found a solution to the virus, but our medical staff are working hard. I hope everyone will temporarily stop work and production and isolate at home. Protective masks will be issued one after another. In this special period, I hope everyone will unite as one and overcome the difficulties together. After listening to Sherwinjan's story, netizens felt relieved. At least the authorities did not hide anything from them. But after hearing the last part, they inevitably felt a sense of panic in their hearts. Because the authorities have no way to deal with the virus. So do people infected with the virus have to endure it at home? Will they die in the end? This part of people couldn't help but refresh the screen. What should people infected with the virus do? Can they just wait to die at home? Will people infected with the virus die? How long do we have to wait? At present, the medical plan is still under study. Those who need it can go to the hospital. However, the medical burden is too heavy, and we may not be able to take care of so many patients. We can only try our best to arrange it. If possible, we will not give up anyone. Sherwinjan knew that what he said was a little official, but without any thoughts, they could only do this. He could only hope that the medical team can make a breakthrough from the meteorite and the patients who are already sick. In addition, there is the Doomsday Resort. They have a hospital there. Can they research out the corresponding medicine? As long as they can research out the medicine, they will have a direction. At least, during this 1-month blockade, let the residents survive as much as possible. But from the news he got from the Doomsday Resort, he knew very well that this was a protracted war, and no one knew how far it would develop in the future. The only thing he knew was that the virus would become more and more serious. It sounds good, but there is no solution. Woo, will I die? It must be that there are not enough people infected now, and the authorities are not paying enough attention. I want to go out and infect more people. When the meteorite landed, it didn't just land in City A. The outbreak may have already occurred outside. Since the lockdown is only for 1 month, there will be a solution outside after 1 month. I hope this 1 month is not a lie. If you want to lie, the longer the time, the better, such as 3 months, no problem. Why say a short time like 1 month? Right. Just wait a month. I'm afraid everyone will die in this month. The virus will become more and more serious. Now it's just a drizzle. 10 days, 20 days, there will definitely be no survivors. Sherwinjan was also paying attention to the comments in the live broadcast room. When he saw this, his heart subconsciously skipped a beat. It was obvious that the person who made the speech was a player, so he knew the inside story. I don't know how many players are hiding here. Sherwinjan knew that although he cooperated with the Doomsday Resort, it did not mean that all players were safe. The Doomsday Resort could not take care of all players. After 2 months of darkness, many of the players may have long abandoned their humanity. They would probably do whatever they wanted in the game area they identified. Therefore, there must be management in terms of public security. Sherwinjan did not know how long the order could be maintained, but he would definitely try his best to maintain it. At this moment, Sherwinjan was suddenly very fortunate. He was fortunate that the Doomsday Resort gave him the premise to temporarily stabilize the order. After that, after calming everyone down, Sherwinjan temporarily closed the live broadcast room. Once closed, he continued to hold the meeting without hesitation. In fact, Gu Weiwei was also paying attention to the live broadcast room throughout the whole process. Looking at some of the comments in the comment area, she knew very well that the situation in this game area had not really stabilized. After all, this disaster was unknown. No one knew what the virus would mutate into. The NPCs in the game area, she, and the players, could not control it. Unless she can find a way to contain the virus? Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei subconsciously clicked on the Doomsday Landlady system mall. After searching for a while, she still couldn't find the corresponding medicine. She had to give up and focus on the special building of the hospital. There is a clinic in the hospital, which is operated automatically. If the patient feels uncomfortable, he can go in and get a diagnosis. If a patient with an infectious disease comes in, can the virus be diagnosed? In this case, the patient needs to enter the Doomsday Resort. Are there any players who have been infected? If not, do we need to let NPCs in? Just when Gu Weiwei was thinking, Sherwinjan had already contacted her. We still need a batch of 100,000 protective masks, and someone will come to deliver, or later. Sherwinjan said directly. Okay, I pay attention. Gu Weiwei nodded. That? Sherwinjan's tone was a little hesitant, and after a moment, he continued, I want to ask, can you analyze the virus? If there is a shortcut, Sherwinjan really wants to take it. Our Doomsday Resort's hospital can diagnose and needs patients, but I don't know what the diagnosis will be, Gu Weiwei said directly. Okay, I will send the person over, Shi Wenjin said excitedly. Maybe there will be no result, don't hold too high hopes, Gu Weiwei said directly. She thought, this is not so easy to solve. Don't treat the Doomsday Resort as an omnipotent existence. It doesn't matter, try it, Shi Wenjin said hurriedly. Yeah, Gu Weiwei nodded. She just had a hunch in vain, that is, the disaster in this game area may be different from the previous 2 game areas. It feels like it will be very tricky. Chapter 43. Shi Wenjin did what he said, and directly arranged for 2 unconscious patients to be sent to the Doomsday Resort. Of course, he did not forget to urge the medical team to continue studying the meteorite virus. Even if it cannot be treated, a way to contain it should be found as soon as possible. After receiving the patient, Gu Weiwei directly sent him to the hospital clinic. After putting him in a large machine, Gu Weiwei waited for the results. Not long after entering, the machine issued a loud alarm. Beep beep beep. A patient with a serious infectious disease has been found. Please isolate as soon as possible. Diagnosis. The patient carries a destructive virus that can be spread through the air in bites. The virus is divided into 3 stages: invasion stage, attack stage, and destruction stage. In the invasion stage, the virus tries to infect as many people as possible. In the attack stage, the infected person will attack the uninfected person. In the destruction stage, the virus will start the self-destruction program and attack the living body crazily until death. Friendly reminder, the active period of each stage of the virus is 1 month. Cure plan, none. Suggestion, disinfectants can be used to reduce the spread of the virus. Looking at the diagnosis results, Gu Weiwei's face changed. Do these words mean that if you are infected with the virus, you will die within a month? There is really no chance for you to survive. After getting the answer, Gu Weiwei immediately informed Shi Wenjin. The hospital has given a diagnosis and treatment plan. There is no cure for infected patients. There is only one drug that can reduce the spread of the virus. On the other side, Shi Wenjin, who had been waiting for news from Gu Weiwei, was stunned when he saw this news. There is no cure. Even the Doomsday Resort has no solution. Could it be that after being infected, you can only wait to die? Shi Wenjin felt indescribably uncomfortable. Does this mean that those infected people can only be abandoned? Is there really no way? At least I don't have one. You can only rely on yourselves, Gu Weiwei said. Her tone was not so absolute. She also hoped to find a solution. Shi Wenjin listened and took a long breath. What is the price of the disinfectant? 1 bottle is 10 points, which can be used with water. Gu Weiwei quickly glanced at the price of the product and answered. I sent someone to buy it, Shi Wenjin said. After the call was disconnected, Shi Wenjin stood in the office in silence for a long time and organized another meeting. After the meeting, a series of notices were issued. A City First Hospital. Director, there is a notice. What does it say? Let us do our best to accommodate infected patients, and normal patients will be transferred to what will happen after accommodating them. Infected people are prohibited from entering and leaving. What about medical staff? There will be disinfectants, and hospital staff need to be disinfected before leaving. It seems this virus is very tricky. The dean muttered to himself. Gathering patients together means that it is difficult to treat them, and it is not easy to spread them. The medical staff, who reported the case, also felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. If possible, he would want to quit his job. However, the idea was suppressed as soon as it came up. If they quit their jobs, not only would they not have a stable income, but they would also not have the protective masks provided by the government. Today they received the protective masks, and they could feel the high-end quality of the protective masks when using them, without any stuffiness. Do as required above. The director continued to instruct, remember to comfort the patient. Yes. Jinxiu community. The volunteer team wore protective masks, and visited and measured every household. When a family was found to have a fever, the surveyors immediately became alert. There are symptoms of fever. He doesn't have a rash. Maybe he just has a cold. Can't he be quarantined at home? The family member said anxiously. The latest notice is that home quarantine is no longer allowed. People with fever need to go to a specific place for isolation. If it is just an ordinary fever, they can return home after treatment. The surveyor said quickly. Can I accompany him? You need to go with him anyway. The surveyor said. Are the requirements now so strict? Did you find something? We don't know, we just follow the requirements. The surveyor said directly, don't worry. No one will give up on the patients, and all confirmed patients will be sent to the hospital for treatment. Are we going now? Wait a minute. A team will come to pick you up and disinfect your house. Okay. The surveyor reported the situation in person, and a moment later, another action team came over. While disinfecting the house, they also disinfected the surveyors. The surveyors began to move to the next household. Such a scene happened in various communities in City A. The entire City A was conducting investigations. No one could be exempted. As long as they were infected, they had to stay in the hospital. In the next few days, all hospitals in City A were overcrowded. City A has a population of more than 5 million. Even if 1% of the people are infected, there are 50,000 people, not to mention that the number of infected people is more than 1%. Of course, because of several strict inspections, the infected people have basically been admitted to hospitals or quarantine places, and the situation has been stabilized. But many people know that the current stability is only superficial. City A is now like a tight string. Once it breaks, it will cause unpredictable consequences. In a relatively stable situation, time has unknowingly come to the 9th day of the game. Many people can't see the waves under the calm. What they see is that with the efforts of the authorities, the number of new infections has continued to decline. In the past 2 days, it has even achieved zero growth. There is no infection today. Does it mean that the situation is under control? It has lived up to the efforts of the authorities these days. I just don't know how the infected people are doing. It seems that there has been no notification of casualties so far. Is it hidden on purpose? No, many infected people are in coma, and there are indeed no casualties. Hey, I am an infected person, I am not in coma, I am eating and drinking well, but the rash is getting bigger and festering, and it is uncomfortable. Is there any treatment? Yes. Is there no progress so far? Yes. After all, it is an alien virus. How can it be so easy to analyze? It's only been 9 days. Yes, it's only been 9 days. I feel that our government has achieved very good results. Yes, I originally thought that disinfection was unnecessary, but I didn't expect that the infection situation would be so much better after disinfection. This time the government is really powerful. Hey, don't hold your hopes too high. Insider information, on the 10th day, the infection situation will change drastically. How do you know? From experience. What experience? What insider information? Tell us. The people who posted the message online were obviously players. Because the authorities intervened quickly, the players were basically not infected. But the players knew that according to the nature of the Doomsday game, the virus infection would definitely not end so easily. 10 days is a deadline, and now it is the 9th day. The results will be known tomorrow. Their comments also hope that everyone can be more cautious. And indeed, because of their discussions on the internet, people are a little concerned about the 10th day. The city government office on the official side was also discussing this matter. The expert team has not made much progress in the research on the meteorite, let alone come up with a treatment plan. The Doomsday Resort has no solution, so how can we do it with our technological level? For those infected people, we should execute them, otherwise, tomorrow will be the 10th day, and we will enter the attack phase. I am afraid that the situation that is finally stabilized will become chaotic again. There are hundreds of thousands of infected people. How can we easily execute so many lives? Because there are still more than 4 million healthy people. If they are not executed, who can control the attack tomorrow? But what if the Doomsday Resort is wrong? What if it is not wrong? The leaders on the scene started arguing directly. In fact, no one is willing to take responsibility for hundreds of thousands of lives. But this matter is also a topic that everyone cannot escape. In the end, everyone's eyes were on Sherwingen, waiting for his response. Since the people are under our control, we just need to continue to control them. Sherwingen said calmly, if we can control them, we will continue to control them, and wait for them to enter the destruction stage and die naturally. If we can't control them, let them live in peace. This is also Sherwingen's comprehensive consideration. If the incident did not happen, it would be inhumane to get rid of the people. Okay, I agree. I agree too. The people on the scene echoed one by one. Then, relevant measures have been arranged. At the same time, in the Doomsday Resort, the number of players in the Doomsday Resort has reached more than 70,000 in the past 10 days. After all, most players know one thing, that is, the situation in the game area changes every 10 days, and no one knows what changes will happen tomorrow. In this case, they will of course choose the safer Doomsday Resort. Relatively speaking, life is safer in the Doomsday Resort. Outside, they can only be trapped in rental houses or hotels. In the Doomsday Resort, in addition to safety, they can soak in hot springs, swim, exercise, improve their skills, and practice their skills. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. It's definitely not simple. Oh, this game area is too confusing. According to the current number of tenants, there seem to be more than 20,000 players outside. These more than 20,000 players cannot enter the Doomsday Resort. Otherwise, I can't figure out why they don't choose the Doomsday Resort. This ratio is a bit scary. This is only the third game area. As time goes on, the number of players who abandon humanity will only increase. Hey, it's all for survival. I heard that many players outside have formed groups. I don't know about that. Some players found it when they were out collecting supplies, and they were almost caught by them. Why do you catch people? Of course it's for points. If you are caught by them, you will die unless you hand over the points. No wonder fewer and fewer players dared to go out these 2 days. The players chatted and exchanged information. Gu Weiwei listened to these words, and couldn't help but frown. In fact, she knew more about the situation than the players. Tomorrow is the attack phase of the virus. Those infected patients will lose their minds and start attacking uninfected people. The official does not intend to execute them in advance, which undoubtedly increases the risk of points in the entire game area. She also understands this situation. She also knows that the official still hopes that she can control the situation. But she feels that it is not that easy. In addition to the number of infected people, those highest value players outside are also a huge hidden danger. Let's see what happens tomorrow. With the countdown, the time came to the 10th day of the game. On the 10th day of the game, the virus entered the attack phase. At the same time, all players received a message on their control panels. Dear player, congratulations, you have triggered the hidden task, eliminate the infected people, 10 points per person. When seeing this message, Gu Weiwei's pupil shrank. The crisis is coming. Chapter 44. Not only Gu Weiwei realized this, but the players also realized this. What does the Doomsday game mean? Let us kill those infected patients? 10 points per person, that's a lot. Kill 10 people for 100 points. Kill 100 people for 1,000 points. Kill 10,000 people for 100,000 points. If you kill a lot of people, you will get rich overnight. And the infected patients are obviously harmful to the entire game area. Solving them can ensure stability and gain points. It's a great thing. Do you really think it's a good thing? Isn't it? Normal people think this way, but what about abnormal people? What do you mean? Since killing infected patients can earn so many points, why not let more people be infected? The more people, the more points you get. Doesn't this encourage some people with ulterior motives to deliberately infect more people? Is that so? Do you think Doomsday games will be kind? But you can earn a lot of points. As long as we can control ourselves, it's fine. Are you sure you can control yourself? The players in the Doomsday Resort went from excitement to fear, and then to deep contemplation. Obviously, the Doomsday game is for them to slaughter infected NPCs. But after the killing is started, can they hold back? They are not sure. But are they willing to let go of this opportunity to earn points? The hall fell into silence. But in just a moment, the people gathered in the hall dispersed. Some people went back to their rooms, while others left the apartment. Gu Weiwei, who was at the scene, saw clearly that there would definitely be people who could not resist the temptation. After all, having points means improving survivability. Not to mention, those infected NPCs are highly aggressive towards non-infected people. Once the killing begins, it will not be so easy to stop. Not to mention, there are still many players with excessive sin values outside. How could they miss this opportunity? Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei directly contacted Shi Wenjin with her original player account. Players have received a new task. Killing one infected person will earn 10 points. There will definitely be many players taking action, so please be prepared. On the other hand, Shi Wenjin, who was already feeling extremely embarrassed because of the special stage in the 10 days, almost vomited blood after seeing this new news. Damn Doomsday game, why is it joining in the fun again? This is trouble. Shi Wenjin immediately convened an emergency meeting. At this time, in an inconspicuous community in City A group of people were instantly excited after seeing the reward task. Brother Tang, God is helping me. Now I don't have to think about robbing other players. When Su Ada said this, his face was full of excitement. Speaking of which, this game area was the most frustrating one he had ever experienced. Because of the existence of the Doomsday Resort, many of their plans were useless, and the players became harder to deceive. They also thought that this game area might be spent without any gains. But they didn't expect that such a big turning point would come on the 10th day. 10 points per person. You know, there are more than 5 million NPCs in the entire game area. Points are everywhere. If they can earn enough points in this game area, they can live as freely as they can in the future game areas, no matter how difficult it is. Yes, from now on, it's our world. Tang Weiwen also smiled. Shall we start the action tonight? Sueda said eagerly. That's a must. Tang Weiwen said without hesitation. Some players are colluding with official NPCs. The official NPCs must have known about this. We must try to release the infected people before they give the order, otherwise it will be too late when they make a decision. Only they care about humanitarianism when it's the end of the world. According to me, we should solve all the problems, and then we won't have any worries. But now, we have got the advantage, haha. Sueda said proudly. There is only one thing. Will we be infected if we are in close contact with them? A player said subconsciously. What are you afraid of? Just take good protection. There are many protective equipment in the Doomsday game mall. Sueda said without hesitation. It's just like a protective mask. It only costs a few more points. Speaking of which, they were ready to rob the Doomsday Resort because they couldn't buy it from it before. But when they started to rob, they found that they couldn't use the protective masks, whether they were provided by other players or the official. At that time, they realized that the protective masks in the official hands were actually provided by the Doomsday Resort. In order not to be infected, they could only spend a lot of points to buy it from the Doomsday game mall. Because of this incident, they were full of resentment towards the Doomsday Resort. The things in the Doomsday game mall are a bit expensive, but they are worth it. Tang Weiwen also said directly. Besides, there will be plenty of opportunities to earn points in the future. Yes, as many as you want. The highest points are tens of millions. This game is simply a welfare bureau. Then we should buy more weapons. Maybe we can get our money back tonight. Hurry up and set off now. After these players made a little calculation, they were no longer so distressed about the points spent on buying equipment. The next moment, a group of players started buying a large number of weapons and other equipment. After buying everything and arming themselves, the group quickly walked towards the nearest hospital. These days, although they have been hiding indoors relatively safely, they are also very familiar with the situation outside. The nearest hospital to them is the People's Hospital, which is the largest hospital in City A. This hospital alone accommodates tens of thousands of infected patients. Before, Sueda and his group thought they were troublesome things, but now they think these people are treasures. At the same time, at the People's Hospital, the soldiers were guarding several important entrances and exits of the hospital with real guns and live ammunition. The number of guards was several times more than usual. In fact, in addition to guarding here, they also had an additional task tonight, which was to subdue the infected patients urgently when they made any unusual movements. If necessary, they could shoot the infected patients. Why would the higher-ups issue such an order? Is there something wrong with the infected patients? I don't know. At least during the day, everything looks normal. I saw some patients even greeted us warmly. Could it be that the higher-ups want to eliminate the problem forever? Impossible. They spent so much energy to transfer us to the hospital. It should be that something strange will happen to them. Just as the guards were gossiping about this, suddenly, there was a huge noise in the hospital. In just a moment, alarms were heard one after another. Something happened. Without hesitation, the soldiers pointed their guns at the hospital. This was their duty. The next moment, they saw a medical staff member on duty rushing out of the hospital covered in blood. The patient is mad and biting people. They are all crazy. After saying this, the medical staff member fell to the ground. Just when someone was thinking about whether to go forward to rescue, they saw the body of the medical staff member twisted from the ground in a strange way, then stared at them with his eyes, and rushed towards them at lightning speed. What was even more bizarre was that behind the medical staff, a group of patients in hospital gowns appeared, and they rushed towards the soldiers who were taking care of them like a tide. Shoot! The person in charge, who witnessed this bizarre scene, said without hesitation. The next moment, with the sound of gunfire, these patients were shot to death and fell to the ground one by one. But as long as they were not dead, they would struggle to come in their direction. A battle was kicked off. This is what Sueda and Tang Weiwen saw when they arrived. Looking at those crazy patients, the group couldn't help swallowing. These patients look like zombies in the movies. If we spread the infectious disease, can we control the situation? At this moment, some players backed out. They are not zombies. They will die if they are hit in the vitals, Tang Weiwen said with deep eyes. A short observation was enough for him to draw this conclusion. We have equipment on us, so it's not easy to be bitten. As long as there is no blood, there should be no problem. Think about it, the difficulty of the first two game areas and the game area with only people in front of you. Which one is more terrible, and which one has the highest cost performance. Tang Weiwen's encouraging words made everyone determined. Yes, maybe there will be no such opportunity in the future. So should we join now, or? Sueda asked Tang Weiwen, pointing at the soldiers who were fighting, and then made a gesture of wiping his neck. Other players were also waiting for Tang Weiwen's response. If you want to make it big, you have to make a big thing. Tang Weiwen's eyes flashed with greed. Many players listened and instantly understood what he meant. The next moment, the players took out their weapons and aimed at the soldiers. With the sound of gunfire, the soldiers who were fighting in the front row were knocked down by the cold guns from behind. The originally tight encirclement suddenly had a better opening. The infectious disease patients began to run around frantically. In fact, Tang Weiwen was not the only team that did this. Other teams that wanted to get points made the same decision. Attacked from both sides, the defense lines of countless hospitals were broken. Meanwhile, news of the outbreak of the battle and its loss of control reached Sherwingen and others who were in the meeting. The infected patients started to go crazy and would attack and bite people crazily. It only takes 10 seconds for the bitten people to be infected and start attacking people directly. Currently, several hospitals have had outbreaks. People's Hospital, First Hospital, Second Hospital, Third Hospital. These hospitals have all had outbreaks. Not good, someone attacked the defenders, and the defense line was breached. Infectious patients are fleeing in large numbers. Sherwingen listened to the news and felt his eyes go dark. It's over. It's too late. A trace of regret rose in his heart. Perhaps he really shouldn't have been soft-hearted. Chapter 45. I said they should be executed earlier. Just use our previous backup plan and catch them all in one fell swoop. It's too late. The infected patients have already fled. Blowing up the hospital now will only be a meaningless sacrifice. We should issue a warning first to let everyone know that the infected patients have mutated and continue to be isolated at home. Only then can our army continue to carry out cleanup operations within City A. It's those players who got involved. Their motives are not pure. We must prevent them from causing damage. I wonder how many players have joined. After being annoyed, the leaders on the scene quickly and actively gave a remedy. In fact, they had considered it carefully enough, and no one expected that the Doomsday game would intervene at this critical moment. In short, no one wants such a thing. Sherwingen also sorted out his mood at this moment and nodded, yes. Then, Sherwingen broadcast live again and directly announced that the infectious patient was damaged and out of control. Please stay at home as much as possible and be alert to outsiders. We will try our best to control this group of people. Sherwingen finally said to the camera. The audience in front of the live broadcast room was directly shocked by this news. Didn't they say that the number of infected people was 0? How come it suddenly got out of control? Who is so bored that they let the infected patients out? Aren't most of the infected patients unconscious? As mentioned before, the infected patients have entered the next stage and will attack non-infected people. As long as they are bitten, they will be infected. Isn't this the same as zombies? The symptoms are the same as zombies, but these patients don't eat people, they just infect more people. Is there a cure for this infectious disease? There is no cure. Does this mean that this infectious disease is irreversible? Wow, is there a cure? There are so many patients outside now, it's too dangerous. What good will it do for them to release the patients? Why do those people do this? In the comment area of the live broadcast room, there were wailing sounds. Facing the public's doubts, after apologizing again, the live broadcast room was closed. Sherwingen took people to the Doomsday Resort as soon as it was closed. The government's improper handling of this matter has led to the current situation. He needs to take some remedial measures. Mayor, aren't you worried that the players in the Doomsday Resort are also involved? The assistant asked Sherwingen. With so many players, it's normal for some of them to be involved, but I believe in the Doomsday Resort. If the owner of the Doomsday Resort doesn't remind us, our situation will only be worse than it is now. Sherwingen said calmly, besides, who says that our interests cannot be consistent with the players? The assistant listened, stunned for a moment, and soon understood Sherwingen's plan. At this time, in the Doomsday Resort, many players have already known that the outside world is out of control, and are starting a heated discussion in the Doomsday Resort. It must be that group of players who did it. It's so abominable. In this way, how many people will have to be sacrificed to control the situation? We could have spent the game peacefully. We are just thinking about killing some infectious patients. We are not as careless as them. That's right. There are already hundreds of thousands of patients. Now the number may be no less than 1 million. But it has already happened. Should we also participate in the cleanup and earn some points? Don't let the cleanup fail and become the target of others' cleanup. The official NPC will definitely attack the players. They have hot weapons in their hands. Even if we have equipment, how many times can we resist? But not all players are involved. Anyway, it can be seen from this incident that the Doomsday game is simply disgusting. There is still a hurdle of 20 days, and we don't know what tricks it will have. Wait and see. Players can understand the benefits behind infectious patients, and they are all a little attracted to it, but most people have a bottom line in their hearts. At least, if they have a choice, they don't want to abandon their humanity for the time being. In order to survive, they didn't think there was anything wrong with killing people, but there should be a bottom line. Facts have proved that they were right to set a bottom line for themselves. Standing in the Doomsday Resort, many players have killed people. However, under the judgment of the Doomsday Resort's sin value, many were revealed and many were not revealed, which made them see the word justice and made them glad that they made the right choice. They don't know what will happen in the future, but at least now, they have no regrets. Gu Weiwei was listening to their discussion in the crowd. She sighed in her heart. I can only say that if I didn't take action early, I would have lost the initiative now. Perhaps, this is inevitable. The Doomsday game also calculates people's hearts. In fact, Gu Weiwei feels that the Doomsday game will continue to play tricks. It's just that the next time will be at the critical node of the 20th day. After experiencing 2 games, she can be sure of one thing. The setting of the game area must be regular and must comply with certain rules. Perhaps this is the limitation of the program, and also the way out for players. Just as Gu Weiwei was thinking, she had received information from Shi Wenjin that he was coming to the Doomsday Resort. Shi Wenjin was probably here to remedy the unrest outside. Before the remedy, it was normal for him to come to the Doomsday Resort because he wanted to ensure that the tens of thousands of players in the Doomsday Resort would not be a hindrance to them. After having a clear mind, Gu Weiwei waited for Shi Wenjin to arrive. His arrival also immediately became the focus of many players. Seeing him heading straight for Gu Weiwei, some of the players following him have become an important source of information for other players. Shi Wenjin had no objection to this. He originally wanted to win over this group of controllable players, so he naturally didn't mind them asking about the benefits. With Shi Wenjin's permission, Ochichi and other players naturally talked with other players smoothly. The mayor came here to cooperate with Doomsday Resort. Of course, I don't know the details of the cooperation, it should be announced later. The reason why they succeeded is because the official NPCs were unwilling to give up the lives of those infected. Who would have thought? Although they are not bold enough, they have a bottom line, which I think is good. While the players were learning about the situation, Gu Weiwei had already contacted Shi Wenjin. Thank you for telling us the news, but I'm sorry to disappoint you. When Shi Wenjin said this, a bitter smile unconsciously overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Or they were arrogant and thought they could control the situation. The result was really a slap in the face. The advantage of getting the news early was wasted. You just blame yourself. Don't you want to make amends quickly? Gu Weiwei asked calmly. Shi Wenjin listened and his face became serious. Of course I want to. That's why I came to you, boss. We want to deal with those players who attacked our soldiers, but I know very well that many players are innocent. I am afraid of accidental injuries. I hope the boss can help identify them. In addition, I am also willing to issue tasks to players to kill infectious patients and players who attack. The official is willing to pay 10 points. Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment. Extra 10 points? Yes, we are willing to pay any price, and we must make them pay with blood, Shi Wenjin said without hesitation. In fact, they did not directly attack the infectious patients before, and another reason was that they had some hidden suspicions about the Doomsday Resort in their hearts, and they were afraid that the other party was deceiving them, so they wanted to confirm it. Once confirmed, they were ready to act without hesitation, but they did not expect that a slight difference in thought would now require a major remedy. At this point, for the sake of those who sacrificed, they have to be more decisive. If you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. You have suffered once, and you can't suffer a second time. The crime detector, 2,500 points each. If it can be deployed throughout the city of A, some extremely evil people will have nowhere to hide, including players who attack official personnel, Gu Weiwei said, but they can also identify the crime value of ordinary people. In other words, the residents of City A will also be exposed under the crime detector, even their own personnel. Will Shi Wenjin's measure be recognized by everyone? Shi Wenjin listened, but said firmly, that's it. The situation is special, and it will also be good for us to identify criminals. At least, in such a harsh environment, we can clean up a piece of clean land. It's still unknown what the situation outside City A is. Thinking about the situation before the meteorite landed, he felt that the outside may also be in chaos. I have put this product in the vending machine. You can buy it directly. Gu Weiwei listened, and after a simple operation, she replied, as for the task of hiring players, you can directly post it in the trading center. Players can choose voluntarily. You just need to prepare enough points. Now, even if there are greater risks outside, players are definitely willing. After all, the points earned by killing an infectious patient are 20 points. As for whether they are willing to kill those players who have done evil, it depends on their own choice. I think the official NPC side does not necessarily want players to kill players. They just want to show their determination to deal with those players, and prevent more players from becoming their opponents. This is a naked conspiracy. Yes, thank you. Sure, Wenjin got the answer he wanted from Gu Weiwei, and his heart was slightly relieved. This is perfect. While countless players were waiting, Sure Wenjin took action. The trading center quickly posted the official task. The moment they saw the task, the players in the Doomsday resort were instantly excited. Fuck, killing an infectious patient will get 10 points, plus the system's 10 points, that's 20 points, this deal can be done. There is even a task to kill those players who took action. What did they do? I heard that they attacked the soldiers stationed in the hospital. They are too cruel. No wonder these official NPCs put up this bounty order. So don't think about taking advantage of the situation. The official NPCs bought a lot of crime detectors from the Doomsday Resort, which will be spread all over City A. If you do something shameful for points, you will go from being the pursuer to being the pursued. Of course, I think it's good now. Hurry up and get ready to go out and earn points. Let's go, team up! Instantly, the entire Doomsday Resort became lively. A counterattack officially kicked off. Chapter 46. After Sueda and his team succeeded in their sneak attack, they did not stay there as targets, but immediately hid with their men, and then slowly eliminated the lone infected patients at the right time. In a very short period of time, they had eliminated a lot of infected patients, and the number of points was rising rapidly. It's really great. In just one night, I have several hundred points. When I pass the game, I will definitely have tens of thousands of points. When Sueda said this, his face was full of excitement. The future prospects are really great. Just thinking about it makes people feel excited. Try to get it done within 10 days. Tang Weiwen said, I'm afraid there will be an accident on the 20th day. The game will not always favor players. You mean, in the next 10 days, the game may turn against the players? Sueda is not stupid either, and immediately understood what Tang Weiwen meant. It is very likely. This is a matter of experience. Tang Weiwen said, and looked around and said, Are you willing to listen to me? Of course I listen to you. Sueda was the first to express his opinion. We listen to Boss Tang. Of course we're willing to listen. We do whatever you say. Tang Weiwen looked at everyone's sincere attitude and was satisfied. He then said, That's all for today. After we catch some patients, we go back and rest. Catch patients? Catching patients will make it easier to spread the virus, and it will still be within a controllable range. As Tang Weiwen spoke, he narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were full of cunning. After a while, the group of people arrested the infectious patients and hid back in the original community. On the way back, they heard the sound of the car moving from a distance, and the group hid quickly. In the dark alley, they saw military vehicles passing by quickly on the road. The soldiers on the military vehicles were equipped with real guns and live ammunition. Because from the first day, the entire City A was under proper control, and the official power was not much reduced at all, this scene was quite shocking to Tang Weiwen and his group. We fired secretly today, and killed some people. We should stay away from them, and avoid conflicts. Tang Weiwen warned. They knew the power of the government, so they only dared to fire secretly before. But if they really confronted the government, they would be defeated. I know. Sueda nodded, but they acted so late. It feels like something big is happening. Sueda had a bad feeling in his heart. They are in the light, we are in the dark, what are we afraid of? Tang Weiwen disagreed. The group said nothing more, grabbed the infectious patient, and secretly returned to their community. At the next intersection, these military vehicles turned directly to different places, and then began to install crime detectors in different corners of City A. I heard that after this is installed, those evil people can be dealt with. That's great, those who secretly shoot must not be let go. Yes. Some soldiers at the scene mentioned their comrades, who had just died and were injured, and their eyes were filled with tears. They really hated it too much. They guarded the infectious patients, which meant they put their own lives aside and fought for the overall safety of City A. They never thought that they would be defeated by the people they guarded in the end. Oh no, those were not human at all. In this way, overnight, the crime detectors were spread all over City A. Shin Jingmei slept very late last night, but she still slept restlessly, and was awakened directly in her sleep. In the dream, her parents were both infected, and she had no way to help them. The first moment she woke up, Shin Jingmei rushed to her parents' bedroom without hesitation. After entering, she felt relieved when she saw them sleeping peacefully in bed. But the next moment, she froze in place. She seemed to see a line of words on her parents' bodies. Guilt value, 0. Guilt value, 0. What is this? Is it her golden finger? At this time, Shin Jingmei's parents also woke up, looking at Shin Jingmei's dazed look, and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just saw words on your heads." "You have words on your head too." Shin Jingmei's mother was also surprised. After a while, the family of 3 gathered in the living room, looking at each other's words on their heads, with a little trance. How did the world change overnight? Shin Jingmei took her mobile phone and started to check the news. Soon, a series of news came out. There are words on the head. What happened to our world? Are aliens invading? There are words on the head. It turns out to be the latest black technology. The official response is that the words on the head are because of the crime detector, which can make crimes nowhere to hide. The release of the infectious patients last night was man-made, and people with high crime values on their heads can be reported to the authorities. After reading the online news and looking at the content inside, Shin Jingmei finally knew what happened. It is a kind of official black technology, which is to find out the evil people who attacked the military yesterday and released the infectious diseases. Shin Jingmei said with a relaxed look, "We have fought back officially. With this crime detector, they can't escape the crime they committed." "I didn't expect the official to be so powerful," Shin Jingmei's mother said in disbelief. "No matter how it came, it's good for us anyway, we just enjoy it." Shin Jingmei looked much more relaxed. Originally, before this disaster, they felt that their country seemed to have recently lit up the technology tree, and many things emerged. Now, there is a crime detector, although it is a bit sci-fi, it is acceptable. "Yes, what do you want to eat? I will prepare it," Shin Jingmei's mother said quickly. "Just eat some bread. Now the water resources may be polluted. We should drink mineral water, so we should save it," Shin Jingmei said quickly. "Yes." Just as the family of 3 was having breakfast, the news on TV was also soothing the hearts of many people, and also explained the characteristics of infectious diseases. According to expert research, the meteorite virus is divided into 3 stages: invasion, attack, and destruction. The entire process is irreversible, which means that once infected, the only outcome is death. Currently, the infectious disease has entered the 2nd stage, the invasion stage, where the infected will be manipulated to infect uninfected patients. Therefore, the authorities can only kill the infected to prevent more people from being infected. Here, we would like to express our deepest apologies to the families of the infected. We are unable to rescue the infected because this is a special period, and the bodies will be handled uniformly. Looking at the description on the news, Shin Jingmei's family's eyes moistened unconsciously. Shin Jingmei's grandparents were among those infected. After knowing that they were infected, they forbade Shin Jingmei and her family to visit them. They didn't expect that last night's video would be the last time they met. It turned out that the authorities had known about this matter for a long time, but they were afraid that the news was false, so they sent people to guard the place and execute them when it was out of control, but they didn't expect to encounter some people with ulterior motives. Even if their grandparents are going to be executed now, they will not complain. Their government has worked hard. While the family was crying silently, the news on TV had come to an end and began to talk about the supply of materials. The official hotline is XXX. If there is a shortage of materials and water at home, you can ask the government for help. We will send a special team to rescue. So far, we have enough materials. Please continue to stay at home and cooperate with official actions. There are some forces who secretly want to profit from this matter. We will crack down on it severely. The news was still going on, but Shin Jingmei's family gradually calmed down. Although they had encountered an unprecedented disaster, their government had never given up on them, and they would definitely survive this difficult time. There were many people who thought the same as Shin Jingmei. After all, they had not committed any crime, and they were not afraid at all. Some of them even cursed people crazily on the internet. After all, if no one caused trouble, this battle would have been safely passed. In the end, no one knew who were the people who had no conscience and brought them into such a dangerous place again. As for the other part of the people, Seeing the dirty words about them on the internet, and the government's blocking of them in reality, they are indeed a little worried. It must be the Doomsday Resort. What should we do? We will definitely be discovered once we go out, and we will definitely not be able to hide at that time. Sueda, who was still happy last night, is now extremely scared. You know, the sin value of this group of people is far higher than that of ordinary people. They didn't expect that their sin value would double just because they killed some soldiers yesterday. Sueda looked at Tang Weiwen in a panic. Tang Weiwen also frowned subconsciously. The current situation is indeed unfavorable to them. At least their plan will be hindered. Let's wait and see. Our food is enough for us to hide at home for a while. Tang Weiwen said directly. Let's see what's going on outside. What about the points? A player couldn't help but say, City A is so big, it's not certain that they can track us right away. You forgot that since Doomsday Resort has handed over all the crime detectors to the authorities, the players at Doomsday Resort will definitely take action. Tang Weiwen said directly. The official must have given Doomsday Resort an offer that it couldn't refuse. Since they could give it to Doomsday Resort, why couldn't they give it to the players? There are tens of thousands of players in Doomsday Resort. They are all players, so how can their abilities be different? Not to mention that those players can buy a lot of good equipment in Doomsday Resort. When this was mentioned, the players at the scene suddenly fell silent, and their faces looked very ugly. Yes, if they were exposed to the public, they would be weak and alone. Now we can only hope that they won't come to investigate? They will definitely come to investigate. What should we do? They will definitely not let us go if they come. Panic spread at the scene. Not only here, but also in many places, many players are afraid. And the official action team and players were dispatched at the first time. Chapter 47. The 12th day of the game, the virus attack stage. Because of the incentive of points, most of the players in the Doomsday Resort went out. For safety, they gathered into teams one after another. During this period of time, the official also very considerately provided vehicles to the players. Of course, the kind for rent. The official immediately took over all the gas stations in City A. It was not easy to provide some vehicles. For the official, resources such as oil can be converted into points, which is worth the money. Although the functions are not as good as the vehicles provided by the Doomsday Resort, the cost performance is high. Therefore, at this moment, the teams composed of players have rented vehicles from the official. In addition to vehicles, the official also provides a variety of tools and instruments. Outside the Doomsday Resort is a small trade fair. It is mainly for the official NPC to earn some points from the players with the unused items in their hands. I haven't found the infectious patients yet, and I have already spent a lot of points. Necessary preparations. Rent a car. Won't it be very convenient to find infectious patients when the time comes? Yes. Are you all planning to only find infectious patients? What about the players? Infectious patients are more valuable, with 20 points. Besides, those players have all survived life and death. It's too bad to fight them. Yes, let's analyze the specific situation. The players discussed and set off in teams. As for which area to choose, whether they can encounter infectious patients, and how many or few they encounter, it all depends on their personal abilities. Looking at the huge number of players, Wenjin was still satisfied, even though he knew that the targets of this group of people were infectious patients. In fact, their bounty was to let players deal with infectious patients, and at the same time to deter them. After all, players have endless means. They can still hold on to some of them, but it is difficult to operate when there are too many. Naturally, they have to use benefits to pull them into the same boat. Those players with high sin values will naturally have designated soldiers to track and solve them. In this way, the players and soldiers started to clean up the entire city of A. The number of infectious disease patients was decreasing rapidly. Occasionally, some soldiers were able to search for players with ridiculously high sin values. Once encountered, they were captured in a very short time. After torture and forced confession, the officials killed them without hesitation. The video footage of players killing infectious patients and officials killing criminal players was mosaicked and played on news and public platforms. To a certain extent, it is also showing the public that the current situation is still under control. For this situation, countless NPC residents who are waiting in isolation at home are all applauding and cheering on the internet, while waiting for the end of this natural disaster. On the 13th day of the game, the virus attack phase, the number of infectious patients is decreasing. On the 14th day of the game, the virus attack phase, the number of infectious patients is decreasing. On the 18th day of the game, the virus attack phase, the number of infectious patients is decreasing. Over the past few days, with the efforts of players and officials, the number of infectious patients has dropped sharply, and the number of infectious patients wandering on the streets has become less and less, and the cleaning operation has begun to show results. Many players searched the streets for a long time, and could not find any trace of infectious patients. No infectious patients were found today, so it should be solved. Almost. Haha, I earned thousands of points. Not bad, I only got a few hundred. I heard that some of the better ones earn tens of thousands. That's definitely a big-name player. I know my skills, and it's enough to earn so much, especially when I can ensure my own safety. Yes, yes, yes. Now that the infectious patients have been cleared out, are we going to look for those criminal players? I don't plan to. City A is so big, they hide in remote corners, and it's not that easy to find them. Yes, that is, the official directly cleared the community and found some players, but there are still many players hiding in unknown places. But there is one good thing. Under the detection of the crime detector, they dare not show up at all. Even if they don't show up, at least they dare not do bad things anymore. Yes, if the crime detector hadn't appeared quickly enough, they would have done even more cruel things. A team deceived thousands of people into being infected in just one night. It's crazy. Don't talk about this. After so many busy days, it's time to go back to the Doomsday Resort and relax. Yes. Only in the Doomsday Resort can people feel safe. The players talked and talked, and after confirming that there was no result, some of them had given up and headed directly towards the Doomsday Resort. After all, according to the previously registered data, basically all the infectious people before the turmoil had been cleared. The remaining ones were either hidden by someone or eliminated by those evil players. It was almost the same. Even if they searched again, there would be no results. In this situation, the players thought it would be better to take a good rest. As for the official staff, they had no intention of taking a rest. There were no more infectious patients outside, so they continued to go door to door, determined to eliminate the last threat. At this time, in an unfinished building, Sueda and his team were holding binoculars and watching the news of players coming and going on the street. Only the official staff were left in action, and their mouths were still pursed into a straight line. These few days, when the infectious patients were cleared, their lives were not much better. As long as there are people living in the community, the authorities will send people to check the situation. In the case of most people cooperating, as long as they don't cooperate, the authorities will know that there is something fishy, and then a large number of armed forces will come to the door in a very short time, leaving no escape. If they hadn't sacrificed so many people to lead people away, I'm afraid they would have become one of the people executed on TV. Knowing that there were people investigating in the residential area, they could only find this unfinished building, and then they lived in peace for a day or two. The players should stop their actions. They have almost solved all the infectious patients. Sueda said to Tang Weiwen, his tone full of regret. This perfect plan ended in failure because of the intervention of the official and the players. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to hoard countless points in this game area. Tang Weiwen's expression was also a little gloomy. How could he be happy when he walked around like a stray dog these days? This Doomsday Resort is really an eyesore. Such a place should not exist in the game area. Tang Weiwen's tone was somewhat sinister when he spoke. He could see that the difference between this game area and the previous game area was the appearance of the Doomsday Resort. With so many good equipments, the official was armed. Once the official had strength, it would be very difficult for the game area to cause chaos. I don't know if I can report it to the Doomsday game. Sueda said, I don't think the Doomsday Resort was created by the Doomsday game. Its existence is more like a bug. Maybe we can find this bug for the Doomsday game and get a reward. The Doomsday game never responds to players. Just like a standalone game, how can we report it? Tang Weiwen snorted, it's better to hope that the next game area will not encounter the Doomsday Resort, so that we can have room to play. Yes, there is only one Doomsday Resort, and it's difficult for us to run into it with so many game areas. Sueda said, so our next main task is to spend the remaining 11 days of the game and wait for the next game? Yes. Tang Weiwen nodded, anyway, for now, we have accumulated a lot of points. That's true. Sueda responded, looking a little smug, I have accumulated tens of thousands of points in this game area. I'm sure you will have a smooth time in the next game area. I hope to meet you again, boss. Sueda said to Tang Weiwen attentively. The probability of meeting again is still too small. Cherish the fate here. Tang Weiwen looked at Sueda, and a hint of deep meaning flashed across his eyes. Sueda didn't know the meaning behind this, and nodded in agreement. Then, as if remembering something, he spoke again, Boss, you said before that after the 20th day of the game, the game might deal with the players. Is this true? Tang Weiwen listened and paused. The probability is very high, but now there are more variables, and we don't know how it will develop. Let's wait and see. If there is a chance, we will take action. If there is no chance, we will be quiet. Yes. The players around listened, and no one dared to act rashly. They all hid in corners that were not easily noticed and stayed quiet. Like them, there are many players who have been swept by both players and officials, hiding in unknown corners, quietly waiting for the passage of time. Given the gap in strength, they can only survive. At this time, Doomsday Resort. Doomsday Resort is very lively at this moment. Because of the hard work in the past few days, the pockets of the players are much fatter. Therefore, they are willing to be a little extravagant. Hot spring pools, activity centers, libraries, restaurants. All places where you can eat, drink and have fun are full of players. Some players even started picnics, barbecues, poker, mahjong, entertainment activities on some undeveloped open spaces. Looking at the laughter and joy around them, many players felt a little out of touch with the world. I used to go hiking and drink tea with my friends on weekends. Now when I think about it, it seems like a dream. Yes, unconsciously, I have been participating in the game for almost 3 months. In the past 2 months, every day has been a torture. The first 2 game areas were exhausting, but this one is relatively relaxing. Yeah, relatively speaking, it's more like a leisurely game. If every game area is like this, I don't think the Doomsday game zone is that scary. But think about it, how is this possible? I just hope luck will favor me more, so that I can come across the Doomsday Resort from time to time in the future and relax. I hope so too. Don't think about it, since we are all playing, let's all be happy. Yeah. The players quickly returned to eating, drinking and having fun. Gu Weiwei looked at the relaxed and happy appearance of the entire Doomsday Resort, and her mood also unconsciously relaxed. It can only be said that a happy and stable life is really what everyone pursues deep in their hearts. She only hopes that the remaining 11 days can continue to be so stable. Now, it depends on the last node. On the 20th day of the game, the virus entered the destruction stage. Gu Weiwei and countless players subconsciously looked at the control panel. The news arrived on time. Dear players, congratulations, you have completed the hidden task and received XX points in this round. The points have been issued, please check. Looking at this news, many players instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The Doomsday game has finally stopped doing anything weird. I was afraid there would be another hidden task. Without the news, I feel empty. Why? Because the last 10 days in the previous 2 game areas were the most difficult. Maybe the infectious patients in this game area have been controlled and cleared, so the game difficulty has been reduced. I think so too. Think about it, if it is not controlled, the entire game area will be full of infectious patients, and the difficulty of survival will increase as time goes by. Don't worry. That's right, even if there is a problem, I think it can be controlled with the current situation in the game area. Although some players had doubts, they calmed down with the comfort of their companions. Then, after repeated confirmation, many players prepared to take a break. Gu Weiwei looked at the simple settlement information on the panel, but she felt uneasy and searched for information on the internet with her mobile phone. But before she could find any information on the internet, she received a message from Shi Wenjin. Gu Weiwei's pupil shrank when she saw the content of the message. It turned out that the Doomsday game was not without trouble, but it had brought trouble to the NPCs in the game area. Just now, the NPCs in the game area received information from the Doomsday game. Chapter 48. Meteorite virus can be treated with special blood. Note, location Shi Wenjin received the message when the virus entered the destruction stage. The moment he saw the message, he really couldn't help but shudder. Because they had previously announced to the public that infectious patients were incurable, that's why people took action against infectious patients. Among them, most infectious patients died at the hands of players. But now they are saying that these infectious patients are savable. An unprecedented feeling of fatigue came over me. Then came suspicions about the Doomsday Resort, Gu Weiwei, and the players. Did they know about this long ago, so they have been guiding them to deal with the infectious patients? Mayor, many people are protesting now. The assistant came in from outside in a panic. In fact, many government workers have infectious patients among their families. They believe in the authorities, so they send their families to the hospital, and then riot, and get executed. But now, they were suddenly told that their family members could be saved. How could they not hate it? Shi Wenjin listened, pursed his lips, and then clicked on the location in the notes. After clicking, he saw densely packed locations. Sherwingen knew very well that these locations were the players. Looking at these locations, Sherwingen's thoughts became clearer. He had already tended to believe that the Doomsday Resort, Gu Weiwei, and the players did not know about this. This is a naked attempt to guide players to kill each other with these NPCs. After knowing this, how can the Doomsday game do what it wants? As I said before, the culprit is the Doomsday game. Notify them, and hold a press conference. I will give the public an explanation. Sherwingen said. Yes. After instructing his assistant, Sherwingen contacted Gu Weiwei as soon as possible. This is when Gu Weiwei learned the inside story. We really don't know about this matter. Gu Weiwei also made a promise immediately. Doomsday game is really inhumane. It guides players to kill NPC infectious patients, and now guides NPC to kill players. No matter what happens in the middle, it can achieve its goal anyway. It's so hateful. She is now wondering if Sherwingen will suspect them. The thought flashed through her mind, and Gu Weiwei calmed down. Sherwingen should not suspect them, otherwise he would not have told them this information. I know. Sure enough, the next moment, Sherwingen's answer was seen. How to explain to the public? Gu Weiwei continued to ask. Of course, I have my own way of dealing with it. Sherwingen said directly, I just want to ask you, are there any invisible pits behind you now? Gu Weiwei looked at it, and was silent. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. She had the same worries as Sherwingen. Then, she went over everything that had happened since entering the game area. A previous thought came to her mind. The earliest outbreak of the virus started from birds, and later she assumed that it was airborne. But in fact, in most cases, the first people to be infected are people bitten by animals, their families, and people who have secondary contact. She also thinks that the hundreds of thousands of infectious patients are well controlled by the government. But what if the real infection has not started yet? Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei told Sherwingen her analysis. Perhaps, the real infection has just begun. After being infected, the survivors will definitely launch a crazy attack on the players. The players will not sit and wait for death. At that time, perhaps the game area is the real purgatory. After all, according to the current situation, the infectious patients have died, and even if they are used against the players, it will not have much effect. Only when the danger approaches them, the NPCs will go crazy. This is the last resort of the game. If the infectious patients are not controlled, the players will face the siege of countless infectious patients, and the probability of surviving is very small. If the infectious patients are controlled, the players will face the siege of the NPCs in the entire game area, and they will also face a survival crisis. Doomsday game, it's really cruel. Looking at Gu Weiwei's answer, Sherwingen understood what she meant and confirmed his suspicion. It's true, only in this way can the Doomsday game release this information. Even if it's not like this, the final result is almost the same. The doubts in his heart were explained, and Sherwingen's thoughts became much clearer. They and the players have never been enemies, and they can never become enemies. They are comrades in arms, who work hand in hand. I leave the players to you. Tell them to be more careful, and not leave the Doomsday Resort? We can locate the players, but if they are inside the Doomsday Resort, we can't see them. Sherwingen said. As for the players who are stranded outside, we need to explain to the public. Those people are not good people anyway, so they can be put to good use. And they really need to study the blood of infectious patients. Not only to prepare for the possible infection of people in City A, but also for cities outside City A. Yeah. Gu Weiwei nodded. After the call ended, Gu Weiwei directly posted a notice on the public screen in the apartment lobby. Before the notice was posted, the news had already spread on the internet, and the players were shocked. Fuck, the internet said that those NPCs received alien information, saying that our blood can treat infectious patients. Is this Doomsday game trying to encourage NPCs to oppose paying us? Oh my god. If we are caught, we will become experimental guinea pigs, right? Fuck. There is even location. It's over. The official NPCs controlled the infectious patients before. Now there are more than 4 million surviving NPCs. There are also official NPCs. They know where we are. Most people can't see the Doomsday Resort, so you can rest assured. But the official NPCs know. You shouldn't cooperate with NPCs. NPCs and players are in opposition to each other to a certain extent. But fighting is prohibited in Doomsday Resort. As long as we are in Doomsday Resort, we are safe. That's right, it's not bad. After discussing it for a while, the players finally felt relieved. At this time, a new notice appeared in the hall. Doomsday Resort and City A officials jointly announced that players are not allowed to go out unless necessary. If they go out, they will bear the consequences themselves. Looking at this statement, the players immediately started discussing it. Does this mean that the authorities are not going to take action against us? Of course, as long as we don't go out, nothing will happen. That's fine, that's fine. The Doomsday Resort is now a small city. I'm happy to stay there for another month, not to mention the remaining 10 days. There's no need to worry. Then those players who can't enter the Doomsday Resort. According to what's meant here, the authorities will arrest them. As for how to deal with them, the authorities have the final say. If we go out, even if the authorities don't arrest us, ordinary people and some powerful people will not let us go easily. They deserved it. You can go to sleep peacefully now. Players startled by the breaking news ran back to their rooms one by one. Of course, some of them stayed and waited for the official response to this matter. After all, once this matter came out, it entered the hot search list of City A in a very short time, and countless NPC residents were paying attention to this matter. At this time, after the official was ready, they directly started the live broadcast. Countless NPCs once again focused on their phones and TVs. Shin Jingmei's family was no exception. They really felt that their moods were like a roller coaster in the past few days. They were still celebrating their survival 1 second ago, and the next second, they couldn't help but feel angry towards the authorities. They said that infectious patients were hopeless, but suddenly an unknown force told them that infectious patients could be saved. How could they not be angry? Just as they were thinking about it, the live broadcast room opened, and a familiar face appeared in front of them again. I think everyone should have received a message about solving the meteorite virus. I am skeptical about this information. I believe it because I hope this news is true. Then even if someone is infected in the future, at least we can have a solution instead of being at a loss. I doubt it because the purpose of this news is disturbing. If the person behind it had a solution, why didn't he inform us earlier? Instead, he suddenly announced it after we stabilized the situation. Especially when I learned that the sudden attack on the hospital 10 days ago, which led to the riot in the hospital and the loss of control of the infectious patients, also received similar mysterious information. I suspect that there is a mysterious force behind this. According to the latest news I have received, this virus transmission has not ended yet. The virus still remains in our air, and the official personnel will monitor the virus in the air in real time. At the same time, please ask the special blood owners to cooperate with the official research. The official is working hard, and will never allow some forces and some personnel to hunt down special blood personnel based on location. Once discovered, they will be strictly dealt with. Please believe us. Sure, Wenjin's words were heard by countless viewers, and their emotions changed from grief and anger to calmness. The same was true for Shin Jingmei's family. Dad, do you think what the mayor said is true or false? Shin Jingmei asked her father. Shin Jingmei's father sighed, I don't know, but the official has a reason and evidence, and it did protect the safety of most of our residents when the disaster occurred. Sometimes, don't look at what others say, but look at what they do. I think so too. I just think that Grandpa and Grandma's death was too unfair. Shin Jingmei's eyes instantly turned red as she spoke. They could have been saved. Look at the special physique personnel located above. Compared with the entire city of A, there are very few of them. If they can't save so many people, who can they save in the end? I agree with the official point of view. The mysterious power behind this has ulterior motives. Shin Jingmei's father analyzed rationally. Perhaps it can be said that at this time, they can only be rational. Should we consider the official's solemn reminder that the infection is not over yet? Shin Jingmei's mother reminded from the side. Even if there is a way to rescue now, it will take some time to research it out. The floor we live in now is too high, let's go to another house. Since the infection is from top to bottom, it will always be safer at the bottom. Yeah. At this moment, Shin Jingmei's family had no time to think. It was impossible for them to capture people with special physiques, so what they had to do was to work hard to improve their living space. In fact, most residents of City A are ordinary people, and what they have to do is the same as Shin Jingmei's family. Some people on this side acted quickly. There are also some people who have a little power in their hands, or have hidden infectious patients at home. Their eyes are directly aimed at the special physiques in the location. Some people who are close are ready to take action. At this time, the most anxious are the players left outside. Some are players with low sin values, who just think that it is relatively safe outside and save some points. The first thing they do after reading the news is to go straight to the Doomsday Resort. They are afraid that they will be too late and become someone else's medicine. On the other side, those with high sin values, who could not enter the Doomsday Resort, were in a panic. Among them were Su Ada and his gang. What they did not expect was that the Doomsday game was so tricky that it did not give them any chance to survive. In other words, they had a chance to survive, but now they have none. Boss, our building is surrounded. Almost in sync with the live broadcast, before the live broadcast ended, soldiers had already surrounded their building. Someone came up from below. Outside, countless drones were locking onto their floor and location. The sound was getting closer, and their heartbeats were getting faster. Tang Weiwen stood in front of the window, face to face with the drone in front of him. He lowered his head and saw the flashing police car. A sentence flashed through his mind. If you mess around, you will pay for it sooner or later. They are finished. Chapter 49. Although they knew that it was unlikely to escape, it was impossible for Tang Weiwen and his group to surrender. They were evil people, so they were not afraid of fighting. If they were caught, they would either die or live a life worse than death, so they might as well fight to the death. The group prepared all kinds of equipment and weapons, intending to have a life and death duel with the soldiers who were encircling them. They would take as many as they could. Of course, if they could capture a few hostages, their chances of escaping might be higher. At this time, at the bottom of the stairs, the team leader by Ruoming was using a drone to check the positions of Tang Weiwen and others. It was no wonder that they were cautious, but he knew the inside story, and knew that this group of special physique people were all difficult to deal with. First, they were all bad guys, and second, they had special equipment in their hands. It was never too cautious to deal with such people. After confirming everything, Bai Ruoming communicated with the members of his team with gestures, and the next moment, he rushed upstairs quickly with his weapons. Their goal was not to kill this group of people, but to control them. The next moment, they rushed upstairs, countless bullets attacked them. Bai Ruoming and his team dodged subconsciously. Even if some bullets fell on them, they were still blocked by the protective shields on their bodies. At this moment, Bai Ruoming finally understood why their special operations team was asked to wear ordinary clothes. It was amazing. Tang Weiwen, who was organizing a counterattack, was shocked and felt hatred for the Doomsday Resort. It must be the Doomsday Resort. Then they continued to fight. After confirming that Bai Ruoming and his group were only approaching them, and the attack was aimed at controlling them and saving their lives, a dark light flashed across his eyes, and then he said to Su Ada on the side, "You organize the attack, I go prepare some things." Yes. Su Ada did not doubt it, and directly took Tang Weiwen's position to fight against Bai Ruoming. With the same equipment, how could Su Ada and his group of players, who had not undergone professional training, beat Bai Ruoming and his group? In a short while, Su Ada and his group were directly controlled. When he was caught, Su Ada looked around and his mind was a little confused. Where is the boss? During this time, Bai Ruoming also realized this. Then he learned about Tang Weiwen's whereabouts through the intercom. He ran away? He flew away directly with a hang glider? It's okay, he can't run far. After ending the call, Bai Ruoming looked at Su Ada and his group in front of him with cold eyes. Looking at the sin value above their heads, no one would think that this group of people were innocent. If they were not needed for research, they could have killed them directly. Therefore, when they were escorted, they pulled each other without any courtesy. At this time, Su Ada also reacted. From the beginning, Tang Weiwen's attitude was just to let them act as pioneers. Thinking of the previous conversation, Su Ada also vaguely sensed that something was wrong. I'm afraid that Tang Weiwen has never regarded them as his own people, and even planned to plunder their points on the last day. Haha, he definitely can't escape. Indeed, as Su Ada thought, although Tang Weiwen escaped from this side. But the entire city A is under the control of the crime detector. Tang Weiwen is like a bright light bulb, everyone's eyes will be focused on him. He can't run away even if he wants to. Indeed, Tang Weiwen just landed in a hidden corner on the flying wing, and was surrounded by a group of people in an instant. Tang Weiwen, In a moment, Tang Weiwen and his party were directly imprisoned in a special cell. Outside the cell, there were heavy guards. Want to escape? 2 words, dream. Su Ada, who was caught first, looked at Tang Weiwen, who was caught later, and said coldly, "You run. You run. Let's see where you can run to." He originally followed Tang Weiwen sincerely, but what happened? The other party just regarded him as a tool to be used. Tang Weiwen listened and said lightly, "I thought you should know that players can't trust each other after playing the game twice." He passed the game by killing players, so how could he trust the same players? He was thinking of killing Su Ada and the others on the last day of the game to get their points. His thoughts have never changed. Now that he has been caught, he can only say that he is not as skilled as others, so he admits defeat. Su Ada was silent for a while, and the figures of the players who were backstabbed by him appeared in his mind. Afterwards, the group fell silent. It is useless to think too much now. At this time, they can only wait for death. A moment later, they saw a group of researchers in protective clothing, escorted by other personnel, entering their cell. Draw blood for examination. One of them shouted at Tang Weiwen and his group. Tang Weiwen paused, then said, "If you want me to cooperate, give me my phone back, otherwise I will keep making trouble. He is about to die, let him enjoy himself before he dies." The man paused, then turned and went out, and when he came back, he had handed Tang Weiwen's phone to him. After Tang Weiwen took the phone, he cooperated with the blood draw very obediently. Seeing this, the others also made the same choice as Tang Weiwen. At least, in the few days of the death countdown, they tried not to be blind. They also wanted to see how this game area would develop in the end. In the following time, more and more players were imprisoned in the cell. Every one of those imprisoned had an outrageous in value. In just 2 days, all the players who escaped outside had been arrested. The positioning of the Doomsday game has made the official NPC successful. At this time, Sherwingen has also received the news that all the players outside have been arrested. We sent people to send other players with low sin values back to the Doomsday Resort. The assistant reported the situation. Those arrested players, knowing that they can't run away, they all listen to Anshin, but we still have heavy guards, and their first batch of blood has been sent to the Research Institute. Are there any infectious patients? Sherwingen asked. Yes, during the arrest, we found some infectious patients who were detained by them, the assistant said quickly. Regarding this point, the assistant had to sigh that these players were so cruel. These infectious patients who were not executed were the pathogens they used to infect other normal people, just for those points, and human lives were just data in their eyes. The assistant was still very fortunate that most of the players in the Doomsday Resort were normal people, otherwise their entire city A would have become a purgatory long ago. Let the expert team see if they can restore these patients to normal. When he said this, Sherwingen's tone was a little difficult. If they could, how innocent would those infectious patients he ordered to be solved be? But if they could, he still hoped to do so. Yes. The assistant nodded. Sherwingen breathed a sigh of relief, and everything had come to an end for the time being. It was also at this time that a latest research report was delivered to Sherwingen. Mayor, there is indeed a meteorite virus in the air. The assistant's face changed slightly. Fortunately, the test was conducted in advance, otherwise, if it really broke out, it would definitely be too late to notify. How high is it? We haven't tested it before, so we don't know where it started, but when we tested it, it was already more than 200 meters. The assistant looked at the data report and replied. Fortunately, we knew it in advance, otherwise, when the entire city A was filled with meteorite viruses, it would bring a large number of casualties. Always monitor, and also, have the research team speed up their actions. Sherwingen said urgently. Also, release the virus height, and remind the public to evacuate. Yes. At the same time, Doomsday Resort. After watching the news that all special physique personnel have been invited by the authorities to participate in the research, and that there is still a meteorite virus in the air, the players are a little scared. Is the difficulty of this game area a little bit beyond the standard? Yes. Is this just the beginner level? If there is no Doomsday Resort, it feels like the whole army will be wiped out. Yes, it's scary to think about it. Will the next game area be more difficult? It should be within a certain range. This game area is the most difficult in the beginner level. My last game area, the survival rate was only 5%, and 5,000 people survived. The friend next to me had a survival rate of 20% in the last game area. In short, choosing which game area to play depends on luck. It's not just about luck, there are also choices. What choices? Although we can survive in this world mainly because of the Doomsday Resort, if we cooperate with the authorities early and don't create confrontation between players and NPCs, the survival rate will definitely be greatly improved. Do you mean to be kinder? No, but to learn to cooperate. The survival rate will be greatly reduced if you fight alone, and cooperation will increase the survival rate, whether it is with players or NPCs. That makes sense. This idea spread among the players. Some remembered it, but some didn't take it seriously. Whether to cooperate or not depends on the situation in the game area and the environment at the time. Specific issues should be analyzed specifically. This topic was quickly exposed. At this time, someone continued to speak. There are only 8 days left in the game. Is it possible to spend it safely? We players can, but I don't know about the outside world. Isn't it said that there is still a meteorite virus in the air? Anyway, I will never go out. According to the current situation outside, we will definitely attack in groups. I am really curious, after we players leave the game area, will the game area continue to move forward? I think so. Then it will be really difficult for them. Each has its own difficulties. No matter what, in the remaining days, make good preparations to welcome the next game area. Those who need to buy equipment should buy equipment, those who need to train should train, and those who need to rest should rest. Yes. Gu Weiwei listened to the discussion of the players, her eyes flickering. Obviously, more and more players realize that the game area is not just a game area, but also a real existence. Is there sympathy? Yes, but there is no more. Because they themselves are struggling in the Doomsday game, can only take it step by step. Since it is a fixed game setting, the game will always end one day. Thinking about it now, it's too far away. Gu Weiwei withdrew her thoughts and put them back on the phone. She was thinking, if this area of City A controlled the meteorite virus, and even developed a corresponding vaccine, then would this game area be selected as a game area in the future? She couldn't see this. She only hoped that one of the next game areas could go to the world where the game area she had been to was located. At that time, at least one question could be answered. And now, it depends on what City A can do. The 23rd day of the game, the virus destruction stage. The blood of people with special physiques has been successfully analyzed and has antibodies to meteorite viruses. Viruses exist at altitudes above 100 meters. The 24th day of the game, the virus destruction stage. According to research, blood production can directly produce vaccines, but vaccines are ineffective for infected patients. The virus is irreversible and infection is fatal. Viruses exist at altitudes above 80 meters. The 25th day of the game, the virus destruction stage. Researchers have determined through experiments on mice that vaccines can prevent infection and take effect as soon as they are injected. There are viruses above 60 meters in the sky. The 26th day of the game, the virus destruction stage. Researchers directly use human experiments to determine the effectiveness of the vaccine. There are viruses above 40 meters in the sky. The closer the game is to the end, the more critical the reality is. In the past few days, many people have been suffering, not daring to sleep, and racing against time. So when the research results came out, the assistant hurriedly informed Sherwingen of the news. The vaccine can prevent viral infection. The assistant spoke in surprise. People with special physiques are actually useful. Unfortunately, the amount of blood is too little. Sherwingen was naturally surprised, but when he thought of the current number of residents and players, he frowned slightly. There are still tens of thousands of players in the Doomsday Resort. The assistant reminded. Sherwingen glanced at him. The assistant quickly explained, Mayor, I mean that we can buy blood directly from them. How dare we use special means? Those players are not easy to mess with. Not to mention the Doomsday Resort. These days, those players hid in the Doomsday Resort, not daring to show their heads, and they were obviously wary of the outside world. He just thought that as long as they had what the players needed, such as points, they could trade. Now, compared with the lives of so many residents, resources such as or are just external things. Sherwingen listened and nodded. I think so too. I will go to the Doomsday Resort to talk to Boss Gu in person. With Boss Gu as the matchmaker, this matter should be finalized. If the vaccine is developed, their city will be temporarily stable. Yes. The assistant listened and immediately asked someone to prepare the vehicle. Now time is life. A moment later, Sherwingen had a face-to-face conversation with Gu Weiwei. Do you think they will agree? Sherwingen asked Gu Weiwei nervously. Gu Weiwei listened, paused, and then said, I will issue the task and see if they are willing. Okay, thank you. Sherwingen quickly thanked Gu Weiwei after hearing what she said. I have asked people to prepare various minerals and other resources, and they are waiting outside. As long as they are willing, they can settle the bill immediately. Gu Weiwei didn't say much, and directly edited a notice. When this notice appeared in the Doomsday Resort, the players were stunned. Chapter 50. Official Exchange Task. Exchange blood for points. Exchange conditions. 10 milliliters equals 1 point. Location. Rest area of each apartment. Fuck, there is such a good thing. Isn't this just donating blood? I can do it. It's worth it. You can get points by donating blood. I can do it too. I think I can donate 400 milliliters. Don't miss it if you pass by. Sell blood for points. I give myself more supplements. Can I sell it twice? So, our blood can cure this meteorite virus? Is this a setting? Or is our original blood like this, and because of its special nature, it was drawn to this game area? If it is the latter, can it be used when encountering the same game area in the future? I don't know, Doomsday games are very complicated, but you can remember this point, and have one more idea. That's right. Now, I can lie down for the next few days. Yes. The players discussed as they headed for the rest area. They were so lucky to be able to exchange blood for points. They made a profit. They all decided to donate all of it at once, for 100 ml. Then, they could just sit there, and wait for the end of the game in the next few days. With the players' enthusiastic participation, the rest areas in each apartment and the medical team were already lined up long. Some of the hired players were maintaining order on the scene. Chi-Chi was working in the rest area of apartment number 1. She was the one who was responsible for issuing points. After the players were located, she knew that her blood was useful to NPCs. She was really shocked at the time, and was really afraid that she would become the blood bag of NPCs. Unexpectedly, the official immediately organized a team to escort them back to the Doomsday Resort and continue to let them work for the official NPCs in the Doomsday Resort. Using points to buy players' blood is really a genius move. Both sides get what they need. Perfect. This game area is lucky again. At this time, Gu Weiwei and Shi Wenjin stood together and watched Chi-Chi pay points to the blood donors. Their smiles were as bright as they could be. At this moment, Shi Wenjin's heart was finally relieved, and he smiled and said to Gu Weiwei, I didn't expect everyone to support it. According to this situation, the vaccine for the entire city should be able to be supplied. This is what makes Shi Wenjin happiest. Seeing Shi Wenjin visibly relaxed, Gu Weiwei said to Shi Wenjin, You are also very good. Gu Weiwei did not expect that the other team was so reliable. In such a short time, people were caught, the air was tested, and the vaccine was developed. It can be said that this city has withstood this inhuman test. The hardships involved cannot be explained in a few words. Sure enough, when it comes to major events, the official is reliable. Thank you for your support. Shi Wenjin said, if it weren't for the Doomsday Resort, we don't know what we would be facing now. Shi Wenjin was also a little emotional when he said this. After all, he also knew the miserable conditions of some game areas from the players, and he understood the significance of the existence of a place like the Doomsday Resort. It's just mutual benefit and win-win. Gu Weiwei responded. If all game areas can be so peaceful in the end. That's all. Shi Wenjin saw this and changed the subject. Will you and the players leave in 4 days? Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded. After 2 experiences, there was no doubt about this, unless the Doomsday game added new features. Can I continue to buy some goods from you? Shi Wenjin said. Of course, as long as the points are enough, the Doomsday Resort will not be limited. Gu Weiwei responded. Only 4 days left, and now I feel that time is too short. Shi Wenjin spoke subconsciously. 4 days means the end, and they will be able to get rid of this disaster. But he was afraid that the same disaster as City A would happen outside City A. At that time, he would no longer be facing a small place, but the entire country and the entire world. Then all the preparations he made now seemed not enough. While thinking about it, Shi Wenjin told Gu Weiwei the news that many meteorites entered other areas before the meteorites landed. Gu Weiwei listened and paused. In fact, she had already seen this when she was watching the news before. She had also been wondering if there was a game zone in the outside world going on at the same time, maybe. If so, was this meteorite disaster something that this world had to deal with? Or was it directly led by the Doomsday game? After all, in the first 2 worlds, the formation of the game zone seemed to happen out of thin air, and was led by the Doomsday game. This world is also led by the Doomsday game, but the premise is that the disaster already existed. The cause and effect of this is a little unclear. Gu Weiwei silently recorded this phenomenon again. Then, she said, in these 4 days, do what you can do and prepare what you can prepare. No matter what the result is, you will not regret it. It is always better to be prepared. Moreover, the probability of a disaster outside is very high. Perhaps, City A can become a Doomsday Resort for other cities. Yeah. Shi Wenjin nodded. After the 2 sides exchanged some ideas, especially the clearance situation of other game areas, Shi Wenjin left after a thorough understanding. After Shi Wenjin left, the busy scene of Doomsday Resort continued. A steady stream of ore and other resources entered the Doomsday Resort, converted into points, and entered the pockets of players. The fresh blood obtained from the players also quickly entered some factories, to concentrate on producing vaccines. At this point in time, everyone was working overtime. Even though it was hard work, no one complained. Because everyone knew that time was life. At the same time, a moment later, a new live broadcast began. After the efforts of relevant personnel, the vaccine for the meteorite virus has been successfully developed. From now on, it will be provided free of charge to all residents in the entire city of A according to the batches produced. Please continue to wait at home and in the corresponding public places. The government has never given up on you. In addition, studies have shown that vaccines are ineffective for infectious patients. Once infected with the meteorite virus, there is no treatment. Please pay attention to protection. The meteorite virus currently exists at an altitude of 40 meters and is expected to stay above 20 meters tomorrow. Residents in this area are requested to move down as soon as possible and find a suitable location. In addition, the following shelter locations are announced as official shelters to provide convenience for the homeless. In front of their phones, countless residents of City A cried with joy as they watched this message. The haze that had been lingering in their hearts for nearly a month was finally dispelling. The following message made them even more deeply touched. One by one, they left comments below. Wow, so touching, they figured it out in such a short time. Thank you for your hard work. It's really hard work, the authorities are so awesome. Can the vaccine really be supplied in millions? Want to know, where does the raw material for the vaccine come from? Actually there is no need to ask. Everyone knows the information from the past few days. It should be those people with special blood. I have seen the location before, and roughly estimated the number. Only by draining their blood can we supply so many people, right? Is this behind? I heard that the number of people with special physiques this time is nearly 100,000. The ones located before seem to be the group of people who caused the turmoil of infectious patients before, and the rest are safe, so they were not located, and the authorities paid a certain price to let them donate blood. I see. Thank them. Those people with special physiques, who caused the unrest really deserve to die. I think draining their blood is their due retribution. I didn't expect that the infection of patients is irreversible. I blamed the authorities wrongly before. I can only say that it is really an alien virus. Will I not be infected after taking the vaccine? What if it is fake? If it is fake, you will die. The meteorite virus is 40 meters today, 20 meters tomorrow, and 0 meters the day after tomorrow. It may become underground in the future. If the vaccine is useless, it is inevitable that the entire City A will become a dead city. Fuck. I suddenly feel so scared. Thanks to the government. They actually built a few shelters. Brothers, are you going? My home is on the first floor. I can bear it for now. It's more comfortable to stay at home. The virus can be transmitted through the air. It's better to be careful, my home. I was kicked out by the landlord today. I have nowhere to go. It's really great that there are shelters. They are the homes of workers. For the first time, I realized the importance of housing. The discussion in the live broadcast room was booming every minute. The residents' thoughts were jumping around with the content. But no matter what, everyone was happy in the end. Their city was saved. They were saved. In addition to the residents, the players were also paying attention to this live broadcast room. Someone started discussing it on the spot. Those vaccines are our blood. It should be, otherwise why would the official NPC use precious points to exchange for them? The sooner they become vaccines, the safer they will be. Sure enough, there are pitfalls in the game until the end. If there is no intervention in this game area, does it mean that no one will survive in the end because there are viruses hidden in the air? Wrong. If the players can survive the tracking of NPCs, they can survive to the end, because the players may be immune to the meteorite virus. Even if they can survive, they will definitely hide from place to place. There are so many pitfalls in this game area. Think about it. The first player to remind the official was a godlike move. The official is super awesome. Yes, I didn't expect the vaccine to come out so soon. And the fate of those players who were arrested. It's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time has not come yet. This experience in the game area is a rare experience for all the players on the scene. They believe that it will definitely become a highlight in their game history. Perhaps, in the future, they will never see such glory again. But they have witnessed it. At the same time, it also planted a seed in their hearts. They hope that they can always live with a bottom line. That's what human beings are like. Chapter 51. On the 27th day of the game, the virus destruction stage. The virus exists above 20 meters in the sky. The residents of City A begin to receive full vaccination. On the 28th day of the game, the virus destruction stage. The virus exists above 0 meters on the ground. The personnel are transferred underground, and the vaccination is being accelerated. On the 29th day of the game, the virus destruction stage. The virus exists above 20 meters below the ground. The vaccination has basically been completed, and the residents of City A have no choice but to wait for the effect of the vaccine. The 30th day of the game, The virus destruction stage. The virus exists above 40 meters below the ground. The vaccine is effective, and the people who receive the vaccine are not infected with the virus. The official announced victory in the fight against the virus. When Sherwingen appeared on the network platform again, most of the residents of City A had returned to their homes. Looking at the words of victory against the virus, all the residents of City A had various emotions in their hearts: joy, emotion, sadness. They lost many relatives and friends, but were glad that they survived this disaster. It's finally over. Looking back on the past month, it feels like a dream. Yes, it's a trance. Finally, everything is over. Does this mean that the meteorite virus has completely disappeared from our city? It should still exist, but we are immune to it. If we contact the outside world, will the meteorite virus go outside? In fact, you should not have forgotten the news. In addition to landing in our City A, the meteorite also landed in many places outside, all over the world. Does that mean that the outside world has already become a virus zone? I don't know. Didn't they say that communication with the outside world would be restored in a month? Just wait. Even if there is a meteorite virus outside, we don't have to be afraid. We have medicine in City A. Suddenly I feel safe after getting vaccinated. The residents of City A talked freely in the live broadcast room. They were both worried and expectant about the future. But at this moment, they were more happy. While the residents of City A were immersed in joy, the players in Doomsday Resort were in a heavy mood. Although it was the last day of the game, which meant that they could complete another game, it also meant that they would have to say goodbye to Doomsday Resort. The comfort in Doomsday Resort made them feel a little intoxicated. They knew very well that there was no other place like Doomsday Resort. It was so difficult to encounter Doomsday Resort in the next game area. It's the last day. I really hope I can be so lucky in the next game area. In fact, even if we don't encounter the Doomsday Resort in the next game area, we are very lucky to encounter it in this game area. After all, compared to participating in the game with nothing before, we now have equipment, weapons, and potions, and we have more confidence. That's right. I don't ask to encounter it in the next game area, but I hope to encounter it in a game area after several game areas. In that case, I will have hope in my life. That's right. The Doomsday Resort is what we are looking forward to. Originally, the players were still feeling sad about the separation, but after talking and communicating, they comforted themselves instantly. In the following time, the players rushed to different buildings to buy the goods they needed. Because the backpack grid is limited, many players have already worn equipment and weapons. Of course, for food, they still choose a single product as usual. At least they can accumulate, and they can eat something different in the game world on weekdays. Players were busy in the Doomsday Resort. Watching this scene, Gu Weiwei sighed in her heart. It was time to change to another game area, and a new group of players. I wonder what the new group of players will be like. Players came and went, and she didn't know when she would see them again after they separated, which made her feel a little dazed. She wondered if there was any way to allow players who had lived in the Doomsday Resort to return to the Doomsday Resort. In this way, at least more and more players will survive. When the thought came up, a thought that Gu Weiwei had once had came to her mind. When the upper limit of the Doomsday Resort reaches 100,000, the demand for scale expansion will be reduced. So will the Doomsday Landlady system be upgraded? Will there be corresponding functions after the upgrade? Wait, Gu Weiwei felt that the Doomsday Landlady system would not remain unchanged. Just like the Doomsday game, different worlds have different operating rules, and they will continue to upgrade as the game progresses. Just as Gu Weiwei was thinking this, Sherwingen appeared, followed by a group of people, each of whom was holding a box of different sizes, obviously specially made. After seeing Gu Weiwei, Sherwingen walked up to her, pointed at the boxes, and said, "Here are the meteorites that landed this time. We will collect all the ones we can find, leaving only one, and plan to send the rest here." Huh? Gu Weiwei asked in surprise. What's the point of sending them to her? Seeing this, Sherwingen coughed and said, "These meteorites are also a special energy source. Let's see if we can exchange them for some points. Make the best use of everything. In fact, these days, Sherwingen has already used all the energy that can be used. The points exchanged are more than enough for the needs of City A, but if they are prepared for the entire country, they are just a drop in the bucket. In this case, isn't it better to use what can be used? Try to save more and be more prepared." The most important point is that after he discovered the function of the shelter, he felt that it would be safest only if the entire City A was upgraded to a shelter. So, he planned to use the remaining points to turn the entire City A into an iron wall. As for how long it can last, it depends on the energy of the protective shield, and he will also try to let people study how to charge it. In short, it will last as long as it can. The premise for implementing this idea is to have enough points. The current points are not enough to accommodate the entire City A. He wants to see if it is enough with these meteorites. Gu Weiwei listened to Shi Wenjin's plan and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This courage is definitely enough. Then she said directly, "Go and try it." She didn't know whether the Doomsday Landlady system would accept it or not, but it is likely to accept it. Yes. Shi Wenjin immediately took people to exchange it. Gu Weiwei followed behind. Soon, the first meteorite fragment was carefully taken out and placed directly in the recycling cabinet. Recyclable goods, meteorites. Recyclable price, 10,000 points, 10,000 points, not bad. Shi Wenjin said happily. With so many meteorites, you can earn a lot of points. In the following time, all the meteorites were exchanged, and a total of hundreds of thousands of points were obtained. As soon as he got the points, Shi Wenjin couldn't wait to leave the Doomsday Resort and start upgrading the shelter. In the end, with the original points, Shi Wenjin really accommodated the entire main part of City A into the shelter, and even had some points surplus. Shi Wenjin used the remaining points directly in the library. The books in the library are generally recognized to be more advanced than the current technology. Buying these books may come in handy in the future, because knowledge is eternal. After buying the books he needed, Shi Wenjin came to say goodbye to Gu Weiwei. "I hope everything goes well for us in the future." After thanking him, Shi Wenjin gave Gu Weiwei his blessing. "Well, you too?" Gu Weiwei nodded. Good luck is their most sincere blessing. She suddenly felt that perhaps City A could really escape the fate of continuing to be a game zone. The right time, right place, and right people. Then, Shi Wenjin took his people away. Shi Wenjin's arrival was just an episode for the entire Doomsday Resort. Time continued to pass. The last day passed as everyone waited. When the time came, the scene changed again, accompanied by the notification of the Doomsday game. Congratulations, host, you have cleared Doomsday Disaster, Meteorite, Virus Zone, Primary Field, Zone 056, and obtained 100 points. There are 100,000 players in this game zone, and there are 72,924 players left. The remaining players will share the points of the dead players, and obtain 185 points. You have been assigned to Doomsday Disaster, Natural Disaster, Island Zone, Primary Field, Zone 888. There are 100,000 players, and 2 million NPCs in this game zone. The scene is being generated, waiting for the remaining players. The scene has been generated, and the fourth game has officially begun. After the scene was frozen, Gu Weiwei began to study these notifications. The first piece of information is nothing special. The second piece of information, the number of dead players, and the points divided are not equal, several times more than normal, which can only prove that the dead players have more points than normal players, which is consistent with the special nature of these players as evil players. The third piece of information, unlike the obvious disaster features in the previous 3 game areas, now only natural disasters, and the areas where they are located are displayed. It is also a primary field, but the difficulty seems to be higher. Finally, there is still no rest time, and there is no platform for players to communicate. Doomsday game, what a shit. In the game area at this time, Shi Wenjin was also nervously waiting for the time to end. Finally, after waiting, the communication with the outside world was restored in the first time. But after the restoration, the situation made Shi Wenjin and his team feel depressed. Relevant personnel have collected the main information on the internet. Many developed cities such as A City, B City, S City, and Z City have been declared out of contact. B City reappeared and turned out to be a dead city. S City has reappeared and turned into a zombie city. The end of the world is coming. Everyone take care of yourself. The meteorite brought many viruses, and there is currently no treatment. Today's death toll is 388-9424. The integrated information made Shi Wenjin and his team dumbfounded. The reality was even worse than the worst-case scenario he had imagined before. Originally, he only thought that the meteorite brought only one virus, but he didn't expect that the virus in A City was just one of them. In addition, many cities at home and abroad lost contact a month ago, and could not contact the outside world at all. The outside world had tried every means to restore contact with these lost areas, but unfortunately no matter what means, it didn't work. Until more than half a month ago, many cities suddenly appeared. But when people were sent to investigate, they dragged the whole world into purgatory. City B became a dead city, and there was no one alive in the whole city. City S became a zombie city, and the whole city was full of zombies. In addition to the unobstructed roads to the outside world, zombies spread rapidly outward with City S as the center. Many cities fell, and are now resisting. City C has become a city of plants, with all kinds of mutant plants emerging. The only benefit is that as long as you don't enter, nothing will happen, but once you enter, the mutant plants will start to kill. According to the existing research on some safe zones, these lost cities are all cities where meteorites landed, and the meteorites brought all kinds of viruses. Every day, countless people die. Humans have no resistance to disasters. Mayor. The assistant couldn't help but call up Sherwingen. It turned out that 1 month does not mean the end, but just a beginning. Sherwingen took a long breath and then said, "Let someone contact the officials, who can be contacted, and talk to them." As soon as the voice fell, another staff member came in hurriedly. It turned out that the capital had monitored the appearance of City A and sent the information as soon as possible. Sherwingen immediately talked to the national leaders. Everything is fine in City A. There are currently more than 4 million people alive, because considering that the meteorite has landed in other cities, before resuming contact with the outside world, I have upgraded the entire City A to a shelter. On the other side, the national leader listened to Sherwingen's words, and a touch of excitement flashed in his eyes. Just when City A appeared, several cities lost contact. They should become the game area of the Doomsday game. City A was not pulled in. It may not have the conditions to become a game area for the time being. Please immediately strengthen the vigilance to prevent people from entering and leaving. Finally, there was good news from a lost city. It was also at this time that Sherwingen and other people in City A received the same message. Beep, it is detected that Meteorite Virus Zone Area 056 does not meet the conditions for generating a game zone, and the game zone is temporarily removed. When Sherwingen saw the information, his pupil shrank, and he quickly added a sentence. The national leader listened and became even more excited. Please continue to guard City A. We will send personnel to City A immediately. City A is our hope for the future. As long as City A is guarded and does not become a game zone, then City A will become a pure land in this world. They have the ability to fight against the virus and the Doomsday game. Although it is temporary now, they will work hard to make it permanent. Yes, Sherwingen said without hesitation. After the call ended, Sherwingen began to release multiple policies. The staff below implemented them without hesitation. Before, they didn't understand why the mayor spent so many points to build a shelter. After resuming contact with the outside world, they only had admiration for Sherwingen. It was really foresight. After all the notices were issued, Sherwingen took a long breath. He was very glad that he made the right choice. He didn't have the ability of a Doomsday resort, but he could work hard to make City A the Doomsday resort of this world. Chapter 52. Player, Gu Weiwei. Task: complete the Doomsday game. Each game lasts for 1 month. Pass safely, and enter the next level. Failure means death. Any player who completes all the games can restore the blue planet to normal. Points: 9388532. Extra points can be obtained in the game. Negative points are considered as a failure. Mall, open, shopping items available. Backpack, 10 slots, up to 99 per slot. Game: 1. Doomsday Disaster, Extremely Hot, Drought Zone, Primary Field, Zone 003. Game: 2. Doomsday Disaster, Extremely Cold, Snow and Ice Zone, Primary Field, Zone 112. Game: 3. Doomsday Disaster, Meteorite, Virus Zone, Primary Field, Zone 056. Game: 4. Doomsday Disaster, Natural Disaster, Island Zone, Primary Field, 888 Area. Countdown: 29 days 23 hours 58 minutes 10 seconds. Building: Doomsday Resort, upgradable. Level: Level 2. Owner: Gu Weiwei. Description: within the building, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth: points 9388532. Mall: open, goods can be purchased. Facilities: 12, signboard, front desk, rest area, toilet, vending machine, room, washroom, restaurant, recycling cabinet, stone road, green belt, road sign. Tenants: 0/218809. Building: special buildings *8, ice and snow world, trading hall, activity center, hot spring, tailor shop, blacksmith shop, hospital, library, Doomsday apartment *125, tent area, integrated planting and breeding garden, bus station, parking lot, warehouse. After complaining, Gu Weiwei naturally checked the panel of the Doomsday Landlady system. The panel at this time, except for the points and an additional game, is not much different from the previous world. Because the foundation of the first two game areas was laid, the infrastructure of the third game area was basically not changed. She is now thinking whether this world should be changed, at least to determine what changes will happen when the number of people in the Doomsday Resort reaches the upper limit. If it was before, she would definitely take it step by step, but now the nearly 10 million points give her great confidence. In order to verify her idea, Gu Weiwei felt that it was worth spending such a small amount of points. Then, Gu Weiwei looked at the conditions for promotion. Condition 1. Serving 80,000 tenants. Condition 2. 8,000 points. Condition 3. Buildings * 64. Condition 4. Special buildings * 12. Among these conditions, only special buildings have not been met. Thinking of the special buildings that were combined before, Gu Weiwei felt that she could combine them again. Then, Gu Weiwei searched in the Doomsday Landlady system mall. Then she carefully selected some buildings. These buildings cover entertainment, infrastructure, defense and other functions. Pond, entertainment building, you can fish for treasure chests. The items in the treasure chest are determined by the owner. Commercial street, it consists of 10 shops, which can be operated independently or by tenants. Watchtower, monitor the situation of people within the control range. Arrow tower, can counterattack the attackers. When several special buildings were combined, Gu Weiwei couldn't help but sigh. Perfect. These buildings obviously made the Doomsday Resort more functional. Most importantly, it was more intimidating to the players. As the game progressed, it was a foregone conclusion that the proportion of brutal players would increase. Although the Doomsday Landlady system itself had a punishment mechanism, wouldn't it be better if the Doomsday Resort had the ability to protect itself? Then, Gu Weiwei arranged 4 special buildings in the empty spaces without hesitation. After the arrangement was completed, Gu Weiwei directly chose to upgrade. Entertain 218,809 tenants, meet the conditions. Own 125 Doomsday apartments, tent area, integrated planting and breeding garden, bus station, parking lot, warehouse, meet the conditions. Own 12 special buildings, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 8,000 points and upgrade the level 2 resort to a level 3 resort? Yes. The Doomsday Resort has been upgraded from a level 2 resort to a level 3 resort, and 3,200 rooms can be unlocked. At the same time, the control range has been expanded from 3,200 to 6,400 meters. The next moment, the area of the Doomsday Resort has expanded several times. The original building can only occupy a small corner in front of the existing building. Gu Weiwei, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but pause. If it can only accommodate one game area, it is undoubtedly a waste according to the area of the Doomsday Resort. In order to develop, the Doomsday Landlady system will probably work hard to open up new sources of customers. Where do the sources of customers come from? There is no doubt that it is other game areas. Gu Weiwei was already very sure in her heart that the Doomsday Resort would definitely not only face one game area in the future. Then, her eyes fell on the upgrade conditions of the new panel. Condition 1, 16,000 tenants. Condition 2, 16,000 points. Condition 3, buildings * 128. Condition 4, special buildings * 16, it only costs less than 100,000 points to upgrade just now. If she continues to upgrade now, she will only need to spend more than 100,000 points. Is it going to upgrade or not? Of course, these points are a drop in the bucket for her now. Then, Gu Weiwei began to piece together special buildings in a familiar way. Ancient city wall, famous historical buildings, which can be mentioned. Amusement park, entertainment buildings, which can improve tenants' happiness. Arena, provides venues for various ball games. Grain processing plant, can produce food. After adding, Gu Weiwei made a second upgrade. Entertain 218,809 tenants, meet the conditions. Own Doomsday apartments * 125, tent area, integrated planting and breeding garden, bus station, parking lot, warehouse, meet the conditions. Own special buildings * 16, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 16,000 points and upgrade the level 3 resort to a level 1 resort town? Yes. The Doomsday Resort has been upgraded from a level 3 resort to a level 1 resort town, unlocking 6,400 rooms. At the same time, the control range has been expanded from 6,400 to 12,800 meters. In addition to the change in area, this upgrade also includes some other notifications. The capacity of the Doomsday Resort town has exceeded the upper limit of the tenants in the game area. The operation is being expanded. Please wait. The number of game areas that can be connected is currently 2. Do you want to spend 1 million points to connect to the second game area? It is indeed like this. Gu Weiwei was very happy when the experiment came out. Although it cost money, and it was 1 million points, Gu Weiwei still felt it was worth it. Yes. With one more game area, Gu Weiwei earned more points. Connecting to other game areas. Choose from Doomsday Disaster, Natural Disaster, Mutation Area, Primary Field, 371 Area. Choose from Doomsday Disaster, Natural Disaster, Desert Area, Primary Field, 224 Area. Choose from Doomsday Disaster, Natural Disaster, Volcano Area, Primary Field, 123 Area. A series of natural disaster game areas appear directly. Only one can be chosen. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Weiwei finally chose the volcano zone. The second game zone has been selected and is being linked. Link completed. Do you want to spend 100,000 points to open the gate to the other dimension? Gu Weiwei, yes. She can see that if she wants to take care of the business of 2 game zones at the same time, the money she spends will be much higher. The more game zones are connected, the more points are consumed. It seems that the points she has earned are not enough. The gate to the other dimension has been opened. The Doomsday Resort Town faces 2 game zones. Please ask the host to officially operate it. As soon as the voice fell, Gu Weiwei saw a shadow appear at the gate of the Doomsday Resort Town. The same gate leads to the Doomsday Resort Town, but from different game areas. The next moment, Gu Weiwei took out her mobile phone again and immediately found that she could connect to 2 different satellite networks. Gu Weiwei first chose her original 4th game area, Natural Disasters Island Area. According to the information on the internet, this is Island Inn, an island town and a famous resort, commonly known as the Garden on the Sea. There are only a few 100,000 residents on the island, and most of them are tourists from outside, and tourists travel by ship and plane. Similarly, the island supplies are also delivered by these 2. At this moment, most people are immersed in a fireworks show and have not noticed that the sudden change of the whole world has come. As for another game area, Natural Disaster Volcano Area. It is also a similar island, but the most famous thing about this island is a volcano. The volcano is an active volcano, but it has not erupted for hundreds of years. The unique environment makes the hot springs here developed, and also attracts countless tourists to come for hot spring vacation. Similarly, travel also relies on ships and planes. In fact, the frequency of ships and planes is limited. It can be said that the environments of the 2 game areas are very similar, and the situations are also the same. Once disconnected from the outside world, the water and food supply of the entire island may be insufficient, not to mention the obvious natural disasters. Gu Weiwei clearly felt that the difficulty of the game has increased again. After understanding the situation, Gu Weiwei did not directly announce the news like in the previous world. After all, it is an island. Directly announcing the arrival of the natural disaster will only cause the order of the 2 towns to be unbalanced in a short period of time. Let's take a look at the situation first. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei cast her eyes on the control panel. She decided to inform the players of the existence of the Doomsday Resort Town first. Product, advertising. Price, 5/10/20/50/10010001000. Gu Weiwei directly chose the option of 10,000 points. Do you want to spend 10,000 points to place an advertisement in Doomsday Natural Disaster Island Area, Primary Field, 888 Area? Do you want to spend 10,000 points to place an advertisement in Doomsday Natural Disaster, Volcano Area, Primary Field, Area 123? It really costs double the money. Yes. As Gu Weiwei answered, the advertisement of the Doomsday Resort Town was placed to the players in the 2 game areas at a lightning speed. Chapter 53. Natural Disasters Island Area. Many players came here at night. There were gorgeous fireworks in the sky. Looking at the people around them laughing and talking, they all looked a little dazed. After all, they were still facing a life-and-death crisis a quarter of an hour ago. Every game area is the most difficult at the end of the game. When they were sure that they had changed to a new game area and the disaster in this game area had not yet begun, the players breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they appeared in such a mess, some people around them immediately paid attention to them. Did you have an accident? Are you okay? Do you need me to call an ambulance? Are you in any trouble? The tourists around asked UCU with concern. UCU breathed a sigh of relief and then said, "I'm fine, thank you." As he said that, UCU walked towards a place with less people. When he walked into an alley, he found many figures. Everyone immediately became alert. Player? Someone asked UCU. Yes. A weapon immediately appeared in UCU's hand. We just came to the game area, everyone needs to rest, and we agreed not to fight. Looking at the weapon in UCU's hand, the player quickly raised his hand to show that he was harmless. UCU looked around, and everyone looked exhausted. After spending a month in the game area, few people can still be full of energy unless... UCU thought of the good days in the Doomsday Hotel, and a touch of nostalgia flashed across his eyes. Then he put away his weapon, and found a remote corner to lean against. As time passed, more and more players gathered in this corner, and the whole alley became lively. Players began to exchange information with each other. What was your last game zone? How did you pass it? The last one was the earthquake zone. There was no strategy. You just had to hide as much as possible to avoid being swallowed, buried, or hit by the earthquake. The last game zone was the zombie zone. Find the official safe zone, and work hard with the official to fight the zombies. Of course, if the safe zone is unreliable, you have to escape early. Anyway, it is best to prepare a few more resettlement points. Do you have any unused equipment? I can exchange it for money. No, there is no such thing as too much equipment. Who would sell it? The voices of players' communication spread in this small world. After resting, UCU was sure that she had recovered, so she contacted several female players directly and found a corner to build a temporary washroom. After washing, UCU planned to blend into the NPC team, find out the news, and make some preparations. The natural disasters on the island that she could think of included storms, tsunamis, wildfires, etc. In any case, there were too many limitations on the island, and the difficulty of survival was also rising. UCU felt a little depressed. The equipment, points, and supplies she had accumulated in the first game area had already been consumed in the second and third game areas. But no matter what, she should try her best to survive. Just as UCU was about to leave, suddenly, after a sizzling sound, a video appeared on the screen in front of her, and next to the video, there was an advertising slogan that UCU was familiar with. Doomsday Resort Town is now open for rent. Doomsday Resort Town provides accommodation, entertainment, equipment, weapons, potions, etc. to many players. It starts from 1 day, and promises to protect the safety of tenants in the resort. It has been through 3 game areas, and has rich experience. Location, XXX. Note, in Doomsday Resort Town, the consumption currency is points when seeing the advertising words. UCU's pupils shrank. Familiar formula, familiar taste. Doomsday Hotel. Oh no, it has now been upgraded to Doomsday Resort Town. She really encountered it again. Watching the video again, the scale is already many times larger than the previous one, but several familiar buildings in it evoke UCU's happy days. After confirming it, UCU's eyes unconsciously turned red. At this time, not only UCU, but also other players noticed this, and the whole place was a little shocked. Doomsday Resort Town, what is this place? Isn't it a little too good to say? You're kidding me, right? What does it have to do with the Doomsday game? Is it the rest area provided by the Doomsday game? How is that possible? The Doomsday game wants us to die of exhaustion, so how could it give us a rest area? Then what exactly is this place? Weapons, equipment, potions, it really looks attractive. Didn't you notice? There are farmland, ponds, ice and snow world, arena. It feels like an entertainment town. Is this true or false? Has anyone been to the 3 game zones? No. Neither have I. The players looked at each other in bewilderment. It wasn't because the Doomsday Resort Town was bad, but because it was too good. Instead, they felt it was a little fake and wanted to quit. At this moment, UCU's mood had adjusted. Looking at the players around her, who wanted to believe but didn't dare to believe, she took a long breath and said loudly, I've been there. For a moment, the eyes of the surrounding players fell on UCU. What is said here is true. I went to the first game area. When I went there, it was still called Doomsday Hotel. UCU explained her experience in Doomsday Hotel one by one, relying on the points and equipment I got in the first game area. I successfully survived 2 game areas. Believe me, going there will definitely surprise you. When UCU said this, her eyes were shining, and the players on the scene felt her admiration for the Doomsday Resort Town. Of course, the simple description also touched and yearned them deeply. If it was true, they would definitely be able to spin this game area safely. After going through 3 game areas, they were now physically and mentally exhausted and urgently needed a place to rest. Then let's go with you to take a look. If they are not in the same group as the Doomsday game and have such means, it is worth a look. It's not a loss to go and take a look anyway. Does it really only take 120 points to spend a month there safely? After the players figured it out, they were a little curious. 120 points are just the basic requirement for living there. You will definitely spend more points there, but it is definitely worth it. I haven't been to 2 game areas, and it has grown from a hotel to a town of this size. There are definitely a lot more good things inside. When you said this, her eyes were full of smiles. Obviously, after knowing the existence of the Doomsday Resort town, she was completely relieved. Let's go! Other players said one after another. The next moment, a group of players headed towards the Doomsday Resort. In their hearts, they had the same aspirations as UCU. Natural disasters volcano area. When the new players landed in the game area, their hearts couldn't help but sink. It was because they had gone through 3 game areas and had experience, and they understood more clearly that the smaller the area, the smaller the living space for players. Because they not only had to compete with players, but also with NPCs. Moreover, the NPCs are not much weaker than them. Especially since they are on an island. The volcano erupted on the island, and the living space is even narrower. Players with some experience will rush to the port as soon as possible. If you want to escape in the later stage, the best way is to experiment with the scope of this game area. If the ocean has been isolated, you can only think of a way on the island. If the ocean is not isolated, then the ocean is the last safe zone, so you must strike first. Zhang Jingze was among this group of players. Within a short time after landing in the game area, he immediately assembled a team. After all, among the players who were in a mess, he looked relatively neat and tidy. Being able to maintain such a state after the game ended can only mean that he is definitely a master. And with a master player leading, the survival rate will be relatively improved. Some players also realized in the game that only by uniting players can they survive to the end. So they are very willing to follow the master players. Zhang Jingze assembled a small team in such an environment. It didn't take long for them to reach the nearest port. There were all kinds of boats floating at the port. These boats went out to sea every day, catching fresh seafood for the hotels on the island, and of course sometimes they would take tourists out to sea. It was late at night, and there were still people cleaning up the boats. Zhang Jingze immediately found one of the families. Boss, can we still go out to sea? We're not going out now. If we want to go out, we have to wait until 3 or 4 o'clock. The boat owner looked at Zhang Jingze and his party and said directly, "Do you have any boats outside?" Zhang Jingze continued to inquire about the news. Those who closed the nets late should not have returned yet. The boat owner replied, "Then can I make an appointment to go out to sea? 500 per trip, all the harvest is yours, okay?" The boat owner said directly that they all do this kind of business, so naturally the market price is the same. Okay. Afterwards, while making an appointment, Zhang Jingze asked the boat owner about the situation of this small island. After all, he was an aboriginal and must know a lot of information. Is it possible for the volcano here to erupt? Impossible. It has been dormant for a long time, and there is a special scientific research team on the island. If there is any movement, they will definitely notify us. If the volcano really erupts, where do you usually hide? What are you talking about? Our volcano can't erupt. I mean if. No if. The boat owner's reaction was very excited. Seeing this, Zhang Jingze had to give up the inquiry. Changing the subject, he began to ask about the source of supplies on the island. Just as Zhang Jingze was asking, suddenly, an advertisement was inserted on the screen in front of him. When Zhang Jingze looked at the familiar information on it, his eyes flickered and a hint of joy flashed across his face. Then, he said directly to the boat owner, "Sorry, no need to make an appointment." After saying that, he turned around and left with the other players. "Brother Zhang, why don't you go out to sea again?" One player couldn't help asking also, "Have you received any advertisements for the Doomsday Resort town?" "Because it's not necessary. I've been to this Doomsday Resort town before. As long as you stay there, you be safe until the end." Is there really such a magical place? Indeed, it feels magical just by looking at the advertisement. Are we going there right now? Other players asked excitedly. Many of the players, who survived through 3 game zones, were daring. When they heard Zhang Jingze say this, they believed it immediately. Especially Zhang Jingze changed the plan he proposed. This plan was also the plan they approved. Giving up this plan can only mean that Zhang Jingze really believes in this Doomsday Resort town. Yeah. Zhang Jingze nodded. Following Zhang Jingze's response, the group headed towards the marketplace of the Doomsday Resort town. A moment later, the people from the 2 game zones met in the Doomsday Resort town. Most players didn't notice the difference until you met Zhang Jingze. Chapter 54. Brother Zhang. Yu was still immersed in the great changes of the Doomsday Resort town. Suddenly, she saw a familiar face and was excited. She waved to Zhang Jingze without hesitation. Except for the first game area, after experiencing 2 more game areas, Yu herself is not a person who will easily trust others. Even if the person in front of you is familiar with you, you should not trust him in the game. But Zhang Jingze met him in the Doomsday Hotel and helped him a lot. Now they meet again here. It is really hard for her not to be excited. Zhang Jingze, who was called, was stunned when he looked at Yu. He looked dazed for a moment, but he also recognized Yu. In fact, although there was only a 2-month gap, according to experience, it seemed like 2 lifetimes. It was fate to meet again in the vast sea of people. At this moment, Yu had come to Zhang Jingze. Long time no see. Zhang Jingze greeted. Yes, I didn't expect to see each other again one day and reunite in the Doomsday Resort town. Yu sighed. This is not a coincidence, it is really fate. The Doomsday Hotel has now become the Doomsday Resort. Yu couldn't wait to share the new Doomsday Resort. When I saw the ancient city wall outside just now, I couldn't believe it. With the Arrow Tower and Sentry Tower at the city gate, I thought I came to an ancient city. The changes are really great. Yu really didn't expect that after only 2 months of not seeing it, the Doomsday Resort has reached its current size. Zhang Jingze looked at Yu's astonishment and agreed a little. He was also shocked by the brand new Doomsday Resort. But what followed was endless joy. In the first world, the things in the Doomsday Hotel allowed him to safely pass the next 2 game areas. This time, he accumulated a lot of points, and the things he could buy would only increase. At least, he didn't have to worry about several games. Yu and Zhang Jingze, the 2 old tenants, were shocked by the scale of the Doomsday Resort town, not to mention other players. At this moment, the players were all amazed. This place is bigger than the entire island. It looks like a city with complete facilities. It's just that there are more open spaces. But there are buses, right? Is it really safe here? No matter what, I came here for the potions, equipment, and gear mentioned in the advertisement. Shall we take the bus to the center now? Yeah, let's take a look. It's really amazing to open such a resort in the game area. Is it related to the Doomsday game? What does it matter if it is related? Anyway, as long as the things are cheaper than in the Doomsday game, and it can provide us with a safe environment, what's wrong with that? That's right. Just now I saw some players with high sin values outside and couldn't get in. Actually, in many cases, the death rate in the game area is not that high, but there are always some people who harm their compatriots. This is their retribution, which shows that using violence will eventually fail. I haven't had a good night's sleep for several months. Me too. I can finally feel at ease here. Now while it's still night, let's book a room and have a good night's sleep. It would be even better if we could take a shower. Haha, it's provided in the advertisement. No matter how many points I spend, I think it's worth it after 3 months of hard work. Why can't I have a good rest? The players were discussing excitedly, and many of them couldn't wait to walk towards the main part of the Doomsday Resort town. The bus was already full of players, and several cars were full. Some players couldn't wait and started walking along the road. Zhang Jingze and Yu looked at this scene and smiled at each other. They might be reluctant to leave the first game area, but it was the 4th game area, and many players' spirits had reached their limit, so of course they were willing to leave some. As for the others, they were very sure that the Doomsday Resort town would not let them down. This is a place you will fall in love with once you come here. Taking his attention away from other players, Zhang Jingze asked Yu, how was your first 2 game areas? It must be said that female players are relatively disadvantaged in the game areas. But those who can survive are definitely not to be underestimated. Yu's ability to reach this game area is also extraordinary. Of course, he was not surprised. After all, Yu performed well in the first game area. I barely made it through. If it weren't for the Doomsday Resort in this game area, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it through. Yu told the truth, and this game area doesn't specify what kind of natural disaster it is. There's only an island area, which is really confusing. I'm afraid it's not easy. I can clearly feel that the game is getting harder and harder, and sometimes there are a lot of traps. Island area? Zhang Jingze frowned. Isn't it a volcano area? If nothing unexpected happens, it's a volcanic eruption. No, it's the island area. Yu said confidently. At this moment, their eyes met, and a hint of disbelief flashed across their eyes. Now, Doomsday Resort Town can accept players from different game areas? UCU said in shock. And this sentence was also noticed by some of the players around. Can it really accommodate players from other game areas? Which area are you from? Volcano area. What about you? Island area. Are there any other zones? I'm from the island zone. I'm from the volcano zone. There are only 2 zones. Having 2 zones is already pretty impressive. You've been here before. How was it? The players who were attracted gathered around UCU and Zhang Jingze. Especially UCU, who had revealed before that she was an old tenant here. So many of the players who had just followed her were not far from her. Later, when they saw her talking to someone, they were also a little curious and secretly listened. They didn't expect to hear such news. Looking at the eyes of the people around, UCU said directly, "We came to the first game area. It was just a small hotel at that time. Now it has changed a lot. We don't know what will happen next." Anyway, in the first game area, the Doomsday Resort Town only faced players from one game area. Maybe with the development of the Doomsday Resort Town, the functions have been upgraded. The players around listened and nodded subconsciously. Then he looked at the 2 people with burning eyes. "Tell me more." They couldn't wait to learn more about the Doomsday Resort Town. UCU and Zhang Jingze, The 2 were silent for a while, but still dutifully introduced the situation of the Doomsday Resort Town to them. Of course, it was based on the situation in the first game area. After that, he also specifically mentioned, "The current scale is incomparable to the original. You can go and see it yourself." "Yeah." The players responded, and then looked at the Doomsday Resort Town behind them. All of them were in high spirits. They didn't care about the size of the Doomsday Resort Town. They were sure that this was a place where they could safely survive the game. That was enough. In fact, this place might even allow them to gain more survival capital. While the new players were curiously exploring the Doomsday Resort Town, UCU also followed Zhang Jingze's team. They also needed to explore the current Doomsday Resort Town. After walking for a distance, the group saw the shadow of the building. Compared with the simple buildings other than the apartment before, there are now more than a dozen functional buildings, neatly arranged on both sides of the road. Both of them focused their attention on these new buildings. Blacksmith shop, tailor shop, amusement park, arena. As UCU spoke, her eyes were full of surprise. There are too many new buildings, and they are all special buildings. Just like the ice and snow world, I'm afraid there are many special effects. Even if there are no special effects, playing in it is a kind of enjoyment. Zhang Jingze responded. It is obvious that the infrastructure of Doomsday Resort Town is getting better and better. It seems that Doomsday Resort Town has made a lot of money in the past 2 game areas. Zhang Jingze has long guessed that the upgrade of Doomsday Resort Town is related to players and points. So the faster the development, the more it means that there are many surviving players, and Doomsday Resort Town can earn so many points for construction. This is also a good thing. Hey, I wonder if the boss is asleep. UCU couldn't help asking. He should be asleep. Zhang Jingze replied, the boss rarely stays up late. Yeah, come to think of it, I miss the boss too. UCU said, with the Doomsday Resort Town, there is no need to struggle to survive. Just live happily and enrich your backpack. When struggling to survive in other game areas, I really miss the boss from the bottom of my heart. What he missed was the boss, the Doomsday Resort Town, and the comfortable life in the Doomsday Resort Town. Yes. Zhang Jingze responded. Although it was relatively easy for him to clear the game area, who wouldn't want to live a comfortable life? Even more, it's not just this game area, the days in several game areas in the future will not be too bad. Thinking of this, Zhang Jingze couldn't help but relax. Have you saved a lot of points? UCU lowered her voice and asked, I did save some points. I planned to buy some equipment and weapons when I encountered the Doomsday Resort Town one day. I didn't expect to really encounter it. She still had some points left, but it was because many players died in the previous world, and she was reluctant to put her points in the Doomsday Game Mall. Zhang Jingze paused after hearing this, and then nodded. He was indeed making this preparation. But he didn't expect to meet it so soon. I think his luck is still good. After the two of them communicated, they led the team to visit the special buildings around without hesitation. Weapons from the blacksmith shop. Equipment from the tailor's shop. Medicines from the hospital. After reading it, there was only one thought left in their minds. Buy, must buy. Chapter 55. It was not just Zhang Jingze and UCU who were crazy about buying things. Other players also couldn't control themselves. Because the things in the Doomsday Resort Town were just as cheap as those in the Doomsday Game Mall. They bought them, whether they used them themselves or sold them to others in a critical situation, they would make a profit. For a while, several buildings selling special goods were crowded with people. They couldn't control their hands at all. It wasn't until many players' backpacks were full that they realized it. However, they didn't think it was a waste. These things can be used in emergencies. At this moment, they were more excited. There are so many good things here. Compared with the Doomsday game mall, it's a bargain. Yes. Not only are there these weapons and equipment, but the nearby buildings can also relax you. Hot springs, you must go to the hot springs. The last one I went to was an extremely cold world, and I was frostbitten. I was thinking that if this world was difficult, I would suffer, so I planned to take good care of myself in this world. I am in the extremely hot world. After a month, I lost more than 10 pounds and wanted to take some rest. Actually, when I think about it, it's a good thing that I am fat enough, otherwise I would not be able to endure it. You don't know, when I saw the ice and snow world, I subconsciously wanted to enter and cool down. Me too. It would be great if I could encounter the Doomsday Resort town in the previous game area. In fact, it's not too late now. Sure enough, Doomsday Resort is a place that people don't want to leave once they come. We've come to the right place. Let's go and take a look around. The new players were very excited to visit the various buildings in Doomsday Resort. There is a sign in front of each building, which directly states the function of the building. This is the activity center, and there is a training room inside. You can practice fighting, cold weapons, and hot weapons in it, and tenants can use it for free for 30 minutes every day. This Doomsday Resort is really great. At least players can quickly master the use of weapons by training here. In the past, I encountered some players who had practiced in the game, and I really suffered a great loss. This half hour in the training room cannot be wasted. Yes. While the players were discussing, Zhang Jingze and UCU smiled knowingly. The Doomsday Resort was designed for the players from the beginning. They also practiced a little in the first game area. Zhang Jingze practiced cold weapons, spears. He had a little foundation before, and after training, he could at least attack people with bad intentions from a distance. After 3 game areas, he was already good at using the spear. He just bought a spear made of fine iron in the blacksmith shop, and the power should be improved. He was thinking, maybe he could find a hot weapon to use together. Although there are no hot weapons in the Doomsday Resort town so far, players still have the opportunity to encounter hot weapons in every game area. Just like, by chance, he got a gun in the previous game area. But the bullets were limited, and he didn't dare to use them unless necessary, for fear of wasting a chance to save his life. Now in this Doomsday Resort town, he can learn accuracy. As for UCU, she is more eager to improve her strength. In the previous game area, I met some players who looked down on female players, and some even deliberately targeted female players. Fortunately, in her previous 2 game areas, female players were able to unite together, and they were even a major force in the game area. Those who wanted to bully the weak ended up suffering at their hands. Anyway, it is important to improve your strength. You can't fall behind for a day. The group thought and continued to walk in. They were walking on the mainland, and they also wanted to rest early. But many players were full of energy, and they had already been wandering around in the Doomsday Resort town. After all, after the 2 rows of buildings, there are other buildings that are not suitable to be placed along the street, such as farmland and ponds. The pond at this time surprised the players. Fuck, can I fish for treasure chests in this pond? What treasure chest? It's just like playing games before, you can fish by the pond, and every time you spend a certain amount of points, you have a chance to fish for gold, silver and bronze treasure chests. There are food, water, equipment, weapons and other supplies in the box. It depends on your luck. Isn't this just a blind box? Yes, and the price is not expensive. You can play it when you are relaxing. You can play it now. At the scene, some players spent points to rent fishing rods by the pond, and each fishing cost 1 point. And many people really caught things here that were worth more than 1 point. This area was naturally filled with loud noises. Zhang Jingze and UCU's attention was also attracted. They not only saw the pond, but also the whole piece of farmland beside the pond. Both of them have worked in the integrated planting and breeding farm, and know how good the welfare benefits are here. Good welfare benefits can only prove that these pure natural foods are very valuable to the Doomsday Resort town. Therefore, they also know that if these farmlands really grow something, they will probably be worth a lot of money. In addition to the farmland, the existence of this pond can not only relax people, but also earn a lot of points for the Doomsday Resort town. After all, everyone has the dream of getting rich overnight. The Doomsday Resort town knows how to make money. They knew that the Doomsday Resort town was developing well, but this level really exceeded their imagination. Looking at the Doomsday Resort town today, the two of them actually had a strange feeling of my child has grown up. I feel so proud. With this scale now, even with intelligent management, many places still need people, right? You said, thoughtfully, if you had the opportunity to work, would you be willing? Yes. Zhang Jingze nodded without hesitation. In fact, he had a little guess in his mind. That is, the Doomsday Resort town is so powerful that it has developed to this extent in a short period of time, and it has already connected 2 game areas. With the subsequent development, will it connect more game areas? The possibility is still great. What's more, with the development of the Doomsday Resort town, it can bind players for a long time. Among them, employees are the most likely. If he could climb up to the Doomsday Resort town, he would basically get a ticket to the Doomsday game. Therefore, he felt that he could still take a gamble on this basis. Of course, he was not very willing to reveal this obscure thought to others. First, it might increase his competitors, and second, he was afraid that the news would spread and make Boss Gu unhappy. In this case, he only needed to do things quietly behind the scenes. Although you did not understand Zhang Jingze's thoughts, she couldn't help but settle her mind when she heard that he was willing to continue to apply for the Doomsday Resort town employee. Anyway, just follow Zhang Jingze's path, and you be right. Then, the group continued to walk forward, and soon saw a whole commercial street, with empty shops and rental advertisements posted on them. Are these shops rented to players? I think so. The Doomsday Resort town is right in front of the players. Yes, maybe the players don't need these shops, right? What kind of business can you do in a month? Who said you can't do business? Selling information, selling supplies, etc. are all possible. It depends on how expensive the rent is. You can check it out later. Finally, we've reached the main building. More than 100 apartments. It can accommodate 100,000 people. But isn't it for the people in the 2 game areas? That would be 200,000. With so much vacant land, we can definitely build more. That's right. There's nothing to worry about anyway. It's really worth it to rent a place in the Doomsday Resort town for more than 120 points a month. Yes, the supporting facilities are worth using the free time. Zhang Jingze, UCU and others listened to the discussion of the players and stepped into apartment 1 together. At this time, apartment 1 was also crowded, and many players were queuing in front of the front desk to check in. No matter what, apartment 1 is the most central location. If the price is the same, they are still willing to stay in it. In addition to the front desk, there are also many players exploring the recycling cabinets, vending machines, washrooms, restaurants and other areas. There are so many products in the vending machine. Finally, I can change my taste. I can't eat every day, but I can eat occasionally. Then let's go to the restaurant directly. There are midnight snacks now. In the Doomsday Resort town, you don't have to worry about being hungry. Yeah, I was hungry every day in the last few days of the last game area. Didn't you stock up? I did, but when I was with some NPCs, everyone's noses were sharper than dogs, so who would dare to eat? That's definitely a group attack. That's true. Sometimes it's not that there's nothing to eat, but that you don't dare to eat. Anyway, I'm used to being hungry. It won't be a problem if I go hungry for a few days. The most important thing is to survive. Hey, why are there so many people gathered at the front desk? Submitting resumes. What resumes? The Doomsday Resort town is hiring. Farmland needs to be taken care of. Integrated planting and breeding gardens need staff. Buses need drivers. And some buildings need staff to guide them. So there are all kinds of recruitment notices. If you apply, you will get food and accommodation, as well as salary and bonuses. Fuck, this benefit is great. At least a month of stability. Yes, so as long as you are not the kind of king of roles, everyone is willing to stay and work. Hee, then I will also sign up. Sure. Speaking of which, the hospital here is also recruiting doctors, saying that they can assist the hospital in handling some things. Doctor, I can sign up. There will be few people who can compete with me. Yes. Ha ha, great. I didn't expect that this skill could be useful in the game area. Aren't hospitals popular in the game area? But how can working for Doomsday Resort Town be the same as working for certain people or certain forces? The entire hall was filled with the chattering of players, regardless of gender, age, or whether their bodies were intact. At this moment, they seemed to have found their place in Doomsday Resort Town. Everyone was showing unprecedented ease. No matter how depressed people were before, they seemed to have found hope to move forward in this Doomsday Resort Town. Seeing this scene, you couldn't help but said to Zhang Jingze, Doomsday Resort Town, isn't it great? In other game areas, the players she saw were never colorful, and sometimes even dark. The game area reflects the darkness of human nature vividly. But the game area with the Doomsday Resort Town is different. It adds a bit of color to the lives of all players. Yeah. Zhang Jingze nodded to show his approval. There is hope everywhere. Chapter 56. After the excitement, the players went back to their rooms to sleep as the night deepened. That night, everyone slept peacefully, without the tossing and turning that they had in the past. The first day of the game, the island area, rainy day, the volcano area, sunny day. When Gu Weiwei woke up and checked the control panel, she saw countless information and resumed pouring in. However, after several experiences, Gu Weiwei was already familiar with the operation. In terms of information, it was all about various buildings, vending machines, and recycling cabinets. Seeing that many building products sold for tens of thousands of points, and the current number of more than 10,000 tenants, we can guess that tenants spent a lot of points in the Doomsday Resort Town in a short period of time last night. I'm afraid it's revenge consumption. You know, in the past, the most sales of these products were on the last day. The purchasing power of the two game areas is indeed very strong. Then, Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the resumes. At this time, the resumes of various positions have appeared on the page smoothly. Among them, there were several pinned players on one page, with the words old players suffixed at the end of their information. Zhang Jingze UCU. When she saw these two names, Gu Weiwei was stunned. They were the players she met in the first game area. Zhang Jingze even gave her a mobile phone. Seeing them appear in the Doomsday Resort Town again, Gu Weiwei had to say that she was happy. At least it proved that when there was no Doomsday Resort Town, they could still live well outside. Since they were old employees, Gu Weiwei hired them without hesitation. As for the others, they were arranged in the order listed by the system. After all, the Doomsday Landlady system had conducted intelligent screening, so there must be no problem. After the list was confirmed, Gu Weiwei announced it immediately. After the announcement, Gu Weiwei got up. In the lobby of apartment number 1. Many players have already woken up. Some have already gone out to prepare for the game. After all, in the game area, in the early stage, supplies are still easy to get. In the case that they can get supplies in the game area, they will naturally not waste points. And some players, especially those who submitted resumes, want to see if they are admitted before making a decision. As a result, just after finishing breakfast, they saw the admission notice in the hall. Admission list. Integrated Planting and Breeding Garden, Zhang Jingze UCU. Farmland, Chenhongyu, Guilonging. Ice and Snow World, Jiangdingrong. Trading Hall, Lu Shuhua. The list is out. See if my name is on the list. Wow, I'm accepted. Hey, I can start my job right away. Here are the work instructions. Go to the vending machine to get the employee uniform. The working hours are shift-based, 6 hours a day. The benefits are really good. I received the notice, and will start work in the afternoon. That's good. It won't delay us from doing other things. Fuck, I regret not applying. Players looked at the notice, and many of the applicants were very excited. They applied for the job for a stable life, but they didn't expect that their current job would not only be stable, but also give them plenty of personal time, which was better than they imagined. The next moment, they hurried to the vending machine to get clothes, and after changing, many staff members went to work directly. Except for the buildings in the Doomsday Resort Town that were not open to the public, the rest of the buildings had staff members to guide players. Especially at the city gate, there are 2 more guides. The entire Doomsday Resort Town looks more orderly. Players who didn't get the job or don't need to go to work for the time being are preparing to go out. Zhang Jingze and UCU are like this. Although they got the job, they need to go to work in the afternoon. In this case, they are more willing to go out to find out the situation. Congratulations, Brother Zhang. Those who came with Zhang Jingze yesterday and saw that Zhang Jingze got the job, all congratulated him. Although others didn't get the job, they were disappointed, but they didn't think it was a big deal. Because of the existence of the Doomsday Resort Town, they still have other ways to go. In addition, they knew very well that Zhang Jingze's brain was better than theirs, and they hoped that Zhang Jingze would take them with him more. Therefore, when they knew that Zhang Jingze had invited them out, it was a compliment. Zhang Jingze accepted their congratulations calmly, and then continued, "Let's go." The group walked directly towards the gate. When they arrived at the gate, they saw many people staying outside the gate, and then looking up one by one. When they followed their line of sight, Zhang Jingze and his party did not feel anything unusual, nor did they know what these people were looking at. After noticing the unusualness, UCU spoke up. What I saw was that it was raining outside. In UCU's vision, It was raining heavily outside, but in the Doomsday Resort town, it was still normal weather. It was as if there was a dividing line in the middle, separating the two worlds. In the first world, she felt the change in temperature. In this world, she felt a stronger visual impact. I see. Zhang Jingze reacted immediately. It must be a very shocking scene. Yes. Even the old tenants were shocked, not to mention the new players in the island area. So cool. So, the Doomsday Resort town is equivalent to having its own protective shield, which can isolate all dangers outside? Yes. I feel safe all of a sudden. For points are really worth it. This Doomsday Resort town is really a good place. Yes, it's just that the probability of encountering it is the smallest, so we can't be lax about the game. That's true, but since we have encountered it, we must cherish it. That's a must. It just gives us an extra layer of survival guarantee. Speaking of which, it's raining outside. Does it mean that this natural disaster is related to water? Flood? Storm? Tsunami? It should be one of these. The players in the island area were discussing excitedly, but they didn't know that the players in the volcano area were a little confused after listening to them, and then asked their doubts. Is it raining? We are seeing a sunny day. Oh, you are in the volcanic area. In the volcanic area, I suggest you pay attention to the temperature changes. By the way, if the natural disasters in the two game areas are opposite, can the players in our two game areas cooperate? We see what happens. The flood in the island area will be caused by seawater. That's right. But in addition to the exchange of materials, isn't the most important thing the exchange of information? If we can record the changes in the game area from beginning to end, the next time we encounter a volcanic area, we will have experience in dealing with the volcanic area. When you encounter an island area, you will also have this opportunity. This is real time. That's right. There are other game area experiences that can be shared. As for this, you must have not noticed the trading hall, where you can hang a lot of information transactions. They are all experiences from other game areas. They were hung by players in the Doomsday Resort town before. You can spend points to buy them, and they are not expensive. With 1 point, you may be able to gain a variety of clearance experience. I didn't notice it yesterday. It's not too late to notice it now. I talk about it when I come back tonight. The players became more and more excited. Later, after knowing that the previous players had done it, they put it in their hearts. Afterwards, after appreciating it, the players in the island area walked out one by one with umbrellas. And those in the volcano area walked out calmly. After the two sides stepped out of the city gate, they did not see each other. It seems that there are two different worlds after the city gate. Zhang Jingze looked at the figures outside who were not holding umbrellas, and could not see the players holding umbrellas in the island area at all, and sighed. The Doomsday Resort town is really magical. Let's go and try it. You looked a little excited. Then the group stepped out of the city gate together. But after stepping out of the city gate, you suddenly found that there were only players holding umbrellas around, and Zhang Jingze and his group were completely invisible. As for Zhang Jingze, he couldn't see you at all in another volcanic area. After experiencing it personally, both sides calmed down and started to move in their own game areas. Island area. The sudden rain caught the residents and tourists of the entire island off guard. I haven't heard that it has rained recently. The recent weather forecast said it would be sunny, so I came here for vacation. It's raining on the island, and it's not good to take pictures at the beach. It's all in vain. I hope the rain will only last for 1 day. Let's go to the beach tomorrow. That's fine. Let's stay in the hotel today. In fact, rainy days on the island are also very special. Finding joy in misery. Tourists complained everywhere on the island. After all, rainy days still affected their mood for fun. As for the residents, especially those who made money from sea projects, they complained again and again. In contrast, the rain gear store on the island was booming. You first went to the gold store on the island, exchanged gold for money, and started looking for a supermarket. When she arrived at the supermarket, she saw many people shopping in the supermarket, which was crowded. As soon as she entered the door, you heard a staff member muttering, "Why are there so many people buying water and things today? Is it because of the rain? But it rarely rains on our island. Is it necessary to buy so much food after a day of rain? They have money, they can buy as much as they want. Why bother so much? I just feel like I have to work overtime today." You listened and was silent for a while. Those who stock up are definitely players. As for the residents of the game area, most of them are insensitive. That's because their thinking has not changed at all. It's just a month's food and water, which should be enough in most cases. Sometimes, the most difficult thing is not water and food, but the extension of the people around you who are eyeing the crisis covetously. Just as Yusi was pushing the cart to stock up some water and food, she saw a number of tall people in the supermarket, who were staring at some people who were stockpiling a lot of water and food. Yusi paused. Was there a team of players targeting the lone players, and wanted to catch them all? Feeling that someone was looking at her, Yusi pursed her lips slightly, then took a few bags of potato chips, and walked out of the supermarket calmly. After walking out of the supermarket, she saw some cars near the supermarket. If you look carefully, you can see that these cars are surrounding the entire supermarket. At this moment, Yusi came to a conclusion. Perhaps, it was not other player teams that were targeting the player, but the officials of the island area who were targeting the player. They knew about the existence of the player early on. So does it mean that there are other cities in this world that have experienced the Doomsday game? Chapter 57. After Yusi had a guess, she did not stop, but found a coffee shop along the street, ordered a cup of coffee inside, and checked the situation. After a while, she saw that the players who had been frantically stockpiling goods were taken out of the supermarket one by one, and then stuffed into the cars parked on the street. Oh, they were taken away. Yusi was more certain at this moment. But why did the official take the players away? Cooperation or something else? If it is the former, then there is no problem, because the first world cooperates with the official, and the number of survivors has increased a lot. If it is the latter, then players must be more careful when cooperating in this area. No matter which one it is, Yusi has no intention of being exposed. Then, she bought a map of this island on the roadside, rented an electric car, and began to explore the entire island. This is her usual operation. Although there is a Doomsday resort town in this world, such a skill cannot be lost. After a while, Yusi had already reached the beach. In a harbor by the sea, many fishing boats stayed where they were, while nearby residents and tourists gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to talk about something. Yusi parked the car and blended directly into the crowd. Hey, why did you suddenly notify us that we can't go out to sea today? I don't know, anyway, there was a storm. Won't it just rain a little today? How many days will it stop? I only took 4 days off this time. Today is the last day of the trip, and I have to catch a flight back tomorrow. I don't know. I heard that the storm is quite big. Not only can we not go out to sea today, but we may not be able to go out to sea for the next few days. They said they will notify us separately. Then can I go home normally tomorrow? I don't know. How about I change my flight ticket to today? Let me check the plane ticket. Why are there no plane tickets? It shows that the plane is suspended. It is suspended today. Can I still go back tomorrow? Check your mailbox. No notification yet, but I have a bad feeling. I won't be stranded here, right? No. I'm going to ask my boss for a few more days off. Why can't I send the message? Maybe it's because of the storm at sea. The signal is bad. The network is temporarily usable. Yusi paused as she listened to the discussions. It seems that this game area, like the previous one, lost contact with the outside world on the first day of the player's arrival and became a space of its own. It's just that the official reaction speed of this game area was very fast. Fishermen were prohibited from going out to sea, and the matter was not exposed for the time being. At the same time, they gathered players, hoping to get help from the players. Let's see what the official of this game area will do next. Thinking of this, Yusi continued her journey of exploring the map. On the other side, the volcanic area. Zhang Jingze and his party were also exploring the terrain of the entire island. After walking around, Zhang Jingze had already arrived at the bottom of the volcano. At this time, the volcano stood high like a normal mountain. A hot spring park was built here. At this time, there were still many tourists climbing and taking pictures, and around, there were various hot spring hotels. Some high-end ones use the hot springs directly on the hillside. The faces of the tourists are all full of bright smiles. They don't realize that danger may be brewing quietly. The group circled the volcano, and their worries became even worse. The area of this volcano occupies 1/3 of the entire island. If it erupts later, the magma and volcanic ash will definitely spread across the entire island. One of the players said he has some knowledge of geology, and after checking the area, he came to a conclusion. So if it's a normal game zone, you still have to buy a boat quickly. I feel like the survival point should be on the sea, another player said. After going through 3 game zones, the players know very well that the Doomsday game is purely malicious. The more players die, the happier they feel. Of course, there is a little bit of survival space left in the game zone. Do they know? Yes, But this little bit of survival space, in addition to luck, sometimes you have to spend a lot of time and energy, and sometimes you have to fight with other players. No one wants to kill, but sometimes if you don't kill, you will be killed. There is no choice. In this game area, the ocean area is so large, and there are few ships on the island, but there are 100,000 players and 2 million NPCs. It is extremely difficult to obtain living space. During this period, many people will definitely die. Fortunately, they encountered the variable of the Doomsday resort town. At least, they can pass this game area relatively easily. Let's go to the beach and take a look. Zhang Jingze continued. Everyone's mental activity at this moment is the same. Zhang Jingze understands that they will not encounter the tragedy in the previous game area. But as I said, it is impossible to always encounter the Doomsday resort town. They still have to learn how to survive in the game area of the Doomsday game. Yeah. Other players nodded. Under the threat of life and death, no player will choose to lie down. All they have to do is to work hard to move forward until the day they can no longer endure and face death. In a short while, the group had already arrived at the beach. At this time, there were still many tourists at the beach, and there was a crowd of people. Zhang Jingze and his team spent a little more money than others to find a boat to go out to sea. The fishing boat rushed towards the ocean quickly under the blessing of the engine. What we saw was one fishing boat after another, and the sparkling waves on the sea. Looking at the distance, the blue sky and the vast ocean echoed each other. This is a very beautiful picture. I have to say that the scene in front of me really makes people feel experienced. This place will become a tourist island, relying not only on volcanoes and hot springs, but also on the beautiful ocean. There is a small island not far away, where you can land temporarily. The water there is beautiful, blue and blue. I can take you there to have a look later. The boat owner said enthusiastically to Zhang Jingze and his party. We got a relatively high-priced order early this morning, which is a good start. Great. I don't have to worry about the children's tuition next year. Seeing the boat owner's bright smile, Zhang Jingze and others responded, but their hearts were heavy. Such a smile may be hard to see in the future. Just after the fishing boat sailed a distance. Suddenly, the fishing boat that had been pulling away was getting closer and closer. Obviously, something was wrong in front. Hey, what's going on in front? The boat owner of Zhang Jingze's fishing boat said in surprise, and then steered the boat familiarly, allowing the boat to squeeze to the front little by little. When I ran to the front, I was shocked by the scene in front. How could there be a collision? The sea is so big, how could there be a collision? The boat owner said in disbelief. The fishing boat in the front row, with nothing in front, seemed to have hit something, and the front was directly dented. The problem is that there are not just one or two boats in this situation, but several. Some of the boats coming from behind had a chain collision accident because they could not dodge in time, and some stopped early and could not get through, so they could only stay where they were. The more they accumulate, the more traffic congestion they will cause. Listening to the unbelievable words of the ship owner, Zhang Jingze and his party looked at each other and couldn't help but say in their hearts, as expected. The situation was exactly as they expected. The passage on the sea was directly blocked. Did anyone call the police? Call the police quickly, and tell us the situation. Why is it like there is a wall suddenly on the sea? What happened? If the ship can't get out, can the sky get out? Hurry up and pass the message back. Don't let anything unexpected happen. The earliest flight on our island is at 9 o'clock. It's not time yet. It should be in time to call the police now. More and more crew members and tourists are on the scene. When they see what's happening, they get excited. Obviously, the current situation is very wrong. Just when everyone was discussing fiercely, suddenly, they saw a tiny figure in the sky outside coming towards them. Look, it's a plane! It's a plane from outside. Will they hit this barrier? Damn! Can we get in touch with the outside? Tell them about the situation. Just in case. I don't know what's going on. It seems like we can't get in touch with the outside. The tourists at the scene spoke subconsciously, with a bad premonition in their hearts. Many people took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures of the surrounding scenes. No matter what happens next, at least it's captured now, and it may become a hot spot in the future. Just as the tourists were taking photos of the sky, the sea, and the boats, the plane outside was getting closer and closer to where they were. Suddenly, a spark burst out from where the plane was. They couldn't hear any sound, but they could see that the plane fragments fell from the sky and hit different places. The ones that were close hit the invisible barrier in front of them directly. This scene made the people on the scene stunned instantly. Although they had a premonition that the plane might encounter a barrier, when a plane accident really happened in front of them, the impact was too strong. At the scene, many people screamed. Ah, the plane crashed. What is this barrier? The plane can't fly out even though it's flying so high. What's going on? Call the police quickly. Wow, I want to go home, I'm so scared. How could this happen in front of us? Who knows what's going on? Go back quickly. After the screams, everyone became excited. This excitement was accompanied by fear. The boss of the fishing boat where Zhang Jingze was also pale, and hurriedly said to Zhang Jingze and the others, "It seems that we can't go out to sea now, how about we go back first?" Looking at such a mysterious scene, he felt that he had to slow down. In addition, I have to contact my children, who are studying outside, and tell them not to come back. Yes. Zhang Jingze and his friends have already got the answers they want, so they are naturally willing to go back. The ships began to retreat one by one, then turned their heads and headed towards the island. At this moment, everyone lost the excitement they had when they went out to sea. All that was left was sadness, grief and fear. What happened to their world? Chapter 58. After Zhang Jingze and his party returned to the shore, the official patrol boats were immediately removed and the coastline was also under martial law. Even so, the news spread quickly. After all, many tourist short videos can still be sent out, but only people in the game area can see them. In this short while, tourists in the volcanic area have already seen the video, and they all panicked. Fuck, is this video a special effect or real? I'm afraid that even special effects can't create such a realistic scene. Did a plane really crash when it flew over us? The important thing now is that we can't leave here anymore, right? There is no land route, and now neither ships nor planes can leave. My flight has been cancelled. What happened? Fortunately, the first flight was late, otherwise. Actually, I was wondering if the flight that was supposed to arrive at our island at midnight yesterday also had an accident. Do people outside know the situation here? What about the authorities? Can they come out and give us an explanation? Wow, I still have to go back to school. I don't know how long we will be trapped here. The biggest problem of being trapped here is the shortage of resources. We can't get out, and things from the outside can't get in. Hurry up and stock up. There were all kinds of discussions in the comment area, and many viewers saw useful information in it, so they quickly put down their phones and went out to stock up. Supermarkets and convenience stores were packed to the rafters in a short period of time. Because there were too many people, the staff didn't even dare to say they didn't want to sell. Under the guidance of the boss, the price was raised by 20% in a short period of time. Even so, the supply was insufficient to meet the demand. In addition, the prices of various hotels and homestays were also fluctuating rapidly. Relatively speaking, the residents in the volcanic area were much calmer. They were residents of the island. Because of the inconvenience of traveling and the occasional bad weather, it was troublesome for goods from outside to come in, so they usually stocked up at home. In addition, they also gathered various dried seafood at home, so they were not afraid of food shortages for the time being. Some residents even added money to their home items and sold them. They were going to sell them anyway, so they could sell them at a high price while the prices were good. In addition to goods, many residents also planned to clean up their homes and rent them out to tourists at a price slightly lower than that of a hotel. Because of this sudden disaster, the entire volcanic area was in turmoil. Looking at this scene, Zhang Jingze and his party sighed in their hearts. Perhaps at this moment, the residents all felt that the problems they were facing were rising prices, shortages of supplies, and travel disruptions. But as time goes by, they will know that they will face more and more severe natural disasters, more and more indifferent human feelings, and looting by others at any time and anywhere. In the face of these problems, what they are facing now is actually the simplest. Hey, a player actually posted a video saying that the volcano on the island will erupt, and there are many people cursing under this video. One of the players was also searching for news on the internet, and spoke out. Zhang Jingze and others' attention was immediately diverted to it, and they watched it. Volcanic eruption? Don't spread rumors at this time, okay? More than 500 likes will send you to prison. Where did this news come from? Don't you know that our island has a whole team of geological experts who monitor the volcanic situation every day? There must be an official announcement. In fact, it is somewhat credible. Our entire island was suddenly surrounded by an invisible barrier. This is simply alien black technology. If the volcano really erupts and we can't get out, then we will be dead. Just as they were looking at the comment area, suddenly, the video was directly deleted. It seems that the official has already left. Can the official control it? Anyway, in the end, those who can't suppress it will not worry about the lack of people, but the uneven distribution of people. If the official cooperates with the Doomsday Resort town, it may not be the case. Several players started discussing directly. In the 3 game areas they had experienced before, it was not that no players had considered the official control of the game. But when they really joined forces with the authorities, they were able to maintain stability at the beginning. However, as the disaster worsened, the lack of resources was enough to make the people below rise up in resistance. Some of them were always instigated by people with ulterior motives, thinking that they could live a good life by overthrowing the authorities. Once or twice, they didn't think that the authorities could change reality. And the last sentence was said by Zhang Jingze. The other players were stunned for a moment, and then they reacted. Zhang Jingze said that when the first game area was in progress, the Doomsday Resort town had cooperated with the official game area at that time. Has the situation stabilized after the cooperation? Well, it's just that the cooperation started late, and many people have died, but after the cooperation began, both NPCs and players have had very few casualties. Zhang Jingze said, although I haven't encountered players from the Doomsday Resort town in the second and third game areas, I think the Doomsday Resort town must have cooperated with the official, otherwise it wouldn't have developed so fast. Listening to Zhang Jingze's words, the other players also felt that it made sense, and then asked curiously, how did they cooperate? The invitation letter from the trading center. With the invitation letter, they can enter the Doomsday Resort town, but they need to rely on players as intermediaries for points. Zhang Jingze introduced. It depends on whether the official of this game area is reliable or not. According to the current situation everywhere, the response is too poor. One of the players muttered. It has not been long since the incident happened, and there is no limit on the supply. By then, some people will hoard more supplies, and some people will hoard less supplies. In the later stage, there will be another lawsuit. Sometimes, you don't necessarily need a top leader to stabilize the situation. Zhang Jingze replied. They have also seen some unreliable leaders, and in the end, some capable people came out to turn the tide. Others listened and agreed. But what they knew more clearly was that the situation in this game area was no longer the same. Let's have lunch, and go back to the Doomsday Resort town. Okay. Let's go to the seafood restaurant. I haven't eaten seafood for a long time. The players' attention was instantly diverted. Afterwards, the group went to a seafood restaurant to eat. There weren't many days left to enjoy normal life in the game area, Doomsday Resort town. Although Gu Weiwei didn't go out to the game area, the situation of the 2 game areas was continuously transmitted back. One was through computers and mobile phones, and the other was through players. The different situations of the 2 game areas were laid bare in front of her. Had the officials of the island area known about the existence of players for a long time? Gu Weiwei was surprised to hear the news that UCU provided to her. Yes, many players were taken away by the authorities. They must have been asked to cooperate with the follow-up actions. UCU said, the officials of the island area are still very reliable. When I came back, they had sent people to take over supermarkets, convenience stores, and other places where a large amount of supplies were stored. At the same time, they announced to the public that the island area had lost contact with the outside world and said that they would start strict management. In addition, all the crews of the ships were collected by them, and were heading out to sea to catch seafood within the accessible range. When UCU said this, her expression was full of emotion. After she finished exploring the map of the island area, she was ready to return. On the way back, she had already heard the various operations of the official NPC of the island area. It can be said that she reacted quickly. She admired the official NPC of the island area. Thank you for the information you provided. Gu Weiwei didn't say much, but thank UCU directly, and gave her some points as information fees. After receiving it, UCU thanked without hesitation. Thank you, boss. She knew that the boss's daily points were ridiculously high, and he was definitely not short of money. In this case, if the other party gave her a reward, she would just take it. But she had already secretly vowed in her heart that she would continue to share information with the boss in the future. Afterwards, UCU, who had received the money, left happily. But Gu Weiwei stayed there thinking. The official NPCs of the island area reacted so quickly, which only proved that they did know the inside story. But the residents and tourists didn't know much. Maybe at the time when the island area was located, there were not many territories pulled into the game area, and it didn't cause much turmoil, but the officials knew the news a long time ago and had people make preparations in advance. Very good, the worlds where these game zones are located are trying to save themselves, seeing them accommodate the players. Gu Weiwei felt that she could get straight to the point when talking to the official NPC of this game zone. As for the other volcanic zone, Gu Weiwei looked at the current chaos in the volcanic zone on her phone. It can only mean that the current leadership of the volcanic zone does not know the existence of the Doomsday game, and it is probably the first time they have encountered such a thing. But even so, it does not mean that they cannot cooperate. After all, if the two sides cooperate, if nothing unexpected happens, they can greatly improve the survival rate of players and NPCs. The next moment, Gu Weiwei directly proposed formal cooperation to the officials of the two game areas in the name of Doomsday Resort Town. Island Area. The officials of the island area immediately controlled the entire island, stabilized the emotions of the residents, and even forcibly accommodated many players. As the highest leader of the island, Lu Lishan, she knew very well that after being selected as the game area, the natural disasters were different from the ordinary natural disasters on weekdays. In fact, even if they tried their best to the end, they might only be able to save the lives of a small number of people. After all, when the first city in their world was chosen as the game area, it was a tragedy when it was opened. In a city of millions, only tens of thousands of people survived. And the survivors had serious mental illnesses. In particular, some people abandoned their humanity in it, and after coming out, they could not adapt to normal society at all. There were 2 more times later, and several cities were pulled in. In addition, many cities abroad also fell. If the high-level officials had not blocked the news, such news would have spread everywhere. After a series of incidents, the national leaders realized that cities being pulled into the game area would definitely become the norm, so they directly put all provinces into a state of war readiness. The heads of these cities all knew the truth within this month, and also received some training. In addition, the country also distributed the army evenly, and each city was basically equipped with a certain amount of armed forces, so that the entire city could be controlled as soon as possible when a disaster came. As for the way to break the deadlock they learned, it was the players. With the arrival of the disaster, there was also a group of players of unknown origin. The fate of these players in the game area was not much better than that of the residents. The only special thing was that they could buy food, equipment, and weapons from a certain system with points. It's just that they have limited points and limited help. But the further they go, the more points they get. Therefore, players are objects that can be won over. Especially their backpack grids, which can store enough goods to ensure that they will not be destroyed by natural disasters. That's why they acted immediately. Thinking about the natural disaster they heard from the players, they now only hope that the natural disaster will not be so destructive and give them enough living space. Gradually, Lu Lishan's thoughts returned. When she was thinking about the next plan, she saw a staff member hurriedly coming in from outside. Mayor, an account from the Doomsday Resort Town sent us a message saying that a natural disaster is coming and they are willing to cooperate with us and exchange points with us. We can use the points to buy shelters and supplies. The staff member spoke quickly. If he didn't know the inside story, his first reaction would definitely be false. But knowing the existence of players and the importance of points to players, he would not ignore this information at all. As Lu Lishan listened, her eyes lit up instantly. Promise her, Lu Lishan said without hesitation. Volcanic area. Similarly, the top leader here, Sherwin Yuan, also received a report from the staff. After listening, he sneered, "Where did this messy account come from? Don't pay attention to it. Maintain order first. In addition, send ships to wait at the barrier and wait for national rescue." Yes. The excited staff instantly restrained their joy. He felt that the content of this account was somewhat credible. After all, they are all trapped in one place. Isn't it normal for magical things like points to appear? It's a pity that their mayor is a dictator. Otherwise, report to other leaders. The staff member thought silently. After all, he didn't want the opportunity to help to slip away from his hands. Then, after replying to the other party's message with room for maneuver, the staff member went directly to another office. At this time, another staff member in the office spoke up. Now the internet is saying that the volcano on our island will erupt. Do we need to prepare? What did the geological expert team say? They said the volcano is not active. That's it. It's just some rumors. Sherwin Yuan said impatiently. The staff was speechless. Then, the phone in the office rang again, and Sherwin Yuan continued to be busy. The other staff responded to various complaints from residents and tourists according to Sherwin Yuan's instructions. Hotel prices are controlled according to market conditions, and the increase is within a reasonable range. We are waiting for rescue now. If there is any news, we will release it. Is the volcano erupting? The geological expert team did not detect any signs of an eruption, but we will continue to pay attention. The official will try to ensure the supply of materials, and we will also try to control the price. The officials in the volcanic area are also working hard to control the situation. However, they have not really taken this disaster to heart. Gu Weiwei received replies from 2 officials. The former was positive, and the latter just simply thanked them and said that they did not need it for the time being. Gu Weiwei was silent for a moment. It can be seen that this employee of the volcano district is still very polite. He probably reported it, but his report did not receive sufficient attention from the top management. As expected, not all top management are so reliable. Sometimes it is not about the other party's ability, but the other party's sensitivity to the crisis. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei continued to send messages to the official accounts of the volcano district. As long as 1 or 2 people listened to it, maybe they could make preparations earlier. Otherwise, we can only say that we respect individual destiny. She was willing to provide assistance to the NPCs in the game area in a cooperative manner, but it was impossible for her to bear the fate of the other party on her own shoulders. Then, Gu Weiwei switched her account back to the island area and directly gave the official contact address of the island area. The message had just been sent out, and after the official of the island area confirmed it, they immediately headed towards the location of the Doomsday resort town, even though that place was a well-known remote corner of their island. In just a moment, they had arrived at the location mentioned in the account. They hid in a secret corner and looked around. It seems that there is no so-called resort town here, one of them said to Lu Lishan. Lu Lishan's eyes were looking at a player who was recruited by them. The player was staring in a daze in one direction. Lu Lishan said sharply, "What did you see?" "A city. I didn't expect it to be real." The player muttered to himself. "What is true? We received an advertisement for the Doomsday resort before, but we thought it was a scam, so we didn't take it seriously," the player said, looking annoyed. If he had believed it, he wouldn't have been forced to do hard labor now. "Is there a Doomsday resort in your previous game area?" Lu Lishan continued to ask. The player shook his head. "No, this is the first time I've seen it." Hearing this, Lu Lishan looked at a small piece of land in front of her, her eyes flickering. At this moment, figures suddenly appeared in the area one after another. These were players who had returned from the island area. I didn't expect the official response of this game area to be so quick. That's right, I can't stock up on any supplies. Fortunately, there were some supplies before, otherwise I would have to spend points. I heard that some of the players who got up early to stock up were asked to leave by the official. Will there be any problems? They should have been invited to cooperate. So this world knows about the existence of the Doomsday game. Perhaps they have other cities that have been turned into game areas. No wonder. The voices of the players' discussions reached the ears of Lu Lishan and others. They did not expect that their actions would be exposed by the players. Then, they watched these people walk straight forward and then disappear in front of them alive. Mayor this. It turns out that there is really an alternate dimension here. Witnessing such a magical scene, Lu Lishan let out a long sigh and said to the person next to her, "Contact them and tell them we are here." Yes. Soon, Gu Weiwei received the message and walked out of the Doomsday resort town. At first glance, the two sides' eyes met. At this moment, for some reason, Lu Lishan felt a sense of excitement deep in her heart. Chapter 59. After confirming their identities, Lu Lishan and her group followed Gu Weiwei into the Doomsday resort town. After entering, a whole new world unfolded before them. In fact, the scale of the Doomsday resort town was incomparable to the scale of their city, so they would not be easily shocked by the scale of the buildings. What shocked them was that this Doomsday resort town was built in a different dimension. This also revealed that Gu Weiwei was not simple. After sighing, Lu Lishan said directly to Gu Weiwei, "What can we exchange for points? Although I am very curious about this Doomsday resort town, now is not the time to be curious. The right thing to do is to exchange things quickly. You can go to the recycling cabinet to learn about the specifics of minerals and other resources. There are relevant records on it," Gu Weiwei said directly. When the recycling cabinet recycles resources, it will record them directly on the page. After 3 game areas, the list of goods on the recycling cabinet has reached hundreds of types, and there is a trend of increasing. Many players will look for materials with higher points. Sometimes, you can earn the difference between the recycling cabinet and the automatic sales cabinet. Yeah. Lu Lishan listened and nodded. Then, they got on the bus next to them under the leadership of Gu Weiwei. At this time, there were still many players on the bus. When they saw Gu Weiwei and her group, they subconsciously looked at them. Who are they? Why did the boss leave them? Someone asked in a low voice, and thus started the conversation. It seems to be the NPC outside. NPC, Can they come in? Only a few. It seems that it is the function of the trading hall, the guide mentioned it. That should be a powerful NPC. It can make the boss look at it differently. It seems to be official. Official? Which official? Is it the island area or the volcano area? I don't know about that. It should be the island area. When I went out today, I noticed that some players were taken away by NPCs. The people who took them away were well-trained soldiers. Although the discussion was low, it was still heard by Gu Weiwei and others. Gu Weiwei didn't care, but Lu Lishan couldn't help but care. She got a lot of useful information from here. This Doomsday Resort town is actually connected to 2 game areas. In addition to their island area, there is actually a volcano area. Gu Weiwei contacted them, and should have contacted the official of the other game area. Where are they? In addition, they capture. The player did not expect that other players would notice this. Yes, when players enter their world, unless they can take objects from the air, no one will notice that they are not natives. But soon, Lu Lishan had no time to think, and her eyes were attracted by the various buildings around her. Each building occupies a large area, and the most important thing is that their style is very unique, not the same, which makes people unconsciously want to guess the function of these buildings. Of course, some buildings can be seen from their appearance, such as hospitals, ice and snow worlds, and hot springs. But she was also very curious. What is the difference between the hospital in the Doomsday Resort town and the hospital in the normal world? She would check it out later when she had time to see if she could collect some things that could be used by their world to prepare for the country. After all, according to their understanding, it was a rare opportunity for players to encounter the Doomsday Resort town, let alone them. She had never heard of the Doomsday Resort town before, but now that she encountered it, she must learn more about it and pass it on to the leaders of other cities. However, although Gu Weiwei did not intend to introduce the building to Lu Lishan and her group, along the way, the bus stopped at the station from time to time, and passengers got on and off. Lu Lishan and others could also learn some of it from the players. For example, the hospital can buy a variety of medicines, which can improve physical strength, get rid of heat, keep the body temperature normal for a certain period of time, replenish blood, etc. In addition, the Doomsday Resort town also recruits doctors to see patients, and simple wound dressing and other problems can be solved here. For example, you can buy all kinds of cold weapons in the blacksmith shop, and these weapons are divided into different levels. The higher the level, the stronger the attack power. However, most people can only use the most common weapons because high-level weapons consume physical strength. For example, you can buy all kinds of clothes, shoes, and other supporting equipment in the tailor's shop, which are also divided into levels, but the higher the level, the higher the price. In addition, the functionality of the equipment is also stronger, with properties such as heat resistance, cold resistance, and wind resistance, and they are all complete sets. For example, the ice and snow world can increase the cooling effect. For example, the hot spring can increase the warmth effect. In short, the buildings in the Doomsday Resort town give players a lot of bonuses. And now, they can also buy and use these good things. Points must do everything possible to get points. While Lu Lishan was excited, the bus had already heard the stop in the apartment area. After getting off the bus, she went directly to apartment number 1. Lu Lishan couldn't wait to come to the recycling cabinet. On the recycling cabinet page, there were many products listed in descending order. At first glance, Lu Lishan saw the meteorite and the 100,000 points behind it. Is this meteorite worth a lot? Lu Lishan asked curiously. I exchanged it from the official in the last game area. Gu Weiwei said directly, it happened to be the largest meteorite, and the other meteorite fragments, at least 10,000 points. Gu Weiwei analyzed these commodities, and thought that the exchange value of commodities was related to the energy in them. In addition to energy, things that represent civilization are also acceptable. At the very least, some pure natural food. Anyway, everything can be exchanged, it's just a matter of price. Yeah. Lu Lishan nodded, but she was thinking about the things in the museum in her mind. There seemed to be meteorites among them. It didn't play a big role in research, but it was also a good choice to use it to exchange for points. In the face of the world's survival, many things can be temporarily forgotten. Then, Lu Lishan checked, and the people behind her quickly took pictures of the list on the recycling cabinet with their mobile phones. After taking the pictures, Lu Lishan started to walk to the automatic sales cabinet to check the goods. While Lu Lishan was checking the situation, Gu Weiwei opened the Doomsday Landlady system mall. After cooperating with the official one after another, all the officials she met were reliable. Gu Weiwei felt that this model of earning points was really good. Under such circumstances, she is more willing to provide better services to the authorities, which is beneficial to the Doomsday Resort Town, NPCs and players. In the mall, especially the special goods column, the number of goods in it has increased with the upgrades. Gu Weiwei had browsed before, but she didn't add some of the goods because she felt that they were useless. This time, when the game area was changed, Gu Weiwei didn't have time to check. At this moment, some of them were put on the shelves so that customers could have some choices. Product, offshore base. Price, 10,000 points. Product, ship. Price, 5,000 points. Product, rubber boat. Price, 100 points. Product, swimming ring. Price, 50 points. Product, aviation suit. Price, 100 points. Product, heat-resistant ship. Price, 6,000 points. Product, heat-resistant rubber boat. Price, 110 points. Product, breathing mask. Price, 100 points. Product, backpack grid. Price, 1,000 points. Note, can be made by the tailor's shop. Sufficient raw materials can reduce costs selecting these products. Gu Weiwei did not hesitate to increase the price and put them on the shelf. As for the last item, Gu Weiwei analyzed it directly when it was put on the shelf. Item, backpack grid. Making materials. Space stone powder, meteorite. Is meteorite the same as space stone? Come to think of it, she doesn't have a meteorite yet. The meteorites from the previous game area were poisonous, so she didn't store them in her warehouse and gave them directly to the system mall. Now it seems that if conditions permit, she could also collect more of the things collected by the Doomsday Landlady system. Maybe they will come in handy one day. Gu Weiwei had just put it on the shelf, and Lu Lishan had already seen the special products being refreshed in the merchandise sales counter in an instant. Special products have always interested Lu Lishan, because the special functions behind them represent high technology and are very valuable for research. Now these new ones are all exciting to her. Especially the sea base, which is currently the most expensive. They are an island here, surrounded by the ocean. If an accident occurs, there is no escape, but with a sea base, it is different. This offshore base is tailor-made for their game area. In addition to the offshore base, there are many special products related to water, which made her think about it. Are the natural disasters on our island related to water? Lu Lishan subconsciously asked Gu Weiwei for information. This is a new product launched by our Doomsday Resort Town. It should be valuable for the product itself. Gu Weiwei also had such a guess. These new special products are basically mainly water supplies, which must be prepared for the island. Especially here, there is an additional heat-resistant property, which should be aimed at the volcanic area. But she didn't intend to say the exact words, and if she made a mistake, it wouldn't be her fault. Yeah. Lu Lishan nodded. Although Gu Weiwei didn't answer with certainty, she already knew what she meant. Buy, must buy, she couldn't wait to buy it back and use it. As for other food, water and other supplies, compared with special goods, they are useless. After all, at present, the supplies on the island are still relatively sufficient. At worst, they can be exchanged from players. She also knew that players value points more than supplies, and they would not exchange points for supplies unless it was absolutely necessary. Finally, when she looked at the backpack grid, her eyes lit up even more. This is the player storage space. I didn't expect it could be sold as a commodity now. The Doomsday Resort Town is really arrogant. Is this the same as the player's backpack grid? Lu Lishan asked subconsciously. Yes, the same. Gu Weiwei nodded. Thank you. We will prepare things for exchange as soon as possible. Lu Lishan thanked Gu Weiwei, who accompanied her earnestly. Every commodity was a savior to them. She seemed to have a lot of confidence in protecting most of the residents. Most importantly, as long as they could survive the difficulties, their gaming experience, and the commodities of the Doomsday Resort Town that served other natural disasters could help other cities in their world. Yes. Gu Weiwei responded calmly. All the leaders she met who entered the Doomsday Resort Town seemed to be like this, and she was used to it. Oh no, there is still one who is different, such as the leader of the volcano area. Just as Gu Weiwei was thinking, Lu Lishan happened to ask about the situation in the volcano area. On the way here just now, I heard that there are players from another game area here. I wonder if the leader of the other game area will come. She was thinking, the situations of the two game areas are different. Is there any other possibility of cooperation? Gu Weiwei listened and shook her head directly. They said they don't need the help of the Doomsday Resort Town for the time being, probably thinking that I am a liar. Lu Lishan, Suddenly it was hard to comment. Boss Gu, you have done your best. Lu Lishan stood on Gu Weiwei's side without hesitation. It was not Gu Weiwei's responsibility to help them. Whether Gu Weiwei was doing it for points or for other reasons, the help she provided was real. The leaders of the volcano zone did not care about such help. It can only be said that they were not sharp enough. In fact, if she had not known about the game zone long ago, she would not have cherished this opportunity so much. But if she receives this message without knowing it, will she be cautious? She thinks she will, because the disaster is not without signs. The barrier that isolates the entire island is the biggest. Strangeness. It seems that the leadership of a region is also crucial. This experience must be remembered, Lu Lishan thought silently in her heart. Gu Weiwei looked at Lu Lishan and curled her lips slightly. It must be said that it feels really good to get feedback from the other party for this good intention. After a few pleasantries, Gu Weiwei left the space to Lu Lishan and others. After Lu Lishan sent out the list of goods, she took people to stroll around the Doomsday resort town. After getting a good understanding of the situation of each building, she slowly made some plans for the next action. After arriving at the trading hall, Lu Lishan saw some tasks given to players, and her mind was unconsciously touched. The role of players is also very important for the game area. Outside, if they want to find players to cooperate, they have to use tough measures. But in the Doomsday resort town, with the Doomsday resort town as an endorsement, they only need to use points to hire players. Players in the Doomsday resort town have low sin values and relatively guaranteed character. At this moment, Lu Lishan is more eager to obtain points. In the next few days, the island area and the volcano area are obviously developing in different directions. Until an accident came. Chapter 60. Game Day 2. Island District Rainy Day. The Island District authorities fully control the order and materials of the entire island, announce the current trapped reality to the public, register the island residents and tourists, implement a planned economy, and issue a rainstorm warning. Volcano District, Sunny Day. The sea barrier in the Volcano District caused panic throughout the island, and residents frantically stockpiled goods. Outside the sea barrier, the country sent troops to investigate the situation and found that the Volcano District was abnormal, and could not explore the situation inside the Volcano District. The official live broadcast of the situation outside the barrier, and sent experts to interview and appease the people waiting for rescue, and the online discussion was boiling. The second day of the game. Island area, rainy day. The rainfall increased, and the official announced the necessary tools for heavy rain, such as swimming rings and rubber boats, and encouraged residents to keep them at home. At the same time, they could exchange them with gold, iron and other metals. Volcano area, sunny day. Because of the official appeasement, the people's desire to stock up decreased, and prices fell. The official tried to get in touch with the outside world. The third day of the game. Island area, rainy day. Rainfall continues to increase, and the entire island rain gear store is swept away. The official uses metals, ores, seafood and other resources to exchange a large number of points for the Doomsday resort town and begins to build a base on the sea. Volcano area, sunny day. People pay attention to the rescue situation outside and resume normal life. The official continues to work hard to restore contact with the outside world. The fourth day of the game. Island area, rainy day. Rainfall continues to increase, the official continues to control, and the public always pays attention to the official dynamics. Volcano area, sunny. People live their normal lives. The authorities continue to work hard to restore contact with the outside world, and allow fishermen to go out to sea to fish. Game Day 5. Island area, rainy. Rainfall continues to increase, sea levels rise, and water accumulates on the road. People's demand for rain gear, boats, and swimming rings increases, and some residents begin to exchange gold and other resources with the authorities. Volcano area, sunny. People live their normal lives. The authorities continue to work hard to restore contact with the outside world. Game Day 6. Island area, rainy day. Early in the morning news released today's weather on the internet. Today's rainfall is XXX, there is water on the road. Please pay attention to safety when traveling. Today's new rain gear, rubber boats, and boat exchange locations are as follows. Official recruitment of technicians is as follows. Official material point sales time, 9 to 1700 hours. On the island, many public platforms are broadcasting official information in a loop, trying to make everyone pay attention. This situation has lasted for several days, causing some residents, who did not take it seriously to start to handle it carefully. After all, the authorities have strictly controlled it, and tried to remind people. People with a keen eye will pay special attention to the differences in daily news. For example, today, there is one more ship available for redemption. Ships are out. Is this a reminder from the authorities that we will live on the sea in the future? It is very likely. The points required for redemption are very high. Not many people can redeem them, right? It's definitely for people with strength. I just want to know, how dangerous will it be in the future? It feels quite big, the rain keeps falling, and it's getting heavier day by day. Yeah, the water here is up to our ankles. My place is relatively low, it's almost up to my knees. Hey, what's going on now? I don't know the details, but I feel like something serious must have happened. The authorities are obviously encouraging us to save ourselves, so we just do what they ask. That's right. Seeing the orderly arrangements made by the authorities, I feel relieved. The authorities still need a lot of workers. Is there any construction work to be done here? Someone I know was hired. When I went there, I didn't tell him what he was doing. Anyway, I haven't seen him until now. It should be a secret project. Just wait. Residents were talking enthusiastically on the internet. Although they were worried, the overall situation was stable. The authorities gave them enough confidence. Players among the residents were also paying attention to the news, including Wei Xiaojiang and Meng Mingkai. This game area is really different. I was worried that they would harm the players. Meng Mingkai spoke first. He and Wei Xiaojiang met when they were stocking up. On the first day of the game, they went to the supermarket to stock up crazily, and were targeted by the authorities. Later, the two of them created a chaos together, and escaped from each other's eyes, and then they hid in a fisherman's home. After keeping a low profile for several days, they dared to go out a little more normally. As a result, they found that the entire game area had become less and less familiar to them in the past few days. It should be that the official knew about the existence of the game area and the players a long time ago, so they were looking for players. Wei Xiaojiang responded, his eyes fixed on the exchange point not far away. Yesterday, they came to exchange for a swimming ring, and then found that the swimming ring was actually an equipment. To be called equipment, its function and durability are much stronger. But this game area should have been a normal place before. Where did their equipment come from? Meng Mingkai asked subconsciously. Maybe it has something to do with the Doomsday Resort town. Wei Xiaojiang replied, we have all received advertisements from that place, which mention that equipment can be sold. Don't you think that such a place is likely to be fake? But the equipment appeared, maybe it's real. Wei Xiaojiang responded, the most important thing is, didn't you notice that there are fewer players on the streets in this game area? Because they were afraid, they were active in crowded places. After careful observation, most of them were residents, and it was rare to see players. As for whether they could be recognized, it can only be said that they were relatively easy to recognize. That's true. Wei Xiaojiang said, are you saying that they are all in the Doomsday Resort town? Either in the resort town, or working in a place we don't know. Wei Xiaojiang analyzed, these exchanged equipment can be exchanged for points, and the residents exchanged points with metals and other things. The points are too coincidental. Maybe metals and other things can be used to exchange points in the Doomsday Resort town. So, you are planning to go to the Doomsday Resort? Yes. Okay, I listen to you. After that, the two agreed and started walking towards the address in their memory. There were many players who thought the same way as them, and some even thought earlier. They basically thought of the Doomsday Resort because of the changes in the game area, and then rushed to the Doomsday Resort with great expectations. Then, they never wanted to leave again. Volcano area, sunny day. In the volcano area today, everything is normal except that the sea barrier has not made any progress, which is worrying. With the strong assurance from the authorities, the residents were not so anxious. The players, however, knew that things were not simple. After seeing that the authorities allowed them to go out to sea, they followed the fishing boats to catch seafood without hesitation. After all, seafood can be considered a kind of material. In particular, some players tried to exchange seafood in the recycling cabinet and found that the price was higher than that of ordinary food, so they couldn't stop. There were also many players who did not go to the Doomsday Resort town who met such players at the beach, and then they also started to catch seafood for points. Today, Zhang Jingze and his team still went out to sea with the fishing boat. While they were fishing, they also saw ships and helicopters circling outside. They were obviously looking for a way to break through, but so far, they knew nothing. Zhang Jingze sighed deeply. The skills of the Doomsday game were not something that ordinary people could break through. He really hoped that the officials in the volcanic area would wake up and stop wasting time on the sea barrier. Listening to the players in the island area in the Doomsday Resort town talking about the intensive construction of the island area, I really sympathize with the residents of the volcano area. The current calm is really just before the storm. Some players have also set up material exchange points in the volcano area like the island area, and have exchanged some materials one after another, such as heat-resistant rubber boats and heat-resistant ships. Especially the heat-resistant ships, which require a lot of resources, but some people still exchange them, not just one or two. It can be seen that some residents still have a sense of crisis. Or, there is a force behind the operation. Just as Zhang Jingze was thinking, he suddenly heard the surprised voice of the boat owner. When he looked in the direction of the voice, he saw at a glance that many fish floated up from the bottom of the sea with their bellies turned upside down. What's going on? Lack of oxygen? The boat owner asked subconsciously. But Zhang Jingze's eyes were cast on the visible volcano. The volcano. Is it finally going to move? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the volcano erupted continuously, spewing out bursts of black smoke. The boat owner also looked at the volcano, his face changed, and his lips trembled as he said, "The volcano erupted?" He really didn't think that a volcano that had remained unchanged for hundreds of years would erupt at this time, especially when they had lost contact with the outside world. But he didn't know that these two things complemented each other at this time. Go back, Zhang Jingze said hurriedly. Now, the volcanic area is going to be in chaos again. Perhaps, while it is not dangerous now, it is better to make preparations early. Yes. The boat owner went directly into the cabin to steer, changed the direction, and headed for the table. In this moment, countless fishing boats made the same choice. Everyone returned to the island in a mighty manner. During the return to the island, the volcanic ash from the eruption had slowly spread in the air and then landed. There was a smell in the air. After the ship docked, Zhang Jingze returned to the streets of the island and found that there was a small disturbance in the volcanic area. Didn't they check the activity of the volcano every day to make sure it wouldn't erupt? If the volcano erupted, we can't get out now. Will we be burned to death in the end? What's the point of hoarding supplies at this time? If the volcano erupts, we will all die. The authorities must give us an explanation. When can we get out? What's the situation of the volcanic eruption? Woo woo woo, my hotel is next to the volcano. Can I go back now? Someone said before that the volcano would erupt, but no one believed it. It was the official who assured us, as well as the experts. Everywhere, there were all kinds of complaints, and many people were afraid. When the news reached the official government, Sherwin Yuan was stunned. The volcano really erupted? Then will the disaster really come? After trying to suppress the voices below and deny the rumors of the disaster in the past few days, Sherwin Yuan's face turned pale. This time, it's over,